to ring hollow, to be even desperate ploys, for they could never convince skeptics. After all, who could refute those with opposing intuitions? Intuitions having significant content need justifications of their own, which cannot just come from another intuition. Hegel's dialectical method, which was meant to replace intellectual intuition, seemed problematic too, because its pure thinking seemed to grind out substantive results only by sleight of hand. By attempting to get content from pure ratiocination, the dialectic seemed to be a specious art for squeezing blood from a turnip, or, as Kant once put it, for milking a billy goat with a strainer. Such, very crudely, was the conclusion of Feuerbach in his 1839 Zur Kritik der Hegelsche Philosophie, of Trendelenburg in his 1840 Logisk Untersuchungen, and of Lotze in his 1841 Metaphysik. The second reason for the identity crisis came with the rapid rise and specialization of the empirical sciences. The new sciences of chemistry and biology, the old sciences of physics and astronomy, and the ancient once reviled but now revived discipline of history, had achieved great success for themselves by following their own methods and standards. They no longer needed philosophy to provide them with a foundation and to secure them a place within a general system of the sciences. Now that the empirical sciences had become autonomous, they spurned the guidance of philosophy. While philosophy had once been the mother of all the sciences, her children had now come of age and wanted to leave their maternal nest. This new attitude of the sciences to philosophy was well put later in the century by the neo-Kantian Jürgen Bohne-Meyer: the daughters now demand independence from their common mother, and they do not suffer it gladly when they are supervised or corrected. They would prefer that their old and morose mother lay herself to rest in her grave. 29. It was the combination of these two developments in the 1840s, the collapse of the foundationalist program of speculative idealism, and the demand for autonomy of the particular sciences, that plunged philosophers into an identity crisis and forced them to redefine themselves. If philosophy cannot provide a foundation for the sciences, what should it be? And if all the particular sciences have already carved up the entire globus intellectualis among themselves, what room is left for philosophy? The mother of the sciences, it seemed, was utterly superfluous, a tired old matron of no relevance to the modern world. From the 1840s to 1860s, philosophers responded very differently to their identity crisis. There were in these decades at least 4 responses. The most drastic and dramatic answer came from the materialists, who simply declared the death of philosophy. They reasoned, since philosophy has no method of its own, and since the empirical sciences achieve reliable results by their own methods, there just is no need for philosophy anymore. The proper method to acquire all knowledge, they assumed, is that of natural science, namely, patient and painstaking empirical research, observation, and experiment, and so, if philosophy is to provide any knowledge of the world at all, it should just become one with the empirical sciences. Hence Ludwig Feuerbach wrote in 1843, philosophy must unite with natural science, and natural science with philosophy. 30. The real intent behind this program, the eradication of philosophy. Feuerbach spelled out a few years later: the true philosophy is the negation of philosophy, it is no philosophy at all. 31. A novel response to the identity crisis came from an original, profound but much neglected thinker, someone already alluded to above, Otto Friedrich Grupp. 32. Reflecting on the state of philosophy after Schelling's death, 33. Grupp argued that Schelling's final system demonstrated that German philosophy had made no progress whatsoever during the age of speculative idealism. In affirming a dualism between essence and existence, Schelling had taken German philosophy full circle, back to its starting point in Kant. Why had speculative philosophy failed? For Grupp, its chief problem is that ever since the ancient Greeks it suffered from the illusion that there could be a speculative method, that is, a means of grasping reality through pure thought alone. All thought on its own is entirely formal and empty, however, deriving its content from experience alone. Grupp then went on to suggest a diagnosis for the illusions and failures of speculative metaphysics. They all came from a faulty logic, from not having a clear understanding of the workings of ordinary language. Philosophers, Grupp argued, tend to refi words, to think that they have a definite and given meaning of their own, and that as such they designate a particular aspect of reality. But words derive their meaning from use, and their use depends on a particular context. We cannot set down any a priori constraints on what their use or context should be, and so we have to resign ourselves to the relativity of all concepts, the recognition that meaning depends on use and context. The traditional logic is mistaken in taking concepts as the primary unit. Their meaning depends on their use in judgments in a particular context. The meaning of concepts changes constantly, depending on the judgments that we make with them. Every new true judgment changes the meaning of its concepts from its previous uses. On the basis of this diagnosis of the problems of speculative idealism, Grupp made his recommendations for the philosophy of the future. It should be first and foremost logic, but a new and reformed logic that is based on the philosophy of language. The fears about philosophy's obsolescence are misguided, he argued, because there will always be a need for logic, which is the distinctive enterprise of philosophy. Still another solution to the identity crisis, and one of great importance for Neo-Kantianism, appeared in Adolf Trendelenburg's Logisk unter Suchungen, which was first published in 1840. 34. Accepting the autonomy of the new empirical sciences as his starting point, Trendelenburg held that there was no need for a philosophia prima in the sense of speculative idealism. Philosophy could not, in any case, provide a foundation for the empirical sciences, because pure thinking on its own is barren and empty, acquiring its content only from experience. However, dropping foundationalist aspirations does not mean, Trendelenburg insisted, that there is no end or point to philosophy at all. On the contrary, philosophy should now become a theory of science, Wissenschaftstheorie, whose task is to examine the logic of the sciences. There is still a serious need for philosophy, Trendelenburg noted, because the particular sciences do not reflect on their most basic concepts and presuppositions. They are more concerned to apply their methods and standards than to explain them. So Trendelenburg reversed the speculative idealist view of the relationship between philosophy and science. Rather than basing the empirical sciences upon philosophy, philosophy should be based on the empirical sciences. Instead of prescribing the methods and principles of the natural sciences, philosophy should investigate the methods and principles developed by the natural sciences themselves. In this new scientific age, Trendelenburg taught, philosophy must recognize the fact of science, that is, the fact that the sciences are forces in their own right, that they have proven their own success, and there is no point in worrying ourselves with skepticism about them. 35. A final response to the identity crisis came from left-wing Hegelianism, which identified philosophy with criticism. Many of the left-wing Hegelians, Karl Marx, David Friedrich Strauss, Kuno Fischer, Eduard Zeller, and Bruno Bauer, had accepted Feuerbach's criticisms of Hegelian metaphysics, which they saw as the end of traditional philosophy. However, they still believed that philosophy has a valuable role to perform as critique, as the critical second-order examination of all beliefs, especially political and religious ones, but also those of traditional philosophy. In identifying philosophy with criticism, the left-wing Hegelians both affirmed and denied the materialist call for the abolition of philosophy. They affirmed it in holding traditional philosophy to be bankrupt, but they denied it in turning philosophy into the criticism of philosophy. Ironically, philosophy could resurrect itself as the criticism of philosophy, thus escaping those critics of philosophy who foretold the death of philosophy itself. For late idealism and Neo-Kantianism, besides the materialism controversy and identity crisis, there was another philosophical development of the interim decades of great importance for Neo-Kantianism. This was the emergence of two neo-idealist thinkers, Adolf Trendelenburg, 1802–1872, and Hermann Lotze, 1816–1881, who became the most influential thinkers in Germany in the middle of the 19th century. Both held prestigious positions, which they occupied for nearly half a century. Trendelenburg was professor in Berlin from 1833 to 1872, and Lotze professor in Göttingen from 1844 to 1881. Both were teachers of prominent Neo-Kantians, Lotze of Windelband, Trendelenburg of Cohen and Bonemeyer. But their influence extends far beyond their teaching, their writings reached an entire generation. Trendelenburg's Logisk Untersuchungen and Lotze's Mikrokosmos were two of the most influential philosophical works of the 19th century. The importance of Trendelenburg and Lotze for Neo-Kantianism has not gone unappreciated. In his Entstehung und die Aufstieg des Neokantianismus, Klaus Christian Koenig devotes an entire chapter to Trendelenburg, whom he regards as the decisive figure in the transition from speculative idealism to Neo-Kantianism. 36 Koenig deserves much of the credit for lifting Trendelenburg out of obscurity and noting his pivotal role in the history of philosophy in the 19th century. 37 He rightly stresses the importance of Trendelenburg's reorientation of philosophy around the empirical sciences, which he sees as the beginning of the history of modern epistemology and philosophy of science, which finds its summit in Neo-Kantianism. 38 Though Koenig is silent about him, Lotze is the subject of a complete chapter of Thomas Wiley's Back to Kant. According to Wiley, Lotze was the most important forerunner of the Neo-Kantian movement. 39 Wiley explores Lotze's chief contributions to Neo-Kantianism: constructive skepticism, a distrust of purely conceptual thought, a deep interest in the problem of values, and an admirable effort to bring philosophical idealism into harmony with 19th-century science. 40 There is little point here in replicating Koenig's and Wiley's efforts in explaining Trendelenburg's and Lotze's positive influence on Neo-Kantianism. It is perhaps worthwhile, however, to see their relationship from the opposite angle, one which notes the important differences between these neo-idealists and the Neo-Kantians. Only then will we be able to see their relationship from a broader and more balanced perspective. For all their importance for Neo-Kantianism, Trendelenburg and Lotze belong to an earlier generation. They were essentially neo-romantics, striving to uphold the heritage of absolute or objective idealism. We tend to think of the idealist tradition dying off with neo-Hegelianism in the 1840s, but Trendelenburg and Lotze, the two most influential thinkers of the mid-19th century, were very much in the idealist tradition, and they lived on until 1872, Trendelenburg, and 1881, Lotze. What came to an end in the late 1840s was speculative idealism, the attempt to justify metaphysics through a priori methods, but not idealism as such. Lotze and Trendelenburg rejected the methods of absolute idealism, though they attempted to preserve its content, which they tried to justify by more empirical means. Neo-Kantianism, however, rejected not only the method but also the content of absolute idealism, and to this extent there is a gulf between the late idealists and the Neo-Kantians. Lotze and Trendelenburg were absolute idealists in the sense that they, like the Romantics, Schelling, and Hegel before them, held that all reality conforms to the idea, which is the form or purpose of the good. Both were committed, therefore, to the validity of teleology, which they defended against materialism or a mechanistic naturalism. They were indeed explicit in describing their metaphysics in such terms. In the preface to the second edition of his Logisk Untersuchungen, Trendelenburg calls his philosophy the organic worldview, 41, according to which the entire universe forms a single organic being. This was the very worldview that we find in the Romantics, Schelling, and Hegel. Trendelenburg's main aim in the Logisk Untersuchungen was to defend it against materialism, to show how it conforms to the findings of the latest scientific research, and to free it from the old conceptions of providence and theism. Lotze had a very similar intention in his massive Mikrokosmos, which appeared from 1856 to 1864. 42 Already by 1852 Lotze began to describe his worldview as spiritualism, which he distinguished from idealism, a term he had used for his philosophy in his 1841 Metaphysik. 43 Spiritualism for Lotze is the thesis that spirit alone is primary existence, and that matter is to be seen as secondary. 44 This doctrine was essentially panpsychism, according to which the substance, or the inner nature or essence of anything, consists in spirit or soul. In advancing his spiritualism, Lotze was not discarding absolute idealism but attempting to revise it. Absolute idealism, in his view, had failed to stress the agency behind the realization of the idea and the personal dimension of the absolute. A central purpose of Microcosmos was to defend this spiritualism and to show how it is an improvement on absolute idealism. All the while, however, Lotze continued to uphold the basic idealist thesis that all reality conforms to the idea. 45. It should be plain from this very brief statement of Lotze's and Trendelenburg's worldviews that they are fundamentally metaphysical, and in a profoundly anti-Kantian sense. Contrary to Kant's critical idealism, both are attempts in a limited, hypothetical, partial, and provisional fashion to know reality in itself, the unconditioned, or the absolute. Lotze and Trendelenburg never hid their attempts to move beyond the Kantian limits on knowledge. This is especially apparent from their efforts to defend teleology against Kant's regulative constraints. In the Logisk Untersuchungen, Trendelenburg would deliberately take aim at Kant's regulative doctrines and argue that it is necessary to give constitutive status to the idea of a purpose. 46. And in his Microcosmos, Lotze would engage in a more subtle defense of teleology, 47, though one no less anti-Kantian in its intentions and implications. Lotze maintains that we must distinguish between the realms of existence and validity. Though we must not posit the existence of purposes, we still have to assume their validity. While what is valid need not exist, its validity makes it true independent of human consciousness or whatever anyone thinks about it. Lotze's and Trendelenburg's attempts to move beyond Kantian constraints also emerge from their reaction against transcendental idealism. Both feared that the critical limits of transcendental idealism would result in a kind of solipsism or scepticism, according to which the individual subject could know nothing beyond its own representations. Trendelenburg believed in the importance of a realistic worldview, according to which we know reality in itself and not simply how the world appears to us. 48. It was for this reason that he refused to accept the alleged idealistic implications of Kant's arguments in the transcendental aesthetic. While Trendelenburg accepted the arguments themselves, he maintained that they did not rule out a much stronger realism, that is, that even if space and time are forms of a priori intuition, it is still possible that they are also true of things in themselves. While Lotze had no commitments to transcendental realism, one purpose behind his own distinction between the realms of existence and validity was to escape the solipsistic snares of scepticism or subjective idealism. 49. The truths of the Lotzean realm of validity are objective not in the sense that they exist independent of the mind, but in the sense they are true even if no one ever thinks of them. Though Lotze's doctrine of validity will later become the source of the theory of value of the Southwestern school, it is worthwhile to note that its original intention was to avoid the unpalatable consequences of scepticism and Kant's subjective idealism. The distance between the neo-idealists and the neo-Kantians is perhaps most visible when we consider their contrasting attitudes towards epistemology. The neo-Kantianism of the 1860s saw the solution to the crisis of philosophy in going back to epistemology, in making philosophy once again a critique of knowledge as Kant had once envisaged it. It was a reaction against the grand old metaphysics of Schelling and Hegel, and an attempt to take philosophy back to its limits within experience. There is an extent to which Trendelenburg encouraged this move by reorienting philosophy around the empirical sciences and by abandoning Schelling's and Hegel's speculative methods. But to another extent Trendelenburg discouraged it, because he never intended his reorientation of philosophy around the sciences to mean limiting philosophy to epistemology. Far from it. As the first chapter of the Logisk Untersuchungen makes clear, 50 Trendelenburg still saw philosophy as metaphysics, as knowledge of the universe as a whole. In a striking Platonic formulation, he states that philosophy is the science of the idea, where the idea determines the whole in its parts, the universal in the particular. 51 Even though, unlike Schelling and Hegel, he regards such knowledge as an ideal that we can approach but never attain, he still stressed the priority of metaphysics in resolving the problems of philosophy. Epistemology could never be first philosophy for Trendelenburg because its problem of knowledge could be resolved only through the metaphysics of absolute idealism, which alone could mediate the opposition between thought and being. 52. A very similar attitude appears in Lotze, who, in his 1841 Metaphysic, argued that the critique of reason is not a question preceding metaphysics but one immanent within it. 53. Epistemology, as the attempt to examine knowledge before making claims to knowledge, is naive, Lotze thought, because even the attempt to know these conditions involves a claim to knowledge, and moreover a metaphysics in its conception of the object of knowledge. 54. Though Lotze was intent on providing metaphysics with a critical foundation, he never ceased to stress the importance of metaphysical inquiry in answering the fundamental questions of philosophy. The philosopher had to be self-critical, but he should never let the demands for self-criticism prevent him from pursuing metaphysical questions. As he put it in an oft-cited metaphor, the constant whetting of the knife proves boring when we have nothing to cut. 55. The Neo-Kantians and Neo-Idealists were not always aware of their differences, though now and then they would emerge into broad daylight. In the second edition of his Kant's Theorie der Erfahrung, Cohen would often take issue with Lotze's metaphysical talk about the plan and meaning of life. 56. The most dramatic encounter between these traditions was the clash between Trendelenburg and Fischer regarding Kant's theory of space and time, which was very much a struggle between Kant's transcendental idealism and Trendelenburg's absolute idealism. But to witness the conflicts between Neo-Kantianism and Neo-Idealism we do not have to look after the interim period, we can also look before it, because Trendelenburg's and Lotze's absolute idealism was in no small measure a reaction against the transcendental idealism and mechanism of Fries and Herbart. 57. In fighting against Fries and Herbart, it was as if the Neo-Idealists saw Neo-Kantianism forthcoming and did their best to nip it in the bud. All these points about the differences between the Neo-Idealists and Neo-Kantians do not undermine in any way Cohen's and Wiley's accounts about the importance of Lotze and Trendelenburg for Neo-Kantianism. They do show, however, that the relationship between these movements is much more complicated than an account of their positive influence alone can provide. 5. Helmholtz's program, introduced and adopted besides Trendelenburg and Lotze, there was another thinker of crucial importance for Neo-Kantianism during the interim years, Hermann von Helmholtz, 1821–1894. While it is a mistake to see Helmholtz as the founder of the Neo-Kantian movement, 58, he definitely played a powerful role in the development of Neo-Kantianism. Not the least reason for this was his scientific reputation. Helmholtz was one of the most celebrated natural scientists of 19th-century Germany. He became famous for his discovery of the law of conservation of force, his invention of the ophthalmoscope, and his research on physiological optics. Although Helmholtz was primarily a natural scientist, and saw himself as such, he also had a deep interest in philosophy, which he acquired during his youth. He remembered hearing his father, a gymnasium teacher, discuss epistemological questions with his friends, who were devotees of Kant, Fichte, and Hegel. 59. At an early age he read Kant, who made a deep impression upon him. 60. He later said of his youth that he had been a faithful Kantian, and, though he would later diverge from his master on some points, he never lost his basic Kantian convictions. 61. Even as an old professor in the late 1890s, Helmholtz would preach Kant's enduring relevance. Although Helmholtz wanted to be a physicist, there was no career in that field in the 1830s, and so he studied medicine instead. As a student at the Medical Institute in Berlin he attended the lectures of Benneck in logic, of H.G. Magnus, 1802–1870, in physics, and of Johannes Müller, 1801–1858, in physiology. It was Müller, the foremost physiologist of his day, who guided Helmholtz into the new scientific approach to the study of human physiology. 62. As we shall soon see, Müller's account of the nerves and senses will have a decisive effect on his later approach to epistemology. Because of his promise and early achievements, Helmholtz had a meteoric academic career. 63 In 1849 he became chair of physiology at Königsberg, in 1855 professor in Bonn, and from 1858 to 1871 he was professor of physiology at Heidelberg. He crowned his career in 1871 by taking over Magnus Chair in Physics at Berlin, and by becoming the first director of the new Physico-Technical Institute. During his illustrious career Helmholtz developed some personal connections with Neo-Kantians. He was a friend of Zeller, a teacher of Lang, and an acquaintance of Liebmann. Helmholtz's importance for Neo-Kantianism mainly rests on his program to wed philosophy with natural science, and more specifically on his attempt to rehabilitate Kant's epistemology through modern physiology. This program made it seem as if Kant's philosophy was not an obsolete faculty psychology from the 18th century, as Herbart used to say, but that it was at the cutting edge of science in the mid-19th century. Given the growing authority of natural science, and given Helmholtz's stature as a scientist, what more compelling endorsement could there be for Kant's philosophy? It was a seductive message, especially now that the materialists were becoming such a potent force, and it was a winning strategy, which many saw as the best way to promulgate Kant in the new scientific age. Helmholtz's attempt to rehabilitate Kant began with his famous lecture Über das Sehen des Menschen, which was delivered on February 27, 1855 on the occasion of the unveiling of a statue of Kant in Königsberg. 64 It is difficult to exaggerate the importance of this lecture for later Neo-Kantianism. The program it puts forward, what later became known as physiological Neo-Kantianism, would become the inspiration for the 1860s generation. Zeller, Liebmann, and Lang became its advocates. Helmholtz's lecture is best read as his response not to the materialism controversy but to the identity crisis of philosophy. 65 While Helmholtz is concerned with materialism, specifically its claim about the death of philosophy, this is not his explicit or main worry. His chief adversary in his lecture is not materialism, about which he says nothing, but the speculative idealism of Schelling and Hegel, about which he says a lot. He feared that the collapse of speculative idealism had discredited not only philosophy in general but even Kant's philosophy in particular, which had inspired speculative idealism, and which was closely associated by many with it. Helmholtz's strategy for resolving the crisis was twofold: first, disassociate Kant's philosophy from speculative idealism, and, second, show that the latest physiological and psychological research confirms the guiding principles of Kant's epistemology. That second move quashed in one solid blow the materialists' claims about the death of philosophy. Natural science was not making philosophy obsolete but reviving it, and indeed pushing it in an anti-materialist direction. Prima facie Helmholtz's program does not seem so original. For did not Fries and Benach try to base Kantian philosophy on psychology since the early 1800s? Yet there was something new and important in Helmholtz's program, something that went far beyond anything foreseen by his predecessors. For Helmholtz insisted upon strict observation and experiment from the standpoint of an objective observer, upon placing the epistemological subject in the laboratory. The old methods of self-observation or introspection, which had been recommended by Fries and Benach, were declared obsolete. The problem with these old methods, Helmholtz pointed out, is that some of the most important workings of our physiology and psychology are subconscious and have to be inferred. 34, 36. Too much escapes the first-person observer, who notices only what happens on the surface of consciousness. So Helmholtz's program elevated psychology onto a new plateau, onto the field of observation and experiment. What counts is what one does in a laboratory, not what one records by introspection. It was a bold undertaking on Helmholtz's part to try to bring philosophy and science together in the 1850s, given that they seemed to be drifting further apart. Taking the bull by the horns, Helmholtz addresses this very issue in the beginning of his lecture. He notes that the division between science and philosophy is a peculiar fact of the present. It did not exist in the 18th century, and least of all for Kant, whose early philosophy was based on Newtonian physics. 4. Kant's philosophy is still very much in accord with the spirit of modern science, Helmholtz insists, because it teaches that knowledge is founded on experience. The source of the breach between philosophy and science in the 19th century Helmholtz finds in the speculative idealism of Schelling and Hegel. Rather than resting content with knowledge from experience, Schelling and Hegel tried to answer the ultimate metaphysical questions from pure thinking alone. 6. Anticipating a common neo-Kantian trope, Helmholtz claims that these efforts ended in abject failure because they failed to heed Kant's lessons about the limits of knowledge. But the collapse of speculative idealism should not lead to disillusionment about philosophy in general, Helmholtz advises. 6. Because one should not confuse these systems of philosophy with philosophy itself. There is a way of regenerating philosophy if we attempt to bring it in closer accord with the natural sciences, just as it was in Kant's day. There is one important point where philosophy and science do coincide, Helmholtz notes, and that is the field of sense perception. 6-7. This field is as much a concern for the epistemologist, who studies the origins of knowledge, as it is for the physiologist, who investigates the physical structure of sense perception. To show how epistemology and physiology come together in the latest scientific research, Helmholtz explains to his audience the basic conclusions of Johannes Müller's theory of specific nerve energies, which he praises as the greatest progress that the physiology of sense organs has made in recent times. 18. According to Müller's theory, the content of our perception, or the quality of our sensations, is determined by our sense organs and their nervous apparatus. 66.1 And the same stimulus in the physical world, the oscillation of ether, is perceived as light or heat according to whether we see or touch it. What we perceive thus depends on the specific sense organ with which we perceive it. As Helmholtz puts it somewhat paradoxically, light becomes light when it hits the seeing eye, without that it is only an oscillation of the ether. 18. Helmholtz does not hesitate to stress the analogy between Müller's theory and Kant's epistemology. Exactly what the physiology of the senses had shown through experience, he contends, Kant tried to show earlier for the representations of the human mind, since he made clear the extent to which the innate laws of the mind, as it were its organization, determine our representations. 19, cf 41-42. Helmholtz does not leave the connection between Kant's epistemology and science simply on the level of physiology, however. He takes it a step further by also considering the psychology of perception, that is, the psychic acts that are necessary for perception. Helmholtz is far from thinking that we perceive the world just by having sensations. He goes on to consider some of the many psychic acts of inference and judgment, most of them automatic and subconscious, necessary to convert sensations into perception. The very content of perception, he argues, is formed by inference and judgment. What we see is very much the product of the intellectual processes by which we see it. We see three-dimensional objects in space, for example, though that perception is not just given to us but is the product of the mind constructing one image from the many it receives from its two eyes, and from walking around the object and seeing it from many perspectives. 25-27. We are jugglers with the eyes, as it were, because we engage in the most complicated acts in seeing things. We are not aware of this art, though, because we have learned it so long ago and repeated it so many times. 39. While Helmholtz thinks that we learn this art by habit and experience, he is far from ruling out innate or a priori mechanisms in the formation of perception. One of the fundamental assumptions behind all perception, he notes, is that there is a cause for all events, and that assumption we do not learn from experience because all experience presupposes it. Kant was right, therefore, to regard the principle of causality as an a priori or innate mechanism behind all perception. 41. It is striking that Helmholtz does not contrast his Kantian theory of perception with materialism, whose theories of perception had just begun to appear in the mid-1850s as he was delivering his lecture. That contrast will later be developed by Lang, who will make Helmholtz's theory a counter against materialism. Helmholtz's own contrast is with the theories of perception of Schelling and Hegel. They attempt to prove, he says, the identity of our sensations with the actual properties of the perceived bodies. 1967. Their theory assumes that the idea reveals and manifests itself in sense qualities, so that we can know the world in itself through immediate experience. They completely failed to take into account, therefore, the extent to which that experience is a construction of the creative cognitive subject. While Helmholtz has some sympathy for Schelling's and Hegel's theory of subject-object identity, it embodies an aesthetic attitude towards the world. He thinks that it does no justice to the epistemology of natural science, which demands that the scientist gets behind the veil of sense perception to grasp the laws lying underneath experience. Helmholtz concludes his lecture by expressing his conviction that there is no necessary conflict between philosophy and science, that there is instead a common bond between them. 42. This is indeed the crux, though it was just here that Helmholtz's lecture became vague and left many questions. For what, exactly, is the relationship between Kant's epistemology and the sciences? Is that epistemology only a form of proto-physiology and psychology, so that it can be eventually replaced by them? Or is there a kind of parallelism between them, so that what epistemology determines on the transcendental level, physiology and psychology determine on the empirical level? As important as these questions were, Helmholtz had no answers to them. They were questions he would leave later Neo-Kantians to explore. 6. Helmholtz's program, reaffirmed and abandoned some 30 years after his Königsberg lecture, Helmholtz returned to his Neo-Kantian program with his Recht oral address at Berlin University, Die Tatsachen Erfahrung, which he delivered on August 3, 1878-68. This lecture is remarkable for revealing Helmholtz's enduring loyalty to Kant amid his willingness to criticize and reinterpret him. Without the slightest hesitation, he reaffirms his old Kantian standpoint. In what appears to me the progress of Kant's philosophy, we still stand on the ground of his system. 42. But he immediately adds that this does not mean he swears allegiance to all the subordinate points in Verba Magistri. Indeed, for reasons we shall soon see, Helmholtz takes to task what he mockingly calls Die Kantianer stricter Observance. 22. The crucial question is what Helmholtz means by the progress of Kant's philosophy. To understand that, we have to take a close look at the lecture itself. Helmholtz began his lecture by revisiting the old conflict between philosophy and science, which he had already thematized in Über das Sehen des Menschen. He reaffirmed his old strategy for resolving it, namely, showing how Müller's theory of specific nerve energies supports Kant's epistemology. Now, however, Helmholtz takes Müller's theory in an interesting direction, elaborating it into a theory of his own about the relationship between representation and object. 69. Müller's theory states that one and the same external stimulus, viz. ether oscillations, can produce two very different kinds of sensation, sounds, colors, and that two very different stimuli, an oscillation and pressure on an optical nerve, can produce the same sensation, a flash of light. 9 to 10. These facts show that what we perceive, the quality of sensation, depends on the sensory nerves of a specific sense organ. Now if we keep this point in mind, Helmholtz argues, then we cannot claim that a sensation is an image, build, of its object. All that we can say is that it is a sign, Zeichen, for it. 12. While an image resembles its object by virtue of some natural similarity, a sign designates its object only in virtue of some convention or interpretation. Though Helmholtz is not so explicit, his sign theory should be regarded as a reformulation of a Kantian doctrine. For Kant had departed from the traditional theory of ideas precisely on the grounds that ideas do not resemble their objects. What makes them represent an object is the concepts behind them, which are not images but ways of organizing sensations into laws, i.e. a rule of synthesis. 70. Helmholtz's sign theory immediately raises the question to what extent we do have knowledge of an external world, of a reality independent of our perception. If sensations are signs having no resemblance to their objects, are we not caught in a web of signs of our own making? It is a question that much troubles Helmholtz, and which he addresses in different ways in his lecture. there is an element of realism in his position because he holds that sensations arise from external causes, 12, and that what particular sensations we have, and the order and context in which we have them, depends on external influences, außerordentlichen Werkungen, and not just our physiological organization, 23. Still, he admits that there cannot be any scientific justification for such realism. This is because there cannot be any theoretical refutation of an extreme subjective idealism, which holds that all reality consists in representations and that life is only a dream, 34. The only justification of realism is that it is the simplest hypothesis and agrees with common sense, 35. He advises us to treat idealism and realism as scientific hypotheses, that is, to avoid making them into dogmas or claiming that they are necessary truths, 35 to 36. So Helmholtz is a realist to the extent that he thinks that there is an independent reality, that is, that something continues to exist when we do not perceive it. But that still leaves the question, what knowledge do we have of this reality? To what extent can we know it? Helmholtz is not a realist to the degree that he holds our sensations give us direct knowledge of this external reality. The whole point of the theory of signs is to exclude transcendental realism, which assumes that our representations in experience give us knowledge of reality in itself. But if transcendental realism is false, and if there is some independent reality, are we not forced to assume the existence of Kant's unknowable thing in itself? Helmholtz is rather skittish about this whole issue. He knows that he is stepping on contested ground and stands aback with the following remark, that it is a contradictionary in adjecto to want to represent the real or Kant's thing in itself with positive properties, without putting it in the form of our representations, is something I do not need to explain to you. That has often been discussed. 39. But this was more avoiding the issue than answering it. When push came to shove, Helmholtz took his stand in affirming a limited kind of scientific realism according to which we can know the laws of nature, 40. Immediately after introducing his sign theory, he qualifies it by saying that there is some degree of resemblance between representations and reality after all, because we can use signs so that they designate lawful relationships between objects, 12 to 13. Since the same signs designate the same objects, and different signs different objects, we can place them in relationships to signify causal relationships perceived to hold between objects. So, though signs themselves are not images, the relations between them, which we can express precisely mathematically, can be, 12 to 13. In thus making relations do the work of representation, Helmholtz anticipates one of the later doctrines of the Marburg school. 71 Now, though, another hoary question arises, a classical one for just such a scientific realism: what justification can there be for the principle of causality? Helmholtz was troubled by this question too, though he fails to give a completely unambivalent answer to it. Sometimes he declares dogmatically that it is a fact without hypothetical supposition that appearances are lawful, 37, and he even says that these lawful connections are directly perceived, 37. Yet Helmholtz eventually retreats to the more modest position that we have no guarantee of the applicability of the causal principle other than its success, 41. He even reaffirms the Kantian position that the principle of causality is a transcendental law, and one that cannot be demonstrated from experience because experience is possible only by assuming it, 41. Here Helmholtz saw, if through a glass darkly, the limits of his whole program, his attempt to build philosophy on the basis of science. If science has presuppositions, which it is the purpose of transcendental philosophy to investigate, then how can it be the basis of transcendental philosophy? Should it not be the other way around, so that transcendental philosophy is the basis of science? The old idea of a philosophia prima was not so easily buried after all. Helmholtz's theory of signs was only one of the innovations of his 1878 lecture. Another no less important one is his reformulation of the Kantian theory of the a priori status of space. Helmholtz notes that Kant went much further than the sign theory of perception in affirming the subjectivity of experience, for he held that not only sensations but also space and time themselves are only forms of intuition. Even here, Helmholtz maintains, modern physiology can follow Kant, though, he hastens to add, only up to a certain limit. 14. He then proceeds to sketch his own theory of spatial perception, 14 to 15. In the great battle between nativists and empiricists about the origins of spatial perception, Helmholtz comes down firmly on the empiricist side, 30. 72. While the nativists hold that space is an innate intuition, which is simple, given, and unanalyzable, the empiricists hold that it is constructed from experience, association, and habit. Helmholtz's theory attempts to explain how we construct our representation of space from these sources. According to his theory, we construct it through locating things, by associating the movement of our eyes and bodies with certain sensations from certain locations. We locate bodies by moving our eyes towards them, by walking around them and seeing them from different perspectives. The object is for us the totality of perspectives that we have of it by walking around it, from seeing it from this or that angle. So space for Helmholtz is, as it were, the field we construct by moving our eyes and body about things. What, we might ask, is the Kantian aspect of this theory? As an empiricist theory, it seems to be at odds with Kant's nativism because it denies the a priori status of space. Helmholtz, though, still thinks that we can give some content to the Kantian theory. Space is a subjective form of intuition insofar as it is a construction we create to perceive things. 16. Insofar as the power of movement, the feelings that we have from that movement, and the connections we make with these feelings, are all part of our physiological and psychological organization, they can be regarded as a priori conditions of space. Space is a given form of intuition, prior to all experience, insofar as its perception is connected with the possibility of motor impulses, the mental and physical capacities of which are given by our organization before we have any intuition of space. 16. It seems Helmholtz is bending over backwards to give some sense to Kant's a priori theory of space. It is not a realist theory, to be sure, since it holds that space is created rather than a given reality. But since it is an empiricist theory, it is not strictly Kantian either. Of course, Helmholtz knows this perfectly well, and it is in just this respect that he wants to take issue with die Kantian or stricter observance. He differs from them in two important respects. First, he does not think that space is given a priori as a complete whole intuition, rather, it is constructed by us, the result of our encounter with sensual stimuli as we move around objects. 28. The representation of space is indeed not simple and unanalyzable, as the Kantians assume, but the result of complex psychic acts, or what Helmholtz calls subconscious inferences. 27. A subconscious inference is like a quasi-syllogism, its major premise is some generalization that we have learned from past experience, its minor premise states some particular observation, and the conclusion subsumes the particular observation under the generalization. In attributing such inferences to spatial perception, Helmholtz was effectively saying that they are not really the immediate given intuitions that strict Kantians made them out to be. Second, Helmholtz maintains that the basic axioms of Euclidean geometry are not a priori truths about the structure of space, but that they are contingent properties that we learn about our own space. 23. Here much of his argument is based on an earlier essay, Über den Ursprung und die Bedeutung der geometrischen Axiome, 73, where Helmholtz had argued that it is only a contingent feature of our spatial world that the Euclidean axioms apply to it. Basing his case on the new non-Euclidean geometries of Riemann and Lobachevsky, Helmholtz pointed out that the Euclidean axioms hold only for a space with no curvature, and that there are other possible spaces, viz. Those with a constant negative or those with a constant positive curvature, for which non-Euclidean axioms hold. He explicitly contested the Kantian thesis that the Euclidean axioms are necessary consequences of an a priori transcendental form of intuition. 74. It is still possible that we human beings, equipped with our peculiar sensibility, perceive a different space for which non-Euclidean axioms hold. Helmholtz insisted on separating two claims, that space is a priori, the product of our human sensibility, and that Euclidean axioms are necessary to that sensibility, 22-3. 75. What Helmholtz regards as the a priori structure of space, our power to locate objects through the movement of our bodies, he also holds to be logically compatible with non-Euclidean axioms. 76. In other words, if we human beings, with our peculiar a priori sensibility, were in a different spatial world, namely, a curved spherical one, we would formulate non-Euclidean axioms that we could find as intuitive as Euclidean ones in our non-curved flat spatial world. Towards the close of his lecture, Helmholtz distances himself from not only the strict Kantians but Kant himself. Here he notes how the metaphysicians, and here he means Schelling and Hegel, have taken their inspiration from Kant's metaphysics, and specifically from his metaphysical foundations of natural science. He decisively rejects that metaphysics, however, on the grounds that it is based on Kant's mistaken view that the axioms of geometry and the principles of mechanics are transcendental, a priori given propositions. 43. Rather than seeing Kant's metaphysics as an integral part of his philosophy, Helmholtz insists that it contradicts his whole system. So, for Helmholtz, there were two sides to Kant, the scholastic or metaphysical side, and then the empirical or scientific side. The former, Helmholtz assures us, is the product of outdated science. 23-43. Fortunately, the latter, which can be confirmed by modern science, represents the real Kant. On the whole, Helmholtz's 1878 lecture, for all its interest and importance, has to be judged a failure. Its shortcomings derived less from any particular doctrine or argument than from its entire program, from its attempt to base Kant's philosophy upon science. That had not only led to a distorted and contorted interpretation of Kant's theory of space, but it had also misunderstood the aims of Kant's transcendental philosophy, which cannot be grounded on natural science if its purpose is to investigate its very possibility. As Helmholtz spoke in Berlin on that August day in 1878, his program had already grown old. The younger generation of neo-Kantians, Otto Liebmann, Hermann Cohen, and Wilhelm Windelband, had already challenged his interpretation of Kant and the entire program behind it. We shall eventually see how, at their hands, the Helmholtzian program came to grief. Part II. Introduction. The Coming of Age. 1. The resurrection of Immanuel Kant. The 1860s seemed to mark the dawn of a new age in Germany. 1. The liberal hopes for greater democracy, for constitutional government and national unity, which had been defeated in 1848, began to stir again. After the oppressive atmosphere of the 1850s, when the forces of reaction bore down heavily on German lands, the air began to clear. Several developments of the late 1850s created this change of atmosphere. Some German states, viz. Baden and Bavaria, were forced to make concessions to liberal parliaments, more liberals were elected to local parliaments, more enlightened reform-minded ministers came to power, viz. Radowitz in Prussia and Schmerling in Austria, and the new Prussian monarch, Wilhelm I, seemed more amenable to reform and liberal ideas than his predecessor, Frederick Wilhelm IV, a figurehead of the reaction. As the repressive policies of reactionary forces began to weaken, so political activity among liberals began to strengthen. With renewed hopes, the old leaders of 1848 again began to agitate for their cause. They would now proceed more slowly and prudently than in the past, however, calculating that gradual reform could succeed where revolution had failed. The 1860s was also the breakthrough decade for neo-Kantianism. The calls for a return to Kant now became more vocal and frequent. The few disparate voices of the interim years grew in number and seemed to speak in unison. Some of the most dynamic young philosophers in Germany wrote articles, manifestos, essays, and even whole books, championing the cause of Kant's philosophy. No longer seen as obsolete or dated, Kant's philosophy was now deemed not only worthy of study in its own right but the best solution to the crises and controversies of the day. It was no accident, of course, that the 1860s witnessed both the Kant revival and a new political atmosphere. While Kant never advocated, let alone foresaw, German national unity, he was famous for his advocacy of liberal ideals, such as constitutional and representative government. He was no less well known for his critical project, according to which all political institutions, whether the state in its majesty or the church in its holiness, had to submit to the tribunal of critique. No one had done more to secure Kant's reputation as a fearsome critic of the political and religious establishment than Heinrich Heine, who, in his Zur Religion und Philosophie in Deutschland, had portrayed Kant as this great destroyer in the realm of thought who surpassed the terrorism of Maximilien Robespierre. To some liberals, the old destroyer, der Allzermalmend, would be just the man to invoke against those reactionaries who wanted to return to the old alliance of throne and altar. This connection between the new political atmosphere of the 1860s and the rise of Neo-Kantianism is very plain in a very timely and symbolic book published in the beginning of the decade, Ludwig Noack's Immanuel Kant's Auferstehung aus dem Grab. Writing in 1860, Noack made a plea for Kant's resurrection, for a return to the original more radical Kant, whose critical spirit had been buried by the forces of reaction. The Romantic foxes, who populated the theological faculties at the universities, Noack charged, had tried to render Kant harmless by building a foggy metaphysics on his philosophy, but the young Hegelians led by Feuerbach, and the Buddhist saint and pessimist Schopenhauer, had now smoked them out of their refuge. It is time to get away from the Kantian foxpelt, which is how the philosophical romantics bring him to market, and to return to the true spiritual form and heroic armor of the old man from Königsberg. For we should have our Kant neat and straight, Noack advised, and that means pushing his critical project to its limits, whatever the consequences for state and church. What the critical philosophy stands for above all, in the realms of science as well as religion and politics, is free inquiry, the right, indeed duty, to free our minds of all prejudices and superstitions. Doubtless, Noack's pleas express the standpoint of many liberals in the early 1860s. The prophecy expressed in the title of Noack's book was becoming true, slowly but surely, Kant's spirit was rising from his grave. Of course, there were more than political reasons for the Kantian revival of the 1860s. Political reasons alone cannot explain why Kant became the head of a philosophical movement. The philosophical reasons for Kant's resurrection lay, as we have already seen, 5 in his power to solve the crises and controversies of the interim decades. The Neo-Kantian writers of the 1860s advocated the critical philosophy because, in their view, it alone could solve the materialism controversy and the identity crisis. There were 5 major figures who helped to re-establish Kant in the 1860s, Kuno Fischer, 1824 to 1907, Eduard Zeller, 1814 to 1908, Otto Liebmann, 1840 to 1912, Jürgen Bohnemeyer, 1829 to 1897, and Friedrich Albert Lang, 1828 to 1875. All of them published their chief writings on Kant sometime during the 1860s, and so, despite their different ages, they still belong to the same period from the standpoint of Neo-Kantian history. Several themes unite these authors. All saw Kant as a bulwark against materialism, all made criticism the central vocation of philosophy, all advanced a psychological interpretation of Kant, and all, with one complicated exception, repudiated the neo-rationalism of speculative idealism. Our task in the following 5 chapters will be to provide an introduction to each of these thinkers, determining their contribution to Neo-Kantianism, and retracing their intellectual development up to their conversion to Kant. Before we turn to that larger task, though, we will provide a brief overview of some of the main themes of the 1860s. 2 common themes. The Neo-Kantian thinkers of the 1860s were by and large the heirs of the psychologism of Helmholtz and the lost tradition. Meyer and Lang were wholehearted advocates of this tradition, and while Fischer, Zeller, and Liebman had some doubts about it, they still affirmed its fundamental tenets. All these thinkers saw Kant's epistemology essentially as psychology, as an investigation into the basic mental activities behind human cognition. Although they were perfectly aware of Kant's distinction between the quid juris and quid facti, they still saw his epistemology primarily as a first-order account of the causes of human cognition rather than a second-order evaluation of the reasons for it. They reaffirmed Herbart's and Bennick's view that Kant's psychology was simplistic and archaic, in desperate need of modernization to meet the standards of the new empirical sciences. They stressed therefore the value of empirical method in epistemology, whether it is a form of introspection, in the manner of Fries and Bennick, or a form of experiment and observation, in the manner of Helmholtz. Although they upheld Kant's thesis of the a priori dimension of the mind against empiricism, most still believed that the proper way of knowing this a priori dimension is through empirical means. 6. By the standards of contemporary Kant scholarship, the psychological tradition itself seems archaic and obsolete. We are today the heirs of the Marburg and Southwestern schools, which saw Kant's epistemology in logical rather than psychological terms, and which regarded it as a second-order evaluation of the evidence for beliefs instead of a first-order causal inquiry into their origins. We should not assume, however, that the neo-Kantians of the 1860s were guilty of simple confusions between logic and psychology. They were well aware of the distinction between the normative and natural, the logical and psychological, but they still chose to read Kant in psychological and natural rather than normative and logical terms. The reason for this lies chiefly in the extraordinary pressure to bring epistemology in line with the empirical sciences, which had set the intellectual standards of the 19th century after the decline of speculative idealism. It was hard for the mid-century neo-Kantian to detach a purely logical and normative epistemology from the scholastic enterprise of Wolffian psychology, or even worse the speculations of the idealist tradition. During the 1860s, however, cracks began to form in the wall of the psychological tradition. Serious doubts arose whether Kant's epistemology could or should really be simply a form of psychology. Fischer and Liebman, for example, asked whether Kant's epistemology could be a form of psychology if its task were to examine the necessary conditions of all empirical knowledge. Since psychology is supposed to be a form of empirical knowledge, it should be more the object rather than mode of investigation. It should be the business of transcendental philosophy to investigate the possibility of empirical psychology, to examine its conditions and methods, so that it cannot be reducible to empirical psychology. Fischer and Liebman raised these doubts, even though they, on the whole, continued to uphold the psychological ways of thinking about epistemology. But their doubts were not forgotten, they became the rationale for a complete break with the psychological tradition later in the 1870s. There were more than just cracks in the foundation of psychologism. There was also a deeper crisis looming in the background, one that became evident only by the end of the 1860s. The source of the crisis lay in two clashing ambitions of the neo-Kantians. On the one hand, they wanted to psychologize philosophy, so that its methods were more in accord with the empirical sciences. On the other hand, however, they wanted philosophy to have autonomy vis-a-vis the natural sciences, for it to have its own distinctive methods and standards. Clearly, though, the neo-Kantians could not have it both ways. But this impossibility seemed possible in the murky context of the 1860s because the status of psychology was still very much unsettled and undefined. It was not clear then whether psychology was a unique kind of science having its own methods, or whether it was just another empirical science with methods like those of physiology and biology. The more psychology progressed in the later half of the century, however, the more it seemed to be just another empirical science, reaching its results through observation and experiment, and having as its goal the formulation of general causal laws. If this were so, then the identification of philosophy with empirical psychology meant surrendering philosophy's claim to autonomy. Rather than avoiding the danger of obsolescence, philosophy fell prey to it, it became redundant, becoming just another empirical science, empirical psychology. Another fraught theme of the 1860s was the status of the Kantian thing in itself. This had been the major stumbling block to the critical philosophy ever since Jacobi's famous criticism in his David Hume, which made affirming the existence of the thing in itself the chief reason for both entering and exiting the Kantian system. The 1860s generation continued to wrestle with this dilemma, though it remained unresolved. This generation did not explicitly affirm the existence of the thing in itself, as the lost generation once had, but nor did it attempt to eliminate it entirely, turning it into a regulative ideal, as the Marburg and Southwestern schools will later do. Initially, Fischer, Zeller, Liebman and Lang attempted to remove the thing in itself, but, ultimately, they reluctantly admitted its ineliminability. Since, as good Kantians, they stressed the role of the subject in creating the form of its experience, and since, as good students of Helmholtz, they also emphasized the active role of sensibility in conditioning the content of experience, they had to admit that we could not know the object in itself, as it exists apart from and prior to the workings of our cognitive faculties. None of the Neo-Kantians were willing to accept a complete Fichtean idealism, which derives all the content of experience from the knowing subject. They insisted that, to some extent, the matter of experience, the content of sensation, is given. They were loyal Kantians in accepting the dualisms between form and content, the posited and given, even if they did not always formulate it in the Kantian manner. If, however, we accept a given content to experience, and if we insist that all objects of knowledge are conditioned or determined by the activities by which we know them, it becomes impossible to avoid the unknowable thing in itself. This was the bitter lesson learned by the Neo-Kantians of the 1860s. Still another major theme of the 1860s was the tenability of the epistemological conception of philosophy. Though entrenched, salient and prevalent, this definition came under increasing stress during the decade and thereafter. Granted that this definition is very strategic in helping philosophy overcome its crisis of obsolescence, nagging doubts remained whether it is too narrow. If philosophy is simply epistemology in the strict intended sense, that is, the second-order examination of the logic of the sciences, then it has to forfeit its traditional role as a worldview, as an attempt to answer basic questions about the meaning and purpose of life. These questions had been placed at the center of philosophy since antiquity. How, then, could they be ignored? Is it not the purpose of philosophy to answer them, to try to resolve the riddle of existence? There was no unanimity about how to answer these questions in the 1860s. There was a positivist strand to Neo-Kantianism that wanted to get rid of old-fashioned worldviews, which smacked too much of metaphysics. This attitude appears most strongly in the work of the early Liebman and Lang. There was also, however, an anti-positivist strand to Neo-Kantianism in the 1860s, which grew stronger as the century grew older. This anti-positivist strand reaffirmed the value of a worldview and stressed the need to answer the traditional questions about the meaning of life. In other words, philosophy should be not just epistemology but also metaphysics. We find this view best represented in the older Liebman, but it also appears in Meyer, Zeller, and Fischer, who all insist upon the importance of metaphysics. But revitalizing metaphysics was always a testy matter for any Neo-Kantian who had taken on board the hard lessons of the first critic. How could philosophy be a worldview without violating Kant's strictures against metaphysics? 3. The Fischer-Trendelenburg dispute. One of the most important and striking intellectual events of the 1860s, one crucial for the development of Neo-Kantianism, was the famous dispute between Adolf Trendelenburg and Kuno Fischer regarding Kant's transcendental aesthetic. 7. This bitter controversy began in the early 1860s and continued until the end of the decade. After Trendelenburg and Fischer, battered and bruised, withdrew from the fray in 1870, a younger generation took over, which debated the issues well into the 1880s. When the dust finally settled at the end of the century, Hans Weyinger counted some 50 books, brochures, and articles devoted to the dispute. 8. The immediate issue behind the Fischer-Trendelenburg dispute was a question of Kant's scholarship. Namely, Do Kant's arguments in the transcendental aesthetic of the first critic permit or prohibit the possibility that the a priori forms of space and time apply to things in themselves? It was Kant's central thesis in the transcendental aesthetic that space and time are a priori forms of sensibility, that is, they are the universal and necessary manner in which the human mind perceives the matter given to it by sensation. In other words, the human mind, by the necessary laws of its operation, must perceive things in some space and at some time. These forms, Kant argued, cannot be abstracted from experience because they are necessary conditions of experience. Before we abstract anything from experience, they must already be in operation. Since these forms are therefore subjective, arising from our own mental activity, Kant concluded that they are valid only for how we perceive things, that is, only for appearances and not things in themselves. But the question arose whether Kant's arguments really give this conclusion. Are the forms of space and time, simply because they arise from the mind, valid only of appearances? Or is it still possible that they are also valid of things in themselves? Even though these forms arise directly from the mind, it should still be possible, so it seemed, for them to apply to things in themselves. In chapter 6 of his Logisk Untersuchungen, Trendelenburg raised just these questions and claimed to have found a gap in Kant's reasoning. 9. All Kant's proofs for the subjectivity of space and time in the transcendental aesthetic, he insisted, do not exclude the possibility that they are also true of things in themselves. Trendelenburg did not dispute Kant's intentions. He realized that Kant intended to argue that space and time are only subjective, and that he had expressly stated that they are valid only of appearances. But the crucial question was not about Kant's intentions or statements but the logic of his arguments, that is, does admitting the a priori status of space and time logically entail that they are true of appearances alone? Trendelenburg insisted that there is no such implication at all. Although the forms of space and time are a priori and not derived from experience, it is still possible for them to apply to things in themselves. In a later article Trendelenburg laid out the issue as follows. 10. There are three possibilities regarding the ontological status of space and time. 1. They are only subjective, that is, forms of intuition valid for only how we perceive the world or for appearances alone. 2. They are only objective, that is, the structure of things that exist whether or not we perceive them. And 3. They are both subjective and objective, that is, though they are forms arising from our mental activity, they are also true of the objective structure of things in themselves. It was this third possibility that Trendelenburg embraced and that he believed Kant's reasoning had failed to exclude. It was just this third possibility that Fischer adamantly rejected. He could see no gap in Kant's argument whatsoever. In the second edition of his Logik und Metaphysik, which appeared in 1865, Fischer mounted two arguments against Trendelenburg's third possibility. 11. First, he makes the exegetical point that Kant's arguments, when read in context, do demonstrate that space and time cannot be properties of things in themselves. Fischer points out and underlines one of Kant's crucial background assumptions, that if space and time were objective qualities of things, they would have to be derived from experience, but in that case they would be empirical concepts, so that mathematical propositions would have to forfeit their universality and necessity. Second, he makes the philosophical point that Trendelenburg's position does not avoid scepticism but re-invokes it, for it raises the inevitable problem of how we know that our representations of things in space correspond to things in objective space. 175. The sceptic will answer that we have no means of ever establishing a correspondence between our representations and things in themselves, so that all the difficulties return about the possibility of a mathematical knowledge of nature. 176 to 177. Though much of the dispute got bogged down in details of textual exegesis, it is important to see that much more was at stake than issues of Kant scholarship. Underneath the dispute lay fundamental philosophical issues. The chief issue was formulable in terms of that classic Kantian question, how is mathematical knowledge of nature possible? Trendelenburg and Fischer had conflicting views about the necessary conditions of such knowledge. Both accepted Kant's arguments for the a priori status of our representations of space and time, both rejected an empiricist account of the origins of these representations because they feared it would undermine the universal and necessary validity of mathematics. But they were at odds concerning the question, under what conditions do these a priori forms give knowledge of nature? Trendelenburg adamantly affirmed a transcendental realism, according to which these forms give knowledge of nature only if they are true of things in themselves, that is, for reality independent of how we perceive it. If these forms apply only to appearances, he argued, then we are caught inside the circle of our own representations, given that these appearances are, as Kant says, only representations in us. An empirical realism, which would hold only within the realm of appearance, was not an option for Trendelenburg, because, in his view, appearance, Erscheinung, is not far removed from illusion, Schein. 12. It is the vital nerve in all knowing, he wrote, that we want to reach things as they are, we want the thing, not only us. 13. Fischer, however, passionately defended transcendental idealism, insisting that transcendental realism is unnecessary for an objective knowledge of nature. All that is necessary, and indeed possible, for objective knowledge of nature, Fischer contended, is a Kantian empirical realism, according to which objectivity is possible within the realm of appearances. According to empirical realism, objectivity means not the correspondence of representations with things in themselves an impossible standard to meet, as Kant had argued, but simply the conformity of representations with universal and necessary norms of consciousness. The dispute between Fischer and Trendelenburg also raised the broader issue of the comparative merits of transcendental versus absolute idealism. The question at issue concerned which worldview best explains the possibility of mathematical knowledge of nature, transcendental or absolute idealism. Fischer's transcendental idealism states that the subject is the first condition of all knowledge, that all knowledge is limited to appearances, and that empirical realism is sufficient to account for the possibility of mathematical knowledge of nature. Trendelenburg's absolute idealism, on the other hand, claims that there is a single ideal structure equally instantiated in the subjective and objective realm, that empirical realism is insufficient to account for the mathematical knowledge of nature, and that it is instead necessary to assume something like transcendental realism, that is, the doctrine that our knowledge is about nature in itself. Like all absolute idealists, Trendelenburg assumed that there is a single activity of reason that manifests itself in both the subjective and objective realms, and that this activity manifests itself as space and time both in consciousness and nature. In making such an assumption, Trendelenburg had returned to an older position once championed by Schelling and Hegel. Fischer, like Fichte before him, rejected that absolute idealism because, in postulating knowledge of nature in itself, it transcends the limits of knowledge, and so lapses into dogmatism. The dispute between Fischer and Trendelenburg was therefore more than a bit déjà vu. It was a repeat of the old battle between Fichte's subjective idealism and Schelling's objective or absolute idealism, which took place in the early 1800s. 14. That the key issue involved a choice between absolute and transcendental idealism was often obscured in the thicket of Kantian exegesis. Nevertheless, it was stated clearly by Trendelenburg later in the dispute. In his 1869 Kuno Fischer und sein Kant he wrote that the question of the third possibility is not only of historical but also of philosophical importance. 15. If Kant's arguments prove exclusive subjectivity, then transcendental idealism is true, but if they do not, the possibility is open to show the ideal in the real. To show the ideal in the real, that was the absolute idealist's catchphrase for demonstrating how nature, which exists independent of consciousness, manifests the intelligible or intellectual form of things. In other words, Trendelenburg saw the third possibility as opening the door for his own version of absolute idealism, according to which the subjective and objective manifest one and the same intelligible activity. Schelling, in his battle with Fichte in the early 1800s, had made a similar argument on behalf of his own absolute idealism. Though it raised substantive philosophical issues, the dispute between Fischer and Trendelenburg eventually degenerated into a personal brawl. By the late 1860s the quarrel had become a notorious spectacle. Here were two of the most eminent philosophers in Germany, professors at two of its most prestigious universities, one in Berlin, the other in Heidelberg, locked in a bitter personal feud over a question of Kant interpretation. The dispute attracted such attention chiefly because of the animosity it aroused between its contestants. They began by discussing Kant interpretation, but they ended by abusing one another. Each cast doubt on the ability of their adversary to discuss exegetical or philosophical questions in an honest and impartial manner. Both quit the field bristling with indignation and nursing wounded vanity. Not surprisingly, the dispute was widely reported in the press and heavily discussed in lectures, reviews, articles and books. Battle lines were drawn, and parties rallied around one contestant or the other. If the Trendelenburg-Fischer dispute showed anything, it was how important Kant had become to German philosophy. It was not only that Kant interpretation could be seen to arouse intense passions and heated controversy, it was also that so much seemed to depend upon it philosophically. Whether personally or philosophically, Kant mattered, he was now at the center of attention. For the great pretender, our list of the leading neo-Kantians of the 1860s in section 1 seems to commit a major oversight. For it does not mention a man who claimed to be Kant's sole legitimate heir, and who did probably more than anyone else for his revival in the 1860s. I mean, of course, Arthur Schopenhauer. Although his major work, Die Welt als Wille und Vorstellung, was published in 1819 and neglected for decades, it was rediscovered in the 1850s, and had even become popular by the 1860s. Its rediscovery and popularity was of the greatest importance for the revival of Kant. For Schopenhauer, long before the 1860s, had stressed the revolutionary importance of Kant's philosophy, and he had made it very clear that it was the foundation for his own. In the preface to the first edition of his book he made a special request to the reader, that he study the most important publication that has appeared in philosophy in the past 2000 years, namely, the main writings of Kant. 16. The effect of reading Kant's writings. Schopenhauer compared to the results of a cataract operation, where once there was blindness, now there was sight. There are features of Schopenhauer's philosophy that make his exclusion from the Neo-Kantian canon seem puzzling. For, no less than the Neo-Kantians, Schopenhauer was an opponent of the neo-rationalism of the speculative tradition, and he too insisted on returning to Kant's critical teachings. All knowledge, he stressed, had to begin with, and to be verified through, experience. The attempt to gain knowledge through a priori reasoning alone is futile. Schopenhauer was also an opponent of the foundationalism of the speculative tradition, which he too regarded as an attempt to squeeze blood from a stone. 17. Like Herbart, Fries, and Benck, Schopenhauer championed an empirical method for philosophy, a procedure that would begin with experience and determine through analysis its content and necessary conditions. It was chiefly on these grounds that he claimed the right to ascend Kant's throne. While the speculative idealists flaunted Kant's limits on knowledge and indulged in a priori reasoning, he alone remained loyal to Kant's critical doctrines. For these reasons historians of philosophy before the 1860s were often inclined to include Schopenhauer within the Neo-Kantian movement. Thus Karl Rosenkranz added a section on Schopenhauer in his 1840 Geschichte Kantian Philosophie, and Karl Fortlage had a chapter on him, right along with Herbart, Fries, and Benck, in his 1852 Genetische Geschichte Philosophie. 18. Yet later historians ceased to place Schopenhauer in the Neo-Kantian tradition. The one-time pretender to the throne had been completely cast out of the Kantian palace. It is as if all Schopenhauer's claims to the Kantian title were spurious, as if all his suffering in the wilderness during the reign of speculative idealism counted as nothing. How could this be? The more we consider Schopenhauer's relations with the Neo-Kantians, the more we find solid grounds for his exclusion from the club. Understandably, the leading Neo-Kantians of the 1860s saw Schopenhauer not as an ally but as an enemy. They did so for two reasons: one is political, which we will consider below, 19, and the other is philosophical, which we need to look at now. The philosophical issue is simple. The Neo-Kantians cast Schopenhauer into the very speculative tradition that he had so vocally opposed. To be sure, Schopenhauer had opposed the rationalism and foundationalism of the speculative tradition no less than the most orthodox Neo-Kantian. But the problem was that his conception of philosophy ran completely counter to that of the Neo-Kantians. Philosophy, for Schopenhauer, is not simply an analysis and investigation into the logic of the sciences, it is first and foremost a metaphysics, and metaphysics in the grand old traditional sense, knowledge of reality in itself and as a whole. Despite his claim to observe Kantian limits, Schopenhauer insisted that philosophy should provide us with an immediate knowledge of ultimate reality, reality in itself as opposed to mere appearances. 20. The thing in itself that the Neo-Kantians wanted to eliminate or make into a limiting concept Schopenhauer wanted not only to keep but to know. Philosophy was for him unconditional knowledge of the essence of the world, knowledge of the in itself, das and sich, just as it had been for Schelling and Hegel. 21. Though Schopenhauer pretended to know this reality through more cautious empirical methods, that hardly detracted from his metaphysical ambitions. Schopenhauer's affinities with the speculative tradition, and his differences with later Neo-Kantianism, are especially apparent from his nadir philosophy. Although Schopenhauer strived to distance himself from the methods and worst excesses of the nadir philosophin, his arguments for a metaphysics of nature, and for the limits of empirical science, seem to come straight out of the pages of a Schelling, Oken, or Steffens. Schopenhauer argues repeatedly and emphatically that empirical science can know nature only as appearance, and that it presupposes a metaphysics, which alone grasps the ideas and inner nature of things. This was the very doctrine that physicists, chemists, and physiologists had rebelled against and rejected by the 1830s. In this struggle the Neo-Kantians sided with the empirical scientists against the nadir philosophin. They accepted the autonomy of the sciences, and they disputed the need for a metaphysical foundation for them. Schopenhauer, however, was claiming the kind of priority and privilege for philosophy that had become discredited and unfashionable by the 1830s. This was not the least reason why Die Welt als Wille und Vorstellung was neglected for so long in the first half of the 19th century. 2. The empirical scientists, and the Neo-Kantian philosophers sympathetic with them, Schopenhauer seemed to be calling for the revival of a dead cause. Nowhere are Schopenhauer's metaphysical intentions, and his differences from the Neo-Kantians, clearer than in his theory of ideas in Book 3 of Die Welt als Wille und Vorstellung. Here Schopenhauer makes it perfectly clear that his philosophy is essentially a version of Platonic idealism. The thing in itself, Schopenhauer informs us, is nothing more nor less than the Platonic idea, I. 247, 31. He stresses the great affinity between Kant and Plato, that both distinguish between appearance and reality in itself, that both think that the realm of appearances is subject to space and time. Where Kant needs to go a step further, Schopenhauer avers, is in making his things and themselves into ideas. With that extra step, the philosophy of Plato and Kant, the two greatest philosophical systems, are joined in holy matrimony. Schopenhauer admits that there is an obvious difference between Kant and Plato. Kant's thing in itself, unlike Plato's form, is in principle unknowable, I. 252, 32. Still, he thinks that this difference is only the result of Kant's unnecessary restriction of all forms of experience to sense perception. What Schopenhauer does not mention, or refuses to recognize, is Kant's own sharp distinction in the prolegomena between his own critical idealism and Plato's idealism, that critical idealism limits knowledge to appearances while Plato's idealism strives to transcend it. And what he also conveniently ignores is Kant's withering criticism of the possibility of immediate and intuitive forms of knowledge. It was not least for these all too Kantian reasons that the Neo-Kantians were never ready to accept Schopenhauer's conflation of Platonic with transcendental idealism, that to them grossly flaunted Kant's restrictions on metaphysics. Following Kant, the Neo-Kantians reject the possibility of an intuitive or immediate knowledge of reality in itself, and they insist upon a regulative reading of the Platonic ideas following the guidelines of the transcendental dialectic. Thus the Neo-Kantians' interpretation of Schopenhauer, which they will develop gradually throughout the 1860s and 1870s, strategically place him in the tradition of speculative idealism, which, by the 1850s, almost everyone saw as surpassed and antiquated. All Schopenhauer's bluster and tirades against this tradition only disguised his real affinity with it. The Schopenhauer revival of the 1860s therefore seemed to the Neo-Kantians a step backwards, both philosophically and politically, a call for a return to the bygone Romantic age. Yet in an important sense it was Schopenhauer who had the last laugh, and who ultimately trumped the Neo-Kantians. For the old grouch showed them, and made them admit, that he was ultimately more timely and relevant than any of them. One reason for Schopenhauer's enduring popularity throughout the last half of the century is that he placed one fundamental question at the front and center of his philosophy, the question of existence. By this he meant not only why the universe exists at all, but also whether life is worth living. The big question, to which his entire philosophy is an answer, is whether we should affirm or deny the will to live, I. 423, 56. Schopenhauer insisted that these questions had always been at the heart of philosophy, and that no philosophy worth the name could ignore them. Man was a homo metaphysicus, and he would pose the question of the purpose and value of his existence as long as he was an intelligent being at all. To be or not to be, that was the crucial question for Schopenhauer, as it is indeed for all of us. It was no accident that later in the century the Neo-Kantians would be accused of neglecting this all-important question, of coming too close to an arid positivism in their insistence that philosophy should be primarily epistemology and the investigation into the logic of the sciences. This criticism, and the continuing popularity of Schopenhauer, put great pressure on the Neo-Kantians to revise and broaden their own conception of philosophy. Neo-Kantianism could survive in the intellectual marketplace only by showing that it too could provide a plausible answer to this basic question. Thus, by the 1880s, such Neo-Kantians as Wilhelm Windelband, Friedrich Paulsen, Otto Liebmann, and Alois Riel moved away from their original positivism, towards a more practical philosophy that reflected on the value and purpose of life. The thinker pushing them in this direction, let us give credit where it is due, was that old pessimist, Arthur Schopenhauer. He was an educator not only for the young Nietzsche but for the entire Neo-Kantian generation. 5. Kuno Fischer, Hegelian. Neo-Kantian. One a mysterious figure of all the major figures behind the Kant revival of the 1860s, the strangest is Kuno Fischer. One few thinkers threw themselves so fully and forcibly behind Kant's rehabilitation. No one stressed more the abiding relevance of Kant's philosophy, and no one was more successful in explaining Kant's arcane doctrines to a wide audience. And yet Fischer was not, at least in any strict sense of the word, a Kantian. He was raised a Hegelian, and that he remained his entire life. It is very misleading to refer to Fischer as a Hegelian monk, as if he were a failed, second-rate, mock or would-be Hegelian. For Fischer was in the very center of the Neo-Hegelian movement, having as his close associates no less than Arnold Ruge and David Friedrich Strauss. His first articles in philosophy were devoted to the Neo-Hegelian cause, and he wrote some very compelling defenses of the Hegelian position against two of its most formidable radical critics, Ludwig Feuerbach and Max Stirner. Such, indeed, was Fischer's allegiance to Neo-Hegelianism that, like Ruge and Strauss, he became one of its martyrs, forced out of academia for proclaiming pantheism from the podium. Yet how could it be that this staunch Neo-Hegelian became such a powerful spokesman for Neo-Kantianism? That, in short, is the mystery of Kuno Fischer. There was indeed a Kantian side to his thinking, but that Kantian side did not coalesce with his Hegelian one, and the two remained locked in conflict all his life. Not that Fischer was unaware of their conflict. The major project of his philosophy was to synthesize Hegel and Kant, to unite both thinkers in a single system. Such was the task of two of His major philosophical works, his 1852 Logik und Metaphysik and his 1865 System der Logik und Metaphysik. All throughout his philosophical development Fischer would struggle with these contradictions. His thinking was dynamic and protean, so that sometimes Hegel would get the upper hand over Kant, and sometimes Kant would get the upper hand over Hegel. From one angle his system appears a Kantianized Hegel, from another a Hegelist Kant. Yet, struggle though he did, it cannot be said that Fischer was successful in his syncretic ambitions. The contradictions between the Kantian and Hegelian sides of his system are so deep and fundamental that it proved impossible to resolve them. So obvious and basic are the contradictions that it is indeed hard to understand how Fischer attempted to put them together in the first place. Part of the explanation for the mystery lies in Fischer's historical empathy. It was Fischer's great gift as an historian of philosophy to be able to enter into the spirit of each great philosopher and to recapture the essential core of his thought, the point from which everything followed. He could see the world from the point of view of the philosopher he attempted to revive and reconstruct. Like Hegel, he saw each philosophy as a work of art, an integral, autonomous whole. If we practice this methodology, it is easy to adopt and sympathize with incompatible philosophical views without seeing how to reconcile them. In his funeral speech for Fischer, Wilhelm Windelband said that Fischer once told him he did not regard himself as called upon to create a new system of philosophy, and that he did not think that the times were ready for one. 3. That statement explains Fischer's failure to develop a coherent system, and reveals that he saw his vocation more as an historian than philosopher. Fischer's Hegelianism seems to give the lie to our thesis that Neo-Kantianism arose from a reaction against the neo-rationalism of the German idealist tradition. We have confirmed that generalization in all the early Neo-Kantians we have considered so far. Fries, Herbart, Benach, and Helmholtz all called for a return to Kant to serve as a counter against speculative neo-rationalism. Yet, upon closer examination, Fischer is the proverbial exception that proves the rule. The Kantian strands in his thinking were in clear conflict with the Hegelian ones, and Fischer never succeeded in finding a stable synthesis of both. He demonstrated through this conflict that a neo-Kantian really cannot be a Hegelian after all. To be a Hegelian, Fischer had to transcend the Kantian critical limits upon knowledge, and to be a Kantian, he had to abjure the central theses of his Hegelian metaphysics. Fischer struggled for decades, from the 1840s to the 1880s, to reconcile this conflict, though, for reasons we shall soon see, he never succeeded. Given Fischer's pivotal role in the development of Neo-Kantianism, and given our interest in the origins of Neo-Kantianism, we have no choice but to examine Fischer's philosophical development. Such an examination will show us the stresses. Kuno Fischer was born July 23, 1824, in the Schlesian village of Sandewald. His father, Karl Theodor Fischer, was a pastor in the local church. His mother died when he was very young, a loss Fischer felt his entire life. Fischer received his first education from his father, and then from a private tutor after his father moved in 1832 to serve as the pastor primarius in the neighboring village of Winzig. He attended the gymnasium in Posen, where he excelled in classical languages and German literature. Fischer began his university education in 1844 at Leipzig, where he stayed only one semester. He then moved to Halle, where he studied for the next 3 years. It was little wonder that the young Fischer became a Hegelian. In both Leipzig and Halle he was exposed to strong Hegelian influences. During his semester at Leipzig, he heard the lectures of Hermann Christian Weiss, 1801–1866, whose philosophy was permeated with Hegelian themes. Though a sharp critic of Hegel, Weiss still adopted some of the fundamentals of his philosophy, primarily his dialectic and logic. For after moving to Halle, Fischer again came under strong Hegelian influence. There he was a student of two prominent Hegelians, J.E. Erdmann, 1805–1892, and Julius Schaller, 1810–1868, both of whom made an impact upon him. Schaller and Erdmann were Hegelian hardliners, apologists for Hegel's philosophy when it was becoming less fashionable. Schaller wrote a tract defending Hegel against his critics, who, he argued, had criticized Hegel from a standpoint he had already overcome. 5. Erdmann, one of the great historians of philosophy of the 19th century, formulated a program for a scientific history of philosophy, a program inspired by Hegel and the model for Fischer's own work. 6. While still a student at Halle, Fischer entered the ranks of the neo-Hegelian movement. In 1846 he began to write reviews and articles for Oswald Marbach's Literatur und Kunstbericht, 7, all of which defend a strict Hegelian position. The 1840s was not the most promising time to be a young Hegelian. This decade marks the beginning of the end of the neo-Hegelian movement. Ever since the accession of Friedrich Wilhelm IV in 1840, the movement had ceased to enjoy the patronage of the Prussian government, and it had come under increasing censorship and prosecution. The government had shut down Arnold Ruge's Halles Jahrbucher, the main journal of the movement, in 1840, and it did the same to its successor, Die Deutsche Jahrbucher, in 1843. Still undaunted, Ruge and others made renewed attempts to revive a neo-Hegelian journal, a common organ for the movement. One enthusiastic supporter of this cause was the young Kuno Fischer himself. In an article for the Literatur und Kunstbericht he claimed that the most pressing task of the age was to revive a common Hegelian journal. 8. Fischer went on to praise the Halles Jahrbucher, which had dominated 5 years of German cultural history, and whose editor was the Daniel O'Connell of the Hegelian philosophy. After reading these lines, Ruge befriended Fischer, recruiting him for more neo-Hegelian journalism. 9. And so, for the next 2 years, Fischer wrote articles on Hegelian philosophy for neo-Hegelian journals and newspapers, first for the Leipziger Review, then for Otto Wiggen's Die Epigonen and Arnold Ruge's Die Akademie. 10. In the complicated neo-Hegelian spectrum of the 1840s, Fischer occupies a middle position, steering between the extremes of right and left, conservative and radical. 11. Following Schaller and Erdmann, he defended Hegel's metaphysics because he saw it as a bulwark against the radical materialism of the left and the supernaturalistic theism of the right. Such a stand put Fischer at odds with the left-wing neo-Hegelians, with radicals like Max Stirner and Ludwig Feuerbach, who saw Hegel's metaphysics as little more than a relic of Christian theology, the final form of alienation and hypostasis. On the other hand, Fischer did not endorse the position of those right Hegelians, such as Philipp Marhynek and Karl Daub, who wanted to rescue Christian theology through Hegel's philosophy. 12. While Fischer held that some core Christian beliefs, namely, the Trinity or Incarnation, could be rationalized according to Hegel's dialectic, he saw that rationalization as a transformation, stripping the beliefs of their mythical and anthropocentric meaning. On no account could the beliefs be saved in their original meaning and form. 13. Fischer stressed against the orthodox that Hegel's dialectic had completely destroyed traditional Christian theism. 14. Theism had presupposed a dualism between man and God, where man sees God as an alien, transcendent being, but the dialectic negated such alienation, placing man within God and making him a living appearance of the divine. It is important to see, however, that while Fischer regarded traditional Christian theology as outmoded, he still believed, unlike left Hegelians, that religion itself is perfectly legitimate as a form of life, as feeling, devotion, and ritual. Fischer's critical stance towards conservative Christianity appears in full force in his endorsement of David Friedrich Strauss' biblical criticism, which he regarded as revolutionary, the complete destruction of traditional theology. 15. According to Fischer, Strauss had shown that religious belief is essentially a form of myth, and that it cannot be rescued as dogma. A formal restoration of previous dogmatics can be no more, he declared in one of his review articles. 16. Just as Fischer's endorsement of Ruge led to friendship, the same happened with Strauss. Fischer and Strauss met in 1854 in Heidelberg and they soon became close friends. Fischer's friendships with Ruge and Strauss, two leading figures of neo-Hegelianism, show his deep involvement in the very heart of that movement. The most important of Fischer's early neo-Hegelian articles was his critique of Stirner and Feuerbach. The critique of Stirner is in an article entitled Modern Sophisten, which appeared in several installments in the 1847 Leipziger Review 17. The critique of Feuerbach came in the article Ludwig Feuerbach und die Philosophie unserer Zeit, which appeared in 1848 in Die Akademie 18. Though published separately, both articles defend Hegel, and criticize Stirner and Feuerbach, for similar reasons. Stirner and Feuerbach were rebels against Hegel's metaphysics because they saw his absolute, the single infinite substance, as an alien, abstract being standing over and above the individual and oppressing him. Hegel's philosophy did not free the individual from the alienation of religion and theology, they argued, but only reinstated that alienation in a more abstract intellectual form. Hegel's critique of hypostasis, when taken to its ultimate conclusion, explodes his own philosophy as well, because his absolute turns out to be only another subtle and sophisticated form of hypostasis. Against this line of argument, Fischer first admits that Stirner and Feuerbach both have a point, insofar as right-wing Hegelians often give an alienated and hypostasized interpretation of Hegel's philosophy. But he then goes on to argue that their critique rests upon a one-sided interpretation of Hegel's thought. They stress the objective, universal and abstract side of that philosophy, failing to realize that it was Hegel's aim to unite the objective and subjective, the universal and particular, the abstract and concrete. Hegel would have agreed with everything they said against a one-sided objectivist conception of the absolute, but his aim was to go further and to integrate the subjective with the objective, to restore the rights of subjectivity. Thus Stirner and Feuerbach only said against Hegel what Hegel himself had already said against Christianity. They rail against the Hegelian absolute from the perspective of the finite, individual self, but they lose sight of Hegel's important argument that the self is more than finite and individual, that it realizes itself only by becoming part of the infinite and universal, the community of ethical life. The self realizes itself not through its personal or individual needs, as Feuerbach and Stirner assume, but only in and through the mutual self-consciousness of spirit. First and last, Hegel's philosophy is a philosophy of freedom, which teaches that freedom is realized only in the community, only in accepting the rational authority of law. Seeing freedom as little more than the right to satisfy my arbitrary individual wishes, Stirner and Feuerbach do not appreciate this dimension of Hegel's philosophy. Hence they are little more than modern sophists. Fischer's advocacy of the neo-Hegelian cause eventually went beyond the confines of political journalism. It became the motive for something even grander, namely his first book, Diatoma. Die Ideenskenen, 19, which appeared in 1849, in the wake of the revolution of the previous year. The ostensible aim of this book was to provide a popular introduction to aesthetics, especially for women, but Fischer insists that aesthetics has to be set in the context of a general worldview. 20. Aesthetics, he argues, is not just one branch of learning but a world principle. Diatoma was meant to be a popular introduction to Hegelian metaphysics, using aesthetics as a lure for broader educational and political goals. What, though, did aesthetics have to do with neo-Hegelianism? What, indeed, did it have to do with the revolution that was now convulsing the political world? Why do I write about beauty when the world now strives bloodily for freedom? Fischer asks, much like Schiller had some 50 years earlier. 21. And he responds, much like Schiller, that freedom achieved is beauty, and it is no treason against that striving if one recalls its happy goal. 12. Diatoma is an important and interesting document in Fischer's philosophical development because it gives a simple and straightforward exposition of his early neo-Hegelian metaphysics. The main principle behind that metaphysics is what Fischer calls the principle of subject-object identity, that is, the thesis that mind and nature, subject and object, are ultimately the same. This principle is common to Schelling and Hegel, Fischer explains. While Schelling invented it, Hegel gave it its proper logical foundation. The central question about this principle is which side of the equation should predominate, the subjective or objective, mind or nature, 45. Do we resolve the subjective into the objective, the mind into nature, or the objective into the subjective, nature into the mind? Is it spirit that creates and does everything, or is it nature that is everything in everything? Schelling tried to give equal weight to both sides, but Hegel was right, Fischer thinks, to give primacy to mind over nature, to the subjective over the objective. The unity of spirit and nature cannot be natural but must be spiritual. The nature of spirit is the logic of actuality. 49. Why is this so? The point follows, Fischer argues, from the chief principles of Schelling's Nature philosophy, 46-50. According to Nature philosophy, all of nature consists in a hierarchy of stages of development, in increasingly greater degrees of organic development and organization, the highest level of which consists in nothing less than human self-consciousness. Hence nature finally realizes its own energies and powers in subjectivity, which is the inner truth of nature herself. The single activity that appears as necessity in nature becomes freedom in man. The realm of freedom is history, which consists in the self-consciousness of freedom. 50. Though its metaphysics is fundamentally Hegelian, it would be a mistake to describe Diotima as a purely Hegelian work. Some of Fischer's attitudes prove to be more romantic than Hegelian. The entire atmosphere of the work is romantic, taking us back to the early romantic circles in Jena and Berlin. True to its namesake, Diotima is a paean to the powers of art and beauty, reaffirming the apotheosis of art of the early romantic circle. The essentials of Fischer's aesthetic theory are straightforwardly romantic. He puts forward what he calls an aesthetic worldview, which is the aesthetic pantheism of Frühromantik. According to this worldview, God is one with the entire universe, which is a work of art. The divine appears in nature as beauty, and the goal of the artist is to reproduce that beauty. 86. Elements of this aesthetic pantheism also reappear in Hegel, of course, but Hegel had always distanced himself from the romantic circle, and in two basic ways. First, he placed philosophy above religion, and religion above art, as a means of knowing the truth. Second, he maintained that art was obsolete in the modern world, because the rational comprehension of philosophy stood above the intuition and feeling of art. It is a strong indication of Fischer's independence from Hegelianism that he does not accept either of these Hegelian theses. While he does not explicitly take issue with Hegel, he maintains their very opposite. Rather than placing religion above art, Fischer places art above religion, because it is only in art that the feelings of religion are articulated and become visible. And rather than maintaining the obsolescence of art, Fischer thinks that the arts will be reborn in a new social and political order. 108, 112. It is only in Fischer's attitude towards romantic irony that his persistent Hegelianism reasserts itself. Like Hegel before him, Fischer finds romantic irony the most extreme form of egoism and alienation from the social and political world. 156-175. Such, in sum and substance, was Fischer's early neo-Hegelianism. It is hard to read Fischer's Diotima and early articles without admiring his grasp of Hegel's philosophy and without admitting that he had a strong defense against Hegel's critics. This was no superficial convert to the Hegelian cause. The young Fischer had his reasons, and good ones, for being a Hegelian. All this leaves us, then, with the question, why did such a convinced Hegelian ever become a Kantian? That is the mystery we have to unravel in the following sections. 3. Banishment. In September 1850 Fischer took his habilitation exam in Heidelberg, which he passed with flying colors. Now having the necessary qualification to teach at the university, Fischer began to lecture on logic, metaphysics, and the history of philosophy in the autumn semester. His lectures proved to be extremely popular, so much so that a larger lecture hall was necessary to accommodate his growing audience. The students were drawn to Fischer's lectures partly because of his rhetorical skills, and partly because they liked what they heard. Fischer was teaching them the latest doctrines, the modern, progressive and liberal ideas behind the revolution of 1848. Not least because of the success of his lectures, these early years in Heidelberg were some of the happiest in Fischer's life. It seemed he had found his calling in teaching. That happiness vanished suddenly in September 1853. Fischer's popularity had brought him enemies, especially in the theology faculty, who not only envied his success but who also suspected his neo-Hegelian ideology. Daniel Schenkel, professor of theology and head of the theology faculty, was alarmed by the popularity of Fischer's lectures, whose content undermined the Christian dogmas taught by the theology faculty. Fearing for the reputation of the theology faculty, Schenkel duly informed the High Consistory in Karlsruhe of Fischer's dangerous lectures, which were corrupting the youth. Although Schenkel insisted that he had advised only employing another lecturer in philosophy to combat Fischer's influence, 22 the consistory pushed for something more harsh and drastic, the revocation of Fischer's lectureship. Even though the University Senate and philosophy faculty rejected this measure, matters were taken out of their hands by a change in government in June 1853. The early 1850s were dangerous times for young liberals and radicals, especially for those who espoused their views from the lecterns. For these were years of reaction and retrenchment after the Revolution of 1848, and the new authorities were determined to keep tight controls over press and education. The new education minister Friedrich von Weimar, a staunch reactionary, peremptorily deprived Fischer, without appeal or hearing, of his venia legendi, his right to lecture. And so for the next 3 years Fischer would live in the wilderness, with no prospect of employment or a steady income. An outcast, he now joined the company of Feuerbach and Strauss. Fischer had become the latest neo-Hegelian martyr. What, exactly, did Fischer teach that proved so provocative to Schenkel and the theology faculty? We know well what Fischer said on the podium from 1850 to 1852 because he published the first part of his lectures in 1852, which eventually became the first volume of his Geschichte der Neueren Philosophie. 23 It would be these lectures that Schenkel would later cite as evidence against Fischer. The especially offensive parts are the 14th and 29th lectures, which are blunt statements of rationalism and pantheism. There Fischer puts forward the bold argument that all philosophy, if it is only consistent and complete, ends in pantheism. He defines pantheism as the thesis that God is the world order, the universe as a whole. All philosophy is pantheistic, Fischer argues, because philosophy is the attempt to know things through reason, and to know anything through reason requires knowledge of the universe as a whole. Since everything in the universe is connected with every other thing, to know one thing requires knowing all things. The attempt to know anything through reason therefore demands that we know the universe as a whole, which is God itself. Hence all philosophy is pantheism. As Fischer summarized his argument. For philosophy, rationalism and pantheism are the same. Philosophy says we should know, rationalism says that we should know through concepts, and pantheism says that the conceived or known God is the eternal order. 553 to 554, Fischer's thesis was not a little déjà vu. In 1786, in his brief Über Spinoza, Jacobi sparked off the explosion of the famous pantheism controversy by advancing the thesis that all philosophy, if it is only consistent, ends in pantheism. That thesis had lost none of its power to provoke in the 1850s. Fully aware of this precedent, Fischer saw in Jacobi a kindred spirit. 24 He agreed with Jacobi that rationalism ends in pantheism. That faith consists in feeling and action rather than dogma and doctrine, and that Leibniz's philosophy is only a halfway house on the road to Spinozism. There were, however, two important differences between Fischer and Jacobi. First, Fischer did not equate pantheism with Spinoza's naturalism. According to Fischer, Spinoza's naturalism is indeed atheism, just as Jacobi always taught, but not all pantheism is naturalism. There is a generic concept of pantheism, which simply identifies God with the world order, and there are more specific concepts depending on just how one defines that world order. There is naturalistic pantheism, which identifies the world order with nature, and there is spiritualistic pantheism, which identifies the world order with spirit. Second, Fisher refuses Jacobi's salto mortale, his leap of faith in a personal God and freedom. It is not necessary to resort to such desperate measures to save religion, Fisher argues, because the standpoint of philosophy stands above religion and explains its essential truths in rational terms. Rationalism does not destroy religion but preserves its essential content in conceptual and systematic form. It was Fisher's equation of pantheism with rationalism that proved so offensive to Schenkel and the theological faculty. Schenkel explained the rationale for the withdrawal of the Venia Legendi in an article in the Darmstädtischen Kirchenzeitung, Das Christentum und die modernes Philosophentum 25. The High Consistory in Karlsruhe, he said, based its charges against Fisher on those passages from his Geschichte der Neuen Philosophie where he had affirmed that pantheism is the only rational worldview. That seemed to imply that Christian theism is irrational, given that it is completely opposed to pantheism. Schenkel states simply and firmly some of the classical reasons why theism and pantheism are incompatible. Theism demands a dualism between God and the world, but pantheism identifies the one with the other. Theism requires a personal God, but the absolute of pantheism is impersonal. Theism holds that God creates the world from nothingness and by free will, but pantheism maintains that the world is eternal and exists of necessity. For all these reasons, Schenkel concluded that Fisher's pantheism was utterly at odds with Christian doctrine. Rather than the personal living God of Christianity, Fisher had simply divinized the world itself, which was tantamount to paganism and atheism. Schenkel's defense of the faith was very much the standard orthodox position. Refusing to take a salto mortale, he affirmed that the characteristic doctrines of Christianity are based on revelation, on the divine word as stated in Scripture. Schenkel ended his piece by citing a rather implausible ally, Heinrich Heine. It was Heine who admitted all when he said that pantheism is really only a bashful atheism. Although Fisher could make no appeal against his dismissal, he defended himself against Schenkel's charges in two tracts, Das Interdikt meiner Vorlesungen and Apologie meiner Lehre, which both appeared in 1854. 26 Neither makes for edifying reading. Both are filled with petty polemics and righteous indignation. For the most part, they add little to clarify Fisher's own philosophy. Indeed, they even obscure and distort it. Rather than clearly stating his views, taking his stand and accepting the consequences, Fisher is evasive, denying the obvious implications of his views and twisting their meaning to make them appear less heterodox. He insists that he never wrote that non-pantheistic philosophy is irrational, 27 though that is the clear implication of his thesis that all rationalism ends in pantheism. Rather than disputing with conservative Christian theists, Fisher protests that his real target was the radicals, certain materialists, certain sophists, certain legal philosophers of today. 28 Nothing from the original context, however, indicates that he ever had these figures in mind. Fisher had indeed done battle against the radicals in some of his early journal articles, but these are not explicit in the Geschichte. On the whole, though he squirms and squawks, Fisher is guilty as charged. While we can accept his protestations that he has nothing against religion, his pantheism is fundamentally heterodox, flatly contrary to Christian dogma, and for just the reasons Schenkel cited. While Fisher distances himself from Spinozian naturalism, the monism and rationalism of his pantheism still undermine Christian theism. Its monism leaves no place for the distinction between God and world, and its rationalism gives no room for revelation or divine mysteries. Rather than admitting these points, Fisher simply chooses to ignore them. Because he was so evasive, and even twisted his original meaning, Schenkel could come to only this damning conclusion about the motives of his opponent, Carrier jeden Preis. 29 Not that these tracts are complete write-offs, non-entities from a philosophical point of view. Towards the close of the Apologie meiner Lehre, Fisher gives us what we have been long waiting for, a clear and simple statement of his general worldview. 30 Fisher had already made it very clear in Diatoma and his Geschichte that he, as a philosopher, is a pantheist, he did not explain, however, what form his pantheism took. Although he made it clear that he rejected Spinoza's naturalistic pantheism, he said very little about the idealistic or spiritualistic pantheism that he opposed to it. Now in the Apology we get a clearer account of this idealistic or spiritualistic version of pantheism. According to this version, the order of things consists in spirit and everything is its creation, a mode of this single infinite living and self-conscious substance. This spirit is not something supernatural and mysterious because it appears as the world order itself, the intelligible unity of all things. Fisher conceives this spiritualistic or idealistic pantheism as the middle path between two extremes, naturalistic and supernaturalistic pantheism. A naturalistic pantheism is materialism, and a supernaturalistic pantheism is irrationalism. The problem with naturalistic pantheism is that it cannot explain the phenomena of mental life, religion, art, science, and morality, and so ends in a dualism between these phenomena and nature. The difficulty with supernaturalistic pantheism is that it makes the essence or whole of things mysterious. The great advantage of idealistic pantheism is that it maintains the unity of the world while making it perfectly comprehensible. Fisher insists that this idealistic pantheism is not only compatible with Christianity but that it even provides it with its necessary foundation. Christianity conceives of the divine as spirit, which is the incarnation, the idea of the divine becoming human, the infinite becoming finite. It is precisely this idea that is affirmed in idealist pantheism, which sees the infinite in the finite. Having expounded such a doctrine, Fisher now felt that he could rest with an easy conscience, fully able to claim that he is a true Christian. Whatever we make of Fisher's crudely sketched worldview, it shows his distance from left and right Hegelians alike. The left would never accept his sympathy with religion and his attempt to rationalize the incarnation. The right would not like his pantheistic rendition of the incarnation that left no place for the uniqueness of Christ or miracles. It was with his idealistic pantheism that Fisher hoped to save the Hegelian legacy, which represented for him the rational via media between materialism and supernaturalism. For a Hegelian Kantian or a Kantian Hegelian. In our account of Fisher's philosophical development so far we have found a very convinced and able young Hegelian, one surprisingly mature for his age, and one who had the will and power to defend Hegel's system against its most potent critics. After his dismissal from Heidelberg, Fisher had even become a martyr for the Hegelian system. This would have made him all the more a convinced and passionate Hegelian, given that martyrs, almost by definition, do not recant the cause for which they suffer. But all this leaves us with some difficult questions. When, how, and why did Fisher become a Kantian? All these questions are posed for us by a book that Fisher published in 1852 during the halcyon Heidelberg years, Logik und Metaphysik oder Wissenschaftslehre. 31. This work is very much what we would expect from Fisher's philosophical development hitherto. That is to say, it is very much a Hegelian work. It has all the trappings of a textbook of Hegelian logic and metaphysics. In his exposition Fisher follows the general structure and method of Hegel's logic, adopting the same general categories and subcategories, and using the same dialectic to reveal their inner contradictions and connections. But not only the structure and method of the work is Hegelian. In his introduction Fisher provides an historical account of the development of philosophy. From Kant to Hegel, that is pure Hegel. According to this account, the contradictions and inadequacies in the philosophies of Kant, Fichte and Schelling are overcome in Hegel's system. It is a story straight out of Hegel's Geschichte der Philosophie. 32. Yet there is another aspect of Fisher's early text that is very puzzling, indeed downright mysterious. Despite its many Hegelian features, there is also a deep Kantian dimension to Fisher's early logic and metaphysics, one that seems to come out of nowhere. Now, for the first time, it seems as if Fisher has become, if only in part, a Kantian. Just what this new Kantian dimension amounts to Fisher explains in his preface. Here he states that the problem of logic is one and the same as the problem of knowledge, and that the problem of knowledge has to be seen from the transcendental standpoint formulated by Kant. 12. We can solve the problem of knowledge, Fisher maintains, only if we assume that there is one and the same being that acts in nature and that thinks in the mind, that is, only if we suppose that nature and spirit are identical. 14. This is the so-called principle of subject-object identity, that Fisher already espoused in Diotima. That principle is central to, and characteristic of, Schelling's and Hegel's absolute idealism. Fisher stresses, however, that he adopts this principle only within transcendental philosophy. 14, his italics. If he follows Hegel, he explains, that is only because Hegel grasped and systematically developed the concept of identity in a transcendental spirit. 15, it is for this reason, and only for this reason, Fisher insists, that he makes common cause with Hegel. This means that the Hegelian system, as he puts it, must be placed under the control of Kant. 15, his italics. Because of the Kantian qualifications he places on the Hegelian system, Fisher calls his standpoint critical philosophy of identity. 16. A critical philosophy of identity. The Hegelian system under the control of Kant. That, in a phrase, is the new Kantian dimension of Fisher's philosophy. But nothing in his earlier philosophical development prepares us for this. Whence this Kantian dimension? The mystery only deepens when we consider Fisher's views on Kant just before or around the same time he wrote Logik und Metaphysik. In his Geschichte Fisher had espoused the most extreme rationalism, according to which everything in the universe must be knowable, at least in principle. 33 From this perspective, the Kantian notion of a limit upon knowledge is utterly absurd. In his Apology Fisher even stated that Kant's philosophy is irrationalist because it places limits upon reason with its thing in itself. 34 One apparent solution to the mystery is just to say that Fisher is still not that much of a Kantian after all. This is because the critical dimension of his philosophy is enveloped by the Hegelian, limited to just one moment of his Hegelian system. After all, the Hegelian dialectic comprises a negative or critical moment, which is intended to address the demands of Kantian criticism. Surely, this is what Fisher had in mind, it seems, when he wrote that Hegel grasped the concept of identity in a transcendental spirit. On this reading, then, Fisher's Kantianism is a very domesticated kind, one under the control of Hegel. Is this an accurate reading of the Logik und Metaphysik? The crucial question is how we are to understand the crucial qualifying adjective critical in Fisher's philosophy of identity. Is the critical standpoint external or internal to Hegel's system? Is it added onto the system as a watchguard to control or prevent its inherent dogmatic tendencies? Or is it already integral to Hegel's system as one moment of the dialectic? So the question now before us is, was Fisher a Kantian Hegelian, who made Kant the controlling force over Hegel? Or was he a Hegelian Kantian, who made Kant a mere moment of the Hegelian system? At first Fisher seems to leave no doubt about his answer to this question. In his introductory historical exposition he makes it clear that the critical aspect is internal to Hegel's system and central to its guiding spirit. Hegel's philosophy is the critical philosophy of identity because it removes the dogmatic tendencies in Schelling's philosophy of identity. Schelling understood the philosophy of identity in a purely dogmatic manner because he appealed to intellectual intuition, thus failing to provide a proper demonstration of the absolute standpoint. 1732. Hegel's logic is a critical version of Schelling's philosophy of identity because it attempts to demonstrate what Schelling simply presupposed. 1633. In attempting to show the necessity of the absolute standpoint in the phenomenology, Hegel synthesized the critical dimension of Fichte's philosophy with the metaphysical aspect of Schelling's philosophy. 1833-34. 35 So the answer to our question seems clear, the critical aspect of Fisher's system is absorbed into the Hegelian, in other words, Fisher is indeed a Hegelian Kantian. Yet the whole business turns out to be more complicated. It would be a mistake to read Fisher's early Logik und Metaphysik as a strictly Hegelian work, either by intention or implication. For the more we read into the details of the work, the more we find that Fischer is not simply expounding Hegel but also revising him, and indeed according to Kantian guidelines. In his account of some of the transitions of Hegel's logic, Fischer insists on giving them a new formulation, one that intends to improve on Hegel's own texts. When discussing the transition from being to nothingness, for example, Fischer insists that the normal account of that transition misses the crucial factor empowering the move from being to nothingness, namely, the activity of thinking itself. 29z, 56. The normal account states that being goes over into nothingness because being is completely indeterminate and therefore the same as nothingness. But this removes all reason for further development of the dialectic, Fischer complains, because the result of equating being with nothingness in this manner is a tautology, a mere zero, so that any further movement is stalled or a creation ex nihilo. 29z, 56. The reason that being becomes nothingness is because the pure activity of thinking is not a thinking of anything, and so it is a thinking of nothingness. We must not think of the content of the concepts of being and nothingness, apart from the thinking of them, because that would be purely dogmatic. We must rather stress the thinking of these contents, the activity of the subject which makes them possible. In emphasizing the role of thinking, instead of the content of the thoughts themselves, Fischer was pointing to the subjective, transcendental dimension of these concepts. We will leave aside here the question whether Fischer's revision really improves upon this transition in Hegel's logic. The point to see now is much simpler, that Fischer is rewriting the transition, introducing factors that are not present in Hegel's own version. When Fischer takes issue with the normal account of the transition, it is clear that he does so against Hegel himself, who stressed that being is nothingness because of being's complete abstractness and indeterminacy. 36 Hegel had insisted that his transitions are generated entirely by the content of the concepts themselves, so that we do not have to introduce or presuppose any activity behind them. 37 But for Fischer everything rests upon introducing this activity of thinking, because for him it represents the transcendental standpoint, the ineliminable aspect of subjectivity that is necessary to all thought. He had insisted in his preface that one fundamental lesson of Kant's philosophy is that there cannot be any categories without a self-consciousness which produces them. 15. This was Fischer's way of reaffirming the Kantian principle that the I think must be able to accompany all representations, that is, a concept has no meaning at all unless it could be the content for some self-consciousness. Schelling had insisted that we abstract from this I, the subject of knowledge, to get to the standpoint of subject-object identity. 38 But Fischer regards such an effort as self-defeating. To abstract from myself I still presuppose myself. What makes Hegel's philosophy of identity critical, in contrast to Schelling's dogmatism, is partly its retention of the dimension of subjectivity, of self-awareness within the absolute standpoint. Just how much Fischer was revising and transforming Hegel becomes apparent when we consider the tensions between his transcendental standpoint and Hegel's philosophy. The transcendental standpoint means that we recognize limits upon our knowledge, that we do not pretend to know anything about reality in itself, that is, reality as it exists apart from and prior to consciousness itself. As transcendental philosophers, the limits of our world are the limits of possible experience. Fischer himself duly takes note of these restrictions, endorsing them when he writes that the categories are applicable only to appearances, and that there can be only a metaphysics of appearances and not supersensible objects. 11, Z2b, 21. 39 Such restrictions can hardly be described as Hegelian because they clash with fundamental claims of Hegel's logic. Hegel had insisted that the movement of the dialectic is that of things themselves, and that his categories express the very essence of things. He famously described the realm of logic as the exposition of God as he exists in his eternal being before the creation of nature and any finite mind. 40 So, given Fischer's emphasis on subjectivity, on the activity as well as content of thinking, and given his limitation of knowledge to appearances, it seems more accurate to describe him as a Kantian rather than Hegelian. The Kantian dimension of his thinking is not absorbed into the Hegelian, as if it were only a moment of the dialectic, rather, it stands as a watchguard over the Hegelian, preventing it from transcending the limits of experience and from dispensing with the role of the subject in constituting the world. In the final analysis, then, Fischer seems to be really a Kantian Hegelian rather than a Hegelian Kantian. This would seem finally to resolve the matter. Yet there are more complications still, because Fischer, having stressed the role of Kantian limitations of knowledge, never surrendered his earlier rationalism. Thus he tells us that the ordo iderum is one and the same as the ordo rerum, 24:43, that the objective dialectic is the self-development of objective reason, the essence of things, 24:44, and that the idea studied by logic is the real world itself, which is the world not in some state of appearance but in its true essence, 22:40. All this raises the question, how do we reconcile these metaphysical claims with Kant's critical restrictions? How does Fischer square his radical rationalism with his critical principles? We still have not fully answered our original question, when, how, and why did Fischer become a neo-Kantian? The mystery has only increased, because Fischer's apparent neo-Kantianism seems to come out of nowhere and to be utterly at odds with his Hegelianism. Rather than one question, we now have two. First, where did Fischer's neo-Kantianism come from? Second, is Fischer's system consistent? Is it possible to reconcile the Kantian and Hegelian sides of his logic and metaphysics? To answer these questions, we have no choice but further to unravel the tangled thread of Fischer's philosophical development. 5. Birth of a neo-Kantian. After the rescript against his lectures, Fischer languished in the wilderness for 3 years, from September 1853 to November 1856. Though unemployed, he was not idle, for he devoted himself to writing his Geschichte der Neueren Philosophie, specifically the volumes on Bacon and Leibniz. 41. The University of Berlin had attempted to acquire Fischer in the autumn of 1855, when several luminaries of that storied time and place, Alexander von Humboldt, August Bach, and Adolf Trendelenburg, pushed for the appointment. 42. Yet the cultural minister Karl von Romer blocked these efforts on the grounds of Fischer's Lehrverbot in Heidelberg. Just as all seemed lost for Fischer in Berlin, he received from Moritz Seebeck, the head of the board of trustees at the University of Jena, the offer of an honorary ordinary professorship there. And so little Jena has once again saved the honor of Germany, Humboldt wrote to a friend upon hearing the news. 43. Naturally, Fischer gladly and graciously accepted the offer. Not since Wolff's restoration in Halle in 1740 had an academic appointment been so celebrated in Germany. For the next 16 years Fischer would be a professor at Jena, the birthplace of classical German philosophy. Fischer's appointment to Jena brought with it a renewed interest in Kant. He had begun to lecture on Kant in his early Heidelberg years, but that came to an abrupt end with the rescript. A draft of a book on Kant was pushed to the back burner as Fischer worked on Bacon and Leibniz. 44. But, in Jena, Fischer would have to lecture on Kant again, and the preparation for that made him rethink all his work on Kant. His inaugural lecture, appropriately enough, was on Kant. Entitled Portentously Clavis Kantiana, 45. This lecture was little more than a summary of Kant's doctrines and the stages by which he developed them. But it showed Fischer's intentions and interests on an auspicious occasion. In the next years Fischer would devote himself to giving lectures on Kant at the university. It is only from these lectures that we begin to see the reasons for Fischer's steadily evolving Kantianism. Already in his 1852 Heidelberg lectures Fischer took a crucial step towards Kant by acknowledging his central role in the history of philosophy. Fischer taught that there are 3 basic stages in the history of modern philosophy: the dogmatic, which simply assumes, without examination, that thinking can know being; the critical, which examines this assumption but ends in skepticism; and the philosophy of identity, which restores this assumption on a critical level through dialectic. 46. The thesis that the second stage is necessary to avoid dogmatism shows Fischer's recognition of the pivotal role of the critical philosophy. Criticism would have to be one component of the Hegelian philosophy. Yet the 1852 lectures still do not go far enough because the final synthesis, the culminating stage of development, is still Hegelian. But in the late 1850s Fischer begins to give Kant an even greater importance, and one that even trumps Hegel. Like many philosophers in the 1850s and 1860s, Fischer felt that philosophy was going through a crisis, and that nothing less was at stake than the future of philosophy itself. The rapid growth of the empirical sciences seemed to doom philosophy to obsolescence, and philosophers like Stirner and Feuerbach saw philosophy as little more than disguised theology. Who could save philosophy from this crisis? Who could rescue it from imminent death? The answer was clear: Immanuel Kant. It was not Hegel, because he was more part of the problem than the solution. Hegel's speculative metaphysics had become increasingly disreputable and unpopular because its methodology seemed utterly at odds with the new empirical and historical sciences. While Stirner and Feuerbach would only scoff at Hegel, they would have to respect Kant, whose critical method had been their ultimate inspiration too. The impending crisis of philosophy, and Kant's central role in resolving it, was the central theme of three important lectures that Fischer gave in the spring of 1860. These lectures, which were later published under the title Kant's Leben und die Grundlage seiner Lehre, 47, have often been regarded as a milestone in the history of Neo-Kantianism, and with good reason. Not the least reason for their influence was the occasion and manner of their original delivery. Fischer spoke before a large audience in the palace of Sophie Louise, the Grand Duchess of Saxe-Weimar, and the style of the lectures was clear, simple, and lively, so that even a layman could follow. In simple and straightforward terms Fischer spelled out the reasons for the relevance of Kant's philosophy to his age. Kant was now declared the savior of philosophy, the Immanuel to lead philosophy out of the wilderness. The aim of his lectures, Fischer tells us in the preface, is to explain the foundations of the critical philosophy and the intellectual greatness of Kant. V. His lectures will provide the shortest, but also a fully sufficient, answer to two important questions: who was Kant, and what is meant by critical philosophy. 8. The lectures are devoted to three specific topics: the character of Kant, the problem of knowledge, and the doctrine of space and time. 6. Kant's greatest achievements, in Fischer's opinion, were his discovery of the problem of knowledge and his theory of space and time. 2 of the lectures are devoted to these achievements, a third discusses Kant's life and personality. Indisputably, the most important and influential of Fischer's 3 lectures for the later reception of Kant was the second, that devoted to the problem of knowledge. 48. This text is a locus clas siecus for the Neo-Kantian conception of philosophy. 49. If its ideas are familiar to us today, that is not least because Fischer put them forward so long ago. It is in this lecture that Fischer makes his case for why Kant's conception of philosophy is still relevant to, and indeed crucial for, contemporary philosophy. He argues that only Kant's conception rescues philosophy from its impending obsolescence. His lecture considers what he somewhat dramatically calls Die Lebensfrage Philosophie, that is, the question of its life or death, whether philosophy has a right to exist at all. Fischer's argument is that philosophy deserves to exist if, and only if, it follows the Kantian conception. Fischer begins his lecture with the basic question: what is philosophy? It is necessary to raise this question anew, he explains, because philosophy is no longer the mother of all the sciences as it had been in the past. Philosophy gave birth to all the special sciences, though they have now grown independent of her. We need to re-examine, then, how philosophy differs from the other sciences, what are its distinguishing characteristics, and what special role it plays in the general economy and classification of the sciences. It is especially important to do this, Fischer stresses, because nowadays some deny that philosophy has any place at all in the general scheme of the sciences. For them it seems that philosophy is destined for obsolescence because it satisfies none of the basic criteria of a science. Each science should have its special subject matter, its specific part of reality to investigate, but the problem is precisely that every part of reality has already been taken by one of the empirical sciences, 94 to 95. It appears, then, that philosophy has no role to play at all and might as well disappear. Fisher is especially worried by those advocates of empirical science he does not give them a name who insist that everything has to be explained on the basis of natural laws, 96. They regard physics as the only science, and they insist that we should explain only what we observe. By their criteria of science, observation, experiment, explanation by general natural laws, philosophy should not be a science at all. Though Fisher does not name them, it is clear from the context that he has in mind the materialists. Fisher's response to the materialists is to ask them to reflect on their own methods and presuppositions, 96. To explain facts or events in nature, they have to use and apply concepts like cause and effect, force and manifestation, substance and property. These concepts are the instruments of their inquiries. They are not, however, their objects. It is just here that a space opens for the role of the philosopher. He makes into an object of inquiry what the empirical scientist uses, applies, and presupposes but does not reflect upon. What the physicist cannot explain is the possibility of physics itself. All the empirical sciences explain specific objects in experience, but they cannot explain the possibility of experience in general. They explain things, but not knowledge of things, 97. The special task of the philosopher, then, is to explain what all scientists presuppose but can never explain themselves, the possibility of empirical science. All the empirical sciences aspire towards knowledge, but they have no explanation of knowledge itself, of how and whether it is possible and in what it consists. Philosophy therefore has to ascend to a higher order of reflection than all the empirical sciences. While they study objects themselves, philosophy makes their study its object. It therefore stands above the empirical sciences, and so transcends them. Hence Kant calls this second-order reflection transcendental, 99. The specific problem and concern of philosophy, as Fisher now conceives it, is the problem of knowledge. He outlines three possible positions regarding the possibility of knowledge. 1. We can accept that possibility on good faith. 2. We can deny that possibility and attempt to refute it. And 3. We can investigate that possibility and show not only that but how it is possible. The first option is dogmatism, the second is skepticism, and the third is criticism, 100. By putting forward the options in these terms, Fisher made it clear that only the third is possible. As Kant had put it in the final paragraph of the Critic, the critical path alone is still open. B. 883, the implications of this new schema should be clear. Hegel had now been silently dethroned in Fisher's thinking. For now the schema of dogmatism, skepticism, criticism had put criticism in the culminating position once occupied by the philosophy of identity. Fisher goes no further in his lecture than explaining the problem of knowledge according to Kant. He does not attempt to sketch Kant's solution to the problem. My lecture therefore ends, he concludes, on just that point where the solution of the problem begins, 115. Yet in explaining the problem so clearly, and in stressing the crucial role of Kant in resolving it, Fisher had done much. He had secured a place for philosophy in the realm of the sciences, and he had shown how and why Kant's critical philosophy alone deserves to occupy that space. The Lebensfrage had been decisively answered, and not thanks to Hegel. 6. Interpretation of Kant. The three lectures of Fischer's Kant's Leben und die Grundlagen seiner Lehre were only the prelude for something much larger and grand. Shortly after the lectures appeared, Fischer published a 2-volume work on Kant which eventually became volumes 3 and 4 of his Generalgeschichte der Neueren Philosophie. Volume 3 treated Kant's development and the Kritik der reinen Vernunft. Volume 4 examined the entire structure of the critical philosophy, all Kant's major works after the first Critic. 50. The publication of this work was an important event in the history of Neo-Kantianism. It was by no means the first scholarly study of Kant, having been preceded by the works of Rosenkranz, Fortlage, and Erdmann, 51 to name a few. Nevertheless, it was more exacting, painstaking, and complete than its predecessors. And, more importantly, despite its size, it was no dry or dull tome. Written in a lively and engaging style, it made Kant comprehensible for a wider public. With Fischer's book, Kant ceased to be another dead philosopher from the past and became a living thinker of vital concern to the present. Kant scholars from the late 19th century give clear testimony about the importance of Fischer's work. Emile Arnold wrote that, thanks to Fischer's book, a great shift took place in the public's attitude towards Kant in the 1860s. 52 Rather than seeing Kant as a historical figure superseded by the great system builders, people now began to take Kant on his own terms. And, speaking at Fischer's funeral in 1907, Wilhelm Windelband stressed its importance for Neo-Kantianism. This work, which still deserves the most eminent place in the now immeasurably swollen Kant literature, had doubtless the greatest influence in arousing the movement of Neo-Kantianism, which, in the last decades of the 19th century, has decisively influenced philosophy in Germany and beyond its borders. 53. Given the great importance of Fischer's work, it is worthwhile to examine its aims, methods, genesis, and content. Since it is impossible to summarize all its contents, whose 2 volumes comprise more than 1,000 pages, we will consider only 2 aspects of Fischer's work that are of special historical and philosophical importance, namely, his interpretation of transcendental idealism, and his account of the method of transcendental philosophy. In the preface to the first edition of his work, Fischer tells us a little about its genesis. The work took at least 9 years to complete. The first draft of what became the first volume was already finished in 1851. After his dismissal from Heidelberg in 1853, however, Fischer's work on Kant was interrupted, and he devoted himself instead to the study of Bacon, Spinoza, and Leibniz. With his appointment to Jena in 1856, he again began to lecture on Kant, and these lectures were a major revision of the original draft. As he lectured on Kant, Fischer's views kept changing, so that hardly a sentence from the original draft remained. 7. He found it necessary to correct and simplify essential points, but he was least satisfied with the exposition. The need to lecture on Kant to make his philosophy clear and accessible to a general audience forced Fischer to improve the exposition from its original version. The work had now so grown in size that it had become a 2-volume work. 9. As it happened, Fischer's Kant book became a never-ending work in progress, a virtual sounding board for its author's constantly evolving views. 5 editions of the book were published in Fischer's lifetime, 54, and these editions differ considerably from one another in organization and content. Fischer kept adding and taking away material, and he was constantly revising the exposition. As a result, the structure and outline of the chapters constantly change. Some editions contain polemics that are responding to current issues, but these are simply dropped in later editions in favor of new polemics. In short, the book is an editor's nightmare. Students and scholars are advised to cite carefully the edition they use. Here, for historical reasons, we will consider chiefly the first edition of 1860. Fischer's aim in writing his book, as he explains in the preface, was to provide an exposition and reconstruction of the Kantian philosophy in its genuine and still little understood spirit. 13. The throng of systems following Kant claimed to have superseded him. Rather than examining Kant on his terms, they had used him for their own purposes, either as material for their systems or as a target for criticism. Fischer wanted to put an end to that practice. My exposition will reproduce the Kantian philosophy in its original spirit. 14. That sounds presumptuous and naive, but it is understandable enough when one considers its context, the general state of Kant interpretation before Fischer, which was much as he had described it. To provide a sound historical interpretation of Kant, Fischer stressed the great value of knowing his philosophical development and his historical context. 15. Fischer's understanding of Kant's transcendental idealism rests chiefly on his interpretation of the transcendental aesthetic. Like Schopenhauer, who greatly influenced his reading of Kant, Fischer saw Kant's theories of space and time as his great achievement. The transcendental aesthetic is Kant's most spectacular deed. In both its result, and in the path to this result, this investigation is a model of scientific precision and method. 293. This part of the critic was also the basis for Kant's central and characteristic doctrine, his transcendental idealism. As Fischer wrote in the preface, the correct and sound understanding of the critical philosophy depends on one major point: correct insight into the new doctrine of space and time, the transcendental aesthetic, as Kant called this doctrine. 15. Sure enough, Fischer later defines Kant's transcendental idealism in his chapter on Kant's theory of space and time. 55. Kant's doctrine is called transcendental idealism, we are told, because it maintains the transcendental ideality of space and time. 317. This doctrine means that space and time are forms of our representation only, that they are nothing more than a priori intuitions, and so not true of things in themselves. Space and time, as Fischer bluntly puts it, are mere representations, and they are nothing as such. 309. There are two crucial points behind the transcendental ideality of space and time, Fischer explains, 317 to 318. First, it means that space and time are conditions of appearances only. As conditions under which we perceive the world, they cannot give us knowledge of how the world is in itself, apart from and prior to our perception of it. Second, they are necessary conditions of appearances. 317 to 318. This means that space and time, though only forms of intuition, are still indispensable in that everyone must perceive the world according to them. It is on the basis of their universality and necessity, Fischer holds, that Kant can justifiably talk about their empirical reality. Space and time are not arbitrary and accidental representations of things in experience, but they are conditions under which we have any experience at all. Although they are not true of things in themselves, they are still necessarily and universally true of objects in our experience. 314. Hence we can talk about the transcendental ideality and the empirical reality of space and time. While space and time are transcendentally ideal with respect to things in themselves, they are empirically real with respect to objects of possible experience. 316 to 317. What, then, about the thing in itself? What is Fischer's stance towards this enduring conundrum? Like addicts long after him, 56. Fischer thinks that Kant is committed to the reality of the thing in itself, that is, its existence as an entity, as something that exists beyond our experience. What exists apart from and prior to the application of the a priori forms of intuition cannot be represented by us, and that is the thing in itself. 313. Fischer had no sympathy for the demand of Otto Liebmann, his later student, to banish the thing in itself from the critical philosophy, and he would later disapprove of the interpretation of the Marburg school, which would attempt to make the thing in itself only a limiting concept, an ideal for inquiry. 57. Such interpretations had simply too many texts against them, Fischer maintained. Without the thing in itself, Kant's transcendental idealism made no sense, because it is essentially the doctrine that appearances are not things in themselves. Nevertheless, though Fischer insists on a realist interpretation of the thing in itself, he cautions against interpreting it as the cause of our sensations. When Kant writes that the qualitative dimension of sensation is given from the outside, von außen gegeben, he does not mean that it is the product of something independent of our consciousness. To say that something is given from without in the proper meaning of the Kantian philosophy can only mean, the origin is not pure reason, that is, it is not given a priori, it is no product of reason. 312. We must not assume, then, that there is something out there, as if we were the receiver, and some other being outside us, I know not what, were the giver. 313, Fisher adopts a two-worlds reading of Kant's transcendental idealism, according to which noumena and phenomena designate distinct kinds of entity. He rejects firmly the opposing thesis that noumena and phenomena are simply different ways of representing one and the same thing, as if phenomena were the thing as perceived by the senses and noumena the thing as understood by the understanding. 404. This, he says, is the old dogmatic conception of the relationship between things in themselves and appearances, which Kant explicitly denies. The appearance and thing in itself differ not in degree, as if there were one and the same thing seen clearly by the understanding and confusedly by the senses. Rather, because understanding and sensibility are so heterogeneous, they differ in kind, and because they differ in kind, they should be regarded simply as different objects. 405. For this reason it is also a mistake to interpret appearances as if they were simply aspects or properties of things in themselves. 405. Appearances are for Fisher merely representations within us, and as such they do not have to be attached to things in themselves. 396. He does not dispute that Kant sometimes writes about appearances as if they were aspects of things in themselves, but he claims that these passages are limited to the second edition of the Critic, where Kant was eager to distinguish his idealism from Berkeley's. 404. This was a falling off from his original doctrine in the first edition, where Kant had identified appearances with representations alone. Does Fisher assume, then, that Kant's idealism is the same as Berkeley's? Raising just this question in Book 2, Chapter 4, Fisher replies that the equation of Kant with Berkeley is a grave mistake. 397. The two philosophers agree that the objects of knowledge consist in representations, that what we perceive exists only for some subject. But Fisher stresses that Kant's idealism has something Berkeley's does not, a transcendental dimension, the universal and necessary forms of understanding and sensibility, which allows him to distinguish between illusion and reality. These forms are necessary conditions of experience, so that they are not objects in experience, and so representations, but that which makes any such object possible. Because Berkeley did not recognize this dimension of experience, his idealism fell prey to Hume's scepticism, which pointed out the weakness of the distinction between illusion and reality on Berkeley's premises. It is solely this transcendental dimension of his doctrine that Kant needed to distinguish his idealism from Berkeley's, Fisher insists. Kant went astray, however, when he added the refutation of idealism to the second edition of the Critic. By distinguishing between objects and our representations of them, Kant violated the spirit of his own transcendental idealism. 397. In thus stressing the differences between the first and second editions of the Critic, an authentic first edition and apocryphal second one, Fisher had given his imprimatur to one of Schopenhauer's more controversial readings. Regarding Kant's method, Fisher stresses the great importance of first having a solid understanding of Kant's problem. We will understand the purpose and logic of that method only if we first examine the questions Kant intends to answer with it. The main question the critical philosophy poses is, how is knowledge possible? 263, but Kant cannot answer this question, Fisher insists, until he raises two more. He cannot simply presuppose that there is knowledge, because this will be questioned by the skeptic. He therefore has to ask the more basic question, is there knowledge, or is there really a fact of knowledge to investigate? 263. And since he cannot answer this question until he knows what knowledge is, he has to ask the even more basic question. What is knowledge? 264. The critical philosopher therefore has to answer three basic questions: what is knowledge, is there knowledge, and how is such knowledge possible? It is striking that Fisher first writes about Kant's method in epistemological rather than psychological terms. It seems that the problem is not to show the causes or processes by which we arrive at knowledge, but to examine the evidence for claims to knowledge. In a telling metaphor, Fisher likens the procedure of the critical philosopher to that of a lawyer. 264. Just as the lawyer intends to examine the basis in right, Rechtsgründen, of a question, so the critical philosopher has to examine the question of right in knowledge, Rechtsfrichter Erkenntnis. As Fischer puts it, Kant has to deal with the question of right regarding knowledge. To speak legally, he wants to put knowledge on trial. The first thing is to introduce the proceedings, the second is to come to a judgment. We introduce the proceedings when we show in what the case consists, and that the case lies before us. We decide the case when we show its possibility, i.e., when we show in virtue of what right knowledge takes place, or when we deduce it in a legal sense. 263 to 264. Fischer goes on to explain Kant's distinction between the quaestio facti and the quaestio juris, 265. The quaestio facti concerns the questions what is knowledge and whether there is knowledge. The quaestio juris concerns the question how knowledge is possible. It is remarkable, however, that Fischer, despite his insistence on a close reading of the texts, does not explain these questions in Kant's own terms. For Kant, the quid facti concerns the origins of knowledge, the attempt to explain its causes or basis in fact. It is the quid juris that examines the right of knowledge and investigates the basis for synthetic a priori knowledge. 59. Kant is firm and explicit that answering the quaestio facti does not solve the problem of knowledge, because showing how concepts arise from experience does not substantiate their claims to universality and necessity. 60. It is really the quaestio juris that takes up the question of justification, which Fischer places under the quaestio facto. Fischer's readings of Kant's questions arise not from carelessness but, as we shall soon see, from his own peculiar and tendentious interpretation of the method of the critic. Fischer's initial explanation of Kant's method seems entirely epistemological rather than psychological. It seems that the critique of pure reason is more like a legal tribunal, which assesses claims to knowledge, and that it is not really a psychological inquiry into the origins and causes of knowledge. This is entirely in keeping with Fischer's reservations about Frey's interpretation of Kant, that in conflating Kant's inquiry with empirical psychology, Frey's misunderstood the transcendental dimension of the critical philosophy, which was to investigate the very possibility of an empirical science like psychology. 61. Nevertheless, contrary to all these appearances, it is remarkable that Fischer never fully broke with the naturalistic paradigm of doing epistemology, that he never carefully and consistently distinguished the methods of empirical science from those of the critical philosophy. Hence, in his original explanation of the task and place of the critical philosophy in the sciences, he wrote as if Kant simply applied the method of the natural sciences to the fact of knowledge itself. The fact of exact science is indisputable. The natural scientific and empirical method of investigation is indisputable. And the new investigation that Kant carried out with such success in the field of philosophy consists in applying this method to that fact. If a natural scientist wants to explain some physical fact, he seeks the conditions under which the phenomenon follows, the forces from whose combination it proceeds. Kant followed just the same investigation, now directed at the fact of science itself. 14. So, despite explaining the critique as a legal inquiry, and despite his criticism of Frey's, Fischer still understood Kant's method as similar in kind to the natural sciences. Transcendental philosophy was an investigation not into the logic of cognition but into its origins. The critical philosopher would treat science as a fact just as the natural scientist would regard his data as facts. Why did Fischer still cling to this naturalistic interpretation of Kant's method? Doubtless, part of the explanation was the prevalent authority and prestige of the natural sciences, whose methodology had proven so successful, and which had cast a shadow over the more a priori methods of philosophy, viz. Hegelian dialectic, Schellingian construction. Yet this is only part of the explanation. The other part becomes clear as soon as we consider Fischer's peculiar conception of Kant's empirical method. It was not the method of empirical psychology, as Frey's assumed, but that of natural history. It was indeed nothing less than the natural historical method that Kant had first developed in his early pre-critical work Allgemeine Naturgeschichte und die Theorie des Himmels. Remarkably, Fisher argued that this method was also that of the critical philosophy itself. 62 According to that method, everything in nature has its history, and to understand it consists in tracing its origins and path of development. What at first appears to be static and eternal in nature will turn out to be, when properly understood, the product of a long and gradual history. For example, the circular orbits of the planets around the Sun seem like an eternal fact, but they are the result of the action of the forces of attraction and repulsion upon a primal mass of dust. Fisher believed that Kant had followed this method throughout his career, and that it was by no means a relic of his pre-critical years. Indeed, it was because of this method that Kant had come to a developmental historical worldview, according to which everything in nature has a history, and everything in history has a purpose. Fisher argued that Kant intended to apply this same method to epistemology. His aim was to explain the fact of knowledge from a genetic perspective, so that it too could be seen as the result of history. Transcendental philosophy was therefore meant to be die Entstehungsende Entwicklungslehre der menschlichen Erkenntnis. 63 This was an extraordinary interpretation, one especially remarkable because it flew in the face of Kant's texts. For Kant went to great pains to distinguish his transcendental inquiry from Locke's plain, historical method, whose task was to explain the origins of our knowledge from experience. But, as we have just seen, Fisher had his own tendentious reading of the Quaestio Juris, which he made into the question how knowledge is possible, thus removing the normative and logical dimension and making it seem more like a genetic or historical inquiry. The motive for Fisher's peculiar interpretation should now be clear. He was assimilating Kant to Hegel in the interests of his own critical philosophy of identity. For it was Hegel rather than Kant who had followed a genetic and historical method in his epistemology to expose the ahistorical illusions of philosophy. Hegel himself would have been astounded by Fisher's interpretation of Kant, given that he had used his historical method to expose what he regarded as Kant's ahistorical illusions. But Fisher was striving and struggling to fit Kant into a Hegelian mold. That Fisher was still Hegelian, despite his growing Kantianism, shall soon become perfectly clear. 7 The loyal Hegelian. Given Fisher's work on Kant in the early 1860s, it would appear as if his Hegelian days were finally over. How, indeed, could Fisher be anything but a full-blown Kantian? In his lectures and book he had stressed how Kant's philosophy alone could solve the crisis of philosophy, and how all modern philosophy is either a preparation for or development of the critical philosophy. Furthermore, Fisher had now endorsed Kant's theories of space and time in the transcendental aesthetic, which he saw as the basis of Kant's transcendental idealism. Where, then, could Fisher go but down the critical path he had so clearly marked out for himself? Prima facie, this is just what happens. In 1865 Fisher published a new edition of his Logik und Metaphysik, now renamed System der Logik und Metaphysik. 64 This was not, however, just a reissue of its 1852 Hegelian predecessor. What the reader now has before him, Fisher assures us in the preface, is a completely new work, for he not only rewrote many sections, but he also added new ones, so that the new introduction alone was now as long as the whole old edition. Fisher explained that the old edition was riddled with obscurities and difficulties, and that it no longer reflected his new way of thinking, which was the product of all his lectures on logic and metaphysics in the past 12 years. 3, 4. It seems that this new way of thinking is going to be much more Kantian, because Fisher writes that the new edition takes into account two things that one may not neglect in philosophy: Aristotelian logic, and the critical, Kantian philosophy. 6. He also suggests that many of the errors of the previous edition came from a scholastic adherence to a traditional and prescribed doctrine and obvious reference to his own Hegelianism. 4. One expects, therefore, a much more Kantian, a much less Hegelian, work in this new reformed and improved System der Logik und Metaphysik. Yet, as reasonable as they are, the reader's expectations are utterly dashed. Rather than abandoning or modifying his Hegelian doctrines, Fisher reaffirms them, embarking upon a new defense of the philosophy of identity against its latest critics. One of the major changes of the second edition is its new much longer historical introduction, which examines the latest developments in philosophy since Hegel's death, and specifically the attempts by Herbart, Schopenhauer, and Trendelenburg to surpass Hegel. Special sections are devoted to the exposition and critique of each of these philosophers. Fischer regards their attempts to go beyond Hegel as total failures, either because they relapse into realism, Herbart, or because they grasp subject-object identity in a one-sided manner, not recognizing that its subjective dimension is as important as its objective one, Schopenhauer and Trendelenburg. These were points Fischer made against Hegel's critics back in the 1840s, in the days of the Leipziger Review and Epigonen articles. Fischer also had not budged on his basic metaphysical principles. The solution to the problem of knowledge still remains for him the principle of subject-object identity, which he regards as the fundamental pillar of Schelling's and Hegel's absolute idealism. Upholding that principle, he argues, demands giving equal weight to its subjective and objective factors, to thought as well as being. 67, 183. Fischer's account of the method of logic is also still fundamentally Hegelian. Logic consists in the development of pure thinking, 68, 188, and to study this development philosophy needs to follow a method that is both genetic and critical, genetic, in that it traces thinking from its origin through its stages of development, 72, 197, and critical, in that it evaluates thinking according to its own aims or goals, 72, 199. That genetic and critical method was, of course, nothing less than the Hegelian dialectic. In his second edition of the Logik und Metaphysik, Fischer provides a completely new account of the dialectic of being and nothingness, one more explicitly critical of Hegel, 77, 219, but he still retains the broad outlines of Hegel's logic, dividing it into a doctrine of being, essence and concept, 75, 212. Fischer's 1865 Logik und Metaphysik very much remained, then, the critical philosophy of identity of its 1852 predecessor. The tenacity of its author is remarkable in view of the tensions that infected his earlier formulation of that doctrine. We have seen how Fischer both recognized Kant's critical limits upon knowledge yet advanced Hegel's grander metaphysical claims about knowledge of the absolute. Rather than resolving this tension in the 1865 version, Fischer only let it grow. His new endorsement of Kant's transcendental aesthetic, which appears in the 1860 edition of his Geschichte, means that he is more committed than ever to Kant's critical limits upon knowledge, for Kant's teaching there insists that space and time are a priori intuitions valid only of appearances and not things in themselves. Fischer does not shirk from these implications but even insists upon them. For he defends Kant's critical teaching that space and time are valid only for appearances against Trendelenburg's third alternative, according to which space and time could be a priori intuitions and still true of things in themselves, 66, 175. The clash with Hegelian metaphysics is made perfectly explicit when Fischer himself insists that the transcendental aesthetic is incompatible with Hegel's own teaching, according to which space and time have an objective rather than subjective status, 65, 66, 157, 175. All this raises anew the question how Fischer plans to reconcile this critical doctrine with his own Hegelian metaphysics. It is in vain, however, that the reader searches for an answer to this question. There are other tensions between Kantian and Hegelian doctrines in the second edition of the Logik und Metaphysik. The ultimate source of Fischer's attraction to Kant's theory of space and time is that it could serve as a bulwark against naturalism, which assumes the objective existence of space and time. If the existence of matter in space and time is only the result of our forms of perception, there is no longer the danger that the self will be the product of natural forces alone, still less that it will be one cog in the vast machine of nature. It makes all the difference in our worldview, as Fischer put it, whether the self is in space and time or whether space and time are in the self. Yet in the new logic and metaphysic, Fisher does not develop these anti-naturalistic inclinations and intuitions. Instead, he continues to affirm the philosophy of identity, which affirms a strong naturalism of its own, according to which everything in the universe unfolds according to the necessity of the concept. 70, 193. The great virtue of this philosophy, we are told, is that it maintains a unified vision of the world and overcomes the Kantian dualism between freedom and nature, idea and reality. 71, 195. Another remarkable tension arises from Fisher's vacillation about the method of philosophy. He had stated clearly in the New Logic and Metaphysic the problems with Frey's anthropological and psychological interpretation of the critical philosophy. The categories and forms of intuition of the critical philosophy cannot be objects of experience for psychological or anthropological investigation, he insists, because that makes them empirical, depriving them of their universality and necessity. 55, 112. The method of the critical philosophy cannot be psychological or anthropological, he further argues, because its purpose is to investigate the very possibility of psychology or anthropology. 58, 112. Yet Fisher also continued to uphold the value of a genetic method in epistemology, according to which everything is understood as a stage in the historical development of reason. 72, 197 to 199. It was precisely this method, though, that Frey saw as constitutive of his own psychological and anthropological viewpoint. It was hard to see how the genetic method does not involve the very psychological and anthropological tools that it is the purpose of the critical philosophy to investigate. Thus Fisher's logic and metaphysics of 1865 remain the same unstable, combustible mixture of the critical philosophy of identity of 1852. Clearly, this compound could not last. Eventually, it would have to explode. Fisher would have to be either a Kantian or a Hegelian, but he could not be both. What finally seems to push Fisher in a firmer and clearer Kantian direction is his new views about human freedom, which first appear in a lecture he gave in 1875, Über die menschliche Freiheit. 65. In re-examining the classical question of human freedom, Fisher praised the Kantian solution to the problem, claiming that in it the question of human freedom is seen for the first time in its true meaning. 45. Fisher had adopted something like the Kantian distinction between the intelligible and phenomenal character. He distinguished between our natural character, which is completely subject to natural necessity, and our moral character, which has the power to change our natural character according to the will. While our actions are necessary as expressions of our natural character, they are free in the determinations of our moral will, which gives us the power to do otherwise. 38, 42. Again, like Kant, Fisher maintains that we know we have this power to transform ourselves from the fact of conscience, which tells us that we could have done otherwise even though our natural character and all its actions are necessary. 39, 40. This affirmation of the Kantian doctrine of freedom marks a silent and implicit repudiation of the metaphysical doctrines of his 1865 Logic und Metaphysic. For there Fisher had stressed, in true Hegelian fashion, that freedom develops of necessity. 70, 193, and he praised the philosophy of identity for grasping this point and overcoming the Kantian dualism between freedom and necessity. 71, 195. Fisher had now embraced two central and characteristic Kantian doctrines, the theory of space and time of the transcendental aesthetic, according to which everything in space and time is only an appearance, and the Kantian theory of freedom, according to which there is a dualism between our noumenal moral character and our phenomenal natural character. It is hard to imagine two doctrines more opposed to the philosophy of identity of Schelling and Hegel. And yet, as we shall soon see, Fisher still could not bring himself to abandon his Hegelian metaphysics. Rather than interpreting Hegel in Kantian terms, he interpreted Kant in Hegelian ones. 8. A Hegelian Kantian. Fischer's final settling of accounts with Kant came in 1883 with his critic Der Kantianism Philosophie. 66. This tract is as much a critique of the rapidly evolving Neo-Kantian movement as it is of Kant himself. Fischer makes criticisms of prominent Neo-Kantians, of older ones like Fries and Herbart, but also of more recent ones like Hermann Cohen and Emil Arnold. The very idea of a critique of Kant's philosophy signals that Fischer, unlike the Neo-Kantians, does not take Kant as the final word in philosophy. Fischer seems to be asserting the enduring values and relevance of his old Hegelianism. Critic der Kantianism Philosophie is less a critique of Kant than a complete reinterpretation of him according to Fischer's Hegelian metaphysics. Fischer conceives Kant's philosophy as a metaphysics of freedom, according to which the noumenal substratum of appearances is the moral will, and the phenomenal world is the appearance of freedom. The Hegelian flavor of such a doctrine is unmistakable. Whether intentionally or not, Fischer had made Kant into the spokesman for a famous Hegelian doctrine, that the purpose behind nature and history is the self-consciousness of freedom. He had already affirmed that Hegelian doctrine in his Diatoma in 1849, and he now reaffirmed it in 1883. Fischer's reinterpretation of Kant is a metaphysics in a non-critical sense of the word because he maintains that it has not a regulative but a constitutive validity. In other words, he claims that we can know that the world is the appearance of freedom, and not only that we are obliged on moral grounds to think as if it were so. Even more remarkably, Fischer thinks that we are justified in assuming such knowledge on Kantian premises. If Kant were only consistent, he argues, he would have to accept the legitimacy of a Hegelian metaphysics. How was Fischer led to such a radical reinterpretation of Kant? Part of the inspiration for his reinterpretation came from a philosopher who had much preoccupied him in the 1860s and 1870s, Arthur Schopenhauer. The very title of Fischer's tract is reminiscent of Schopenhauer's famous appendix in Die Welt als Wille und Vorstellung. 67. Not surprisingly, Fischer devotes an entire section to discuss his agreement and disagreement with Schopenhauer's interpretation and critique of Kant, 75-79. Fischer agrees with two fundamental theses of Schopenhauer's interpretation of Kant: 1. That transcendental idealism is the doctrine of the ideality of all appearances, that is, that appearances consist in representations, and 2. That Kant affirms the reality of the thing in itself, which is completely distinct from all appearances, 78. More significantly, he also accepts Schopenhauer's fundamental thesis that the thing in itself appears to us as the will. Schopenhauer held that Kant had vaguely felt the truth of this doctrine, though he insisted that it was his achievement to have expressly formulated it and made it into a general metaphysical principle. Fischer, however, wants to deprive Schopenhauer of his claim to originality on this score. Kant, he insists, was not only aware of this doctrine but expressly teaches it, 79. It is indeed the fundamental principle behind his own metaphysics. Kant knew exactly what he was doing, Fischer contends, when he identified things in themselves with ideas, ideas with purposes, purposes with decisions of the will, and the will with freedom, 80. According to Kant's own teaching, the world is the appearance of purposiveness, and since purposiveness makes sense only through the concept of a will, the whole world should be seen as the progressive revelation of freedom, 81. The most crucial and controversial premise behind Fischer's reinterpretation is his identification of the thing in itself with the will. The premise is fully explicit: the intelligible world is the world as will, 25, cf 79, 92. The thesis is somewhat surprising, however, because there seems to be no reason to interpret the entire noumenal world in these terms. Prima facie the will is one thing in itself or noumenon, but that does not mean that it is the thing in itself, that it exhausts the entire world of noumena. Fischer argues, however, that this equation is central to Kant's attempt to unify the critical philosophy, to find a single basis for the worlds of nature and morality, 49, 50, 79. It is well known that in the Third Critic Kant had attempted to unify these worlds according to the idea of purposiveness, Zwackmaßigkeit, which demands that we treat the entire natural world as if it were created according to purposes. Fisher points out an important premise behind that attempt at synthesis, that we conceive of purposes according to human intentions. 81. We understand the self-organizing activity of living things in nature only according to human ends or purposes, which make sense to us only insofar as they are matters of choice or freedom. We simply have no other way of grasping their activity, Kant believes, except on the analogy of our own human intentionality and voluntary activity. If, therefore, we unite the realms of morality and nature according to purposiveness, and if we understand purposiveness according to human intentionality or the will, and if, finally, the will is the domain of freedom, then the conclusion is inevitable: freedom becomes the key to understanding the entire world itself. We should understand all of nature and history as the self-realization of freedom. There are, of course, many Kantian texts to provide support for such an interpretation. There is the concept of the final purpose of nature in 84 of the Kritik der Urteilskraft, which saw the realization of human morality as the highest end of nature. There is also the concept of world history in the Idee zur einer allgemeine Weltgeschichte, according to which the realization of human freedom is the very end of history itself. Finally, there is Kant's doctrine about the primacy of practical reason, which makes the noumenal will independent of phenomena but phenomena subordinate to the will. 25-26. Fisher's interpretation of Kant came from texts like these, which he does not hesitate to cite. But the most important source for his reinterpretation of Kant is his long-standing view that Kant's philosophy was fundamentally a Entwicklungslehre, that is, a doctrine that everything in the world is subject to historical change and development. According to Fisher, Kant first conceived of this doctrine in his Allgemeine Weltgeschichte und die Theorie des Himmels, and the doctrine persists throughout his philosophical development, appearing in his critical writings no less than his pre-critical ones. 42. The idea of development makes no sense, however, without the concept of a purpose or end. 48. Fisher argues that Kant has to extend this idea not only to living but also non-living beings, since it is only by this means that we can avoid dualism and have a single unified conception of the world. 49. Yet, however much these texts support Fisher, they still do not go far enough for him. For Kant would insist that we should give the idea of purposiveness a strictly regulative validity, which means that we should only treat nature and history as if they were governed according to ends. Kant always held himself back from the metaphysical doctrine that nature and history actually are only the appearances of freedom. Fisher believes, however, that Kant is not entirely consistent on this score, and that he progressively abandoned his regulative constraints with the development of his system. 92-93. Though he insisted in the first Kritik that we cannot have knowledge of things in themselves, that restriction applied specifically to our theoretical knowledge. In the second Kritik, Kant allowed for practical knowledge of things in themselves when he made consciousness of the moral law into the ratio cognoscendi of freedom. 92. In the third Kritik, Kant had developed a concept of appearance that makes no sense at all without granting knowledge of noumena, for there an appearance is not simply what appears to our senses, as in the first Kritik, but what manifests or develops a purpose. 81-82. If we cannot know noumena, then we cannot know purposes, and so we cannot know that anything is in this sense an appearance. It is crucial for Kant to drop his regulative constraints, Fisher argues, for the simple reason that his own transcendental philosophy does not comply with them. 82. If it were the case that we can know only appearances, then we cannot have knowledge of the conditions of knowledge, because these two do not fall within experience. With his final essay on Kant, Fisher had reversed the position he had initially adopted in his 1852 Logik und Metaphysik. There Fisher had developed a Hegelian system under the control of Kant, a critical philosophy of identity. He had expounded the main principles of absolute idealism, the unity of self and nature, the organic structure of the world, though he had tried, in vain, to keep these doctrines within Kantian limits. Now, however, he had done just the opposite. he had created a Kantian system under the control of Hegel. For Fischer had now adopted the essentials of Kant's transcendental idealism, the ideality of space and time and the distinction between thing in itself and appearance, but insisted that such transcendental idealism reveals a much deeper metaphysical truth, that all reality is the appearance of freedom. Hence the Kantian Hegelian had become a Hegelian Kantian. In making Kant's philosophy utter this Hegelian truth, Fischer had revealed, once and for all, his deep and abiding Hegelian convictions. 6. Eduard Zeller, Neo-Kantian. Classicist. 1. Zeller and Fischer. Eduard Zeller is best known today for his outlines of the history of Greek philosophy, a compendium which is still widely used as a quick introduction to classical philosophy. If it were not for the stiffness and awkwardness of the English prose, which belie a translation from German, one might assume the author was a penurious classics scholar eager to make a few bob from the sale of a potboiler. But Zeller was no ordinary scholar. He was not only an eminent 19th-century philosophical historian but also a central figure in the revival of Neo-Kantianism. No study of Neo-Kantianism can afford to ignore him. Zeller and Fischer were in many respects perfect counterparts. They were two of the greatest philosophical historians of their age. What Fischer was to modern philosophy, Zeller was to ancient. Just as, for generations, the standard work on the history of modern philosophy was Fischer's Geschichte der modernen Philosophie, so, even today, the standard work on the history of classical philosophy is Zeller's Philosophie der Griechen. 2. It could not have hindered the rise of Kant's stature in Germany that, from complementary historical perspectives, the two most eminent philosophical historians declared their allegiance to Kant. Whether seen from a classical or modern viewpoint, Kant seemed to be the savior of German philosophy. Though near contemporaries of equal stature, Zeller and Fischer met only late in their careers, and then only occasionally. 3. When Zeller went to Berlin in 1872, Fischer became his successor in Heidelberg. For a while the two men were rivals for the post in Heidelberg, which Zeller eventually received only because Fischer turned it down. For laden with honors and memories of glorious careers, the two men lived in retirement in Stuttgart, where Zeller would sometimes visit Fischer. Zeller, who lived to be a sprightly 94, went to see Fischer in August 1905, only to be turned away from the door. 5. He was crushed to learn that Fischer, who was 10 years younger, was so unwell and senescent that he could not receive guests. For the revival of Kant in the 1860s, Zeller was of no less importance than Fischer. In the early 1860s both gave influential lectures calling for a return to Kant. Though there is no evidence of collaboration, their Neo-Kantian programs show remarkable parallels. Both contend that only Kant can solve the identity crisis of philosophy and save it from imminent obsolescence. Both argue that philosophy should be reconceived as epistemology if it is to have its own place in the modern division of the sciences. And both see Kant's philosophy as the middle path between the rosy fantasies of speculative idealism and the grim realities of materialism. Their Neo-Kantian paths would diverge only over one central issue. Zeller supported Trendelenburg in his famous dispute with Fischer. 6. Not the least respect in which Zeller and Fischer are counterparts concerns their early backgrounds. Both were Hegelians in their early careers. Both wrote for Arnold Ruges Jahrbucher, both were close friends of David Friedrich Strauss, who had a decisive influence in shaping their early theological views, and both shared a common fate in suffering persecution for their left Hegelian pantheism. The stories behind their conversions to Kant are, however, very different. While Fischer, as we have seen, never became a complete convert and never fully renounced his Hegelianism, Zeller became a total disciple and abandoned his Hegelianism entirely. The story of Zeller's conversion to Kant is of great interest to us as students of the history of Neo-Kantianism. Why, exactly, did Zeller abandon Hegel? And why did he convert to Kant? Given Zeller's importance for Neo-Kantianism, the answers to these questions should shed some light on the origins of the movement. Yet it is precisely here that the historical record proves to be very obscure. Nowhere in his published correspondence or in his writings does Zeller himself offer an explanation. We have to reconstruct the history from the few clues available to us. A large part of our task in this chapter will be to retrace Zeller's intellectual development and to show how he was led away from Hegel and towards Kant. We will then examine Zeller's major writings on Kant. 2. Early Tübingen years. Eduard Zeller, the eighth of 9 children, was born January 22, 1814, in the village of Kleinbotwar in Swabia. 7. Though descending from a long line of Protestant clergy, his father, Johann Heinrich Zeller, was a minor civil servant in Kleinbotwar. At a very early age Zeller learned classical languages, and already at 8 showed a proficiency in ancient Greek, a talent which would serve him well for his later work on classical philosophy. When still very young Zeller decided, in accord with family tradition, to study theology for a career in the church. And so, in October 1827, after finishing primary school, he went straight to the evangelical seminary at Maulbronn. It was during his Maulbronn years that he first met a figure who would later play a fateful role in his life, David Friedrich Strauss, 1808–1874. A temporary teacher at the seminary, Strauss recognized Zeller's precocious talents, little knowing then how fate would later intertwine him with his student. In autumn 1831 Zeller went to the Tübinger Stift, the fabled Protestant seminary, where, nearly half a century earlier, Schelling, Hegel and Hölderlin had been students. There Zeller was the student of Ferdinand Bauer, 1792–1860, who had joined the Stift in 1826. Bauer was the father of the Tübingen Critical School of Theology, whose aim was to apply the new historical methods to the study of early Christianity and the Bible. An imposing yet beloved teacher, Bauer soon became the decisive figure in Zeller's intellectual development. According to Dilthey, the ideal of Zeller's life was to appropriate, support and continue Bauer's researches. 10. The closeness of Zeller to Bauer was such that, in 1847, he married Bauer's daughter. For his 4 years of study at the Stift, Zeller had to study philosophy for the first 3 semesters. In his first semester he read Plato's Republic and Kant's Kritik der reinen Vernunft, choosing as his first essay topic Kant's distinction between phenomena and noumena. 11. Already in these semesters Zeller had acquired a thorough grounding in classical German philosophy, reading the major writings of Kant, Fichte, Schelling, Jacobi, and Hegel. 12. Another early essay, written in the summer semester of 1832, was on the development of transcendental idealism after Kant, which, according to his tutor, left nothing to be desired for its historical accuracy and philosophical insight. 13. Zeller says that in those early days he had not heard the name Schopenhauer, and that he knew about but had little interest in Herr Barth. 14. Zeller's main philosophy teacher at the Stift was the very man who once briefly taught him at the Maulbronn Seminary, David Friedrich Strauss. In May 1832, Strauss, a graduate at the Stift, had become an instructor there. He had just spent the winter of 1831–32 in Berlin, where he had attended Hegel's last lectures. Strauss introduced Zeller not only to Plato and Schleiermacher but also to Hegel, who was then hardly known at his alma mater. A self-confessed Hegelian, Strauss took extra pains to explain the intricacies of Hegel's system in plain and simple language to his young students. A close friendship developed between Strauss and Zeller, a bond strong enough to last for the rest of their lives. Though Zeller was intellectually and personally closer to Bauer, 15, he would support Strauss throughout all the dramas and struggles of his later career. He eventually became Strauss's biographer and the editor of his correspondence. 16. After the completion of his studies in 1836, Zeller, following a Stift tradition, received a stipend for a Wanderjahr. Following in Strauss's footsteps, he decided to make a pilgrimage to Berlin, then the center of theological and philosophical studies in Germany. Though Hegel and Schleiermacher were now dead, Zeller thought that he could at least learn from Hegel's disciples. So, well supplied with introductions from Strauss, he duly met the leaders of the Hegelian school, Karl Michelet, 1801–1893, Philip Marhynek, 1780–1846, Eduard Gans, 1797–1839, and Leopold Henning, 1791–1806. He also met an old friend of Straw, Wilhelm Vatka, 1806–82, who managed to arrange for him a tea with Hegel's widow. In the summer of 1837 Zeller returned to his Swabian homeland, where he began his clerical career by preaching in rural districts. But the lure of academic life proved too great for him. By 1839 he had returned to his alma mater, first as a repetent, i.e. a tutor, and then in 1840 as a Privatdozent. The early years as a dozent in Tübingen were Zeller's halcyon days. It was during these years that he formed a close intellectual circle with other Bauer students: Christian Marklin, 1807–1849, Friedrich Vischer, 1807–1887, Albert Schweigler, 1819–1857, Gottlieb Planck, 1819–1880, and Ernst Rapp, 1806–1879, to discuss philosophy, theology, and politics. This circle shared common philosophical, theological, and political views, which could be loosely described as moderate to left of center Hegelianism. 17 together, they created 2 journals to serve as mouthpieces for their views, the Jahrbucher der Gegenwart, 18, which was edited by Schweigler, and the Theologische Jahrbucher, 19, which was edited by Zeller himself. That the young Zeller was something of a Hegelian there cannot be any doubt. 20. He was a frequent contributor to Arnold Ruge's Hallische Jahrbucher, a young Hegelian journal begun in 1837 but suppressed in 1841, and to Schweigler's Jahrbucher der Gegenwart, a more moderate replacement for Ruge's journal. 21. Zeller's allegiance to Hegel is made plain from a letter Strauss wrote to him in February 1844, praising Zeller for his respectful attitude towards our old master and for not treating him, like so many upstart youths, like a dead dog. 22. Our old master meant, of course, Hegel. Strauss was referring to Zeller's recent treatment of Hegel in his Philosophie der Griechen, where he defended Hegel's history of philosophy against Frey's objections. 23. Yet the question remains, how much of a Hegelian was the young Zeller? Unlike Fischer, he was never a dyed-in-the-wool disciple, and already by the mid-1840s he had developed a critical distance towards Hegel. In his Philosophie der Griechen, the very text Straw praises for having a respectful attitude towards their old master, Zeller is careful to expound a method that is not strictly Hegelian, and that is indeed partially anti-Hegelian. He recommends a method that combines the speculative with the historical, and he is very wary of the dangers of an entirely speculative method, the invention of arbitrary constructions, the imposition of a priori schemata on the subject matter. While Zeller approves the Hegelian practice of tracing the organic development of thought, the connection of the systems, he does not think that this should come from above but only from below, from dwelling in the particularities of the facts of history, v. 7–8. In suggesting these criticisms of Hegel, Zeller was endorsing the common complaints made against his methodology by the historical school. It is also noteworthy that though Zeller advises the philosophical historian to determine the organic development of thought, he does not identify this concern with Hegel alone. While Hegel was its most conspicuous protagonist, Zeller finds the same concern in the work of Schleiermacher, Ritter, and Hermann, too. The program behind Zeller's Theologische Jahrbucher was also far from a strictly Hegelian enterprise. In his early 1846 article Die Theologie der Gegenwart, 24, his account of all the theological schools of his day, Zeller does take a stand on behalf of what he calls speculative theology, which was the usual term for the Hegelian version of the discipline. But it soon becomes clear that he does not mean anything particularly Hegelian by this phrase. He defines speculative theology as the attempt to explain religion from the universal essence of mind, which could hardly be described as a unique or characteristic Hegelian enterprise. 19. Although Zeller praises Hegel's philosophy for providing the most up-to-date form of such theology, and even for having taken it a step further than Schleiermacher, he does not identify speculative theology with Hegel alone. He says that the same enterprise was carried on by Schleiermacher, 25, and he even imagines a progression beyond Hegel that might realize more fully the ideal of a speculative theology, 20. What form that progression might take he does not explain. That Zeller was already taking decisive steps away from Hegel in the mid-1840s is fully apparent from some other articles in his Theologische Jahrbucher. In an article on the nature of religion, 26, Zeller shows himself to be highly critical of Hegel's philosophy of religion, which he finds much too intellectualistic. By identifying religion with a stage of consciousness, the representation of the infinite, Hegel came close to reducing it down to a mental attitude, neglecting its practical side in ritual and moral conduct, 55-64. And in an article on freedom of will, 27, Zeller, in self-conscious opposition to Hegel's and Schleiermacher's determinism, defends the concept of freedom as the power to choose, the ability to decide and act otherwise. Such freedom requires the possibility of contingency, a possibility that Hegel denies, 394, 444. For Hegel, contingency is possible only from the standpoint of reflection, which cannot know entirely all the causes behind an event, 393. Significantly, in defending freedom in this sense, Zeller had already broke decidedly with the monism and determinism of Hegel's pantheistic worldview. Yet, despite his growing distance from Hegel, the young Zeller was no closer to Kant. He was just as critical of Kant's philosophy of religion, which committed the opposite error of Hegel's. In reducing religion down to morals, Kant saw its practical but not its intellectual side. 28. Although Zeller's position on freedom would seem to bring him closer to Kant, who had famously defended freedom of choice, Zeller explicitly rejects Kant's theory of freedom, 433, 437-438. 29. Zeller does not think that we can harmonize moral choice with natural necessity, as Kant had, and he attempts to make them compatible by arguing that the general laws of nature are valid only en masse but not in all particular cases, 398, 439. So, for Zeller, unlike Fischer, affirming freedom of choice was no reason to return to Kant. Zeller's distance from Kant in the 1840s leaves us with the question of why he became a Kantian at all. Obviously, we still have a lot of explaining to do. The answer lies with another crucial aspect of Zeller's early intellectual career, one which we must now examine in detail, his project of historical criticism. It was only through the thorny thickets of historical criticism that the young Zeller would discover the path towards Königsberg. 3. Historical criticism. The core of Zeller's intellectual life during his later Tübingen years, 1844-1847, revolved around Bauer's project of historical criticism. The circle that formed around Bauer later became known as the Tübingen Historical School, or more simply as the Tübingen School or the Critical School. Zeller played a pivotal role in its organization and development as the founder and chief editor of its common journal, the Theologische Jahrbucher. 30. Since this project was so crucial to Zeller's intellectual development, we need to examine it in a little detail. Fortunately, the best account of the Tübingen School, at least for our purposes, is that provided by Zeller himself, who wrote a long retrospective article about it in 1859 for the Historische Zeitschrift. 31. What was fundamental to, and characteristic of, the Tübingen School, Zeller informs us, was its methodology, its manner of treating sacred texts strictly as historical documents, that is, as writings produced by human beings under particular social, historical and cultural circumstances, 268. This meant laying aside the traditional Orthodox assumption that the Bible was the product of supernatural inspiration, as if everything it said had divine authority. The method of the Tübingen School, as Zeller describes it, was that of historical criticism, pure and simple. Such criticism consists in the rigorous examination of the evidence behind historical texts to determine their authorship and accuracy, so that we accept or reject what a text states about the past strictly according to the degree of evidence for or against it. The origins of this methodology lay with the new critical history formed in the early 1800s by Barthold Niebuhr, 1776–1831, and Leopold Ranke, 1795–1886. Niebuhr had applied the method to Roman history in his Römische Geschichte, 1811–1812, and Ranke had done the same to early modern history in his Geschichte der Germanischen und Romanischen Völker, 1824. The program of the Tübingen school was simply to extend that method to sacred history. This was indeed just how Zeller himself viewed the origins of the historical school when he wrote in the final sentence of his article, "Its ruling principles are only the same as those that have governed all German historical writing outside theology since Niebuhr and Ranke." 353. Zeller stresses two additional features of historical criticism. First, it is meant to be entirely free or radical, that is, it lays aside all theological presuppositions or ecclesiastical guidelines, and it takes its method to its ultimate conclusions, whatever the consequences for church and dogma. Hence, in the foreword to the Theologische Jahrbucher, Zeller vows to devote his journal to the ideals of free inquiry, the freedom and consistency of thought independent of all confessional loyalties. 32. This means, as he later put it, that dogma should follow critique, not critique dogma. 268. Second, historical critique is intended to be scientific. This means that it adopts the general scientific view of the world, that is, it accepts the universal validity of the laws of nature discovered by the empirical sciences. It assumes that natural laws hold without exception, that the laws true for the universe now were also so in the past, so that testimony about the extraordinary and abnormal has little or no probability. Such a method, when applied rigorously to the Bible, immediately renders suspect its entire supernatural dimension, all its prophecies and miracles. Perfectly aware of this consequence, Zeller himself insisted on this naturalism, which he saw as integral to the scientific status of criticism. He indeed admitted that there could be no compromise between it and the supernaturalism of the Bible. Belief in miracles and critique are two things that exclude one another. 299. 33. Zeller was eager to distinguish historical criticism from two older forms of biblical interpretation. Following his account, the Tübingen program differs from not only Protestant orthodoxy, which saw the Bible as a divinely inspired document, but also from the old rationalism of the Enlightenment, which read the Bible as if its content were entirely rational and written by philosophers. The theologians of the Enlightenment had attempted to tone down the supernatural dimension of the Bible by interpreting its language about inspiration, miracles, and prophecies in terms of symbols for moral and metaphysical truths, viz., the snake speaking to Eve, or the devil appearing to Jesus, were parables about inner spiritual conflicts. The chief problem with this rationalism, Zeller maintains, is that it was not sufficiently historical or critical. Although it had questioned whether the events narrated in the Bible are supernatural, it never doubted that these events occurred. 273. Rather than interpreting texts in their historical context and trying to understand them in the author's terms, the rationalists imposed their own constructions on the text, giving them a metaphysical or moral meaning never intended by their authors. It had assumed that the authors of the Bible were like modern Aufklärer or freethinkers who were writing parables for the people in poetic and ornate language. Once placed in their historical context, however, it becomes clear that these authors actually believed their prophecies and miracles. Zeller also distinguishes the Tübingen school from two trends of contemporary theology, a tepid rationalism, which dares not take its criticism far enough, and a mellow orthodoxy, which softens its belief in the supernatural by making piecemeal concessions to rationalism. 274. 34. Thus a theology of timid compromise has become the order of the day, Zeller complains. He insists that neither Schleiermacher nor Hegel have done much to change the sad state of affairs. Neither were sufficiently critical or historical because they never really challenged the sacred texts. Thus Schleiermacher's dogmatics began with the assumption of the basic mystery of Christ, while the Hegelians simply accepted the claims to revelation in the Bible because their only interest was casting them in terms of the speculative concept. 274 to 275. 35. In foisting all kinds of dialectical constructions on the text, the Hegelians proved themselves no better than their rationalist forebears. For Zeller, the culmination of the historical criticism of the Tübingen school came with David Friedrich Strauss' Das Leben Jesu. 36. Taking the program of radical criticism to its ultimate limits, Strauss came to the conclusion that all the narratives in the Bible are false if they are taken as straightforward accounts of supernatural events. Strauss found inconsistencies in the testimony of the four Gospels, and he was rigorous in applying the standards of ordinary induction to the texts, coming to the unsurprising conclusion that it was improbable that any miracles ever occurred. Strauss denied, however, that these stories were the product of self-conscious deception on the part of a conspiracy of priests, the old account of the freethinkers, and instead explained them as myths. Myth was the central theme of Strauss' book, the concept he invoked to replace the reason of the rationalists and the inspiration of the orthodox. According to Zeller, Strauss made three central claims about myth. 1. It is poetry, not history. 2. It is the work not of an individual alone but of an entire community. And 3. It is not a legend created by the imagination but a story serving practical and dogmatic interests. 278. In short, myths are Christian folk tales, Volkssage, though folk tales created for religious interests. 278. The interests of the early Christians were twofold: to glorify Christ, and to demonstrate that the Judaic prophecies about the Messiah had been fulfilled. Although he saw Strauss' book as the epitome of the Tübingen school, Zeller himself was far from endorsing it entirely. Like Bauer, he felt that the book was much too negative and much too polemical. After demolishing all the narratives of the Bible, Strauss had made no effort to construct a more truthful history. 279 to 282. Zeller was also critical of the Hegelian assumptions behind Strauss' concept of religion, which understood religion in a much too theoretical manner. 37. Strauss wrote as if the ancient prophets and apostles were wont to be Hegelian philosophers. Still, despite these reservations, Zeller stood by the negative teachings of Strauss' book, which he regarded as indisputable and epical. Although one could quarrel with Strauss on particular points, one could not contest his general skepticism about the old Protestant dogma of the literal truth of the Bible. 277 to 278. Thanks largely to Strauss, Zeller came to the conclusion that the entire worldview of the Christian Church, its concept of revelation, its principle that salvation came with faith alone, could no longer be accepted in the modern age. 38. Although Zeller was worried about the nihilism of a completely negative critique, and although he demanded nothing less than a complete reconstruction of theology, he made few positive suggestions about how to avoid this nihilism or what this new theology should be. One thing alone was entirely clear to him, that after Strauss there could be no going back to the past. Seen from a broader historical perspective, the historical criticism of the Tübingen school was the result of three powerful historical influences. One was the historical criticism of Niebuhr and Ranke, as we have already seen. Another influence was Spinoza, whose naturalist biblical criticism was the precedent for Strauss. Last but not least, there was Kant. While Zeller never mentions Spinoza, probably because he still remains so controversial, he does not hesitate to acknowledge, on two different occasions, his debts to the sage of Königsberg. At the close of Die Theologie der Gegenwart, Zeller states expressly that the standpoint of criticism of the historical school grew out of the Kantian Copernican revolution. 27, and in the beginning of his article Über das Wesen der Religion he claims that only since Kant based philosophy on human self-consciousness has it been possible to explain the place of religion in the general economy of mental life. 28. In stressing the importance of Kant for the Tübingen school, Zeller was inter alia alluding to Kant's transcendental dialectic. The disposition to hypostasize concepts, which Kant saw as the fundamental fallacy behind rationalism, the Tübingen school found in myth. Just as the doctrines of the rationalist metaphysician, viz. The simplicity of the soul, are hypostasizations, so the objects of myth are the products of the religious consciousness, which subconsciously objectifies its own creations into powers ruling over it. Whatever the reasons behind it, Zeller's tendency to identify the project of historical criticism with Kant was significant for his emerging Neo-Kantianism. It meant that Zeller already understood himself to be engaging in a Kantian project in the mid-1840s, a period in his career which is usually understood to be Hegelian. So the Neo-Kantianism Zeller will later announce in the early 1860s did not spring fully born out of the head of Medusa. It had been gestating ever since his Tübingen days. For from Hegel to Kant in discussing Zeller's early critical project it seems we have gone a long way around the barn. For how does this bring us closer to understanding his Neo-Kantianism? Although Zeller understood this project in Kantian terms, this was still not enough to make a Kantian out of him. After all, in the mid-1840s, Zeller was as critical of Kant as Hegel. What then happened to push Zeller closer to Kant and further from Hegel? We can answer this question only by going further through and not around Zeller's early Tübingen years. For it was only by following what happened with his project of radical criticism during these years that we can begin to understand why Zeller finally became disillusioned with Hegel and embraced Kant. Zeller's first official public declaration of his Neo-Kantianism appears in his 1862 Heidelberg inaugural lecture, Über Bedeutung und die Aufgabe der Erkenntnistheorie, which we will examine closely in section 6. Suffice it to say for now that Zeller begins his lecture with a denunciation of Hegel's logic for its confusion of the form and content of knowledge, for its illusion that we can generate content from thinking alone. The great strength of Kant over Hegel, Zeller contends, is that he avoided such confusion and illusion with his distinctions between form and content, understanding and sensibility. What was decisive for Zeller's move away from Hegel and towards Kant, then, was his endorsement of these Kantian dualisms. So the crucial question is, what led Zeller to affirm these dualisms? The answer ultimately lies with Strauss and Zeller's experience with historical criticism, with their motives for adopting it and the conclusions they drew from it. Back in the early 1830s, when Strauss first attended the lectures of Hegel's disciples in Berlin, he was struck by their naive assumptions in translating the representations of religion into the conceptual terms of Hegel's system. 39 Rather than subjecting the claims to revelation in the Bible to criticism, the young Hegelians Marhinek, Gabler, and Gaskell simply accepted them at their face value, and so, in translating them into philosophical terms, they were attributing a conceptual necessity and eternal validity to what might prove to be, in the light of historical criticism, a simple falsehood. Determined to avoid such an embarrassing fallacy, Strauss insisted that one must first subject the biblical record to historical criticism, only after determining the authenticity and reliability of a claim to revelation could one begin to reconstruct it in philosophical terms. But Strauss' subsequent investigations into the biblical record had come to such an overwhelmingly negative verdict that all the claims to revelation in the Bible were myths, having no historical foundation at all, that there was no justification for a translation of revelation into conceptual terms. The net result of Strauss' historical criticism left him staring at what he called the Great Chasm, a deep ditch filled with the dragons and monsters of doubt and despair. 40. This was his way of referring to Lessing's famous broad and ugly ditch between the facts of history and the truths of reason. The only way to get across that chasm, it now seemed, was through a leap of faith, Jacobi's famous salto mortale. These results of historical criticism were very bad news for a Hegelian. They meant that the Hegelian dialectic could not bridge the gulf between history and reason after all. The dialectic is an engine designed to cross Lessing's ditch. It would, if all went to plan, show how the contradictions in the realm of finitude, which is the sphere of the particular and contingent, are resolved in the realm of the infinite, which is the sphere of the universal and necessity. Applied to religious experience, the dialectic is supposed to transform the particular and contingent representations of religious experience into the universal and necessary concepts of the system of philosophy. While some aspects of religious representations are to be cancelled, others are to be preserved, in that wondrous transformative process known as Aufhebung. While the dialectic has its moment of negativity, that is, the contradictions inherent in the realm of finite experience, it is also supposed to have a positive result, that is, the transformation of the particular and contingent representations of religion into universal and necessary thoughts. But the dialectical engine stalls, shutting down right in front of the ditch it is supposed to cross. For the result of Strauss' historical criticism is that there is really no solid spot to jump from, the alleged facts of biblical revelation are not really facts at all. Hence the dialectic ends, to put it in Hegelian terms, in abstract negativity alone, because the content of religious belief is completely cancelled. It leaves us still standing before Lessing's ditch, that yawning gap between the particular and contingent realm of finite experience and the universal and necessary realm of thought. That the young Zeller realized the impact of these results for the Hegelian dialectic there cannot be any doubt. We have already seen how he endorsed the negative results of Strauss' historical criticism, and how he criticized the Hegelians for naively accepting the biblical record. But Zeller had gone much further than this. He explicitly criticized the whole procedure of the Hegelian dialectic. In an important article in the Theologische Jahrbucher, über das Wesen der Religion, 41 he argued that the dialectic is much too reductivist, 412 to 413. We could indeed translate religious experience into the realm of thought, just as we could distill the main thought behind a poem into prose. But who would claim that the experience of the poem is nothing but the thought? Like Kierkegaard, who came to similar conclusions around the same time, Zeller stressed how religion is essentially about an individual's unique and personal experience with God, a dimension left behind by the Hegelian dialectic, 399, 404, 409. Most important of all, though, Zeller claimed that the translation of religious representation into philosophical concept is impossible in principle because it requires bridging a gulf between two completely distinct realms. 65. The religious representation is in the realm of the unique and temporal, the philosophical concept is in the realm of the universal and eternal. Since they are completely opposed to one another, how could one be transformed into the other? How could the unique and temporal become the universal and eternal? It could be only through a total negation or self-contradiction. What the collapse of the dialectic means, as Zeller puts it, is the opposition between transcendence and immanence. 65. We can now see why, already by 1845, Zeller was ready to break with Hegel and side with Kant on the all-important question of the relationship between form and content, thought and sensibility. The Hegelian dialectic could not bridge these dualisms. The most severe examination of the particular, contingent, and temporal domain of experience had failed to identify the alleged common content between religion and philosophy, which had been the main presupposition of the Hegelian dialectic. There just was no such content. 42 Kant, it seemed, had good reasons for his dualisms after all. Rather than trying to leap beyond Lessing's ditch, the old fox of Königsberg wisely chose to recognize its existence. It was this Kantian lesson that Zeller had learned in the mid-1840s, I suggest, that became the decisive factor in pushing him down the road towards his later Neo-Kantianism. 5. Running the gauntlet, Tübingen to Heidelberg. Zeller's career began under an unlucky star. The so-called Vormärz period, the years between the revolutions of 1830 and 1848, which roughly coincided with those between Zeller's entry into the Stift and his first professorship, were notable as a period of political reaction and conservatism. Eager to prevent revolution in their German homeland, conservative forces, the princes, nobility, and clergy, did everything in their power to guard their prerogative and privileges, especially by controlling the press and universities. In 1835 these forces were suddenly mobilized by the appearance of Strauss' Das Leben Jesu, which hit the public, to use Zeller's phrase, like a bombshell. 43. Strauss' book seemed to confirm all the conservatives' worst fears about radical criticism and left-wing Hegelianism. In attacking the historical testimony behind the Bible, Straw was undermining the very basis of the Protestant faith, and with it the alliance of throne and altar. Somehow, sooner rather than later, this Schwabian Antichrist would have to be crucified. The hysterical reaction against Straw spread rapidly throughout Germany, quickly reaching even sleepy Tübingen. The first victim was Straw himself, who was peremptorily dismissed from his post in the Stift. Now everyone in Straw's circle also stood under suspicion, and they would have to be careful about all they said, wrote, or taught. Zeller himself began to feel the heat in 1840 when he gave some lectures on dogmatics to replace another theology professor. For simply stating his sympathy with Straw, he was censured by conservatives in the theology faculty. 44 The censure was a rude shock to Zeller, who now feared that no Hegelian or Straussian would ever be promoted in Swabia. Subsequent events were only to confirm this bleak forecast. When, in 1842, the theological faculty applied to the Ministry of Education for Zeller's promotion as an extraordinary professor, the request was flatly denied. And when, in 1844, they applied for his promotion in philosophy instead of theology, that too was bluntly refused. Zeller was not alone in such misfortunes. None of Bauer's students were promoted, and some were simply dismissed. 45 The new winds of 1848 brought the prospects of redemption. Not, however, from anywhere on German soil, but from Switzerland, where a friend of Zeller's, Frederick, had secured an offer for him as extraordinary professor of theology at Bern. 46 Having no other options, Zeller accepted the offer from Bern without hesitation, January 16, 1847. But at first it seemed Zeller would get the same reception in Bern that Straw once received in Zurich. When Straw was offered a position in Zurich in 1839, the outcry was so great among the clergy and general public that the city council was forced to back down and to retire their just appointed professor at half salary. The Straw affair threatened to repeat itself with Zeller, because the conservative clergy in Bern raised a clamor and organized a campaign against the Zeller Religionsgefahr. 47 The conservative motion to have Zeller's appointment revoked was defeated, however, by the deft political maneuvers of the new radical government in Bern. 48 Still, such was the animosity stirred by Zeller's appointment that there were fears for his safety, so that the government found it necessary to provide him with police protection. Eventually, 1848 brought change to Germany too. The University of Marburg, once a provincial backwater, had a new liberal administration eager for reform and new faculty. The administration turned a sympathetic ear to the efforts of Johannes Gildemeister, a professor in the theology faculty, to recruit Zeller. 49 Not happy with his precarious position in Bern, Zeller told Gildemeister that he was willing to come to Marburg, even though he had been warned about another storm. Sure enough, when the conservative clergy found out about Zeller's appointment, they were furious and organized protests against it. The theology faculty did everything in its power to block the appointment, and Prince Friedrich Wilhelm refused to sign the final documents. Only after a massive protest by the Liberal Assembly did Zeller finally get an appointment, though it was in philosophy rather than theology. Zeller was hired under the condition that he not teach theological topics. After the initial firestorm, Zeller did manage to settle down in Marburg, where he would stay for the next 13 years, 1849 to 1862. He was not an especially popular lecturer in Marburg, apparently because his thick Schwabian accent was not so comprehensible there. 50 Zeller was part of a circle of close friends: the theologian Wilhelm Gildemeister, the philosopher Franz Theodor Weitz, and the historian Heinrich von Sibbel, which became known as the Tuesday Club. The main preoccupation of Zeller's Marburg years was with the second edition of his Philosophie der Griechen, which had expanded from one volume into 3 very large tomes. 51 It was most probably during his Marburg years that Zeller completed his conversion from Hegel to Kant. For it was immediately after these years, in 1862, that Zeller would proclaim his Kantianism from the podium in his inaugural lecture at Heidelberg. Unfortunately, it is impossible to determine how and when the conversion took place. None of Zeller's published letters or writings from the Marburg years explicitly concern Kant's or Hegel's philosophy, and there are no notes on Zeller's lectures on logic and metaphysics from this period. 52 Since, however, Zeller was most probably a Kantian already in Marburg, we have to revise or qualify the common claim that Lang, who would come to Marburg 10 years later, was the father of Marburg Neo-Kantianism. 53. Zeller's Marburg period came to a close in 1862 when he received an offer from Heidelberg for an ordinary professorship in philosophy. Unlike the Bern and Marburg appointments, there was no political controversy surrounding the offer from Heidelberg. Not only were the 1860s more settled times, but Zeller's appointment was in philosophy rather than theology, thus avoiding all controversy. As in Marburg, Zeller soon found himself as part of an illustrious circle of friends, including Robert Bunsen, George Gervinus, and Hermann Helmholtz. With Helmholtz, Zeller would often discuss his new interest in psychology. It was in Heidelberg that Zeller finally became an integral part of the new up-and-coming movement to revive Kant. Just what his contributions were to this movement we must now examine. 6. Return to Kant. One of the milestones of the Kant revival of the 1860s was Zeller's inaugural lecture at Heidelberg, Über Bedeutung und die Aufgabe der Erkenntnistheorie, which was delivered October 22, 1862-54. It is in many respects the counterpart of Fischer's 1860 Jena lectures. Like Fischer, Zeller too thinks that German philosophy is in a state of crisis, and that the only way to resolve it is by going back to Kant. Both Zeller and Fischer see the vocation of philosophy as epistemology, the theory of knowledge, Erkenntnistheorie, rather than metaphysics. 55. That message, proclaimed from two prestigious podiums, could not fail to have a wide impact on the philosophical scene in Germany. The affinity between Fischer's and Zeller's lectures raises the question of their relation to one another. Was Fischer an influence on Zeller? Or did they even cooperate with one another? The two men certainly knew of one another, and Fischer's lecture had been published in 1860, which makes it plausible that Zeller knew of its contents. There is no evidence, however, from Zeller's published writings or correspondence that he had read Fischer's lectures. In any case, Fischer and Zeller seem to have come to their conclusions independently, because, for all the similarities in their lectures, there were also interesting differences between them. These differences become apparent as soon as we raise the question, what, exactly, is the crisis of philosophy for Zeller? Fischer had stressed the danger of obsolescence from the rise of the new empirical sciences, which had left no place for philosophy. While Zeller agrees with that diagnosis, he emphasizes a factor ignored by Fischer, the vacuum left behind by the collapse of the great idealist systems. While Fischer had still not abandoned hope of rehabilitating that tradition, Zeller saw its decline as irreversible and final. Philosophy in Germany is now at a turning point, he declares, because it has proven to be impossible to repair the Hegelian system, which has broken down irremediably. 489. If philosophy is to go forward at all, it must completely transform itself and start from a new foundation. The best way to determine what that foundation should be, Zeller advises, is to go back to one's starting point, the place from which philosophy began before the rise of speculative idealism. 490. That starting point was, of course, Kant's Critique of Pure Reason. 490. Kant marked a new beginning for philosophy insofar as he made it into a theory of knowledge. Zeller realizes that some of Kant's predecessors, namely, Locke and Leibniz, were also engaged in the theory of knowledge, but Kant's great contribution was to make that theory more thorough, comprehensive, and systematic. He made the theory of knowledge into the chief vocation of philosophy itself. 485. Reviving epistemology is precisely the remedy for philosophy in its present impasse, Zeller contends, because only such an examination will diagnose why the great systems have failed. Zeller also has a different account of the sources of obsolescence. While Fisher thinks that this danger arises from the special sciences usurping the role of philosophy, Zeller maintains that it derives from them divorcing themselves from philosophy. The relationship between philosophy and the special sciences has veered from its natural course, Zeller says, because the sciences pretend that they do not need philosophy at all, and they even fear that it will interfere with their operations. 490. Rather than a divorce, there should be a symbiosis between philosophy and the empirical sciences, where each supports and learns from the other. Just why and how there should be such a symbiosis Zeller does not explain. The most striking contrast between Zeller's and Fisher's lectures concerns their attitudes towards Hegel and the idealist tradition. When Fisher gave his lecture he was still working within the tradition of Hegelian metaphysics. Zeller, however, renounces that tradition as bankrupt from the very beginning. He starts his lecture by declaring it a mistake to assume with Hegel that logic has some kind of content, that it determines the chief structures of the world itself. Logic, for Zeller, has to be completely separated from metaphysics. It is a purely formal discipline, and we have no reason to identify the forms of thought with those of being itself. These forms are the means by which we know being, and we cannot simply equate them with being itself. 482. Contrary to the speculative principle of subject-object identity, Zeller lays down the principle that knowing and being are distinct. The operations of thinking by means of which we know the essence of things are distinct from that which we know through them. 482. Zeller accepts that formal logic stands in need of some kind of foundation, but he insists that foundation lies with epistemology rather than metaphysics. 482. The foundation cannot lie in metaphysics because it, like all the special sciences, presupposes the validity of certain methods that it is the very purpose of epistemology to investigate. Not metaphysics but epistemology is the philosophia prima, because we need to investigate the origins and limits of knowledge before we engage in metaphysics. 483. As much as Zeller stresses the need for philosophy to return to Kant, he also maintains that Kant made one fundamental mistake, an error of such prodigious proportion that it was the source of all the errors of speculative idealism. That mistake was his assumption of the unknowability of things in themselves. 492. Kant made this mistake because he reasoned that if the forms of our faculty of knowledge determine or condition what we know, then we cannot know how things exist apart from and prior to the application of those forms. But there is a non sequitur lurking in Kant's reasoning, Zeller maintains, because even though these forms originate from ourselves, it is still possible that they conform to things in themselves. 492. In holding out for this possibility, Zeller was following Trendelenburg's argument for such a stronger realism in his Logisk Untersuchungen. According to that argument, even though the forms of space and time are a priori, arising from the mind, it is still possible for them to apply to things in themselves. 56. Here, then, lay another major difference between Zeller and Fisher. For, though it is not made explicit, Zeller was siding with Trendelenburg in his famous dispute with Fisher, which was just beginning in 1862. No less than Trendelenburg, and contrary to Fisher, Zeller insisted that truth in the empirical sciences requires knowledge of more than just appearances. It is not enough that we know just our representations of things, we also demand that we have knowledge of things themselves. There is a hard element of realism in Zeller's thinking, which consists in more than a Kantian empirical realism, the conformity of representations with the a priori forms of consciousness, and which demands a stronger kind of transcendental realism, the identification of the objects of experience with a reality that exists independent of them. This stronger realism comes to the fore when Zeller maintains, against Kant, that it is false that sensation gives us only disorganized matter and that all form comes from ourselves. 491 to 492. That Kantian dualism is implausible, Zeller argues, because the particular relations between things in space and time, viz. The clock standing 2 feet from the window, the ball taking 60 seconds to drop from 6,000 meters, cannot be derived from the general forms of intuition and understanding. These relations are therefore simply given to us, having a reality independent of our consciousness. Zeller was so confident in his realism that he was not fazed at all by the objection that we cannot get outside our representations to see if they correspond with reality itself. We have within our experience a means of knowing whether our representations are only illusions or appearances of things themselves, he reassures us. We do not have to determine the reality of a representation simply from its own content, rather, we determine its reality by comparing it with other representations. We compare different representations of the same sense, representations of different senses, and many different perspectives of all the senses. It is only when they all agree with one another that we claim they are of reality itself. 493. Besides comparing representations among one another, we have another test for the reality of a representation in the laws of the empirical sciences. 494. We ascribe reality to a representation only if it conforms to these laws, and we regard it as illusory if it fails to comply with them. It is ironic, however, that Kant used just these kinds of arguments to demonstrate the sufficiency of empirical realism. Kant would have agreed with Zeller that we do not have to get outside our representations to determine their reality, and that we have sufficient criteria to do so within consciousness itself. He would have disagreed with Zeller's conclusion, however, that satisfying these criteria guarantees knowledge of reality itself. For Kant, that extra inference on Zeller's part would be pure non sequitur. Belief in the correspondence of representations with reality itself was a leap of faith, which no skeptic would be prepared to make or approve. Some 15 years later, when Fischer's dispute with Trendelenburg was a rapidly fading memory, Zeller returned to the topic of knowledge of the external world in some reflections he added to his original lecture. 57. Zeller here retreats from his earlier position, though he does not recant or attempt to smooth over the inconsistency. Stressing now the role of our senses and physiology as conditions of experience, he maintains that the Kantian conception of the a priori can be extended, so that it applies not only to the forms of intuition and understanding but even to sensation itself. 501. We can talk about a priori factors of sensation because it is just a fact, and here Zeller has in mind the experiments of Müller so stressed by Helmholtz that the quality of sensation depends on the specific qualities of our nerves and brain. We cannot reduce the quality or content of a sensation down to the character of the stimulus, because the nerves and brain so transform the stimulus that their product, the representation, is nothing like them. 500. Having emphasized the creative role of the senses in producing experience, Zeller now finds it difficult to retain the realism he had so optimistically affirmed in his original lecture. Although he again insists that the particular content of sensation, and the relations between particular facts in experience, cannot be produced by us and that it has to be given by stimuli outside us. 522. And although he again stresses that the definite content of perception simply cannot be explained in terms of the general forms of sensation, intuition, or understanding, 499, 522, he now explicitly concedes that our representations do not directly reflect things in themselves. 523. This is because the senses transform what we know, or because the nerves and brain affect the very content of sensation. All that we know directly is simply how these things affect us and how we react to them, and it is impossible for us to get outside ourselves to know the thing as it exists in itself. 523. Indeed, the form and content of representations, the role of our own activity and the role of the stimulus in producing it, are impossible for us to separate. 523. Although Zeller again insists that we can determine the reality of a representation by its coherence with others, it is now obvious that this test shows only facts about appearances about how the world affects us and nothing about things in themselves. In these reflections Zeller had discovered a point that Lang and Liebman were also forced to admit, that the thing in itself is, however horrible and nonsensical, ineliminable. Whatever the merits or flaws of his arguments for the unknowability of things in themselves, Zeller's original lecture preaches the doctrine that the assumption of their unknowability was the source of all the errors of the idealist tradition after Kant. Rightly seeing the problems behind this assumption, Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel attempted to eliminate things in themselves and to explain the origin of experience without having to postulate some mysterious cause behind it. Fichte tried to explain experience on the basis of idealism, by assuming that the opposition between subject and object within experience arises from the absolute ego, but this explanation did not work, because, as Schelling reasoned later, the absolute ego is not really a subject at all, given that the meaning of a subject comes only from its contrast with an object. 487. Hence Schelling and Hegel attempted to explain the origin of experience, the division between subject and object, from the standpoint of absolute identity, which is neither subject nor object but the complete identity between them. But, Zeller insists, in ascending to such a high level of abstraction, Schelling and Hegel went beyond the limits of experience itself and indulged in a kind of transcendent metaphysics. 488. It is impossible to begin from above, from some abstract absolute standpoint, and then to derive the basic facts of experience from it. In doing so, Schelling and Hegel illegitimately attempted to derive the particular and determinate from the universal and indeterminate. They were trying to squeeze blood from a turnip, milk from a billy goat, in the usual rationalist manner. The deductions demanded by the Hegelian dialectic are impossible in principle, because they attempt to derive content from form, the concrete from the abstract. 488 to 489. Here in Zeller's diagnosis of the problems of Hegelian speculation we can see his reason for thinking that the idealist tradition had collapsed and stood beyond redemption. It was a central theme of Zeller's lecture that philosophy had to be first and foremost epistemology because that alone would ensure it against dogmatism and the spectacular errors committed by speculative idealism. Zeller insisted in classical manner, much like Locke and Kant before him, that it is necessary first to examine the conditions and limits of knowledge before attempting to acquire knowledge itself. 483. Since the methods we employ determine the results we get, we first need to investigate the value of these methods themselves. 481. We need to determine the standards of knowledge, which we derive from the conditions under which the mind acquires knowledge. 483. Zeller makes these old points as if they contain profound lessons for future philosophy, as if the speculative idealists had forgotten them entirely, and as if it were for this reason alone they had committed the classical mistakes of rationalist dogmatism. But was Zeller preaching a timely lesson for the fallen or just an old homily for the converted? His argument on behalf of epistemology sounds naive in the face of some of the objections made against it. Hegel had lampooned the attempt to learn how to swim before jumping in the water, Lotze had complained about those who forever sharpen their knife but never try to cut anything with it, and Dilthey had contended that we cannot determine the limits of knowing except by undertaking attempts to know and seeing whether they are successful or not. It was a weakness of Zeller's position that he never replied to these common objections. For all its naivete, Zeller's lecture had its merits. Within the short span of 15 pages, it had sketched a new approach to philosophy, a new way forward from the morass of speculative idealism. If Zeller's arguments were sketchy, hasty, and inconclusive, we cannot expect more from a single lecture. The value of the lecture lay more in its proposals and suggestions than its arguments or answers. Last but not least, Zeller's diagnosis of the failures of the idealist tradition. His claim that the entire tradition came to grief over the thing in itself will prove fruitful. As we shall soon see, it will be made into the central theme of one of the most influential neo-Kantian manifestos of the 1860s, Otto Liebmann's Kant und die Epigonen. 58. 7. Unfinished business. For all its richness in content, Zeller's 1862 lecture had not fully answered the most pressing question of them all, the very question he intended to answer in the first place: how can philosophy avoid imminent obsolescence? Although Zeller had explicitly posed that question, and although he had even suggested an answer, he had not explained or justified it. He had recommended that philosophy should go back to Kant, that it should revive the project of epistemology to avoid the problems of metaphysics. But Zeller had not gone into any detail about how epistemology solves the crisis of philosophy, about how it saves philosophy from redundancy by the special sciences. Zeller finally turned to that task in a later lecture, Über die Aufgabe der Philosophie und ihre Stellung zu den übrigen Wissenschaften, 59, which he delivered in Heidelberg on November 23, 1868, on the occasion of the birthday of the Prince Karl Friedrich von Baden. Now, in much more detail than in his first lecture, Zeller sketches the scenario that threatens philosophy. The account he now provides is very similar to Fischer's. After having freed itself from theology in the modern world, philosophy returned to its old vocation of providing a general worldview, a theory of the universe as a whole. But this conception of its calling was threatened by the growth of the special sciences, 447. Each of them had its own special domain, its own unique methodology, which made them independent of philosophy. Since all of reality was carved up among the special sciences, it seemed as if there was nothing left for philosophy to do, 450. Philosophy was like that poet who, after finding that the sciences had carved up reality for themselves, had nothing more for himself than the dream world of abstractions. Given this predicament, what should be the relationship of philosophy to the special sciences? What remains left for philosophy, Zeller asks, 450. The answer to this question will depend on our general epistemological position, he answers. If we assume that there is a source of a priori knowledge within the mind independent of experience, then we can make philosophy the science of such a priori knowledge, so that it is distinct from the special sciences, which all pursue empirical or a posteriori knowledge, 448. This, Zeller thinks, was just the position of the idealist tradition, which saw philosophy as an a priori science that could construct all reality by deductive reasoning. But this position has now shown itself to be bankrupt, he claims. That we cannot have a priori knowledge of reality, that we will never succeed in providing an a priori construction of the universe, Zeller says, is plain from the failures of Hegel's dialectical method, 449. This method either produces results in conflict with experience or it smuggles in premises from experience to get its results, 449. So, granted that there is no a priori knowledge, granted that all knowledge of the world in some way depends on experience, how do we distinguish philosophy from the special sciences? Zeller assumes that philosophy too will have to adopt an empirical methodology, and that there cannot be any fundamental difference in method between it and the empirical sciences. The problem of defining the difference between philosophy and the sciences has now become all the more acute, however, given that both share the same method and that both depend for knowledge upon experience. We can now see clearly why Zeller thinks that the collapse of idealism left philosophy with an identity crisis. Once one rejects the old a priori methods of dialectic or construction, the old border line between the empirical sciences and philosophy disappears. But now that philosophy too has to dwell in the realm of experience, it seems utterly redundant, given that the special sciences have carved up that entire realm among themselves. And so the urgency of Zeller's question, what remains left over for philosophy? 450. Zeller has three answers to that question, three solutions to the problem of obsolescence, though he never precisely distinguishes them. His first solution reaffirms the main proposal of his 1862 lecture, that the special vocation of philosophy consists in logic and epistemology, 459. Now, though, the argument for this proposal is more explicit and better developed. Zeller explains that the activity of thought is the same in all the sciences, and that it is the special task of philosophy to determine the laws of this activity, 459. Philosophy determines, in other words, the general conditions and forms of all scientific thinking, 460. Insofar as it does this, philosophy is logic, but logic understood in a broad sense as the theory of knowledge, a theory whose special concern is universal scientific methodology, 460. Logic or theory of knowledge does not have to fear redundancy at the hands of the special sciences, then, because it determines the foundation of all the special sciences, and so transcends their particular concerns. 461. The second solution to the obsolescence problem is more novel, having no precedent in the earlier lecture. Zeller explains that each of the special sciences has its own fundamental presuppositions and concepts. It uses and applies these presuppositions and concepts to investigate its particular sector of reality, but it does not investigate them itself. 462. Such an investigation is the task of philosophy. Zeller explains that physics, for example, uses the concepts of matter, motion, and space, but it does not investigate what they mean exactly, whether they have ultimate reality or are only modes of our awareness. 462. The same is the case for psychology, which uses the concept of a mind but which does not explain its precise meaning. 463. For each of the special sciences, then, there will be a philosophy of that science which has the special task of investigating its fundamental concepts and presuppositions. So, in addition to a general logic which investigates what all sciences have in common, philosophy will also divide into separate parts for each discipline. Having laid out these solutions to the redundancy crisis, Zeller now goes a step further and suggests even a third vocation for philosophy, yet another task to distinguish it from the special sciences. There must be a science, he reasons, that examines the interconnections between the special sciences, one that transcends their limited boundaries and connects them together into a single theory. The special task of this science will be the connection of all sciences. 465. It will be a science of all the sciences, a Gesamtwissenschaft so to speak, that summarizes and synthesizes the results of all the special sciences. Zeller calls the subject matter of this science the infinite ground of all being. 464. What he has in mind, though he does not use that dirty word, is metaphysics. For all his criticism of the metaphysics of speculative idealism, Zeller was not ready to banish metaphysics as such. It's just that he wanted metaphysics to be based on the methods and results of the particular sciences rather than any a priori methodology. So, summa summarum, Zeller gave philosophy plenty to do in his scientific age. Philosophy could be logic and epistemology, a study of the conditions and limits of knowledge and science in general. It could be a study of the concepts and presuppositions of any particular science, and it could be a general metaphysics that pulled together all the results of the sciences. What is so striking about Zeller's general position is that it is still so traditional. Zeller was not willing to abandon the old conception of philosophy as a worldview, a general theory of reality as a whole, the very conception that seemed to have been rendered obsolete. Some of his neo-Kantian colleagues, namely, Lang and Windelband, had already written off this conception as archaic. The precise status of metaphysics remains a troublesome question within neo-Kantianism, with some insisting on its rehabilitation with new methods and others preaching the need for its complete abandonment. Another remarkable feature of Zeller's conception of philosophy is that he sees no difference in method or discourse between philosophy and the empirical sciences. 60. The distinction between philosophy and the sciences rests on two factors: its broader scope or generality and its higher level, that is, it is second order, dealing with knowledge of things rather than things themselves. As far as epistemology is concerned, however, Zeller makes no distinction between the quid juris and the quid facti, the normative and natural. Under the influence of Helmholtz, and in the tradition of Fries, Herbart, and Benneck, Zeller continued to see epistemology as a kind of empirical psychology. He shared Helmholtz's view that if philosophy were to become a science, epistemology would have to engage in the experiments and observations of psychology and physiology. It is ironic, however, that this belief seems to push philosophy even closer to obsolescence, because it makes epistemology, properly pursued, just another form of psychology. As we shall soon see, Windelband will soon press just this point against Zeller. 61. 8. A Neoclassical Ethics on January 24, 1872, after nearly 40 years in the role, Adolf Trendelenburg, professor of classical philosophy at the University of Berlin, died. The university was eager to find someone of similar stature to replace him. They could think of only one person fit for the position, Zeller. The university duly made him the offer of full professorship in July 1872. 62 To be called to Berlin was the crowning glory for any German academic in the 19th century. The city was the cultural center of the new Reich, and its university had the most illustrious faculty in Germany. Despite the honor, Zeller hesitated, not least because of fears about his age. He was now 58 and unsure if he had the energy for such a new and demanding role. It was only after Helmholtz, in the personal service of the government, traveled to Heidelberg to persuade him that Zeller relented. He began his lectures in the winter semester of 1872. It was a sign of changed times that the outcast in the 1840s had become the celebrity of the 1870s. But Zeller himself had changed too. Although he had never renounced his basic liberal principles, his advocacy of the rights of radical criticism, and least of all his support for David Friedrich Straw, Zeller's political convictions were now more in accord with the new zeitgeist. Though a Schwabian, Zeller now celebrated Prussia's rise to power. He was a passionate defender of German unification, and specifically of the Prussian or Kleindeutsch version of it, and he was a staunch supporter of Prussia in its war against France. In 1872, in a series of lectures, 63 Zeller, like a true liberal, defended the separation of church and state, but this was also a statement on behalf of Prussian Protestantism in its emerging Kulturkampf with Roman Catholicism. Zeller's coziness with the Prussian establishment reached its height in 1886 when, on the centenary of Frederick the Great's death, he published a book celebrating the great ruler as a philosopher. 64 For his inaugural lecture in Berlin in October 1872, 65 Zeller returned to the topic of his inaugural lecture in Heidelberg 10 years earlier, the identity crisis of philosophy. Now, however, Zeller is much more confident that this crisis is finally resolved. There is no danger of obsolescence for philosophy, he assures, because the German spirit will never turn its back on philosophy. It will always want to reflect on the fundamental questions of life, and to examine the chief presuppositions of the empirical sciences. 469. But the way philosophy should pursue these questions in the future, Zeller declares, will have to be very different from the methods of the past. Rather than attempting to provide a priori deductions from first principles, in the idealist tradition, it will have to investigate the conditions and limits of knowledge according to empirical methods, following the observation and experiment of the new psychology. Never was Zeller so explicit and adamant in his affirmation of empiricism. Our philosophy should, as far as the nature of its objects permit, take as its model the exact methods of the natural sciences. 474. And never was he so clear and firm about the realism of his epistemological outlook. We should comprehend things as they are, and we should not impose on them our thoughts and fantasies. Our philosophy should be realism, an image of reality. 474. This empiricism and realism are fully in accord with the new temper of the times, Zeller reassures us, with the advance of the natural sciences and the growth of technology and industry. In making such a virtue out of following the zeitgeist, Zeller seemed to have forgotten the program of radical criticism of his youth. Zeller's most important writings on Kant during his Berlin years were two substantial essays on moral philosophy. The first of these essays, Über das Kantische Moralprinzip, was read before the Prussian Academy of Sciences in December 1879, the second, Über Begriff und die Begründung der Sittlichkeitsgesetze, was read before the Academy of Sciences in December 1882. 66 The essays complement one another and present a single point of view. In them Zeller sketches his own moral philosophy, one formed chiefly on the basis of his critique of Kant. Zeller's aim in both articles is to find a middle path between Kant's formalism and hedonism. Kant had cast his moral philosophy as the only alternative to hedonism. It was either acknowledging duty for its own sake or lapsing into the relativism and egoism of hedonism. 67 Zeller thinks that there is a middle path between such dire options, the humanist ethic of self-realization or excellence presented by Plato and Aristotle. The great advantages of this ethic are that, by basing ethical precepts on the general laws of human nature, it avoids the emptiness of Kantian formalism as well as the relativism of hedonism. It provides a content for ethics, the needs of human nature, yet it also does not have to surrender to relativism because it bases these needs on universal laws of human nature. In putting forward this classical ethic against Kant, Zeller was following the precedent of his illustrious predecessor in classical philosophy in Berlin, Trendelenburg. 68 Both Zeller and Trendelenburg therefore represent the standpoint of neoclassicism in modern moral philosophy. The chief problem with Kant's ethics Zeller finds in its formalism. Kant had rightly seen that the moral value of maxims cannot be based on their consequences, but on these grounds he wrongly concluded that they should not be based on experience at all. Having rejected experience as an arbiter of moral value, Kant sought its criterion in formal features alone, namely, whether a maxim could be made into a universal law. But this put him in an untenable position, Zeller argues, because the purely formal criterion is empty, capable of sanctioning virtually any content. 166 to 167. This is precisely what we should expect, because once we abstract from all content, as Kant demands, it is no longer possible to distinguish between right and wrong content. 164. The mere demand that a maxim be universalizable cannot determine its moral rightness or wrongness alone. Given that an egoist is willing to universalize his maxim, it is perfectly consistent for him to will to live in a state of nature where he is ready to compete with others. 166 to 167. If we are to give content to morality, Zeller contends, then we have to consider the purpose to be achieved by it. 206. Contrary to his own principles, Kant himself does exactly this, often using teleological reasoning and language. When, for example, he universalizes a maxim, he asks us to consider what would happen, that is, what would be the consequences if everyone were to do the same. 165. And he formulates his principle in teleological terms when he states that every rational being should so act that through his maxims he becomes a member of the kingdom of ends. 206. While Kant's ethics suffer from emptiness, Zeller holds that hedonism provides no viable alternative to it because it leads to relativism. He agrees entirely with Kant that hedonism, understood as the doctrine that pleasure alone is the highest good, cannot provide a justification for the universality and necessity of moral principles. It is just a fact, pointed out by Plato long ago, that people take pleasure in different things, so that we cannot have a universal prescription to strive for pleasure except in a very general and abstract sense. 175 to 176, 210 to 211. In both essays Zeller's repudiation of hedonism is unequivocal, so that it is incorrect to state with Willy. Zeller stated the eudaimonistic principle unequivocally: pleasure is good, pain is bad. 69 Such a statement comes from reading some sentences of Zeller's 1882 essay out of context, and from equivocating about the meaning of eudaimonism. 70 Zeller distinguishes carefully between a hedonistic eudaimonism, which takes pleasure alone to be happiness, and a perfectionist eudaimonism, which regards human perfection as the chief source of happiness. More significantly, he distinguishes between a subjective and objective justification of moral actions, where a subjective justification values actions because they are a means to attain pleasure, an objective justification values them for their own sake. 209 to 210. With the subjective justification we regard pleasure as the good, whereas with the objective justification we take pleasure in an action because it is good. If hedonism ends in relativism, and if Kantian formalism is empty, how do we sustain the universality of moral principles? For Zeller, the answer to this question lies only in the sphere of psychology and anthropology, whose task is to determine the essential needs and the common laws of human nature. 173. What matters in determining the moral value of maxims should be the proper nature of human beings, by virtue of their inner, a priori laws. 174. In putting forward this position, Zeller was reaffirming Aristotle's position in the Nicomachean Ethics that the task of ethics is to determine what is good for man as man. This is an inquiry into happiness, of course, though not happiness in the sense of pleasure but in the sense of self-realization or perfection, that is, what makes a human being excellent or do well at its characteristic activities. Engaging in these characteristic activities brings pleasure, but the pleasure that results from them is not the reason for doing them. There is a certain plausibility to Zeller's position, and it is indeed the natural and inevitable one for the classicist to take. But it faced severe problems that Zeller did not squarely face. It is by no means evident that an appeal to human nature or excellence will give the universality that Zeller desires. Does not human nature vary with culture and epoch, and are there not accordingly different, indeed incommensurable, conceptions of human excellence? Herder had already preached that in the 1770s, and Nietzsche was publishing his relativist conclusions from his historical philosophy. Just when Zeller gave his first speech before the Academy. 71 Wisely, Kant avoided appeals to human nature because he realized they cannot escape relativism. Besides relativism, there was another problem with Zeller's appeal to human nature. Zeller had defended Kant's distinction between the normative and factual against Schleiermacher's objections, 199 to 201. But if we accept that distinction, how do we derive the norms of ethics from facts about human nature? Seeing the force of this point, Zeller noted that we could not simply list some common human needs and then rest content with having provided a foundation for ethics. 208. We need to know not simply what people want but what they ought to want, a criterion of valid needs, but that leaves the question on what that criterion is based. Zeller had no answer to this crucial question. Throughout the 1870s, and for decades thereafter, these questions about the foundation of ethics will continue to preoccupy the Neo-Kantian tradition. The crucial problem for a Kantian ethics is how it could provide a foundation for morality in the face of two challenges, the apparent formalism or emptiness of the categorical imperative, and the rise of historicism, which seemed to make relativism inevitable. We shall consider some attempts to meet these challenges. 1. Rise and fall of a reputation. One of the most controversial figures in the history of Neo-Kantianism is Otto Liebmann, 1840 to 1912. If we are to believe popular or textbook accounts, one Liebmann is the very founder of Neo-Kantianism. His book Kant und die Epigonen, which first appeared in 1865, is its opening manifesto. Its celebrated refrain "Back to Kant" became the slogan for the whole movement. Such has been Liebmann's reputation for at least the past half-century. Recently, however, Klaus Christian Kohnke, in his brilliant Entstehung und die Aufstieg des Neokantianismus, has pleaded for a drastic reassessment of Liebmann's reputation and historical significance. Liebmann's work is hardly groundbreaking, Kohnke argues, because it comes at the end, rather than the beginning, of the first period of Neo-Kantian programmatics, 1849 to 1865. 2. Furthermore, there is little of scholarly or philosophical value in his book, whose interpretation of Kant is crude and simplistic, and whose critique of idealism is tendentious and rhetorical. Kohnke's reassessment is driven chiefly by his contempt for Liebmann's politics. Liebmann is for him the epitome of the conservative German nationalist, a chauvinist zealot who preaches loyalty and obedience to the fatherland. Here is Kohnke's vivid portrait of the man. He was born in 1840. And thus was a child of the Bismarck era, a spirited fraternity member, with mustache and short, exactly parted hair. He looked, if the comparison could be permitted, more like a Prussian lieutenant or a German engineer on the Turkish railways than any philosopher before or after him. Mathematically and scientifically educated, Liebmann was an admirer of Treitschke and a firm hater of the French and British, though in that respect he hardly differed from the German national average. His whole style had nothing to do with an angry young man, Willy, but rather more to do with the ruthlessness and brutality of the central figure of Der Untertan. 3. After this damning caricature, Kohnke attempts to expose the shady politics behind Liebman's neo-Kantianism. He maintains that Liebman's philosophy was motivated by a political agenda, the attempt to make Kant's philosophy into propaganda for the new Bismarckian Reich. After all, Liebman expressly says that the spirit of the categorical imperative appears in Prussian military discipline, in the strict obedience and complete submission of the individual to the state. Because of that agenda, the case against Liebman, as far as Kohnke is concerned, is closed. There is little more worthwhile to say about him. Apart from a scanty summary of two of his early works, Kohnke ignores the rest of Liebman's corpus. Yet Kohnke's reappraisal of Liebman needs reappraisal itself. To take it as the final word would not only result in a grave injustice to Liebman but also in a drastic distortion of the history of neo-Kantianism. There can be no question that Kohnke is right to assail Liebman's popular reputation. He is not the founder of neo-Kantianism, and his call for a return to Kant was preceded by the manifestos of Benck, Helmholtz, Zeller, Weiss, and Fortlage. Furthermore, his critique of German idealism was nothing new, but simply carried on the tradition begun by Fries, Herbart, and Benck. The rest of Kohnke's reappraisal is, however, groundless. The attempt to discredit Liebman's philosophy on the basis of his politics is misconceived. It throws the baby of philosophy out with the bathwater of politics. Politics should not be the basis for an evaluation of his philosophy, whose epistemology and metaphysics should be judged by different criteria. In any case, as we shall soon see, for Kohnke's account of Liebman's politics is not only wildly anachronistic but grossly inaccurate. Any accurate and complete picture of neo-Kantianism demands that we give a fuller and fairer treatment to Liebman. Even if he was not the founder of the movement, he remains a central figure in its history. He was one of the first neo-Kantians to see the problems with the psychological interpretation of Kant. He was also one of the first to provide a neo-Kantian critique of positivism, and he was one of the very few who had the qualifications to discuss the relationship between Kant's philosophy and the new developments in mathematics and natural science. An inspiring and beloved teacher, Liebman was an important influence upon some later neo-Kantians, among them Wilhelm Windelband, Bruno Bauch, and Erich Adix. 5. Liebman's first book not only created a stir, but some of his later writings were widely read, often discussed, and favorably reviewed. Last but not least, it is necessary to add that Liebman was the best writer of the neo-Kantian tradition. In a tradition not distinguished for stylistic grace, Liebman's writings stand out for their elegance, urbanity, and wit. Though his style is popular, it sacrifices nothing in philosophical rigor and subtlety. Seen from a broad historical perspective, Liebman reveals himself to be a transitional figure in the history of neo-Kantianism. His work appears between the psychological-physiological phase of Kant interpretation, which prevails from the 1790s through the 1860s, and the epistemological phase, which was dominant from the 1870s to 1890s. Caught between these phases, Liebman's work shows traces of both. He believed that the new physiology could confirm the fundamentals of Kant's epistemology, but he also stressed the sui generis epistemological dimension of transcendental philosophy. There is a tension in Liebman's work between a physiological and epistemological interpretation of transcendental philosophy, a disparity which he struggled to resolve. In his later years Liebman stressed the epistemological side of Kant's philosophy, which he saw as its chief intention, and he sharply distinguished between the normative and natural, questions of value and fact. In these latter respects his work anticipates that of Windelband and Cohen. From 1859 to 1864 Liebman studied philosophy, mathematics, and natural science at Jena, Leipzig and Halle. In Jena Liebman was a student of Karl Fortlage and Kuno Fischer, who were decisive in shaping his own neo-Kantian program. 6. At Leipzig he attended the lectures of Fechner and Drobis, who taught him the basis of the new psychophysics and the mathematical approach to psychology. In 1864 Liebman became a Privatdozent in Tübingen, where he habilitated the following year. After a short stint in the military in 1870, Liebman became extraordinary professor in Strasbourg in 1872, then ordinary professor in 1878. In 1882 he returned to his alma mater, Jena, serving as professor there until his death in 1912. It is questionable whether Liebman had a consistent systematic philosophy. He regarded a complete system as an ideal he could approach but never attain. His style of philosophizing was to approach problems analytically and piecemeal, and he constantly stressed how his results were provisional, depending on the results of future inquiry. The lack of consistency and system is most apparent from Liebman's philosophical development, which largely consisted in the rediscovery and reaffirmation of something he had initially repudiated, metaphysics. Liebman began his career with an almost positivist contempt for metaphysics, with a brusque dismissal of the relevance of the transcendent, but he ended it with a convinced defense of metaphysics and an almost pious acknowledgement of the value of the transcendent. The fear of materialism, and the aversion to positivism, pushed him away from his former tough-minded neo-Kantianism, which paid little heed to moral values, and towards a more tender-minded neo-Kantianism, which gave a central place to moral value in the universe. Our task in this chapter will be to provide a reassessment of Liebman's place in the history of neo-Kantianism. We will consider the main phases in his philosophical development from a close study of his major writings from 1865 to 1900, from his early Kant und die Epigonen until his Gedanken und Tatsachen, his last major work. Our chief focus will be Liebman's epistemology and metaphysics, which is where his main contribution lies. On no account does our study pretend to be complete or exhaustive, to do justice to all the nuance, subtlety, and detail of Liebman's thinking. We attempt to provide only an introduction for some of its chief themes. 2. Kant und die Epigonen. Liebman shot to fame in 1865 with the publication of his first book, Kant und die Epigonen. 7. The book was a sensation, partly because of its lively and engaging style, partly because of its passionate stand on behalf of Kant. The young author, then only 25 years old, preached that Kant was the be-all and end-all of philosophy, the most important thinker of Christian humanity, and that every attempt to go beyond him had ended in disaster. Fichte, Schelling, Hegel, Schopenhauer, Fries, and Herbart, all these epigoni had failed to surpass Kant. The proper direction for philosophy was not forwards beyond Kant but backwards towards him. No work of scholarship, still less a contribution to Kant philology, Kant und die Epigonen, is more a manifesto, a feisty polemic on behalf of Kant. What Liebman lacked in scholarly depth he made up for in rhetorical flair. His style is emphatic, witty, and humorous. And just to make sure no one mistook him for a literary naive, the tract is sprinkled with quotations in English, French, Italian, Greek and Latin. Each chapter ends with the refrain Es muss auf Kant zurückgegangen werden. Its shorter version Zurück zu Kant, though more famous, was never used by Liebman. The title of Liebman's tract Kant und die Epigonen seems to belittle Kant's successors. It is as if the author intends to diminish their reputation so that they do not presume to stand above his hero. The word epigone suggests as much, because it means in modern German an imitator without creativity, Nachahmer ohne Schöpfungskraft. 8. There is good reason to assume, however, that Liebman did not intend the word in that derogatory sense. Bruno Bosch, the editor of the later Kant-Gesellschaft edition of Liebman's book, tells us that he meant it in the original Greek sense, according to which it signifies only those born afterward. 9. Nothing more upset the older and wiser Liebman, Bosch informs us, than the widespread view that he had treated Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel as disrespectfully as Schopenhauer once had. 10. The content of the book bears out Bosch's interpretation. Liebman is careful to say in his introduction that his epigoni Fichte, Schelling, Hegel, Fries, Herbart, and Schopenhauer were all independent thinkers and great architects of their own original systems. 8. And he often distanced himself from Schopenhauer's diatribes about Fichte and Hegel, which he found inexcusable. 76, 157 to 158, 214. Liebman chose epigony more to stress the dependence of these philosophers on Kant, and his careful examination of their systems shows that he does indeed respect them. An essential part of Kohn's reassessment of Liebman is his appraisal of his first book. As we have seen, Kohn questions its historical significance, because it came not at the beginning but the end of the early period of Neo-Kantian programmatics. But he also deprecates the intellectual content of the book. Liebman's interpretation of Kant, and his polemics against the post-Kantians, are, in his opinion, crude, rude and tendentious. Liebman had no real interest in questions of Kant's scholarship, he says, because his true agenda was political, the attempt to popularize Kant on behalf of the authoritarian Wilhelmine state. 11. The only significant feature of Liebman's book, in Kohn's view, is that scholars had made so much out of something so insignificant. 12. Here again Kohn's political convictions trump his historical sense. He goes too far in belittling the impact of Liebman's book. Though it was not the first manifesto of Neo-Kantianism, it is still of some historical significance, partly because it was widely read and attracted much attention in its day, and partly because it was prized by later Neo-Kantians, most notably Wilhelm Windelband and Bruno Bauch. 13. Kohn's attribution of a political agenda to the work is also a misreading, because, as we shall soon see, Liebman developed his political views only later in response to the military situation of 1870. It is for this reason that there is no mention of politics at all in the book, a very puzzling feature on Kohn's reading. Though Kohn is correct in pointing out the brashness of Liebman's polemics and the weaknesses in his interpretation of Kant, he is also unfair in dismissing the work's intellectual qualities. For all their passion and conviction, Liebman's polemics sometimes do strike their target, and his interpretation of Kant is in an important respect groundbreaking. For Liebman saw more clearly than most of his contemporaries that there are serious shortcomings to the psychological interpretation of Kant, which was the predominant interpretation of the 1860s, he recognized before Cohen and Windelband, if only through a glass darkly, that transcendental philosophy is more epistemology than psychology. Liebman wrote his book in response to the philosophical situation of the 1860s. The context and content of his book suggests that it was written in response to the Trendelenburg-Fischer dispute, which had been set on its fateful course in the early 1860s. 14. As a student of Fischer, to whom he felt greatly indebted, Liebman would have wanted to defend the position of his teacher against Trendelenburg. The motive for Liebman's critique of the thing in itself would be to undermine the very possibility of Trendelenburg's third alternative, which stipulated that a priori forms of sensibility correspond with things in themselves. If there are no things in themselves, then the a priori forms of space and time would have to be true of appearances or experience alone. In that case Fischer would win out over Trendelenburg almost by default. 15. The explicit explanation that Liebman provides for his book is that it is a response to the current crisis of philosophy. Like Fischer and Zeller, Liebman is greatly worried by the decline in prestige of philosophy, which seems increasingly dispensable to the public. In his introduction he complains about the recent general mistrust towards philosophy. The public are either indifferent about it or, even worse, they are tempted by materialism. 5. The main reason for this loss of confidence Liebman finds less in the danger of obsolescence than in the interminable strife between the new systems. People listened in awe to Schelling's oracles, only for Herbart to condemn them as nonsense. They were astounded by the boldness of Hegel's dialectic only for Schopenhauer to dismiss it as hocus pocus. They read Frey's polemics against Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel, but then they heard about Herbart's critique of Frey's, and finally Schopenhauer's diatribes against them all. And so the general picture is one of confusion and chaos. Sadly, the Babylonian tower of German philosophy in our century is distinguished from the biblical one not only in that its builders believed they really reached heaven, but also in creating a confusion of thought as well as a confusion of tongues. 6. What is the path out of this predicament? Liebman has the same advice as Fischer and Zeller: go back to fundamentals, return to the common starting point of these systems. Those fundamentals, that starting point, lie with Kant's philosophy. All forms of recent philosophy are only so many interpretations of Kant, so that to see what is right or wrong with them it is only necessary to go back to him. If we know what is valid or invalid in Kant's philosophy, we will have a criterion to measure the value, or lack thereof, in all forms of recent philosophy. 13. What, then, is right, and what is wrong, with Kant's philosophy? Liebman is entirely confident that Kant's philosophy is sound and solid in its basic principles. That the a priori forms of sensibility and understanding are necessary conditions of experience, that the object and subject of knowledge are interdependent, that there cannot be knowledge beyond possible experience, that human forms of representation are limited to time and space, that the transcendental subject is the ineliminable condition for all experience. All these principles are incontestable, the starting point for any sound philosophy. 20-26. Showing their truth constitutes Kant's epoch-making achievement. Kant has done for the philosophical world what Copernicus and Columbus did for the physical world. Still, Kant's philosophy is not without its flaws, it too is not above critique. For one thing, it is marred by its technical terminology, artificial symmetries, and rigid systematics. Behind all that rococo ornamentation, Liebman writes, we can almost physically detect the powdered and bewigged Magister. 12. More importantly, however, there is another major flaw, one that lies deep in the Kantian system like the worm in the fruit. 26. This is the postulate of the thing in itself. This postulate is the thesis that reality in itself, apart from and prior to cognition, is utterly unknowable, and unknowable in principle. This thesis is problematic, Liebman argues, because it is utterly inconsistent with Kant's fundamental principles, especially the limitation of knowledge to possible experience. If all that we know to exist is within experience, how do we know of the existence of the thing in itself, which ex hypothesi exists beyond experience? Hence Liebman demands that the thing in itself be expurgated from the body of Kant's philosophy. The only reason that Kant postulated it in the first place was to serve as a transcendental scarecrow to frighten the rationalists from speculating beyond the limits of possible experience. 205. But the concept backfired, because the epigone took the scarecrow for a signpost pointing to the irrational beyond. Armed with this account of Kant's insights and illusions, Liebman had his criterion to determine the merits and shortcomings of all forms of recent philosophy. All are illusory, Liebman argues, because they amount to so many attempts to know the thing in itself. There are 4 directions to modern philosophy, each of which has its own formulation for the thing in itself. There is the idealist direction of Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel, which interprets the thing in itself as the absolute. There is the realist direction of Herbart, which turns things in themselves into simple real substances. There is the empiricist direction of Fries, which reinvokes the thing in itself as the object of faith, and finally there is the transcendent direction of Schopenhauer, which construes the thing in itself as the will. Once we have seen how each of these systems ends in conceptual disaster, Liebman argues, we will see that there is no point in trying to go beyond Kant, and no alternative but to go back to him. Accordingly, each chapter of Kant und die Epigonen is devoted to a critique of one direction of recent philosophy. It is in Liebman's critique of post-Kantian philosophy that we find the most daring and provocative aspect of his book. For the most part, Liebman shared, and was indeed indebted to, Fischer's interpretation of Kant. Like Fischer, he saw Kant's theories of space and time as the very heart of Kant's transcendental idealism, and he stressed the ineliminability of the knowing subject and the limitation of knowledge to experience. It was indeed Fischer who had argued that the very concept of the thing in itself is unintelligible and has to be eliminated because it is incompatible with Kant's critical principles. 16. Yet, despite these deep Kantian strains in his thinking, Fischer continued to be a Hegelian in his metaphysical views. The 1865 edition of his Logik und Metaphysik persisted in its Hegelianism despite its endorsement of central Kantian doctrines. 17. It was in just this respect that Liebman was taking issue with his former teacher. The hidden but pointed message behind his critique of Hegel was that Fischer needed to abandon his Hegelianism. If Hegel's metaphysics is a gigantic attempt to know the thing in itself, then it is a misconceived enterprise which needs to be aborted. Liebman was in effect telling Fischer, if you accept Kant's critical limits, you also cannot be a Hegelian metaphysician. In calling for a return to Kant, Liebman was making a plea to his old teacher, begging him to take his critical principles to their ultimate conclusion. Whoever its intended audience, the chief contention of Liebman's book seems deeply paradoxical. If Kant is the source of the postulate of the thing in itself, and if all forms of recent philosophy go astray because they rehabilitate this postulate, why go back to Kant? It would seem better to go forward with a new philosophy rather than returning to the old one, which has been the source of so much trouble. The solution to the paradox is Liebman's tacit assumption that Kant's postulate is dispensable. We can have the core of Kant's epistemology without the thing in itself, Liebman assumes. Indeed, since the postulate is inconsistent with Kant's basic principles, we not only can but must get rid of it. But that answer only poses another question: if the thing in itself so blatantly violates Kant's principles, why did he postulate it in the first place? Liebman owes us an explanation. To his credit, he attempts to provide one, indeed two. He thinks that there is both a historical and psychological explanation for Kant's unseemly postulate. The historical explanation is that Kant could not completely renounce the language of the Leibnizian Wolffian system if he were to be intelligible to his age, 35 to 36. The thing in itself was an old tattered hand-me-down, the ens per se of Wolffian ontology. Kant kept using it so that he could warn the Wolffians that what they were trying to know is really unknowable. The psychological explanation lies in our deep-seated human tendency to ask the question why, even when we know we cannot answer it, 51 to 66. The final goal of all knowledge is to know the unconditioned, that which completes the series of conditions. The thing in itself is just another concept for the unconditioned. We are led by a very natural chain of reasoning to assume its existence. The reasoning goes, everything conditioned depends on something outside it as its cause. The empirical world in space and time is conditioned, therefore it depends on something outside it as its cause. 38. Whatever Kant's reason for postulating its existence, Liebman was confident that the thing in itself could be easily removed from the corpus of the critical philosophy. But here his confidence bordered on the rash and reckless. It is remarkable that, throughout Kant und die Epigonen, Liebman does not consider Kant's major motive for postulating the thing in itself, the need to make room for faith. It is as if Kant's entire concern with morality and religion were misconceived. Liebman's justification for this apparent neglect seems to be that if the thing in itself is inconceivable, then it cannot be an intelligible object of moral or religion's belief. On just these grounds, he mocks Fries for having made the thing in itself the object of religious faith. 156. In general, Liebman had little sympathy for Kant's attempt to rescue morality and religion with the thing in itself, which he dismissed as the feeble side of this great thinker. 18. It is even more remarkable that Liebman does not attempt to reconstruct, and then deconstruct, the line of reasoning that led Kant to postulate the thing in itself in the first place. However problematic, the thing in itself is hard to avoid on Kantian premises. If 1. The forms of intuition and understanding condition how the world appears to us, and if 2. They do not create the manifold of intuition, which has to be given to us, then it only seems natural to assume that 3. There is something that exists apart from and prior to the application of these forms. This something will be unknowable to us because the a priori forms of intuition and understanding condition and therefore alter what they know. Strangely, Liebman accepts both premises yet denies the conclusion. The question still remains, why does Liebman think the thing in itself is inconsistent with Kant's principles? This claim too is controversial and stands in need of justification. Liebman is largely content to reaffirm G.E. Schultz's arguments in Aeneasidemus, 49 to 51. Schulz had maintained that Kant has no right to assume the existence of the thing in itself, or to hold that it is the cause of our experience, because this amounts to a transcendent application of the categories of existence and causality beyond experience. 19. Although Liebman endorses these now standard arguments, he thinks that Schulz is far too tentative. While Schulz holds that it is still possible for the thing in itself to exist, limiting himself to saying that Kant cannot provide a justification for its existence, Liebman corrects him by adding that it is completely absurd to think that the thing in itself could exist at all. 51. The thing in itself is sheer nonsense, a contradictionary en adjecto, wooden iron. 27. Whence this stronger claim? Liebman sometimes writes as if it were self-evident, because to postulate the unthinkable is already to think it, which is contrary to its unthinkable nature. 27. This was an old criticism of the thing in itself, one already made by Fichte and Hegel, and one reaffirmed by Fischer. But, however venerable the tradition behind it, the criticism rests on a simple confusion. It confounds the concept of the thing in itself, its sense or connotation, with the thing it intends to designate, its reference or denotation. While ex hypothesi we cannot think of the object designated by the unthinkable, we can think of the concept of the unthinkable, otherwise, even the claim of its unthinkability would make no sense. Fortunately, however, Liebman does not leave it at this, and goes on to provide two more substantial arguments for his stronger claim. 1. According to the transcendental aesthetic, all representations conform to the a priori forms of inner sense, space, and time. We therefore cannot represent something existing beyond space and time, so it is impossible for us even to represent the thing in itself, which is ex hypothesi beyond space and time. 26 to 27. 2. We assume that the entire realm of experience is conditioned and that there must be something unconditioned as its source, which would be the thing in itself. But the concept of the conditioned has meaning only within experience, that is, with regard to particular events, so that it cannot be applied to experience as a whole. 39. In other words, experience is conditioned only in its immanent constitution, by what lies within itself and not by what lies beyond itself. It makes no sense to seek for a cause of experience as a whole, because the category of causality has meaning or significance only within experience. There are serious weaknesses to both arguments. First, Liebman simply ignores Kant's reply to these criticisms in the preface to the second edition of the Critic, that it is necessary to distinguish thinking about the thing in itself from knowing it, bxxvi. Kant explained that all his restrictions against knowledge of the thing in itself did not forbid the possibility of thinking about it according to the categories of the understanding. Second, Liebman's argument from the transcendental aesthetic equivocates with the concept of representation, which might mean the possibility of imagining something or the possibility of even conceiving it without contradiction. The aesthetic indeed shows that we cannot imagine something that is not within space and time, but these limits of the imagination do not hold for the pure concepts of the understanding, which can be meaningfully extended beyond experience, even though they are then without any reference and so cannot provide knowledge. Fortunately, the most important and interesting contribution of Liebman's book does not rest on his arguments against the thing in itself. Rather, they lie elsewhere, in his critique of psychological interpretations of Kant. Liebman criticizes Schulz, Schopenhauer, and Fries for interpreting Kant's philosophy as if it were a kind of empirical psychology, little more than an investigation into the faculties of the mind. He makes two basic points against this interpretation. First, it is a mistake to equate, as Schulz and Schopenhauer do, the a priori with the cause of experience, or with an innate mental capacity. 45, 183 to 185. Rather, the a priori signifies the logically necessary conditions for knowledge of experience. Kant's central concern is not with the origins or causes of experience but the truth conditions for empirical judgments. Second, it is also an error to assume, as Fries does, that we can determine the general principles of epistemology from empirical inquiry, from inner observation and inductive generalizations. These methods give results that are only particular and contingent, but the general principles of experience are synthetic a priori, claiming a universal and necessary validity. 147 to 149. The ultimate lesson of Liebman's critique of Schultz, Schopenhauer, and Fries is that Kant's transcendental philosophy is more than psychology for the simple reason that it is supposed to investigate the very possibility of psychology. An empirical psychology cannot replace transcendental philosophy because it presupposes the very methods and principles that transcendental philosophy should investigate. In making this point, Liebman anticipated the later interpretations of Kant of the Marburg and Southwestern schools. Unfortunately, in Kant und die Epigonen, Liebman did not develop a more positive account of transcendental inquiry and how it differs from empirical psychology. We are left with a negative message with little more than vague suggestions about the distinctive status of transcendental inquiry itself. This was a shortcoming that Liebman would address in later writings. Seen from a later perspective, Kant und die Epigonen was a rash and reckless work, altogether the product of a tempestuous young man. Its arguments against the thing in itself are weak, it had failed to develop the implications of its critique of psychologism, and it had brushed aside Kant's moral and religious concerns. The older and wiser Liebman admitted his youthful folly and dismissed the work as a Jugendarbeit. 20. He quickly learned the errors of his ways. Soon he would see the need for the concept of the thing in itself, which he had too quickly dismissed, and soon he would grow to appreciate Kant's concern for morality and religion, which he had too readily rejected. We can well say of Liebman what Hegel once said of Schelling: he made his philosophical education before the public. This is the classical problem of publishing too young. We shall soon see how Liebman learned this bitter lesson. 3 Perils of the Transcendent. In the concluding chapter of Kant und die Epigonen, Liebman begins to reveal some of the moral motivation behind his diatribe against the thing in itself. The Kantian Copernican revolution in philosophy had shown that man is the center of his universe, and that he cannot go beyond the limits of his experience. For Liebman, this fundamental epistemological lesson should also be an ethical one, that we should make man the center of our universe. All of our problems, as Liebman puts it, are ultimately immanent, that is, they are problems only for we human beings who exist in space and time, and which we should strive to solve in the here and now. 208, 212. We should not trouble ourselves, then, with metaphysical or theological speculation about a transcendent realm beyond our human world. In advocating this ethical doctrine, Liebman was reaffirming, if only implicitly, the old tradition of German anthropology, the tradition of Herder, Schiller, Plattner, Fries, and Benecke. That tradition was always profoundly humanist, preaching that philosophy should be not only about man but also for him. But Liebman had even deeper moral motivations for his campaign against the thing in itself. The problem was not simply that speculation about the transcendent drew attention away from the immanent human realm. More gravely, it could also undermine the moral convictions that we need to act within this realm, more specifically, the beliefs in human freedom and responsibility. Kant had postulated his noumenal realm precisely to rescue these beliefs from the determinism of the natural world. But Liebman was convinced, for reasons we shall soon see, that Kant's strategy had backfired. His doctrine of transcendental freedom did not support but undercut our beliefs in moral freedom and responsibility. So, unless we eliminate the noumenal realm, which is the basis for that doctrine, we jeopardize some of our most important moral beliefs. To save the concepts of freedom and responsibility for the immanent realm, to rescue them from the perils of the transcendent, Liebman wrote another book, his Über den individuellen Beweis für die Freiheit des Willens, 21, which appeared in spring 1866, only 1 year after Kant und die Epigonen. This tract is a caustic critique of the concept of transcendental freedom and a dogged defense of a compatibilist conception of human freedom. Liebman's intent is to save freedom and responsibility within the immanent domain, which is also for him the realm of nature where all events are determined according to causal laws. The ultimate message of the book is that there is no need to postulate a transcendent will to save freedom, indeed, that the concept of noumenal freedom undermines the facts of moral consciousness and the real relative freedom that we do possess. The dangers of the doctrine of transcendental freedom were apparent to Liebman less from Kant himself than his cranky would-be heir, Arthur Schopenhauer. It was Schopenhauer who seemed to take the Kantian doctrine of transcendental freedom to a radical and absurd extreme, violating our normal moral intuitions and undermining our beliefs in freedom and responsibility. Schopenhauer's popularity in the 1860s had also made him an inviting and important target. Liebman had already subjected Schopenhauer's metaphysics to sustained criticism in the longest chapter of Kant und die Epigonen. 22 In his new book he turned against Schopenhauer's moral philosophy, which seemed to him the best example of how excessive metaphysical speculation is a danger to morals. 23 Liebman specifically targets Schopenhauer's 1839 Preisschrift über die Freiheit des Willens, 24 which had discredited the testimony of self-awareness as an arbiter of the question of free will. Schopenhauer argued that my self-awareness does not give me evidence for the power of choice, the ability on any specific occasion to choose between X or not X. 25 Liebman wishes to restore the worthiness of that testimony, so that each person has within his own consciousness an individual proof of the freedom of the will. As Liebman portrays it, 26 Schopenhauer's theory of the will is a heavy and harsh determinism. It maintains that a person's actions are the necessary result of his character and motives. A person's character is given at birth and normally unalterable, the result of the transcendent will expressing itself through him. 27 Given his character, a person will choose to act only on certain motives rather than others, and given his character along with these motives, his action follows of necessity, such that it could not be otherwise. One and the same person, with the same motives and under the same circumstances, must always act in the same manner. 28 When we feel that we could have done otherwise, we are simply ignorant of our own character and the causes compelling it to act in just one manner. Belief in the liberum arbitrium indifferentia, the power to act and choose equally between two alternatives, is an illusion, arising from confusing the correct proposition I could have done otherwise on this occasion if my character were different with the incorrect proposition I could have done otherwise on this occasion with my present character. 62. I am responsible, Schopenhauer thinks, not because of what I do but because of the kind of person I am. 68. It is the character, rather than the deed, that is the ultimate subject of moral praise and blame. 29 So far this seems to be straightforward and unqualified determinism, one that stresses the role of character in the necessity of human actions. Yet, as Liebman notes, Schopenhauer qualifies his determinism in one important respect, 94-97, namely, he allows a person, in rare moments of great insight, to see through to the source of all suffering and to deny the will to live, which otherwise determines his phenomenal character. When a person finally realizes the futility of life, the nothingness of individual existence in space and time, or when their own will has been broken by suffering, they can elevate themselves to a moment of transcendent change, which involves the complete annulment of individual character. 30 In these cases a person does have the power to transform his character and to change his life. And so there was something like moral redemption in Schopenhauer's universe after all, though it came from a conversion as mysterious and magical as that of divine grace. Liebman is skeptical of such mystical transformative experiences, which he finds hard to square with Schopenhauer's general determinism, 94-95, 97. But in some important respects he agrees with Schopenhauer's theory of the will. He too finds the liberum arbitrium indifferentia unacceptable, and he too affirms a universal cosmic necessity. Any tenable theory of freedom, Liebman believes, has to be compatible with the general determinism of nature, which ultimately derives from the principle of sufficient reason itself. Yet, beyond these points, Liebman's agreement does not go. He maintains that Schopenhauer had pushed the case for determinism too far, to the point that it violates the testimony of our normal experience. The task of a moral theory is to explain this experience, not to dismiss it as an irrelevance if it contradicts the dictates of our theory. Schopenhauer's theory contradicts, blatantly, our normal moral consciousness, Liebman contends, because it makes nonsense of our common practice of praising right actions and blaming wrong ones, 71-72, 75. What is the point of such praise and blame if, as Schopenhauer holds, our characters are completely unalterable? Surely, the purpose of our moral practice of praise and blame, approval and disapproval, is to change our characters, to make us act differently the next time. But, barring some bizarre mystical insight, Schopenhauer does not allow this kind of change to occur. Is it truly the case that our normal characters are as unalterable as Schopenhauer portrays them? Liebman doubts that this is the case. He maintains that we do constantly change our character in the course of our normal moral development, that character alters with the growth of knowledge, experience, education. 96. This makes Schopenhauer's determinism incorrect in one important respect: the same person need not always act in the same way under the same circumstances. 31. Since the person can change his character, he or she can act differently the next time in the same circumstances. 99. This goes some way to explaining, Liebman believes, our common moral conviction that we could do otherwise. Though we cannot do otherwise on the same occasion, at one and the same moment of time, and with the same character, we can still do otherwise in the future once we change our character. The least acceptable side of Schopenhauer's moral theory Liebman finds in its metaphysics, specifically its doctrine of a transcendent will. The reason I am the kind of person I am, Schopenhauer holds, rests on my intelligible or noumenal character, which, through a supertemporal act of will, ultimately drives my phenomenal character. 68. 32. This act of will is, however, unknowable to me, because it is the basis of all consciousness and as such transcends it. 69. Such a doctrine, Liebman protests, undermines all our normal intuitions and feelings about moral responsibility. It means that I, as a rational self-conscious person, should be responsible for an action even though I do not know its ultimate source, a supertemporal act of will. It is absurd, however, to be held responsible for something I could not know myself to do. The fundamental condition of all responsibility, Liebman contends, is self-consciousness, the awareness of my doing something and consciously choosing it as my course of action. 10. But this condition is violated by Schopenhauer's supertemporal act of will, which directs and controls my life even without my knowledge. The ultimate source of Schopenhauer's determinism, Liebman stresses, lies in his metaphysics, and especially in his theory of the will. This theory postulates the existence of a single universal impersonal will in all human beings and throughout all of nature, which is the ultimate source of each person's individual character. This theory poses a grave danger to our beliefs in personal freedom and responsibility, because this will creates our character and makes us act in ways of which we cannot be self-conscious and so cannot control. Whether rightly or wrongly, Liebman is clear in blaming this metaphysics for Schopenhauer's harsh determinism. From the wind egg of so-called transcendental freedom, the supposed absolute unfreedom of will and action is demonstrated on Schopenhauer's theory. 81. Here we see explicitly articulated the motive for Liebman's campaign against the thing in itself. Transcendent freedom, the most important form of the thing in itself, does not save but undermines human freedom. Attempting to defend a completely immanent theory of freedom, one that dispenses with its illusory transcendent dimension, Liebman advances a form of compatibilism according to which our actions are still free even though they are determined of necessity according to the laws of nature. It is possible to overcome the dilemma between determinism or indeterminism, i.e. belief in uncaused causes, Liebman argues, by questioning the common premise of both these dire alternatives, that the necessity of an action amounts to a form of constraint or compulsion. 122-123. The incompatibilist insists on uncaused causes as a condition of freedom, and the determinist attempts to eradicate freedom entirely, because both wrongly equate necessity with constraint. Deny that common premise and the middle path is clear. It is only necessary to recognize, Liebman contends, that for an action to be determined does not mean that it is coerced or constrained. Coercion or constraint makes sense only when I cannot do that which I will to do, but it is still possible for my decision and action to be necessary, the product of strict natural laws, and for it to be what I want to do. I am constrained or coerced only by a necessity that I have not willed, one that rules against my will. 122. But if there is sometimes a necessity that rules within me through my will, then there is no constraint or coercion at all. It takes the fear away from determinism, Liebman thinks, once we realize that our wills too are necessary moments in the causal chain of nature. Our wills are indeed determined, a product of everything that has happened before them, yet it is still the case that they too are causes of action, that without them the action would not follow. They are still a necessary, though not a sufficient, condition of action. 118, 128. Much could be said on behalf of Liebman's second book. His critique of Schopenhauer is compelling, at least in places, and his compatibilist theory of the will is plausible, and, as usual, the argument is put forward with great clarity and vigor. Yet at the close of his Beweis, Liebman undermines the very freedom he was so intent on defending. Throughout his book he aspired to explain the facts of moral consciousness, to uphold the common belief that we are the causes of our actions and that we have the power to do otherwise. While he rejects the liberum arbitrium indifferentia, he does want to make sense of the power we have as moral agents to change our lives and to act otherwise on future occasions. Yet Liebman undermines his own project by arguing at the end of his book that for an agent to be free he or she has to act morally, that is, to follow maxims that impose the moral law upon his or her will. 128 to 131. If we are to be free, he stresses, we should have the power to resist inclination and to act according to reason alone. 128. This was the old Kantian thesis, put forward in the Kritik der praktischen Vernunft, that freedom of will consists in moral autonomy, the power to act on the categorical imperative. As a Kantian, Liebman finds that an admirable thesis, and duly makes it part of his own theory of freedom. Yet this thesis has a disturbing consequence: it undermines freedom because it means that a person is free only insofar as he or she is moral, that someone is not free if he or she is immoral. In other words, there is really no freedom of choice at all. If we are to be free, however, we must be free in choosing either of two alternatives, whether right or wrong. Kant himself had seen through this problematic consequence of his original theory of freedom and accordingly revised it in his Religion. Liebman, though, fell into the old error, undercutting the freedom of choice that had been his original intention to uphold. One could say of Liebman's Beweis what he had said of his first book: it too was a Jugendarbeit, the work of a youth. For Liebman did not remain true to his own critique of transcendent freedom. In a much later essay we find him defending as the source of human freedom that mysterious something that thinks that I am and I think without knowing in what it ultimately consists and what it really is. 33 For reasons we shall soon see, Liebman found it necessary to transcend the limits of his own philosophy of immanence. For rediscovering the transcendent in the late 1860s, Liebman failed to develop his promising critique of empirical psychology suggested at the close of Kant und die Epigonen. That critique invited the prospect of a new epistemological account of transcendental philosophy, one that broke finally with the psychologistic mold established by Fries in the 1790s. Yet this was the 1860s and the hold of the empirical sciences over philosophy was still far too great to move in such a new direction. Rather than shunning empirical psychology, Liebman remained in her embrace. For his next work on transcendental philosophy was a foray into a psychological domain, the theory of vision. In the tradition of Descartes' Dioptrice, Berkeley's new theory of vision and Schopenhauer's Über das Sehen und die Farben, Liebman's Über den objektiven Anblick explores the epistemological implications of visual psychology. 34 Its chief aim, as Liebman explains in its foreword, is to show that exacting empirical research into human physiology provides decisive evidence against realism and for an idealistic worldview. 4. V. In embarking upon such a project, Liebman seems to have been inspired by the latest work on visual psychology, by the research of Lotze, Müller, and Helmholtz, whose work he often cites. Another motive for Liebman's new work, though never made fully explicit, was to fill an enormous gap in the argument of his Kant und die Epigonen. Though Liebman wanted to convince all philosophers of the need to return to Kant, he had not really provided any positive argument for doing so. Incredible sed verum, Liebman had still not vindicated Kant's basic principles. Kant und die Epigonen was a polemic against speculative positions, and it suggested the truth of the critical one only by default. Worst of all, the battle against materialism was not joined in the least, for there was nothing to stop a materialist from happily endorsing Liebman's critique of the epigone while snubbing his nose at Kant himself. Hence über den Objektiven. Blick would go the extra step further to provide a positive argument for Kant's basic principles. Now the materialists will be fought with their own weapons, the results of scientific research. 35 The first chapter of Über den Objektiven Anblick is devoted to the physiological conditions of sense perception. Liebman lays down all his cards at the very beginning by stating two fundamental principles. The first principle is perfectly straightforward, that sense perceptions are representations in us. The second principle, however, is more controversial, that the content of sense perception consists in nothing more than inner states, in other words, what we see, sense qualities such as colors, sounds and smells, are affections of the psychic subject. 3. While the first principle is compatible with idealism or realism, the second is incompatible with direct realism, the thesis that what we sense is nothing less than qualities of objects themselves. Though it is more controversial, Liebman assures us that his second principle is the immediate consequence of recent physiological research, and specifically of Müller's theory of specific nerve energies. This theory, for which there is allegedly abundant experimental proof, holds that each nerve conducts its specific kind of sensation. The same stimulus striking different nerves has different effects, and different stimuli striking the same nerve have the same effect. This shows, Liebman concludes, that the content of sensations depends not on the quality of the stimulus but on the nerves by which we perceive it. 32. The stimulus for visual perception is like the striking of a piano key, whose action is only the occasion for the content of the perception, the sound, which is completely unlike the stimulus. There is a great disparity between the nature of the stimulus, the oscillation of light or sound waves, and the sensible qualities in the mind, sounds, colors. 57. After treating the physiological conditions of visual perception in his first chapter, Liebman proceeds to examine its intellectual conditions in his second chapter. The main problem in understanding visual perception, we are told, is to explain how sensations inside us are perceived as objects outside us. If the content of sensation is only something inside us, a psychic event having no width, length, or breadth, why do we perceive it as if it were outside us, a three-dimensional object? The great mystery of perception, we are told, is not how sensations come inside us but how we perceive them as outside us. 66. Liebman does not claim to have a definitive theory to solve this mystery, though he does attempt to identify the basic mechanism by which it takes place. This mechanism consists in the hypostasization of our sensations, their projection outside our body in the direction of the stimulus of the sensation. 70-71. Since this mechanism works subconsciously, we are not aware that the sense qualities are really only our projections, hypostasizations of our own sensations. 71. The mind is thus like a laterna magica which projects images inside it as if they were outside it. Just as those images are nothing real but only appear to be so, the same holds for our sensations. The central thesis of Liebman's second chapter is that the motor behind this laterna magica lies primarily in our intellect. The ultimate source of the objective view of the world resides in the concepts of substance and causality, which are universal and necessary principles that govern all sensations. Since these principles are synthetic priori, operating of necessity for everyone alike, they ensure that the content of experience conforms to intersubjective norms. We see the world as something external to us, as something objective, because sensations have to comply with these norms, whose dictates are independent of our will and imagination. What appears independent of our private will and imagination is hypostasized, as if it came from outside us, though it really comes from the necessity of perceiving the world according to these intersubjective norms. So far, so good. In the third and final chapter of Über den objektiven Anblick, however, Liebman's argument collapses. This chapter attempts to determine the transcendent conditions of psychological perception, just as the first did the sensible and the second the intellectual. But in his effort to spell out these transcendent conditions, Liebman stresses a paradoxical but indisputable conclusion, one that follows of necessity from his basic principles, and one that seems to undermine any psychological interpretation of Kant. The conclusion is this, that the mechanisms by which we perceive the world are themselves only appearances. The brain, the eyes, the nerves. What are they but representations in the psyche of the physiologist? He studies the mechanisms of visual perception, which consist in muscles, nerves, and tissues, and treats them as if they were also events in the physical world because they too belong to the human body. But this means that all these mechanisms, like everything else in the spatial phenomenal world, are only so many representations, so many perceptual states, in the mind of the physiologist. Hence these mechanisms cannot really be the ultimate explanans of experience but only part of the explanandum. The explanation of experience now has to ascend to higher transcendent principles, conditions that explain the possibility of all psychological phenomena. What are these transcendent principles? What are the ultimate conditions of experience? They are a subject who perceives and an object that causes its perception. The subject alone cannot be the sole condition of its experience, because it does not create its objects, which must be given to it. But as transcendent conditions of experience, the subject and object do not fall within experience itself, and so, since all knowledge is limited within experience, they are unknowable. The transcendent conditions of experience turn out to be an unknowable X, the object, and an unknowable Y, the perceiving subject, which somehow interact with one another to make us perceive an objective world. 153. The objection is as obvious as it is inevitable: how can these unknowable transcendent conditions be anything other than things in themselves? Willy-nilly. It seems, Liebman has found himself postulating the very entities he had once denounced. Since the inconsistency is glaring, Liebman squirms, attempting to deny it to save face. At the close of the third chapter of Über den objektiven Anblick he adds a long remark to the effect that his transcendent conditions are not things in themselves. 155 to 156. The thing in itself is something absurd, a contradictionary en adjecto, which, he assures us, his transcendent conditions are not. But this only leaves us with the question why Kant's things in themselves are absurd when, properly understood, they play the same roles as Liebman's transcendent conditions of experience. When Liebman goes on to provide a long description of the attributes of the thing in itself, this supposedly unknowable entity, the inconsistency only becomes more embarrassing, because all the attributes he lists are equally attributable to his own transcendent conditions. And so, at the close of Über den objektiven Anblick, Liebman had finally discovered, though he refused to admit it, that the thing in itself is not so dispensable after all. To add one self-inflicted injury upon another, there is another disturbing problem with the argument of Chapter 3 of Liebman's treatise. If all the facts of physiology are empirical, presupposing the transcendental conditions of experience, then how are they relevant to transcendental philosophy at all? Liebman's treatise was based on the premise that visual psychology is relevant to transcendental philosophy, but his argument in Chapter 3 means that it is utterly irrelevant because these conditions are in principle unknowable. Any attempt to know these conditions through empirical means presupposes them, and so proves to be circular. All the facts of empirical psychology really concern the world as appearance alone, nothing about the conditions that make this appearance possible. This was precisely the kind of argument that Liebman had invoked against empirical psychology in Kant und die Epigonen. But it was as if he had forgotten it in the first 2 chapters of Über den objektiven Anblick. Although he remembered it in chapter 3, it was too late to prevent a devastating conclusion, the irrelevance of his entire project, the futile attempt to prove transcendental idealism through physiology. Yet, as we shall soon see, this was not the end but only the beginning of Liebman's travails, his many attempts to unravel the complicated relationship between natural science and transcendental philosophy. 5 War and Peace. In July 1870, Liebman's academic career was abruptly interrupted by a dramatic political event, the advent of the Franco-Prussian War. On July 19, Kaiser Wilhelm I had called upon all the German provinces to unite and to defend the fatherland against the aggressions of their traditional foe, France. A wave of patriotic enthusiasm swept through the land in response to the Kaiser's appeal. Among those who responded was the young Liebman himself, who later admitted to having been infected with the Furor Teutonicus. He duly enlisted as a volunteer in the Prussian Garde Fusilier Regiment. For 4 months, from September 1870 to January 1871, Liebman participated in the siege of Paris, sheltering in little villages outside Paris which were under constant French bombardment. After his return to civilian life, he published his memoirs and diaries from these months, which appeared in September 1871 as Wir Monat vor Paris. 36 Prima facie. It would seem that there is little of philosophical value in Liebman's reminiscences. This is indeed the case for most of the book, which is chiefly of historical interest. Still, these 4 months mark one of the most formative periods of Liebman's life, not only morally but also intellectually. There is nothing like the experience of war to collect the mind and to make it think about the meaning of life. Several sections of Liebman's tract are filled with general reflections, sometimes in verse, about death, war, peace, history, and human nature in general. We cannot ignore these sections, not least because they are the basis of Koenk's damning portrait of Liebman as Heinrich Manns Untertan. There is a remarkable passage from Liebman's diary, dated September 24, 1870, where he praises the discipline and esprit du corps of the Prussian army. Though such discipline might seem ridiculous to an outsider, someone like Heinrich Heine, that would be only a superficial view of its meaning and purpose, Liebman declares. What reveals itself in such discipline is the spirit of self-sacrifice, devotion to law and the state. 30. Egoism is held in check as the individual becomes a working member of the social and political whole. This spirit of obedience and public purpose does not oblige the subject alone, Liebman is careful to add, but also the Prussian monarch himself, who is only the first servant of the state. 31. Viewing the Prussian army through a Kantian prism, Liebman then declares that this ethic of discipline and self-sacrifice is nothing less than the spirit of the categorical imperative. Here are the crucial lines. In this army everything down to the smallest detail and in the greatest extreme is made exact, proper, it is pedantically and painfully prescribed and executed. For an outside observer this might appear as servitude, Kommissionsdienst. But in it is revealed the spirit of discipline and subordination, the postulate of selfless, strict fulfillment of duty, the consciousness of duty to the point of complete self-sacrifice toward law and state. Resistant egoism has to keep silent, and the individual feels himself constantly an obedient member of the whole. Such is the spirit of the categorical imperative. 30. It was largely on the basis of this passage that Koenk formed his interpretation of Liebman. From these lines there seems to speak the true Prussian lieutenant, one whose idea of ethics is obedience and subordination to authority. According to Koenk, Liebman takes the Prussian military as his model for social order in general, and therefore preaches the complete subordination of the individual to the Prussian state. 37. Liebman's reference to the categorical imperative in this passage is his idea of the spirit of the Kantian philosophy. 38. Because he forces Kant's ethics into this Prussian mold, Koenk reasons, Liebman uses Kant's philosophy to legitimate the authoritarian Prussian state. Is it fair to interpret Liebman in this light? Does this passage really represent his general social and political viewpoint? Hardly. One only needs to read further in Liebman's text to see the full context and meaning of these lines. There is another remarkable passage where Liebman records a dialogue between himself and his comrades during Silvesternacht 1870-71, 238-247. There it becomes clear that Liebman thinks that the ethic of subordination and obedience is only appropriate in times of war, and then only when the fatherland is in danger. He makes it very clear that it is only as a Prussian soldier that one should live for the state. This life as a soldier is, however, only for now, only ad hoc, and it will cease with the peace. 244. Like a true liberal, Liebman then goes on to insist flatly, contrary to Koenig's account, that the state is made for the individual, not the individual for the state. 245. He looks forward to the end of the war and the return to peace, where everyone can follow their own career and go their separate ways. A closer look at the text also shows that Liebman does not equate the spirit of the Kantian philosophy with the Prussian military ethic. To be sure, Liebman says that ethic is the spirit of the categorical imperative. But there is nothing in Wir Monat vor Paris to suggest that Liebman read Kant's philosophy as a whole in such terms. The more modest interpretation, and all that the textual evidence supports, is that Liebman saw military discipline as one application of the categorical imperative, an application specifically appropriate to times of war. It is noteworthy that when Liebman later came to write explicitly about the spirit of the Kantian philosophy, he understood its ethics entirely in terms of moral autonomy, which he explains as taking responsibility for one's own actions. 39. That is hardly the submission to authority that Koenig sees as the heart of Liebman's ethics. As part of his general portrait of Liebman, Koenig stresses his nationalism and chauvinism, especially his contempt for the French and British. 40. Here Koenig is closer to the mark. There can be no doubt about Liebman's nationalism, specifically his fervent wish to see Germany united under Prussia. The book has a loving portrait of Kaiser Wilhelm, whom Liebman sees as the savior of Germany. The book ends with the enthusiastic declamations, Lang lebe Kaiser Wilhelm. Deutschland für immer. There can also be no question about Liebman's contempt for the French, whom he would often describe as a rabble, a nation of dishonest, decadent egoists. Yet how extraordinary is such nationalism and chauvinism! It was the common ethos of the age, and we cannot claim that Liebman's attitudes are especially extreme or notable. This is duly noted by Koenig. What he completely fails to mention, however, is Liebman's later recantation of his earlier chauvinism in the preface to the second edition of Wir Monat vor Paris. For here Liebman distances himself from his blunt and harsh judgments about the French, which, he confesses, go beyond the bounds of fairness. He decided to retain them in the second edition not because they were his persistent convictions but only because of their historical interest, because they revealed something about the common view of the time. 3, 4. The more serious shortcoming in Koenig's portrait, however, is that he completely ignores the other side of Liebman's early political philosophy, namely, his pacifism and cosmopolitanism. There are several prominent passages in Wir Monat vor Paris where Liebman expresses such convictions: 184, 240, 246 to 247, 285. Liebman was confident that the conclusion of the war would mark a new epoch in history, one more cosmopolitan and peaceful than all the preceding. The age of nationalism was a step forward beyond the dynastic age, just as the dynastic age was a step forward beyond feudalism, but now there will be a new cosmopolitan age that is a step forward beyond the age of nationalism. This new epoch will be the period of humanity and peace. 240, one that acknowledges the equal validity of all cultural nations. 247. In this new world order, Germany and France will cease to compete with one another and will begin to learn from one another. Their virtues will even complement one another to serve as a model of culture in general. What Liebman admires in Germany is not its peculiar national virtues but its cosmopolitan sense and its humanist cultural ideals. 285. He believes that it is Germany's special mission to serve as the motor for this new cosmopolitan and ironic age because its self-interest ultimately lies with peace rather than war. The French cannot perform this role, because they see war as a cause of gloire et prestige, and so fail to see how the self-interest of all nations lies in peace. 246. The source of Liebmann's pacificism and cosmopolitanism are all too Kantian, Kant's Zum Frieden, a text which Liebmann cited and knew well, 166. His arguments on behalf of peace come straight out of that Kantian text, that war is becoming too expensive, that war disrupts international commerce, and that the instruments of war are becoming so potent that no one can engage in it without terrible causalities. 184. 41. How did this cosmopolitanism cohere with Liebmann's nationalism? Liebmann himself was not so sure. In the preface to the second edition he poses the question, and admits that his own thinking suffers from this common tension. 8. Nationalism is natural and instinctive for human beings, he notes, because it springs from their attachment to their roots and belongs to their very identity. The cosmopolitan man, who is bereft of all national characteristics, is a mere abstraction. If we were to abolish the ties of family, ethnicity, language, and nation in favor of some cosmopolitan ideal, we would most likely end with the war of all against all. X. Still, Liebmann thinks that nationalism has to coexist with cosmopolitanism, because it is only in recognizing the equal rights of all nations that we achieve the peace to which all nations aspire. Seen in context and from a broader historical perspective, Liebmann's political convictions in Vir Monate vor Paris are those of a conservative liberal rather than a reactionary monarchist. Like many conservative liberals of his day, Liebmann held dear basic liberal ideals: cosmopolitanism, individualism, belief in personal autonomy, but he was also wary of socialism and communism because he was fearful of their leveling tendencies. 110 to 111. If he was skeptical of French republicanism, it was not because he repudiated its democratic ideals, but because he believed, following Montesquieu, that the French people were still not ready for the virtue that a republic required. 169. Liebmann shared the general conviction of Weimar culture that Germany's humanist and cosmopolitan ideals should be a model for all nations. Germany was for him, as it was for Schiller, Goethe, and the Romantics, der Kulturstaat, der Land der Dichter und Denker. In the light of later history we can object to these ideals as quixotic and naive, but they are hardly the attitude of a Nazi party functionary. To read Liebmann in that light is a forced and blind anachronism. 6. Natural science and transcendental philosophy. A year after his return to civilian life, in 1872, Liebmann became extraordinary professor of philosophy at the University of Strasbourg, which was now a German institution after the accession of Alsace-Lorraine to the newly founded Second Reich. Liebmann would remain in Strasbourg for the next 10 years, starting the tradition that would make the Southwest a center of Neo-Kantianism. Eventually, Windelband, Rickert and Lask would also migrate to Strasbourg. In the 1870s Liebmann continued to investigate the fraught relationship between natural science and transcendental philosophy. Although his first foray into that field, Über den objektiven Anblick, had ended in disaster, with him having demonstrated what he intended to refute, the thing in itself, and having refuted what he intended to demonstrate, the relevance of physiology for transcendental philosophy, Liebmann pushed on regardless. Well that he did so, for the relationship between natural science and transcendental philosophy is much too complicated, much too amorphous, much too slippery, to be answered with a simple positive or negative verdict about its relevance or irrelevance. The crucial question is how and in what respects it is relevant or irrelevant. The task now was to spell out these respects through more detailed and precise investigations. The product of these efforts was one hefty tome, Zur Analysis der Wirklichkeit, which first appeared in 1876. 42. Liebmann's thinking greatly matured in the early 1870s. The manifest weaknesses of his earlier work taught him the need for caution. Rather than rushing to conclusions and flaunting generalities, Liebman now realized that it was necessary to proceed piecemeal, investigating topics in detail and in a more neutral and tentative manner, bracketing any preconceived views. His method, as he put it in the Prolegomena zur Analysis der Wirklichkeit, would be analytic, proceeding from the particular to the general rather than conversely, 15-16. Such an analytic method made a general system of philosophy a distant goal, a regulative ideal, which we should strive to approach but which we could never attain. There can be no question that Zur Analysis der Wirklichkeit is Liebman's best work. The book went through 4 editions, and it was highly regarded since its publication. 43 Liebman considers every major problem of philosophy, penetrates to the core of the issue, and he does so in clear, simple, and elegant prose. It is a book from which every philosopher can learn something, even if he or she does not agree with the author's viewpoint. In its style and method, the careful investigation of concepts and arguments, Liebman's book anticipates modern analytic philosophy, though its scope is much broader, indeed so broad that a single worldview emerges from its individual chapters. Wilhelm Windelband wrote of the work, "It is one of the most unique works in which a philosopher ever put forward his worldview. There is, it seems, no trace of a complete picture, each chapter treats its separate problem. But whoever looks more closely will find that all these special treatments are parts of an organic whole, that they require and condition one another and present a unified living whole." 44 It is one of the merits of Liebman's Zur Analysis der Wirklichkeit that it discusses Kant's philosophy in relation to the latest results of the natural and mathematical sciences. Not all philosophers could do so. But, originally trained in mathematics and physics, Liebman was well equipped to deal with technical questions. Although his discussions are lucid and informed, we must bear in mind that they are also dated, limited by the state of the sciences in the 1870s. Liebman was writing after the development of Neo-Euclidean geometry, the rise of Darwinian theory, and the new psychology of Fechner, Weber, and Helmholtz, but also before Einstein's theory of relativity, which would revolutionize physics in the early 20th century. Still, his essays remain of great historical interest because they show how Neo-Kantianism attempted to adapt to and evolve with the empirical sciences. 3 essays in Zur Analysis der Wirklichkeit Phänomenalität des Raums, Raumcharakteristik und Raumdeduktion and Zur Theorie des Sehens are a re-examination of visual psychology, a topic that Liebman had already treated in his Über den objektiven Anblick. Now, though, Liebman approaches the matter with greater clarity and caution. The question at stake is whether Kant's thesis of the phenomenality of space has been verified by the empirical sciences. The phenomenality of space means, Liebman explains, that it has only a relative or conditioned reality, that is, one that depends on our consciousness and sensibility, such that if they disappear so does space. 37. Now does empirical science confirm this thesis? Liebman is still convinced that it does, rehearsing arguments that he had already advanced in his earlier work. He continues to hold that the theory of specific nerve energies has established that the quality of sensation is not the quality of the sensed object but a modification of the sensing sensibility. 41. He also still maintains, with Helmholtz, that the general form of space is an intellectual construction, arising from the organization and coordination of visual and tactile sensations according to regular laws. What we see is always optical phenomena, having empirical and not transcendental reality. Not only that which we see in space but also visual space itself is projected by our intellect. 49-50. What is new in these essays is Liebman's treatment of the question of how we see the content of our sensations outside us in three-dimensional space, 172-186. He now explains in more detail the mechanism by which we project sensations outside ourselves. This projection is an act that locates our sensations in definite places. The process begins when we take ourselves as the center of our visual world, the axis, as it were, of a coordinate system in which we locate all our visual and tactual sensations. We make ourselves, in the simplest case, the vertex of the angle ACB, where A and B designate any two distinct sensations and C the center of our visual world. We locate sensations to the left and right of C, so that we can construct a line consisting of the segments AC and CB. The addition of these segments into the single line ACB gives us the dimension of length. We can do the same for other sensations, say D and F, which are above and below C. We then have the vertical line DCF, which gives us the dimension of height. We then do the same for two more sensations G and H, which are before and behind C, so that we get the line GCF perpendicular to the other two, which gives us the dimension of depth. By thus locating our sensations in this primitive coordinate system, we construct a three-dimensional space. A larger space spreads out in wider concentric circles around the original space whose center is C. Thus space is an intellectual construction, the result of coordinating sensations by placing them in particular locations in the direction of their stimulus. This leads Liebman to the general conclusion: the space that we see, from our visible body to the stars in heaven, and everything that rests and moves, is nothing absolutely real extramentum but a phenomenon within our sensible consciousness. 51. Two essays in zur Analysis der Wirklichkeit subjective, objective und absolute Zeit and relative und absolute Bewegung consider the classic question of whether space, time, and motion are absolute or relative, and end with a qualified defense of Kant's theory that space and time are absolute. Liebman maintains a thesis that physicists would now regard as dated, that modern physics presupposes the ideas of absolute space and time. Time cannot be relative, he argues in the first essay, because there are axioms about time, namely, time is a continuum, two parts of time are not simultaneous but succeed one another that are valid only for an absolute time, like Newton's 105. Space cannot be relative, he explains in the second essay, because, as Newton held, the rotation of a single body in empty space has a motion that takes place in absolute space alone, 141. Furthermore, Galileo's law of inertia presupposes absolute space, because it assumes that a body will move in a straight line, and with a uniform velocity, even when no other body acts upon it, 139. It is indeed the case, Liebman concedes, that any space, time, or motion in the empirical world is relative, and that in an empirical regress we will never find any absolute space, time, or motion. Still, physics requires the ideas of an absolute space and time for motions that take place independent of other motions, viz. the rotating body, perfect inertia. The most interesting and original of Liebman's essays, Rum Charakteristik und Rum Deduction, discusses the Kantian theory of space with reference to metageometry, that is, the new non-Euclidean geometries recently developed by Gauss, Riemann, and Lobachevsky. Liebman thinks that non-Euclidean geometry supports rather than refutes Kant's theory of space. 45. According to his interpretation, the new metageometry constructs the possibility of spaces of any number of dimensions by seeing them as the product of a coordinate system having any number of coordinates. 58. Just as in analytic geometry we locate a point in Euclidean space with three coordinates, so in metageometry we can locate a multidimensional space with any number of coordinates. Metageometry makes Euclidean space simply a special instance of space in general. It holds for a space having three coordinates, even surfaces and no curvature. Prima facie this would seem to undermine Kant's theory of space in the transcendental aesthetic, because it shows that Kant's theory holds not for space as such but only one kind of space, namely, Euclidean space of three dimensions. Liebman insists, however, that Kant's analysis is not damaged in the slightest. Kant never said that Euclidean space is the only possible. Indeed, he insisted that his analysis of space and time held only for creatures having our human sensibility, and that it is perfectly possible for creatures having different sensibilities to perceive the world according to different spaces. 45. In his early 1746 Gedanken von der Wahrnehmung der lebendigen Kraften, Kant even imagined that there could be alternative geometries for creatures not limited by our kind of sensibility. 46. To clarify the implications of non-Euclidean geometry for Kant's theory, Liebman distinguishes between two kinds of necessity: logical necessity, where the opposite of a proposition is contradictory, and intuitive necessity, where the opposite of a proposition is not contradictory but cannot be imagined by us. 77. No particular space is logically necessary, such that it alone is the only possible and all other forms of space involve a contradiction. Indeed, metageometry shows us that there are as many logically possible forms of space as there are coordinates in our system of analytic geometry. Of course, most of these spaces do not exist, yet it is still possible that some of them do, so that there might exist other kinds of spaces beside that of Euclidean geometry. Just because we cannot imagine these spaces does not mean that they do not exist for us. Liebman warns against the inference non posse videre ad non posse exister. 63. He even says that he has discussed the whole matter personally with Helmholtz, who also believed that it is possible for spaces of many dimensions to exist. 64. Still, though Euclidean space is only one possible space, the fact remains that it has an intuitive necessity for us. Our intuitions about space are entirely Euclidean, because we cannot imagine any spaces beyond 3 dimensions. We cannot construct a space where parallel lines intersect, or where 2 straight lines intersect in more than one point. To this extent, then, Kant is entirely right. Our sensibilities work according to Euclidean space, whose axioms and theorems are universal and necessary truths only for beings with sensibilities like ours. Liebman summarizes the relationship between Kant's theory of space and the new metageometry along the following lines. The transcendental aesthetic consists in 3 central propositions: 1. That the axioms of Euclidean geometry are not logically necessary; 2. That they are necessary only for a being with a sensibility like our own, that is, they are intuitive necessities or a priori intuitions; and 3. That they are subjective because they are determined by my sensibility alone. 77-78. The mathematicians, viz. Gauss and Riemann, accept 1, which is indeed a condition of their postulating the possibility of other geometries. Regarding 2 and 3, however, they have no clear position, because they write as if Euclidean space is only a logical possibility. They leave out of account its intuitive necessity. It is precisely in this later respect, though, that Kant's theory comes into play. Its central claim is that Euclidean space has an intuitive necessity, a thesis that ultimately rests upon an investigation into human psychology. Liebman again raises the question why we human beings are so constituted that we perceive a 3-dimensional space, though he now admits that his own theory of projection does not completely resolve the mystery and that more research remains to be done. 86, 186. It was altogether fitting that Liebman, trained in mathematics and physics, should be an apostle for mathematical natural science and a critic of the nature philosophy of Goethe, Schelling, and Hegel. In the tradition of Fries and Herbart, he deplores the neglect of mathematics in nature philosophy and endorses the Kantian dictum that there is only as much science in a discipline as there is mathematics in it. One of the more revealing essays in Zur Analysis der Wirklichkeit philosophischer Worth der mathematischen Naturwissenschaft is a frank and blunt apology for the method of mathematical natural science against that of nature philosophy. 47. The method of nature philosophy is bankrupt. Liebman argues, not only because concrete conclusions cannot be derived from abstract principles, but also because its qualitative concepts cannot derive or express the exact quantitative ratios of natural laws. 280. Precisely because nature philosophy neglects mathematics, a vast dimension of nature will be forever inaccessible to it, namely, its quantitative aspect. Nature is a fundamentally quantitative realm, Liebman insists, where everything has its precise measure and quantity. Although Schelling and Hegel regard this realm as merely accidental or sheer appearance, it is really essential, because what something is, its very individuality, is determined by its precise measure and quantity. 279. Magnitude, to be quantitatively determined, is absolutely everything, and without its quantitative determination everything equals 0, i.e., nothingness. 280, Liebman's emphasis. The ideal of natural science is therefore to have a mathematical theory for all kinds of events in space and time. 281. Liebman recommends that this ideal replace the metaphysics of nature philosophy. Reason in the universe does not consist in spirit, the absolute or the will, but in nothing less than the system of all natural laws. 283. Nevertheless, Liebman's mathematical conception of nature and his critique of nature philosophy should not lead us to the conclusion that he rejected nature philosophy as a whole. The more Liebman distanced himself from positivism and materialism, the closer he came to the conception of nature characteristic of Goethe's, Schelling's, and Hegel's nature philosophy. For reasons we shall soon see, the conception of nature as purposive, as forming an organic unity and realizing a rational plan, which is so characteristic of nature philosophy, proved to be essential in Liebman's battle against materialism. It is now time to take a close look at that battle. 7. Against materialism. Like so many neo-Kantians, Liebman formulated his philosophy against the backdrop of the materialism controversy of the 1850s. Materialism was for him the great nemesis, that force for intellectual and moral evil that had motivated him to develop and defend his own Kantian convictions. His concern with materialism, only implicit in Kant und die Epigonen, is evident from the foreword to Über den objektiven Anblick, where Liebman complains that there is still no viable strategy against it. 9. Yet it is remarkable that, when it came to providing actual criticisms of materialism, Liebman held back, saying little or nothing. He was so contemptuous of Herren Voigt und Consorten that he declared their ideas beneath criticism. 144n. Their theories were quark, having been already refuted by the critic der reinen Vernunft. Yet it is obvious that Liebman's contempt only betrayed his deeper anxiety. The growing power and popularity of materialism had thrown him on the defensive. If he were not to succumb to the very dogmatism he fears war, he would have to do battle against materialism, sooner or later. Sure enough, Liebman turned to this task in several essays in Zur Analysis der Wirklichkeit. One of the most substantial of these, Platonismus und Darwinismus, 48, outlines his position on Darwinism, which we will consider in a later chapter. 49. Another essay, Gehirn und Geist, 50, treats the materialist thesis that the mind is identical with, or at least inseparable from, the brain. This thesis had been put forward by Carl Voigt, materialist extraordinaire, who held that the organ for thought is the brain, and who notoriously likened the brain's production of thought to the kidney's secretion of urine. 51. After having dismissed such a thesis as beneath criticism in the 1860s, it is interesting to find that Liebman now makes deep and drastic concessions to it in the 1870s. As if to correct himself, he now explicitly declares that the materialist is not to be reproached for holding that consciousness is only an efflorescence of the brain. 535. There is so much evidence on behalf of the materialist thesis that the brain is the organ of thought, he now admits, that it is safe to conclude that intelligent activity is a function of brain activity. 531. Only someone very partisan and blind, viz. Liebman in the 1860s, would deny that the brain is the physical place of individual self-consciousness and all higher mental activities. 532. We should even adopt a kind of empirical materialism as our research program, Liebman proposes, where we attempt to make exact correlations between sequences of brain events and sequences of thought. 536. The motto behind this proposal is a dictum of Lichtenberg: materialism is the asymptote of psychology. 536. 52. Having made all these concessions to materialism, Liebman goes no further. He insists that all the facts apparently confirming mind-brain interdependence are ultimately not decisive for our worldview. 538. Lichtenberg was wise to say that materialism is the asymptote of psychology, because that means the lines will never reach the curve. For no matter how far we go in correlating brain events with mental ones, there is still the problem of the disparity in kind between them. What does protein, calcium, and phosphorus in the substance of the brain, and the integrity of the two brain hemispheres, have to do with logic. 540. They have as much to do with one another, Liebman answers, as the chemical analysis of the water of the ocean with the plans of the sailors who travel across it. He then asks us to imagine the following scenario: our brain research has advanced so far that we can correlate precisely sequences of physical events in the brain with sequences of thoughts in the mind, so that the sequences of brain events A B C D E F determines exactly the sequence of thoughts A B C D E F in the mind. Assume that the thought sequence A B C D E F corresponds with the sentence "I went to the market to buy some wood." This means that if the brain sequence were in the slightest different, so that it becomes, say, A C B D E F, it would have to produce a nonsensical thought sequence A C B D E F, so that the sentence would now become "I went to the wood to buy the market." But what is the connection between the brain event sequence and logical sequence? Why is it that one sequence makes sense and not the other? There is nothing in the brain sequences themselves that show why one order is logical and not the other. Though Liebman thinks that finding correlations between brain and thought sequences is entirely possible, and is indeed the goal of all brain research, he insists that such correlations ultimately show the very opposite of what the materialist assumes, that nature has it within its power to produce an automaton materiali logicum. 561. It is possible to understand this power, and its resulting correlation between brain and thought sequences, Liebman contends, only if we assume that the brain has been created and organized according to a rational plan in the first place. Thus brain events will produce logical thoughts only because the brain has been created and organized according to logic. Nature cannot produce these thoughts as a blind mechanism but only if it is constructed according to some underlying rational plan. 561, 564. As Liebman summarizes his argument, if reason is a product of nature, then nature must have reason. 564. Ironically, in drawing this conclusion, Liebman had come close to the position of Schelling's nature philosophy, whose metaphysics he had just spurned. It seems that Liebman, in stressing the rationality underlying nature, had affirmed a teleological conception of nature, according to which nature is created and organized by purposes or ends. This suspicion is duly confirmed by other articles in Zur Analysis der Wirklichkeit. While the teleological conception is only implicit in Gehirn und Geist, it is more explicit in Aphorismen zur Kosmogonie, 53, where Liebman argues that there is no conflict between a mechanical and teleological conception of nature. The whole dispute over teleology versus mechanism is obsolete, he argues, because there is no contradiction between them. 393. Recently Haeckel has thrown teleology into the dustbin because he assumes it contradicts the mechanical explanation of nature. 54. But this only goes to show that he does not know the history of philosophy. One only needs to read Leibniz, Kant, and Newton, Liebman contends, to see that it is possible to combine both paradigms of explanation. There would be indeed a contradiction between teleology and mechanism if one assumes with the old theism that God creates miracles, disrupting the course of nature to realize his ends. But there is no need to accept this antiquated doctrine. We can easily reconcile teleology and mechanism. If we understand mechanism as the necessary means for the realization of a cosmic plan. 394. The cosmic mechanism must work with necessity, in lawful regular ways, to realize divine ends, just as a machine must do so if it is to realize our ends. Although Liebman, following Bacon and Descartes, had banished teleology from physics, that is, from the explanation of particular events in nature, he still insisted that it played a crucial role in metaphysics, in the explanation of nature as a whole. 396n. Liebman's revival of teleology raises the uncomfortable question of whether he was violating Kantian strictures against metaphysics. In the Third Critic, Kant had laid down strict regulative guidelines for teleology, which mandated treating nature only as if it conforms to ends. There is no empirical evidence whatsoever, Kant held, for the assumption that nature really does act purposefully. Liebman duly notes Kant's critical doctrine, but only to brush it aside, saying that he will focus instead on the pre-critical Kant, Leibniz, and Newton, 393. The rationale for this apparently dogmatic move appears only later in another essay, Die Einheit der Natur, 55, where Liebman addresses head-on the question whether he is transcending the Kantian limits of knowledge in assuming purposes in nature. In this essay Liebman attempts to provide a rationale for a constitutive use of teleology through a probabilistic argument. He maintains that the probability that the regularities and uniformities in nature arose from mere chance alone is infinitely low, whereas the probability that they came from some common real cause is infinitely high, 572. The root of his argument is an analogy, just as Laplace had argued that there is an enormously high probability, namely, 4 billion to 1, that the homogeneity of planetary movements has a common cause, so Liebman now contends that it is equally probable that the homogeneity of natural laws as a whole must have a common cause. It is left open what this cause must be, but it is clear that Liebman thinks that it must be purposive, some form of rational design, because the Epicurean hypothesis that it is due only to the chance movement of atoms in the void is highly improbable, 573. So, in the end, Liebman does advocate the constitutive status of teleology, the assumption that the universe is truly guided by ends and that we need not merely treat it, regulatively, as if it were so. In this respect he differs from the lost generation and most neo-Kantians. Liebman's analogical argument seems to violate another Kantian stricture against metaphysics. He is making inferences about the universe as a whole from events within the universe. That kind of inference Kant regards as illicit, and Liebman himself had affirmed just that teaching in his Kant und die Epigonen. 56. Liebman's argument seems void, then, by his very own standards. What defense did Liebman have for such flagrant hypocrisy? His excuse is surprising, indicating an important shift in his thinking in the late 1870s, 574 to 575. Liebman fully admits that Kant was completely opposed to such inferences. There is no way that his texts can be twisted to condone them. One half of the first critic and one half of the prolegomena are directed against them. Nevertheless, Liebman points out that Kant himself has not obeyed his own strictures. In assuming the existence of the thing in itself and in making it the cause of experience, he has taken the principle of causality beyond particular events in experience and applied it to experience as a whole. Thus, even though Kant insists that all knowledge is limited to experience, he assumes that the thing in itself is the cause of experience. Now comes the bizarre twist in Liebman's argument. Since Kant himself has violated his own standards, he asks, why should we comply with them? 575, why indeed? But with that move, Liebman had effectively buried his own philosophy of immanence and had given the green light for a new transcendent metaphysics. 8. Critique of positivism. Liebman has sometimes been taken for a positivist neo-Kantian. 57 with some justification. There are indeed positivist strands in his thought. Kant und die Epigonen has its positivist moments, namely, its attack on metaphysics, and its relegation of talk about the transcendent to poetry. Liebman's mathematical conception of science, and his critique of nature philosophy, also represent a standard positivist position. Last but not least, Liebman reaffirmed the old positivist dogma that there are only two forms of knowledge, that verifiable by matter of fact, and that demonstrable according to the law of contradiction. It would be a serious mistake, however, to regard Liebman as a positivist simpliciter. There are strong reasons for placing him at the very forefront of the neo-Kantian reaction against positivism, which began in the 1880s. With age, Liebman's distance from positivism grew. His critique of materialism, as we have seen, had made him more sympathetic towards classical metaphysics. In Zur Analysis der Wirklichkeit he had argued against a completely mechanistic view of mental life, and he had defended substantial forms and the purposiveness of nature. 58 While Liebman stopped short of regarding metaphysics as a science, he still believed that it involved a legitimate aspiration, trying to understand the world and existence as a whole. 59 Liebman had also developed a more critical attitude towards the sciences. Although he stressed the importance of bringing philosophy into alignment with the sciences, he also warned against uncritically accepting their results. The preface to the third edition of Zur Analysis der Wirklichkeit, which was written in March 1900, reveals fully the anti-positivist views that he had nurtured for years. Here we are told that it is a fundamental mistake to think that science alone can solve the problems of philosophy. Science is a useful and indispensable aid to philosophy, but it cannot be its basis. The naturalistic explanation of the world cannot be the complete story, Liebman assures us, for the simple reason that human beings are not only the product of nature but also its basis. Liebman's evolving anti-positivism is especially apparent from a curious book he published in 1884, his Die Klimax der Theorien. 60. On the face of it, this tract is a straightforward epistemological exercise whose business is to distinguish between different kinds of theories about the natural world. There are no explicit polemics in the book, and Liebman is content to give his main opponent a generic name, namely, the empiricist. But as the book unfolds, it becomes evident that it is intended as a critique of positivism. Liebman's target is most likely to have been the up-and-coming dozen Richard Avenarius, whose 1876 tract Philosophie als Denken der Welt was something of a positivist manifesto. 61. Avenarius wanted to penetrate to the very heart of experience, to experience denuded of all metaphysical presuppositions, which is the basis of all true science. To this end, he announced a program for the purification of experience, which would remove from the given all theoretical accretions and metaphysical baggage. 62. Avenarius saw this program as a completion and correction of Kant. Kant's critique had determined the a priori components of experience, but it had failed to strip them away and to get down to its raw basic elements. 63. Liebman's central contention against Avenarius is simple, that if we pursue his purification program to its end, we get nothing. The idea of a pure experience is a chimera, because experience stripped of the fundamental principles by which we come to interpret and understand it is nothing more than mute and meaningless sensations. Avenarius' ideal of pure experience forgets one of the fundamental lessons of the transcendental deduction of Kant's first critic, that even the given intuitions of sensibility are possible only because of the a priori functions of the understanding. Avenarius underestimates the constitutive role of the concepts of the understanding. It is as if the material of sense were given and as if the concepts of the understanding were only added to them, but a close reading of the critic shows that even for that matter to be given, the work of the imagination and understanding must already have come into play. Though it is the inspiration for his argument, Liebman does not cite this Kantian text against Avenarius. Instead, he lays out his own account of the basic a priori principles of all science, namely, the principles of identity, continuity, and causality, 78-92. These concepts are not given in experience, or verifiable by it, but they are a necessary condition to make experience intelligible at all. Without them, experience becomes nothing more than a blur of sensations, having neither meaning nor connection. What is so remarkable about Liebman's tract, however, is more its exposition than its argument, which is standard Kantian fare. For most of the book, for 6 out of 7 chapters, Liebman outlines the different forms of theory, and his account seems to follow along predictable positivist lines. There are 3 levels of theory, according to Liebman's analysis. The first order never leaves experience, its basic principles and concepts are taken from experience, and they derive dependent and secondary facts from basic and primary ones, for example, the theory of wind, which derives air currents from an imbalance in temperature and moisture, 18-22. The second order goes beyond the level of experience and explains the phenomena through hypothetical constructs, for example, the atomic theory, or the imponderables of physics, ether, electric fluids, 23-34. The third order is metaphysical. Metaphysics is for Liebman the attempt to grasp the unconditioned or absolute and to explain everything conditioned and relative on its basis, 35-49. As if he were a good positivist, Liebman states that the ideal for science should be theories of the first order. Such theories should be the basis for all higher attempts at explanation, because only they can be conclusively verified or falsified. 22, 54-56. The positivist reader of the first 6 chapters of Liebman's tract is likely to think that he has found a friend. But the final 7th chapter comes as a rude shock, a surprise punch, a kick in the stomach, for now Liebman declares that his classification is incorrect, resting on a crude and popular error. We now learn that there really is no such thing as a theory of the first order. 107. All theories are ultimately of the second and third orders because they are based on transcendental principles which, as preconditions of experience, cannot be derived from it. The positivist doctrine that scientific theories can be based upon and verified by experience proves illusory, the result of the naive realist assumption that the world is simply given to us. Besides its critique of the idea of pure experience, Liebman's tract contains another important anti-positivist theme, that metaphysics is a perfectly legitimate, indeed necessary, enterprise. The defense of metaphysics in Die Klimax der Theorien goes beyond that already stated in Zur Analysis der Wirklichkeit. For now Liebman maintains that metaphysics is a necessity for the program of the unity of science so loved by positivists. There is a dogmatic metaphysics, which speculates about the unconditioned, but there is also a critical metaphysics, which determines how the various sciences fit together to form a coherent systematic whole. 112. Positivism thinks that science stands above metaphysics, which is a lower level in the development of human thinking. But the truth of the matter is that positivism is an inferior kind of dogmatic metaphysics because it is uncritical, failing to recognize the presuppositions of its own ideal of pure experience. 113. 9. The spirit of transcendental philosophy. Liebman's understanding of transcendental philosophy gradually evolved in the course of his philosophical development. In the 1860s he had an inconsistent conception of its purpose and logic. On the one hand, he realized that transcendental philosophy is not empirical psychology because its concern lies in determining the conditions of all natural science, including empirical psychology. On the other hand, he continued to see empirical psychology as the basis for transcendental philosophy. In the 1870s, however, Liebman began to resolve this inconsistency, slowly unraveling the complicated issues concerning the relationship between empirical science and transcendental philosophy. The result was an essentially epistemological conception of transcendental philosophy, one that anticipated the work of Windelband and Rickert. One of the most important essays for Liebman's new understanding of Kant's transcendental philosophy is his Die Metamorphosen de a priori, which appeared in 1876 in the first edition of Zur Analysis der Wirklichkeit 64. Liebman now explains in more depth the meaning of the a priori in Kant. In Kant und die Epigonen he had chastened G.E. Schultz for having construed the a priori in psychological terms, for having interpreted it as the cause of our representations, but he did not go on to explain how the a priori should be more properly understood. That shortcoming is now addressed. Liebman first notes how Kant transformed the Leibnizian meaning of the a priori, which made it an innate idea in the soul. Rather than understanding the a priori in such psychological terms, Kant conceived it in essentially epistemological ones, Liebman contends. The a priori means for Kant the basic forms and norms of the cognizing subject. 222. These forms and norms are not innate ideas, psychological faculties, or dispositions, Liebman explains, because they have a metacosmic dimension, that is, they hold for everything in the cosmos, so that both the subject and object of knowledge fall under them. They govern not only everything we know about nature but also everything we know about ourselves. They are neither subjective nor objective but that which makes the subjective and objective possible. This was a real revolution in the manner of thinking, Liebman says, alluding to a famous phrase, 65, because Kant turned Leibniz upside down. While Leibniz makes the soul the basis of the a priori, Kant makes the a priori the basis of the subject itself. Previously the a priori was a psychological apparatus in the head of the earth-dweller, now it is extraterrestrial, an atlas that carries on its broad shoulders our entire globus intellectualis. 224. This doctrine that norms and forms have a metacosmic dimension, governing the subject as well as the object of knowledge, Liebman now regards as the very heart and soul of the critical philosophy. 238. Liebman is also much clearer in this essay about the distinction between the transcendental and the psychological. The a priori has two meanings in Kant, he tells us. 241. There is the metacosmic and the psychological sense. In its metacosmic sense, the a priori concerns the basic forms and norms that govern the entire empirical world. In its psychological sense, the a priori deals with the intellectual process in the head of the individual person. Liebman thinks that both senses are present in Kant's philosophy, and that we should acknowledge one as much as the other. The psychological sense is perfectly legitimate, so that it should be possible to talk about the a priori in Leibniz's terms of connaissances virtuelles and idées ins. 241n. Indeed, Liebman assures us that he has nothing against even a physiological or fleshly interpretation of the a priori, that is, one that talks about it in terms of dispositions of the brain along the lines of the theory of evolution. 241, 242n. Though both forms of the a priori are present in Kant's philosophy, Liebman insists they should not be confused. The metacosmic and psychological a priori each follow distinct kinds of laws, which are generically distinct from one another. 252. While the metacosmic a priori consists in epistemic, intellectual, or dianological laws, the psychological a priori consists in natural laws. The epistemic laws are norms and categorical prescriptions about how to obtain truth, whereas the psychological laws are natural laws that govern all thought processes, whether true or false. 253. In the psychological sense, the distinction between the a priori and the a posteriori is a distinction between the different origins of our ideas, namely, innate versus acquired. In the epistemic sense, it is between different kinds of evidence, namely, universal and necessary versus contingent and particular. 240. Liebman's talk about the metacosmic significance of Kant's norms and forms seems to bring him close to objective idealism, according to which such norms and forms subsist by themselves as impersonal laws detached from the knowing subject. He seems on the verge of abandoning his subjectivist principles, given that he now maintains the basic norms and forms of the intellectual world are neither subjective nor objective but govern the subjective and objective alike. It then seems to follow that the subject is no longer the source of these norms and forms but only one more appearance or phenomenon governed by them. Yet, in the end, Liebman resists taking the plunge into objective idealism. He reaffirms his subjectivist principles by insisting that these norms and forms have their source in our representing and cognizing consciousness. 251. Apparently, though Liebman is not so explicit, the empirical subject that falls under the norms and forms is very different from the transcendental subject that imposes them. Liebman's final attempt to explain the discourse of transcendental philosophy is his Geist der Transzendentalphilosophie, a short tract which he first published in 1901 but then added to the second volume of his Gedanken und die Tatsachen. 66. This tract was Liebman's final reckoning with the psychological interpretation of Kant, his closing statement of the enduring truths of Kant's transcendental philosophy. It is not an interpretation of Kant's text so much as an argument on behalf of his basic principles. Liebman is now more explicit and emphatic than ever before that the chief purpose of transcendental philosophy is epistemological rather than psychological. Kant's central concern, we are told, is to determine the universal, typical preconditions of knowledge of the world in general. 3. The ultimate preconditions of all human knowledge in general. 8. While the epistemological and psychological sides stood on an equal footing in Die Metamorphose and a priori, the epistemological is now given priority. It was a mistake of Kant to write about psychology at all, Liebman now argues, because this deflected from the real meaning and purpose of his philosophy. 3, 8-9. What ultimately concerns Kant is not the quaestio facti but the quaestio juris. Psychology deals with the quaestio facti because its concern is to know how as a matter of fact knowledge arises, it wants to know the causes of knowledge. Epistemology, however, deals with the quaestio juris, because it wants to know the evidence or reason for the fundamental principles of our knowledge. It was primarily the quaestio juris that Kant attempted to answer in his transcendental deduction in the first Critic. These questions are still confused by empiricists, however, because they, like Locke, think we can justify transcendental principles simply by tracing their origins in experience. They fail to see that such principles have a universality and necessity that transcends all possible empirical justification. Even if we were to show that these transcendental principles are not innate at all, it still would not matter for the purpose of their justification. They would still play a fundamental role in knowledge as the preconditions for the possibility of empirical knowledge. Following his previous analysis in his Climax der Theorien, Liebman now understands the a priori simply in terms of the logical status of the most basic principles for knowledge of experience. These basic principles are identity, causality, and continuity of existence and occurrence. Liebman drops the Kantian term categories, probably because of its psychological associations, and calls these principles instead theoretical interpolation maxims of empirical science. They are interpolative principles in the sense that they add to, or insert something in, experience that is not originally given within it. Since we cannot justify such principles by the law of contradiction or experience, the problem of their justification still remains. How, then, does Liebman attempt to justify them? Remarkably, though he clearly poses the question, he does not provide a clear answer to it. Following Windelband, he suggests that the answer to it is ultimately pragmatic. 67 The problems of transcendental philosophy are brought into a sharp focus, he proposes, if we formulate them in teleological terms, that is, if we ask what are the means for the end to knowledge. 36. The a priori conditions of knowledge are justifiable in these terms, if they prove to be necessary means for the end of attaining knowledge of nature. If, without them, we cannot acquire such knowledge, they have all the justification we need to give them. In Geist der Transzendental Philosophie, Liebman reaffirms his conception of the metacosmic dimension of transcendental principles, insisting again that they are indispensable preconditions of the existence of the world. 36. He again resists, however, any move towards objective idealism. These transcendental principles are preconditions for the existence of the world for the subject, whatever it is, and they do not claim to be true of things in themselves. Liebman is now much clearer, however, about the status of the transcendental subject that is the source of these conditions. The I of the unity of apperception must be sharply distinguished from our personal and empirical self-consciousness, he insists, because it is the condition for it. 29, 34. The I can therefore be regarded as superpersonal, überpersönlich. This universal and impersonal I exists equally in each and every particular and personal I, so that when the latter knows its world, it does so through the former which lies deep within it. Adopting a Platonic metaphor, Liebman describes how each personal and individual self participates in the knowledge of the impersonal and universal self just as an archetype participates in its archetype. 36. The language again seems to flirt with objective idealism, though Liebman still resists it, making it clear that it is one subject participating in another. Liebman is very firm in these later writings that the ultimate subject of knowledge is unknowable in principle. In Metamorphosen de a priori he states that the subject behind the metacosmic norms and forms is intrinsically unknowable. 251. Though we can grasp the subject in its knowing function, it is an unknowable X. 252. In Geist der Transzendental Philosophie he maintains that the I that is the knowing subject is never an object, and he forbids the transcendental philosopher to reflect upon it because that would be the worst kind of transcendent metaphysics. 35. Though Liebman does not admit it, this transcendental self is nothing less than that old bugbear he was once so intent on eradicating, the thing in itself. It is evident from these passages, however, that Liebman's concept of the thing in itself had been transformed, it has ceased to be a fiction and has become a reality, though an unknowable one. It now has virtually the same function Kant had assigned it in the first Critic. Ironically, it was Liebman who returned to the concept around the very time Cohen and Windelband were so intent on eliminating it. 10. A critical metaphysics. Liebman's defense of metaphysics in his Climax der Theorien was the prelude to a metaphysics of his own, his Grundriss der kritischen Metaphysik, which he first published in 1901 as part of his collection Gedanken und die Tatsachen. 68. It was largely on the basis of this work that Überweg deemed a tendency toward metaphysics to be the distinguishing feature of Liebman's work within the Neo-Kantian movement. 69. Yet Liebman's turn towards metaphysics was a later development of his thought, appearing only after an inner struggle against the positivist tendencies in his early work. Liebman's thinking was moving in a metaphysical direction ever since the first edition of Zur Analysis der Wirklichkeit. He announced a program for a critical metaphysics in his Überphilosophisch tradition, his 1882 inaugural lecture at Jena, but the self-conscious attempt actually to construct a metaphysics appears only in the Grundriss. Liebman's metaphysics was not meant to be, of course, a rehabilitation of post-Kantian idealism, still less of pre-Kantian rationalism. It was to be first and foremost a critical or immanent metaphysics, one that would acknowledge the Kantian limits on knowledge and refrain from speculation about the unconditioned or absolute. To some extent, Liebman keeps to these self-imposed limits. Throughout the Grundriss he approaches the classical metaphysical questions, the relation of mind and body, of the one and many, of subject and object, of mechanism and teleology, and shows the limits to which they are answerable. Furthermore, he warns against speculation about the ultimate origin of life, consciousness, and the union of mind and body. He insists that the unconditioned is unknowable and refuses to adopt a specific view about its nature, and he constantly advises against drawing hasty metaphysical conclusions from limited scientific evidence. Nevertheless, despite such admirable self-restraint, Liebman does not always heed his own self-imposed critical guidelines. Towards the classical questions he does not rest content with a simple agnosticism, as if no answer could be given. Rather, he takes a definite stand of his own, defending some of the classical answers. Indeed, in explaining the common source of the lawfulness of nature, Liebman explicitly endorses speculation that transcends the limits of experience. It has to be said, then, that Liebman's speculative practice hardly squares with his critical ideals. Metaphysics, a forbidden fruit, was for him too much of a temptation. The more one reads through Liebman's Grundriss, the more one sees the outlines of a Platonic metaphysics. In classical terms, the Grundriss is a defense of a Platonic worldview against an Epicurean one, that is, it supports a teleological conception of nature against one that would explain everything according to mechanical causes. Liebman's Platonism, using that term in a broad sense, is really a version of Aristotelianism, one which affirms that forms exist in individual things. 70. It is striking, however, that it is not a Kantian Platonism, that is, one which gives the forms only a regulative status, and still less is it a Lotzian Platonism, that is, one which gives the forms validity but not existence. Rather, it gives a constitutive status to the forms, attributing reality or existence to them as the inherent structures and purposes of living things. Appropriately enough, the Grundriss begins with a spirited defense of metaphysics, which has fallen on such hard times since the rise of positivism. Metaphysics derives from the natural need of human reason to always ask the question why, the urge to push inquiry to its ultimate limits, Liebman says. That need is perfectly legitimate, and the refusal to permit that question beyond any definite point is the hallmark of dogmatism. 92. Like Herbart, Liebman insists that antinomies inevitably arise in our ordinary ways of thinking about the world, whether the world is finite or infinite, whether matter is indivisible or infinitely divisible, and the only means of resolving them is through metaphysics. The positivists pretend that metaphysics is a primitive form of thinking, now made obsolete by the empirical sciences. But the theories of Plato and Aristotle, of Heraclitus and Parmenides, have not been superseded by the sciences, rather, they represent typical or classical answers to fundamental problems. 118. The positivists' attitude towards metaphysics is untenable, Liebman argues, not least because they have no answers to the antinomies that are inescapable for all human thinking. They either refuse to answer them, or they adopt an answer without having a rationale for it. The positivists have their own naive metaphysics, which they disguise rather than examine. Because of their naivete and dogmatism, they stand not above but below metaphysics in the hierarchy of intellectual development. Liebman first considers the classical metaphysical question of the reality of change or becoming. 71. This question arises as soon as we reflect upon the classical paradoxes of the infinite, which make change or motion seem unreal because time and space are infinitely divisible. Liebman insists that we take Zeno's paradoxes seriously, and he rejects many of the standard solutions to them. Some of the greatest metaphysicians regarded them as unsolvable, and as a result they saw change or becoming as contradictory. Admitting the contradictory status of motion, Parmenides and Herbart denied all reality to the world of becoming, whereas Hegel and Heraclitus accepted its reality but attributed contradiction to it. Liebman rejects both positions because they rest on a false common premise, that the principle of contradiction is a principle of being rather than thought. 121. Things do not contradict one another, only propositions, he insists. Adopting a famous Kantian distinction, Liebman contends that these positions conflate logical with real opposition, where logical opposition is the contradiction between two propositions and real opposition is the conflict between forces. Accepting that change is a reality, there are two ways of explaining it while still allowing for permanence in nature: the atomistic or mechanical view that there are a plurality of unchanging substances standing in changing interactions with one another, or the Platonic view that everything in the empirical world undergoes change while only their forms or patterns are ideal. 123. Liebman adopts the Platonic view over the mechanistic one on the grounds that everything in nature, even a simple substance, is subject to change. If there is to be permanence at all, then it cannot be within the realm of nature. All that does remain the same in nature are the laws according to which things change. 134. The Platonism Liebman defends here is a modern and revised Aristotelianism. On his reading, the Platonic forms become scientific laws. Although he states that these laws are the expression or manifestation of powers or forces that constantly work within nature, he insists, true to his critical guidelines, that these powers or forces are unknowable for us. We know only the causa formalis et mathematica of things, as Newton said, but not their causa vera. It is in treating another classical question of metaphysics, the relationship between mechanism and teleology, that Liebman's Platonic metaphysics comes most clearly into focus. 72. In the explanation of life, Liebman argues, we will never be able to dispense with the idea of form. Like everything in nature, organic beings are in ceaseless flux, constantly changing their material constituents, which are always perishing. What remains the same throughout this flux is their form or structure. It is in virtue of this form or structure that we identify living things and regard them as one and the same. 143. We attribute, then, a kind of substantial reality to their form or structure, which is what holds together their various elements. This is a kind of Platonism, Liebman says, which is for him basically a realism about forms. 144. Although modern evolutionary theory appears to undermine the assumption of substantial forms or unchanging prototypes in nature, we can still reformulate the Platonic theory to show its abiding validity, Liebman contends. According to this reformulation, the Platonic idea behind a natural kind is the natural law according to which, under the same natural conditions, the same kind of creature will necessarily evolve. 145. Hence the theory of evolution does not refute the existence of Platonic ideas but really presupposes them. Liebman's reading of Platonic ideas as natural laws does not reflect entirely the full meaning he gives to them. For he also insists that the Platonic idea should be understood in teleological terms, as the Aristotelian formal final cause. The idea is not simply the law by which the same organisms evolve under the same conditions, a much too mechanical conception by his own standards, because it is more specifically the inherent purpose or end of the organism. Liebman argues that, at least for the present state of our knowledge, teleological explanation remains a necessary part of the scientific explanation of life. We still do not know the causal mechanism that led to the birth of life from the primal state of the earth. In addition to all the physical and chemical elements that make up the composition of life, we have to assume something like a Bildungstrieb, nisus formativus, or Lebenskraft, which controls and directs these elements towards ends. 161. Liebman holds, therefore, that teleological explanation is sui generis and irreducible to mechanical explanation. He stresses that the technique of nature to produce its ends is much greater than the technique of man to produce his ends, so that the more intricate organization of nature must proceed from a greater intelligence than man. 156. Liebman defends teleology against all the traditional objections of Lucretius, Bacon, Descartes, and Spinoza. 73. He points out, quite correctly, that teleology need not involve commitment to physiotheology. He notes that teleology need not be anthropocentric because the concept of inner purposiveness means that an organism is an end in itself and not a means for human ends, and he adds that teleology need not be a refuge of ignorance because its task is not to replace explanation by mechanical causes. All these points are well taken, though they are hardly sufficient to legitimate teleology on its own terms. Liebman's critique of mechanism is at its most topical and controversial when it comes to the Darwinian theory of evolution. 163 to 165. He insists that the basic concepts of Darwin's theory are still teleological, and belong more to the realm of Aristotle's metaphysics. Concepts like development, reproduction, and the struggle for existence all presuppose that organic beings are purposive. 164 to 165. 74. Despite his defense of teleology, Liebman insists that the complete mechanical explanation of life is an ideal of reason, a goal we should strive to approach even if we cannot attain it. 171. He still reassures us, however, that even if this ideal were attained, it would not invalidate teleology, given that teleology and mechanism are still perfectly compatible. The mechanism of nature, the strict working of its causally efficient laws, can still be only a necessary means for the realization of the purposes of things. Just as human artifices must have a mechanism to achieve their end, so organisms in nature must have such a mechanism too. 167, 172. But it is at just this point that a gap appears in Liebman's defense of teleology. Granted that teleology is still compatible with mechanism, that means only that it is a possible form of explanation. The question remains whether it is a necessary form of explanation. Liebman thinks that we still need teleology to explain the inexplicable wonder of organic purposiveness. 172. But that begs the question, what wonder would there be to life if it were fully explicable on mechanical grounds? Liebman has no definite answer to this question because he vacillates on the crucial issue whether life is in principle inexplicable or whether it's so only for the present state of the sciences. There is an anti-mechanist side to him that wants the mystery always to be there, but there is another scientific side that refuses to block the progress of the sciences and recognizes the possibility of an eventual mechanistic explanation of the origins of life. 75. Liebman's Platonism and anti-mechanism emerge from his treatment of another basic philosophical problem, the relationship between mind and body. 76. All the empirical evidence about this relationship seems to confirm, he admits, a psychophysical parallelism according to which all changes in mental states correspond with changes in brain events. 187. He stresses, however, that this assumption is only a hypothesis, because we are still far from determining exactly how mental states and brain events correlate with one another. 189. We still cannot identify the precise brain event that corresponds to just this thought and no other. But even assuming that we could find a precise correlation between them, Liebman cautions, this still would not prove materialism, because the correlation is still compatible with other metaphysical systems, viz., Leibniz's pre-established harmony or Spinoza's neutral monism, which are no less capable of explaining this correlation than materialism. 187, 191. Liebman's reservations about psychophysical parallelism are much greater, however, than his merely warning about its hypothetical status. For it turns out that, on his reckoning, some aspects of mental life will forever remain inexplicable according to this hypothesis. There is no physical analog, substratum, or correlatum, for example, for the unity of the self, which is a precondition of experience and not a datum within it. 190, 196 to 197. In his Gehirn Geist in zur Analysis der Wirklichkeit, Liebman was willing to entertain the possibility, at least in principle, that there could be a precise correlation between brain events and mental states. He was ready to concede for the sake of argument that psychophysical parallelism is correct. Having made that concession, he then contended that the parallelism would only go to show that there is an inherent logic or rationality within nature, such that it could produce something as complicated as a material thinking machine. In the Grundrisse Metaphysik, however, Liebman is not willing to make such concessions. The reason is that he thinks it is impossible for the naturalist or mechanist to ever surmount the dualism between the natural and the normative. While brain events take place according to natural laws, thinking has to conform to normative laws, which differ from one another as much as is and ought. The normative laws of thinking require intellectual freedom, the possibility that the thinker does not comply with them. If these laws are to be valid, it must be possible for the thinker to act contrary to them. No less than the rules of morality, they require the possibility that one could have done otherwise, that we could have been more careful and vigilant in drawing the right inference. 201 to 202. What brain event could possibly correspond to this hypothetical, indeed counterfactual, possibility? The transcendent dimension of Liebman's metaphysics is most apparent at its close when he treats the classical question of the one and many. 77. He raises the question of why there is so much regularity and uniformity within nature. Why are there laws rather than just chaos? The fact that there are so many laws, and that we can unite these laws under even higher ones, indicates that there is probably only a single cause for everything. Liebman repeats his Laplacian argument in Die Einheit der Natur that the probability of a single cause of the regularity or uniformity of nature is overwhelming. 217, 78. The assumption that there is such a cause seems transcendent because it generalizes from the order within nature to some general cause of nature as a whole. 218. Though Liebman concedes that this is indeed the case, he sees nothing wrong with such a transcendent inference, given that Kant himself made one in assuming that the thing in itself is the cause of experience. 218. Here Liebman virtually admits that he will not follow his own guidelines for a completely immanent metaphysics. Liebman's case for having a critical metaphysics is further weakened when it comes to the topic of the source or basis of consciousness. We are duly warned that this source is completely unknowable to us. Since all consciousness, even self-consciousness, involves a distinction between subject and object, knower and known, it is impossible for us to be conscious of the unity that lies at the base of all consciousness, the single source of both subject and object. 219. After noting these limits to our knowledge, Liebman then suggests a way of getting around them: mysticism. Liebman opens the door for mysticism when he points out that there is a psychological analog for the primal source of the subject and object, dreamless sleep. 220. In that state consciousness disappears, so that the subject becomes one with the object. It is as if the subject returns to the source of all consciousness. 220. Liebman then pays homage to the Upanishads and the Vedanta, whose wisdom has no parallel on earth, for cultivating a mysticism that would bring us in touch with the ultimate unity at the source of all things. 221. Whatever the value of mysticism, to suggest it as a path around metaphysical limits was scarcely a Kantian attitude. For Kant, the limits of discursive thinking are the limits of all thinking, and mysticism is only a bogus means of avoiding the difficulties of conceptual thought. Nowhere had Liebman strayed further from the spirit of Kant's philosophy than in his late flirtation with mysticism. His philosophical development had now run its course, going from one extreme to the other. The man who had once insisted on staying within the bounds of immanence had acquired the urge to transcend them, and through the most desperate means. 8. Jürgen Bona Meyer. Neo-Kantian Sceptic. One life and career of all the Neo-Kantian thinkers who came of age in the 1860s, the least known has been Jürgen Bona Meyer, 1829–1897. Though much neglected in comparison with Fischer, Zeller, Liebman, and Lang, Meyer played a major role in the Kant revival of the 1860s. His early articles on the materialism controversy were some of the most subtle and sophisticated, and his main contribution to it, his 1856 Zum Streit über Liebe und Seele, appeared years before the pro-Kantian manifestos of Fischer, Zeller, and Liebman. In the 1870s, Meyer was a major player in the Neo-Kantian discussions of Schopenhauer and Darwin. Two of his books occupy a worthy place in the Neo-Kantian tradition. His Kant's Psychologismus was one of the last and best statements of the psychologistic interpretation of Kant, and his Zeitfragen was one of the first and finest attempts to sketch a Neo-Kantian worldview. Last but not least, Meyer was the first Neo-Kantian to consider the issues posed by the philosophy of history, issues that will preoccupy the Southwestern school only decades later. Meyer's importance for the Neo-Kantian movement was first fully recognized by Klaus Christian Kohnke. Though Kohnke's discussion is brief, limited to Meyer's early articles on the materialism controversy, it is an important step in the right direction. Here, following in Kohnke's footsteps, we will take the opportunity to take a broader and closer look at this important but neglected figure. It is a token of Meyer's obscurity that little is known about his life. Fortunately, the main facts are well established and easily told. Jürgen Bona Meyer was born October 25, 1829, in Hamburg, the son of a wealthy businessman. As a youth he went to the famous Hamburg Gymnasium Johanneum from 1842 to 1849. In the autumn of 1849, he enrolled at the University of Bonn to study medicine and natural science, a training that later benefited him in discussing Darwinism. Gradually, Meyer gravitated towards philosophy, and in 1851 migrated to Berlin to study it. There he worked with Trendelenburg, writing a dissertation on Aristotle's biology, De Principiis Aristotelis in Distribution Animalium ad Habitus. On the basis of his dissertation he then wrote a larger book, Aristoteles Theorkunde, for which appeared in 1855. Meyer also did work on the Index Aristotelisum of the Berlin Academy of Science, for which he wrote the entries on Aristotle's natural philosophy. During his early Berlin years, then, Meyer seemed well on the road towards becoming a classical scholar, a career which Trendelenburg encouraged him to follow. But Meyer had different plans for himself, eager to pursue broader and more contemporary interests. After the completion of his studies in Berlin, Meyer went to Paris in 1855, undertaking studies for a history of recent philosophy in France. Nothing came of the history, but the stay in France had a major impact on his philosophical thinking. There he acquired a command of French and he learned to appreciate classical French thinkers, most notably Voltaire and Rousseau. His knowledge of French philosophy will emerge in many of his later writings, giving them a wider international perspective. Later in 1855 Meyer returned to Hamburg, and, suffering the fate of Fries, Herbart, and Fischer before him, became a private tutor. The image of Neo-Kantians as sequestered academics is least accurate in the case of Meyer, who was socially and politically active all his life. Upon his return from France, he threw himself into the civic life of Hamburg, engaging in work to establish an art museum, a Schiller Memorial, a Volksbibliothek, and a school of higher education for businessmen. He also became a co-editor of the Hamburgische Volksblatt. Economic insecurity eventually drove Meyer to find a more settled academic career. In 1862 he habilitated in Berlin, becoming a Privatdozent there. He found a position teaching philosophy at the Kriegsakademie, and when Trendelenburg resigned his role on the committee to examine teachers for the public school system, Meyer took his place. By the mid-1860s, then, Meyer's career was truly established. By the late 1860s he was considered for professorships in Marburg and Kiel. 9. In 1868 Meyer was made ordinary professor in Bonn, taking over the position in classical philosophy once occupied by Christian August Brandes. For his Einladungsschrift he submitted a piece on not classical philosophy but Kant's psychology. 10. Meyer would stay in Bonn for the rest of his career. He proved to be a popular teacher, appreciated for his devotion to his students. In 1887 Meyer became a pillar of the establishment, the rector of Bonn University. Just as in Hamburg, he was active in social and political affairs, making it his special calling to promote Volksbildung in the Rhineland. He played a major part in founding the Verband der Bildungsvereins Rhinelands and a leading role in the Gesellschaft zur Verbreitung von Volksbildung. Given these interests, it is not surprising that many of Meyer's publications are devoted to education. 11. Such was his fame as an educator that in 1877 to 1878 Meyer became one of the teachers of Prince Wilhelm of Prussia. In his later years Meyer's philosophical views underwent a shift away from Kantian dualism and towards monism. He planned to write a book explaining his new position, but in 1895 he suffered a severe stroke. In the next years he progressively weakened. He died on June 22, 1897 in Bonn. The chief hallmark of Meyer's Neo-Kantianism was his emphasis on the critical, non-metaphysical dimension of Kant's philosophy. Meyer maintained that the critical philosophy is not a metaphysics, that it is not a species of idealism in conflict with materialism, rather, its critical concerns with the limits of knowledge mean that it stands above the dispute between idealism and materialism. He stressed that transcendental idealism is essentially critical idealism, that is, it sticks closely to the limits of knowledge and forbears from all metaphysical claims about the nature of reality in itself. Like all the Neo-Kantians of the 1860s, Meyer was an advocate of the psychological approach to Kant founded by Fries and developed by Helmholtz. He has none of the growing doubts about this approach that we find sometimes in Fischer and Liebman. Though no disciple of Fries, Meyer found the Friesian approach to Kant's transcendental philosophy to be the most plausible and promising. 12. He would advocate a Neo-Friesian psychologism as late as 1869 in his Kant's Psychology. Remarkably, Meyer did not adopt Helmholtz's more physiological approach to Kant, and he did not fully appreciate Helmholtz's critique of Fries' introspective methods. It has been wisely said of Meyer's intellectual ambitions, his ideal was to revive the cultural aspirations of the Age of Enlightenment from the higher standpoint of the 19th century, to bring together science and the education of the people. 13. Meyer was indeed a 19th century Aufklärer. This was the spirit behind all his pedagogical work as well as his philosophy. Placing himself in the Enlightenment tradition of Kant and Voltaire, he advocated the classical liberal ideals of toleration, freedom of conscience, separation of church and state. He was intent on enlightenment in the classical 18th century sense, which meant breaking down the barriers between theory and practice and making science better known among the public. We shall soon see how these ideals shaped even his Neo-Kantian perspective. 2. Criticism and metaphysics. Like so many Neo-Kantians, the crucible for the formation of Meyer's philosophical views was the materialism controversy of the 1850s. As a participant in the fateful 31st meeting of the Gesellschaft Deutscher Naturforscher und Ärzte in Göttingen in autumn 1854, Meyer was an eyewitness at the very beginning of the dispute. There he heard Rudolf Wagner's notorious speech about the dangers of materialism, and he listened to the many heated discussions arising from it. 14. While fully appreciating the importance of the issues, Meyer was astonished by the handling of the dispute. It was filled with rancor, dogmatism, and intolerance, with one party denouncing the other for immorality. Wagner's self-righteousness disgusted him as much as Vogt's arrogance. Both parties to the dispute claimed to know so much, though it was evident they knew so little. The whole proceedings reminded him of nothing more than the metaphysical disputes among the earthling philosophers in Voltaire's Micr Omegas. 15. Following Voltaire's example, Meyer would cultivate a sceptical detachment about such disputes. Out of disaffection with the intolerance and dogmatism of the materialism controversy came Meyer's sceptical neo-Kantianism. Meyer's neo-Kantianism had a very different motivation from that of Fischer or Zeller. Although Meyer too was worried about the imminent obsolescence of philosophy, his chief concern was a very different one, the interminable and undecidable disputes of metaphysics. Meyer saw the raging dispute between idealism and materialism about the essence of life, which arose in the wake of the materialism controversy, as beyond solution by rational means. The great merit of the critical philosophy, he believed, is that it could stand above this dispute and show it to be irresolvable. So, for Meyer, the rehabilitation of Kant's philosophy was very much a matter of restoring its critical role and stature, of rehabilitating the old critical task of setting limits to metaphysics. Just as Kant had found the critical philosophy to settle the disputes of metaphysics in the 18th century, so Meyer would refound it for the same reason in the 19th century. Meyer stated the essence of his position in a series of lectures he gave in Hamburg in 1856, which were published as Zum Streit über Liebe und Seele. 16. The book was widely read and reviewed. Meyer responded to his critics, and gave a further explanation and defense of his position, in two series of articles, one appearing from 1856 to 1857 in the Deutsches Museum, 17. The other from 1860 to 1861 in the Zeitschrift für Philosophie und Philosophiskritik. 18. In both his lectures and articles Meyer presents Kant's philosophy as a neutral critical standpoint in the disputes between idealism and materialism. The central task of the critical philosophy is to determine the limits of reason and to show how the disputes of metaphysics are undecidable because they transcend these limits. On Meyer's reading, the critical philosophy is intended to be neither a refutation of materialism nor a demonstration of idealism. Both materialism and idealism are metaphysical theories, which are indemonstrable because they speculate about reality in itself, and therefore transcend the limits of possible experience. Although neither theory is demonstrable, neither is refutable, and so both stand as hypotheses about things in themselves. On theoretical grounds, then, the critical philosophy makes no decision between idealism and materialism, it simply points out that the dispute between them is undecidable because it goes beyond the limits of reason. The bulk of Meyer's Zum Streit über Liebe und Seele is devoted to showing why the demonstrations and refutations of materialism and idealism fall short and leave unresolved the major question about the essence of life and mind. Meyer first considers the materialism put forward by Cholby, Moleschott, Buchner, and Voigt. 19. They attempt to demonstrate that life and consciousness are fully explicable from the basic laws governing matter. Like the classical materialists, Epicurus and Democritus, they assume that life and consciousness arise from the combinations of material particles, though they now have all the tools and data of modern chemistry to help them formulate their hypotheses. The crucial question for materialism, Meyer argues, is how and why just these combinations of particles arise to produce life. Voigt leaves it to chance, making the origin of life seem like a miracle, but Cholby and Buchner insist that these particles come together from the necessity of natural laws, which they fail to specify. The problem is that these laws work only under complicated specific initial conditions, and then the question arises why all these conditions come together in the first place. 35. The idealist can admit that life and consciousness arise from combinations of atoms, but he will insist that this explanation is still not sufficient because we need some plan, purpose, or ideal to explain why just these combinations come together. 54 to 55. While the materialist attempts to explain life and consciousness on the basis of the chemical interactions between particles, the idealist maintains that a complete explanation involves reference to some plan, purpose, or ideal. The idealism that Meyer considers in his lectures is what he calls an objective idealism, whose defining thesis is that all reality conforms to some idea, plan, or purpose. 55. Within that general thesis, Meyer distinguishes many variations and subvariations, devoting a lecture to each kind. Here we note only his main objections to two major kinds of such objective idealism. One form is dualistic, holding that mind and body are distinct substances; the other is monistic, holding that mind and body are essentially one and the same thing. Meyer objects to the dualistic version on the classical grounds: it cannot explain the interaction between such distinct substances. 75. He disputes the monistic version because it cannot explain how one and the same substance gives rise to such distinct appearances or manifestations. 95. Meyer pays special attention to Lotze's spiritualist version of idealism, according to which the essence of all reality consists in spirit. 73-74, 87-88. This does not really resolve the problem of mental, physical interaction, he argues, but only throws the problem back another step: why is it that spirit creates a world that appears in space? For Meyer, the diagnosis of the failures of materialism and idealism is simple. Both are attempts to explain the inexplicable, to conceive the inconceivable. Both push their explanations beyond possible experience, and so transcend the limits of reason. There is no point in appealing to any particular facts as a final demonstration or refutation of one view or the other, because both views have their own interpretations for all the facts. 103. The chief problem for materialism is that it cannot explain why the laws of chemistry come together in just this complicated way to produce life and consciousness. The main difficulty for idealism is how ideas, plans or purposes, which do not exist in themselves, act upon and come to existence in the material world. Before these problems, Meyer advises nothing less than modesty and restraint. We can speculate about these problems all we want, but we must refrain from dogmatic claims that we alone have the solution for them, and that other positions are wrong. Above all, we must have tolerance for the views of others. One of the worst aspects of the dispute between materialism and idealism, Meyer believes, is its intolerance, because each party accuses the other of undermining morals or religion. But such metaphysical views have no moral implications. The materialist can still be virtuous, and the idealist can still value life on this earth. Although Meyer maintains that there cannot be any decision between idealism and materialism on theoretical grounds, he still states his personal preference for idealism. 122. He accepts the common view that mind and body are distinct substances that somehow come together in some incomprehensible way. Whenever we cannot settle an issue by theoretical means, we are allowed such personal preferences, though we have to admit they have no theoretical worth whatsoever. It was one of the great merits of Kant's philosophy, Meyer contends, that it left a space open for personal belief after showing the limits of reason. The model for his own declaration of idealism came from Kant's Traumeinsgeistersichers, where Kant, after exposing the limits of all metaphysics, states his preference for idealism on the grounds that it gives us the hope of immorality. 20. 3. Critical idealism. Now that we have sketched Meyer's general position, we should ask ourselves if it is a faithful interpretation of Kant. His interpretation raises issues of general importance. One of these concerns the critical versus metaphysical dimension of Kant's philosophy. Is Kant's philosophy entirely critical and non-metaphysical? Or does it have metaphysical commitments of its own? There is some strong textual evidence for Meyer's interpretation. Not the least of its advantages is that it takes seriously Kant's description of his position as critical idealism. 21. Transcendental idealism is supposedly critical in the sense that it is an idealism about the limits of our knowledge and not a theory about the essence of the world. The defining feature of transcendental idealism is indeed its distinction between appearances and things in themselves, where the realm of appearances circumscribes the limits of the knowable and where things in themselves are beyond those limits. While Kant does see transcendental idealism as a corrective to materialism, that is arguably only because materialism claims knowledge of things in themselves. he does not claim to refute materialism itself because he states, in a passage duly cited by Meyer, that the soul could have, for all we know, a material substrate, a 360. Another strength of Meyer's interpretation is that it takes into account Kant's statement that the critical philosophy is a middle path between a soulless materialism and a groundless spiritualism, b. 421. The natural reading of such a description, which Meyer adopts, is that both materialism and spiritualism are forms of dogmatism because they claim a knowledge of reality in itself. This reading seems to follow from Kant's statement that the critical philosophy criticizes the grounds of proof for propositions rather than the propositions themselves, a 384, 388 to 389. This agrees exactly with Meyer's view that the critical philosophy does not attack the central theses of materialism or idealism but only their demonstrations. Despite such evidence, Meyer's interpretation is problematic because there is also compelling textual evidence against it. It faces two major difficulties. The first problem is that Kant is not really as neutral in the dispute between spiritualism and materialism as he seems to suggest, because Kant proudly maintains that the critical philosophy establishes the falsity of materialism. So it is not simply that materialism fails to demonstrate its central thesis. Kant gives two reasons for the falsity of materialism. 1. Transcendental idealism shows that matter consists in nothing more than representations. If we were to take away the thinking subject, Kant argues, the whole corporeal world would disappear, a 383, 387. We assume that matter exists independent of our representations, he maintains, only because we hypostasize these representations, as if they were entities existing independent of us, a 385, 386, 391. 2. Apperception shows that I am simple, and so cannot be in space, where every object is composite, b. 420. If matter were a thing in itself, Kant argues, then as a composite being it would be completely distinguished from the soul as a simple being. A 359, the second major difficulty of Meyer's interpretation is that Kant does claim to resolve the metaphysical dispute about the interaction between mind and body. In the section Observation on the Sum of the Pure Doctrine of the Soul, which concludes the first edition version of the paralogisms, Kant claims that the mind-body problem is resolvable on the premises of his transcendental idealism. Since transcendental idealism makes matter into nothing more than a mere form, or a certain mode of representation, there can be some interaction between mind and body, which now consists in only different forms of representation, inner and outer, a 385 to 386. On Kant's reading, mind and body are not heterogeneous substances but only different forms of representation that fall under common general laws of experience. Whatever one makes of Kant's resolution of this problem, it is in striking contrast with Meyer's interpretation, according to which the problem of mental, physical interaction is completely irresolvable on Kantian principles. 22. Meyer could say in his own defense that, though Kant indeed intends to demonstrate the falsity of materialism, this is not the proper logical consequence of his own position. There is a gap between Kant's intention and his arguments because all that Kant shows in the transcendental aesthetic is that space and time are a priori intuitions arising from the spontaneity of our forms of perception, but that still leaves open the possibility that these intuitions correspond to reality in itself, which also happens to be spatial. Meyer, in other words, still had the option of affirming the Trendelenburgian third possibility, according to which space and time are a priori intuitions but also correspond with reality in itself. It is striking, however, that Meyer himself did not exploit this strategy. Remarkably, in the famous dispute between Trendelenburg and Fischer, Meyer took sides against his former teacher. In his Über den Kritisismus, he stated his express agreement with Fischer and argued that appearances have no objective status beyond representational states. 23. The price of such disloyalty was that Meyer's interpretation of Kant was harder to defend. Another general issue raised by Meier's interpretation concerns the realm of faith and what one should allow within it. Although Kant had famously denied knowledge to make room for faith, the kind of faith he wanted to save was still a rational faith, that is, one based on the universal and necessary imperatives of morality, which are ultimately based on reason. Kant had no intention of saving purely personal faith, beliefs that stemmed from one's individual choice and personality. For him that would have been to open a floodgate for all kinds of idiosyncrasy and enthusiasm. Meyer, however, had a completely opposing conception of the realm of faith. What Kant wanted to prevent, Meyer wanted to permit, indeed encourage. It was the chief advantage of his version of criticism, he proclaimed, that it would open the floodgates for subjective opining and believing, v. For Meyer, the great value of the Kantian restrictions on reason is that they create a realm where personal and individual choice can roam and play. Behind Meyer's liberal conception of the realm of faith were his criticisms of Kant's own doctrine of rational faith, that is, the attempt to provide a practical proof for the beliefs in the existence of God and immortality. Since Meyer saw demonstration as coextensive with the realm of theoretical reason, he could see no possibility of providing a practical demonstration of these beliefs. 24 He agreed with those critics of Kant who suspected that this doctrine reintroduced metaphysics through the back door of practical reason. Meyer's own conception of the space of practical reason allowed no demonstrations at all, and therefore no universal or necessary prescriptions. The space of practical reason was a sphere of freedom, where individual choice alone reigned. Such subjectivism, Meyer maintained, is the only possible completion of criticism. 25. For in defense of psychologism, Meyer's chief work dealing specifically with issues of Kant's scholarship was his Kant's Psychology, which appeared in 1870. 26. This book was the last great hurrah of the psychological interpretation of Kant, the final work in the tradition beginning with Fries in the late 18th century. That tradition was coming under increasing criticism in the 1860s, against which Meyer was fighting a rearguard action. Already by the early 1870s the tide would turn against his interpretation with Cohen's and Windelband's new epistemological readings of transcendental philosophy. 27. Meyer poses three questions concerning Kant's psychology. 1. What is the role of psychology in Kant's transcendental philosophy? 2. How do we know the a priori? And 3. Why did Kant drop psychology from the foundation of transcendental philosophy, and was he justified in doing so? His answers to all these questions attempt to defend the psychological interpretation. Regarding the first, he contends that psychology provides the foundation of the critical philosophy. Regarding the second, he argues that we know the a priori through psychological observation, and regarding the third, he maintains that Kant was mistaken in not seeing the central role of psychology in transcendental philosophy. Aware of the recent threats to the psychological interpretation, Meyer attempts to address them. He explicitly mentions the recent criticisms of Liebman and Fischer, 122 to 123. They had argued that transcendental philosophy cannot have a psychological foundation because we cannot know the a priori conditions of experience through empirical self-observation. These conditions are universal and necessary, but empirical self-observation provides only particular and contingent data, so no knowledge of these a priori conditions can be based upon it. As Fischer sharply declared, what is a priori cannot be known a posteriori. 28. But Meyer finds a confusion in this argument. Though a priori principles cannot be based upon empirical facts, they still can be known through them. We must not confuse the mode of justification of a priori principles with the mode of their discovery. 143, 303. That it is possible for a priori principles to be known but not justified by empirical means was a central contention of Fries, whom Meyer explicitly defends on this score. 143, 303. Meyer thinks that there is substantial textual evidence to show that Kant used a psychological method in his transcendental philosophy. It is striking that he focuses on the very same text Fries once had, Kant's prize essay, where Kant insisted that the methods of philosophy should be the same as those of the natural sciences, 124 to 125. 29. The method of the critical philosophy is the same procedure of self-reflection, analysis and abstraction that Kant had once outlined in the prize essay, Meyer insists. According to this method, to know the a priori conditions of experience, we must first reflect upon ourselves to see what principles we actually use in perceiving and understanding experience. We identify these principles by abstracting from the empirical elements in knowledge, and then by testing to see whether what remains has the hallmarks of the a priori, namely, universality and necessity. While Meyer insists that Kant followed such a psychological method, he admits that Kant refused to acknowledge it, and that he even downplayed the role of psychology in transcendental philosophy. Famously, in the first critic Kant made a sharp distinction between the quid juris and the quid facti, stressing that the former question was his main concern, while the latter was a psychological matter about the origin of our representations. We do not justify our representations simply by pointing out their psychological origins, their birthright from experience, in the manner of the celebrated Locke, Kant declared, b. 118 to 119. Though perfectly aware of this distinction, Meyer still insists that Kant was too quick in pushing aside the role of psychology in transcendental philosophy. Though psychology is not necessary to justify a priori principles, it is so to discover them. In sidelining psychology, Kant had assumed a much too narrow conception of its methods. He equated its methods with those of ordinary induction, with making observations and assembling facts, but he failed to consider that its methods are much wider, that it also includes analysis, abstraction and self-reflection, 166, 304. We must carefully distinguish, Meyer argues, these methods from those of ordinary induction, though both are involved in empirical investigation in a broad sense, 167, 168. It was a source of some confusion on Meyer's part, however, that though he made a distinction between discovery and justification, he did not explain how the methods for these tasks differ. While discovery involves self-reflection, analysis and abstraction, justification requires something quite different, assessment of evidence, inference, reasoning rigorously from first principles. Acknowledging the difference in these methods would have been indeed fatal to his argument for the importance of psychology to transcendental philosophy. For if the quid juris is Kant's main concern, and if answering this question does not require a psychological method, then psychology ceases to be so important to Kant after all. There are passages where Meyer seems to recognize the difference in methods, 303, 305, but he does not stress it precisely because it undermines the importance he gives to psychology. There are other passages, however, where Meyer insists that the method of the critical philosophy is only psychological, 168 to 169. In these he argues that once we broaden the psychological method to include not only induction but also abstraction and reflection, we can see that both the discovery and justification of a priori knowledge can be achieved by psychology, 168. Regarding both discovery and justification, Meyer insisted, it is always only a matter of one kind of knowledge of our soul, of one methodology regarding its factual being and the laws of its activity. 169, but in making this point Meyer was confusing an important distinction, Cohen and Windelband will later maintain. For the proof or deduction of a priori principles is a matter of logic, they contend, a matter of showing how they are necessary conditions of the possibility of experience, and such deduction is a matter of logical rather than psychological necessity, it is as a priori as the principles themselves. In other words, in a transcendental deduction, Cohen and Windelband hold, we want to show first and foremost the validity of the principles, we are not making a point about the factual being and laws of activity of the soul. 30. Meyer's tendency to reduce transcendental discourse down to the psychological is most apparent in his treatment of logic. In his Logic Kant had made a sharp distinction between logic and psychology, Logic is normative, containing rules about how we ought to think, and psychology is factual, dealing with facts about how we happen to think. 31. To base logic upon psychology, Kant argued, is like founding morals on life. But Meyer takes issue with Kant's distinction on the grounds that logic has to be based upon observation and reflection, upon how we as a matter of fact do think. 174, 181. Just as we know the rules of English by observing how native speakers talk and write, so we learn the rules of logic by observing the inferences that people happen to make. Kant's distinction is fine, Meyer concedes, insofar as it informs us that logic is about how people must think and not only how they happen to think. 174. But in making logic a matter of how we must think, Meyer did not distinguish between psychological and logical necessity. He assumes that the necessity involved is essentially psychological, so that what makes the laws of logic valid is human nature, the basic fact that our faculties must operate in that way and no other. This brings his own account of logic close to Frei's anthropology. 32. Sure enough, Meyer praises Frei's for having the best account of logic, because he saw that it should and could not be separated from psychology. 180 to 181. Frei's account of logic is superior to Kant's, we learn, because Kant's sharp and drastic separation of the logical from the psychological turned logic into a strictly formal but also sterile discipline. By keeping its connection with psychology, Frei's prevented logic from sliding into sterility and bankruptcy. Convinced of the fundamental role of psychology in Kant's philosophy, Meyer had to address an even more basic question: is Kant's psychology obsolete? Has Kant provided a plausible psychological foundation for transcendental philosophy? Or is a completely new foundation necessary? This question too was very controversial. Since the 1830s, the growing influence of Herbart's empirical psychology seemed to ring the death knell for Kant's theory of mind. Herbart had criticized not only Kant's reliance on the old faculty psychology but also his scholastic methodology of definition and a priori reasoning. Kant's psychology was for Herbart a relic of that old Leibnizian Wolffian rationalism that Kant himself had done so much to overthrow. One of the central challenges Meyer faces in Kant's psychology is addressing Herbart's criticisms of Kant's psychology. Fortunately, Meyer did not have to stand alone in his battle against Herbart. In the early 1850s, the apparently inevitable triumph of the Herbartian juggernaut ground to a halt due to the opposition of two formidable opponents, Lotze and Trendelenburg. It was in this decade that Lotze and Trendelenburg began to defend Kant's theory against Herbart, especially its tripartite division of the mind into faculties of feeling, desire, and representation. 33. Though no great fans of the old faculty theory, Lotze and Trendelenburg argued that Kant's tripartite division of the mind is more accurate in dealing with the facts than Herbart's reduction of the mind down to the single faculty of representation. Meyer joined Lotze and Trendelenburg to defend Kant against the Herbartian assault. Accordingly, the first part of Kant's psychology is devoted to explaining and justifying Kant's psychology. It was a singular feature of Meyer's defense of Kant's psychology that, unlike Lotze and Trendelenburg, it attempts to vindicate the concept of a faculty itself. Herbart had attacked that concept on a battery of grounds: that it was a refuge of ignorance, doing little more than renaming the phenomena to be explained; that it multiplied powers beyond necessity, inventing a faculty for any power of a body to act in certain ways; that it divided the soul into distinct compartments, undermining its identity, and so on. 34. But Meyer thinks that none of these objections are compelling. They ignore the definite sense Kant gave to the concept of a faculty. It stands for not any power of a body to act in a certain way, but for its power to act in definite characteristic ways under the appropriate circumstances. 86 to 87. The concept of a power applies specifically to a substance, and more specifically to the relation of a substance to its accidents insofar as it is the ground of their reality. 84 to 85. While, admittedly, the concept of a power is not as definite as a natural law, it is still not empty because it serves to designate a definite primitive class of phenomena. We can, and indeed should, distinguish between faculties when each denotes an original class of phenomena, that is, a class that cannot be reduced down to or subsumed under another class. So if the soul produces different kinds of effects, some of which are qualitatively distinct from others, then it should have different faculties. 119. While Herbart worried about the identity of the soul if it is divided into separate faculties, Meyer points out that it is perfectly possible for one and the same soul to have distinctive ways of acting and functioning. 87. Kant rightly saw that a division of the soul into distinct functions is perfectly compatible with its numerical identity. 119. Meyer takes his defense of Kant's psychology a step further by going on the offensive against Herbart. Not only is Kant's idea of a faculty defensible, we are told, but his tripartite theory of the mind is preferable to Herbart's own monolithic theory. It was not Kant but Herbart himself who was guilty of lapsing into the old rationalism. For Herbart had gone back to the old Wolffian theory of the mind as a vis representativi, a power of representation, reducing desire and feeling down to different functions of representation. But Kant was entirely correct, Meyer contends, to have criticized the Wolffian theory and to have insisted upon three fundamental faculties of the mind, namely, feeling, desire and representation. These are original or primitive faculties because there is no way one is reducible to the other. Although feeling and desire are aroused by representation and always accompanied with it, they have new qualities all their own. 91, 94. Feeling is not the same as just having certain sensations because, as Fries and Lotze stressed, it also involves the act of valuing these sensations, and it is not the same as desire because, as Kant argued, we can have a interested pleasure in things. Desire is different from the striving for representation, as Herbart explains it, because desire also includes, as Trendelenburg observes, the desire to get or possess something. 95. Desire is not just striving itself but the felt need behind it. 96. Conversely, representation is distinct from desire and feeling because we are often indifferent to many things that we perceive or know. 105 to 107. While Herbart had objected to Kant's method in psychology as a relapse into Wolffian scholasticism, because it imposes a priori methods and concepts upon empirical data, Meyer responded that Kant did follow an empirical method of self-reflection by noting the different kinds of mental phenomena and showing how they are distinct from one another. Herbart had objected to such methods of introspection on the grounds that the data we see often depends on the concepts and presuppositions that we read into them. Though Meyer agrees that introspection could often be unreliable in this manner, he pointed out that throwing out introspection entirely was like throwing out the telescope in astronomy on the grounds that it could sometimes give unreliable results. 104. The distinction between objective observation and subjective factors was vital to all the sciences, and there was no reason that psychology too, provided it took sufficient care, could not make such distinctions no less than astronomy. 292 to 293. After rebutting Herbart's objections, Meyer concludes with an emphatic vindication of Kant's psychology. He insists that Kant's transcendental philosophy rests on a psychological foundation, and that this foundation is essentially sound and secure. Kant followed the right method and he reached the right results. 121. He correctly determined the different classes of mental phenomena, and he rightly stressed their unity in the mind. Kant's only shortcoming is failing to acknowledge his psychological methods. The greater use of psychology, Meyer contends, would have saved Kant from the formalism of his logic and ethics. Such was the ultimate message of Meyer's book, which he had put forward with great rigor and vigor. Yet, by the end of the 1870s, it would seem obsolete, a faint echo from years past. Though Meyer could scarcely have foreseen it, Kant's psychology would prove to be the last statement of the psychological-physiological interpretation of Kant. 5 Questions of the Times. Meyer's major philosophical work was his Zeitfragen, Popularen Aufsätze, which appeared in 1870. 35 The work had some success in its day, since it received favorable reviews and went into a second edition. Today, however, it is forgotten, neglected even by neo-Kantian scholars. This is a pity because the work is one of the best in the neo-Kantian pantheon. It is extremely wide-ranging, treating the nature of mind, matter, life, freedom, morality, and religion, and its discussions are remarkably thorough, well-informed, and incisive. The chief problem with the work is that it is too ambitious. It tries to cover so many issues that it leaves crucial questions dangling. Still, Meyer never pretended to provide definitive solutions to anything, he only wanted to keep the discussion going and to explore aspects of an issue. He engaged in the same kind of tentative, exploratory thinking as Liebman and Windelband, a species of philosophizing that is a hallmark of much neo-Kantian philosophy. As the title indicates, Zeitfragen was meant to be about topical issues. Meyer discusses the current state of philosophy, the latest literature on the mind, body problem, the merits of Darwinism and the condition of religion in Germany. And as the subtitle shows, the book was intended to be popular, though Meyer promised he would not let popularity compromise intellectual content. It is indeed one of the merits of his book that it is both accessible and rigorous. These two features of the book, its topicality and popularity, are tokens of Meyer's allegiance to the old cause of Aufklärung. We cannot begin to do justice here to the richness of Zeitfragen. We will focus in this, and in the following section, solely on three major issues addressed in the book: the crisis of philosophy, free will, and the stature of religion in the modern world. These issues are chosen because they are especially revealing regarding Meyer's place in the neo-Kantian movement. Meyer, like all neo-Kantians, was worried about the danger of obsolescence facing philosophy, and he formulated his own solution to it, which appears in the first and last chapters of Zeitfragen. 36 Like Fischer and Zeller, he thinks that the crisis of philosophy arose from the demise of the great idealist systems. These systems collapsed because they were simply too ambitious, and when they failed to achieve their lofty goals, philosophy itself became rudderless and lost. One of the grand aspirations of the idealist systems was to provide a foundation for all the particular sciences. But these sciences had grown independent of philosophy, achieving great success by using their own standards and methods. Now that they had become autonomous, they saw no need for philosophy at all. Another quixotic goal of the idealist systems was to know the absolute, to gain insight into the origin and end of all things, and to do so by means of pure reason. But this ambition too proved unattainable, chiefly because these philosophers failed to heed Kant's old lesson, that the place of philosophy lay in the bathos of experience. 7. Meyer does not think that philosophy will ever again recover its role as a founder and grounder of the particular sciences, nor that it will ever be able to achieve success in its attempt to know the absolute. This is, of course, for not historical but systematic reasons. Like a good Kantian, Meyer thinks that the idealist systems went beyond the limits of reason. But that leaves the question, whither philosophy? If it cannot be the foundation of the sciences, if it cannot give knowledge of the absolute, what good is it? A large part of Meyer's answer to this question came, predictably enough, from his psychologistic program. Philosophy can avoid obsolescence, Meyer thinks, only if it becomes psychology. At first blush this sounds like a paradox or joke. Philosophy can save itself only if it becomes something else. Yet we must remember that psychology in the 1870s had no fixed identity, and that it did not necessarily mean the experimental science we now associate with the discipline. Meyer explains that philosophy, conceived as psychology, will have its own unique place in the sciences because it will consider the mind as such and in general, unlike all the particular sciences, which treat the mind in its relation to specific objects. Philosophy will be the study of the mind itself, apart from all its special uses, and apart from its relations to particular things. 10. It is a notable feature of Meyer's solution to the crisis that, unlike Fischer and Zeller, he does not envisage a future for philosophy in epistemology. Since, like Benach, he sees knowledge as a function of the mind, he subs epistemology under psychology. Meyer rides roughshod over Kant's distinctions between quid facti and quid juris, between first-order knowledge of the world and second-order knowledge of knowledge. For him, the chief concern of philosophy involves only a special kind of first-order knowledge, knowledge of the mind itself. The reduction of epistemology to psychology, and the blurring of the distinction between first and second-order questions, left Meyer vulnerable to the charge that he really had abandoned philosophy after all. This would later become a standard objection against his psychologism, which the Marburgians and Southwesterners saw as a betrayal of philosophy itself. Whatever the difficulties with psychologism, it was only one half of Meyer's solution to the crisis of obsolescence. Now relenting from his old reservations about metaphysics, Meyer, like Fischer, Zeller, and Liebman, began to see it as an essential part of philosophy. Despite Kant's critique of that discipline, he believed that philosophy should provide a general worldview, Weltanschauung, 423. This worldview would not be an attempt to know the absolute or the unconditioned, as in the idealist systems of the past, but it would strive to determine the general principles and interconnections between all things, especially the mind and the body. The task of the critical philosopher was not to provide definitive solutions to the problems of metaphysics that lay beyond the boundaries of knowledge, but to adjudicate the disputes between the metaphysical systems, to correct their dogmatism and to encourage discussion. Meyer saw his own Zeitfragen as the sketch for a worldview, though he refused to claim that it had any ultimate validity or that it was the definitive solution to the problems. Another major concern of Meyer's Zeitfragen is to defend freedom of the will. 37 He had already cast himself in this role in some of his earlier articles, 38 though now he returns to the task more systematically. His aim then was to demonstrate only the possibility of freedom of will, a proof of its reality, he insisted, went beyond the limits of knowledge. Meyer returns to this modest position here, though now defending it against a wider range of detractors. Freedom of the will means for Meyer two things: first, the power of decision, the ability to choose between different course of actions, and, second, the power to do what we find right, the ability to act upon our decisions. He insists that it does not consist in only self-determination, that is, acting according to the necessity of our own nature, because it also involves the power to do otherwise, to act differently from how we have chosen. 39 Understood in this sense, freedom should also not be identified with dutiful action, because we are still free should we choose to act contrary to duty. Freedom in the strong sense of having the power to do otherwise, Meyer maintains, is necessary to moral responsibility. 40 The main evidence for such freedom, Meyer contends, consists in our normal moral consciousness, in our feeling of responsibility or conscience, which tells us that we have the power to do the good or right, and that we could have done otherwise if we fail to do it. He realizes that the determinist, whether materialist or idealist, questions such testimony on the grounds that it rests on ignorance of the deeper causes of our own action. Still, Meyer holds his ground, stressing that the determinist also cannot disprove such testimony. If he cannot convince the determinist by having him look into his own inner consciousness, then the defender of freedom will do nothing more than quietly take in his sail and anchor in the harbor of immediate self-consciousness. 41 In the end, Meyer realizes that belief in freedom is a matter of faith, though it is a belief we, as moral agents, find it impossible to renounce. Meyer defends freedom of will against several detractors, but there is one that especially concerns him in Zeitfragen, Arthur Schopenhauer. Not least because of Schopenhauer's growing popularity in the 1860s, Meyer felt it necessary to take pains in responding to him. 42 His defense of freedom of will against Schopenhauer shows remarkable parallels with Liebman's own efforts only a few years earlier. 43 Like Liebman, Meyer wants to defend the testimony of our normal moral consciousness against Schopenhauer, who declares it illusory. On Meyer's reading, Schopenhauer denies freedom of will on the grounds that a. all actions have motives, and b. All motives are determined by character in its interaction with particular circumstances. 224, 234 to 237. Meyer agrees with Schopenhauer that all actions must have motives or reasons, that there cannot be a completely motiveless or irrational will that chooses a course of action for no reason at all, but he disagrees with Schopenhauer that we have no choice about our motives, that which motive we adopt is completely determined by character. The crucial question with regard to freedom, he maintains, depends on whether or not we have a free choice about our motives. 238. And Meyer is eager to defend the possibility of just such a choice. Motives do not determine choice, but choice determines motives, in that which motive we act upon depends on our powers of deliberation, which give greater weight to some motives over others. 44. But free will is also not simply the last motive after deliberation, because we have the power to choose and act contrary to the reasons we find best. It is one of the dangling threads of Meyer's discussion of freedom that he does not explain, though he assumes, the possibility of weakness of will. What makes freedom of choice possible, Meyer argues, is precisely that, pace Schopenhauer, our character is not completely fixed and inflexible. It was a crucial premise of Schopenhauer's determinism that our individual and empirical character is completely determined and settled, that the choices we make are an expression of our character, which we do not have the power to alter. Meyer contests this very premise, however, insisting that character is not always fixed and that it is as much an effect as cause of our choices. He admits that there are a few rare individuals who have rigid and strong characters which makes them always choose one course of action without the slightest doubt or hesitation, but, he insists, most people are not like this. In most cases they find themselves having to struggle to make a decision, having to weigh one motive over another. 245 to 247. The reason that they go through an inner struggle is precisely because their character is not fixed, and they have the power through their will to form their character in one direction or the other. 246 to 247. We say that people have a second nature, and it is this nature that is the product of the steady and firm resolve of our will to do one thing over another. Of course, Schopenhauer questioned the so-called facts attested by our normal moral consciousness, especially the belief that we could have done otherwise on a particular occasion. To cast doubt upon it, he brought forth a wealth of examples to show that people often recognize that they could not do otherwise than they did. His favorite cases, drawn from newspapers and novels, were of criminals who first professed their guilt, but who then said, in the very act of confession and contrition, that they would still do the same again if given half the chance. Meyer questions, however, whether these examples show what Schopenhauer reads into them, that the person could not do otherwise and acted of necessity. When the contrite criminal admits his guilt, it is precisely because he feels that he could have done otherwise. He asks for punishment because he feels he deserves it, and he blames not his maker for his character but his own self. 241. Schopenhauer's determinism is a qualified one, though, because it holds only for our empirical and individual character. That character itself, Schopenhauer maintained, is determined by a primal act of will, an act that is free because it can choose one character rather than another. 45. Meyer notes this transcendent indeterminism in Schopenhauer's theory, but, like Liebman, he declares it irrelevant for the problem of moral responsibility. 243. What we hold responsible, he insists, is the will of our empirical and individual character. The primal act that creates this character is not relevant, because, on Schopenhauer's own premises, it is unknowable, standing above and beyond the phenomenal world. Schopenhauer had complained that the normal conception of free will is absurd because it presupposes the existence of something indeterminate, something that could be either A or not A, depending on its arbitrary acts of choice. But Meyer replies that this objection applies more readily to Schopenhauer's primal act of will, which is free to decide between different characters. It does not apply to our empirical and individual will, however, because, even though it is changeable, it is determinate in whatever it decides to be. 249. Though Meyer defends Kant's views about the testimony of our normal moral consciousness, he is otherwise highly critical of Kant's theory of freedom. Rather than upholding the possibility of moral responsibility, he argues, Kant's theory undermines it. 242. Taking into account Kant's exposition in the Second Critic, Meyer finds the difficulty with Kant's theory in its identification of freedom with the rational will. Since the rational will acts according to the moral law, immoral actions cease to be free. On the Kantian theory, whether we act according to the moral law depends not on an act of choice but on the strength or weakness of our sensible or phenomenal nature, which is locked in a struggle with our moral will. If that nature is strong, then it defeats our moral will, and if it is weak, it complies with it. But in either case it is not a matter of our will whether we are free and act according to the moral law. Kant writes as if our sensible and rational natures are completely determined, as if it were impossible for us to determine what that nature should be. He needs to realize that freedom demands that we also create our nature or character. It is easy to see the point behind Meyer's criticisms of Kant and Schopenhauer. But in his refusal to locate the will in the noumenal realm, and in his insistence on making the empirical and individual will the source of moral action, Meyer raised anew the very danger of determinism that he was so eager to avoid. For if the acts of will take place in the phenomenal and natural world, how do they avoid the determinism of that world? How can we uphold freedom of choice in a phenomenal or natural world where all events conform to the principle of sufficient reason? It seems that we are back where we started. We have to accept a complete determinism with Schopenhauer or place freedom in the noumenal world with Kant. It is another of the dangling threads of Zeitfragen that Meyer does not consider this fundamental issue. Meyer's concern with defending human freedom takes a remarkable metaphysical turn when he considers theological objections against freedom of will. Now Meyer enters into the murkiest depths of metaphysics and theology when he treats the classical questions whether human freedom is compatible with divine omniscience and omnipotence. For a philosopher who has already announced his allegiance to the Kantian limitations on knowledge, this seems a surprising turn of thought. But Meyer is forced to go down this path given his original goal of defending human freedom. For he cannot beg one crucial question: if there were a God, could human beings be free? Many theologians have held that the divine omniscience and omnipotence make human freedom impossible. Not the least of these theologians, Meyer is eager to remind his Protestant readers, was Martin Luther himself. Before wading into these treacherous waters, Meyer announces a rule of investigation to hold at bay charges of metaphysical self-indulgence. 266. Rather than starting with speculations about the divine nature, and then seeing whether and how belief in human freedom conforms to them, he will begin with human experience and then determine which theological views best explain it. This way of proceeding better suits the order of our knowledge, he thinks, because what we know from human experience is more certain than speculations about the divine nature. We should not forfeit the certainty of human experience for the uncertainty of metaphysical speculation. Since it is an integral part of our human experience that we are self-conscious as free agents, that we have the power to choose between different courses of action, we should take this as the desideratum for any adequate theology. This means that should a theology conflict with belief in human freedom, then so much the worse for it. Taking this rule as his starting point, Meyer immediately rejects pantheistic views of human freedom. 267. He especially targets the position of David Friedrich Straw, who attempts to explain human freedom from a pantheistic perspective. 46. According to Straw, pantheism is compatible with human freedom because making God omnipresent and part of myself means that I share in the divine freedom. I am not compelled into action by anything outside myself because God's free action is part of myself. But Meyer objects that this does not allow the experience of freedom of choice, given that the individual still has to act according to the necessity of the divine nature. Having thus rejected pantheism, Meyer concludes that only theism, which distinguishes between God and the world, is compatible with the human self-awareness of freedom. 268. But that leaves the question, which form of theism? How, exactly, must we conceive of the divine attributes, and God's relation to the world, to uphold belief in human freedom. One major stumbling block in reconciling theism with human freedom is the attribute of divine omnipotence. If everything is created and maintained by God, then how are human beings free to do anything by themselves? Our freedom would seem to be a limit on the divine omnipotence. Meyer attempts to resolve this conundrum by drawing a limit to God's actions in the world. While God's actions are necessary to create and maintain the essence or being of things, they are not so for the actions of these things. 268. We must distinguish between the essence of things and their actions, where only their essence requires the creative and preservative powers of the divine. As a free agent himself, God has created other human free agents in his image, allowing everything necessary for the exercise of their freedom. 258. It is not a limit but a reflection of divine power, when human beings use the freedom God has chosen to give them. 258, 276. The other chief obstacle to human freedom is the attribute of divine foreknowledge. If God knows everything, then he knows all human actions, past, present and future, but if he knows our future actions, they should be preordained, so that we are not free after all. Meyer attempts to move around this obstacle by suggesting several possibilities about divine foreknowledge, that is limited to necessary truths, excluding the contingency required of human freedom, that it is still perfect even if it does not include possible actions, that it is eternal, excluding the temporal realm of human action. 276. Meyer sees the problems with these possibilities, all of which limit divine omniscience in one way or another. Which is the least problematic? Meyer does not say, leaving his reader hanging at cliff's edge. Whatever the merits of these reflections, they raise the question whether Meyer, by engaging in them, has gone beyond his own self-imposed critical limits. In his defense it has to be said that Meyer does not claim to provide knowledge of God, only what God must be if human freedom is to be possible. The whole inquiry therefore has a strictly hypothetical value. In adopting his rule to base his investigation upon the experience of human freedom, Meyer follows something like Kant's doctrine of practical faith, which would base religious belief upon morality, and indeed ultimately the experience of human freedom. It is precisely here, however, that Meyer's speculations raise questions, for, as we have seen, he is harshly critical of that Kantian doctrine. He had seen Kant's demonstrations of the existence of God and immortality as illegitimate extensions of the powers of reason, and he had insisted that the realm of faith should be that of individual belief alone. But Meyer's own reflections on the nature of God, however hypothetical, were not intended to be fantasies of his individual belief, they were demonstrations of what must be under certain assumptions, viz. The existence of God and immortality, and they took as their starting point the facts of moral consciousness. 6. Renewing philosophy of religion. One of Meyer's major aims as a philosopher was to revitalize the philosophy of religion, which had drastically declined since the 1840s, since the heady and happy years of the Tübingen and Hegelian schools. This aim appears in full force in his chapter on the philosophy of religion in Zeitfragen, which is one of the longest in the book. 47. That there is a desperate need to revive the discipline is evident, Meyer thinks, from the stifling indifference towards religion in contemporary German life. There is little philosophical discussion of religion among the public, and even less among philosophers. Religion is regarded as a concern for clerics or a private matter of the individual conscience. Regarding the source of this indifference, Meyer is uncertain. Perhaps it is due to the spread of materialism. Perhaps it comes from the general discredit of philosophy. Perhaps too it is the result of the overwhelming practical interests of the age. Whatever the cause, Meyer thinks that the indifference towards religion should not, and indeed really cannot, last. Without going into details, he refers to the present state of German social and political life, insisting that it is now imperative to hold public discussions about religion. Writing in the late 1860s, Meyer was doubtless referring to the new cultural situation of the Second Reich, which had integrated Catholics and Protestants into a single state. How could Germany be a single nation yet both Catholic and Protestant? What loyalty would Catholics have to the Prussian state, which was officially Protestant? The forces behind the Kulturkampf, which would erupt in 1872, were already brewing. To sort out the many religious and theological issues arising from unification, Meyer thinks that it is necessary to revive the philosophy of religion. Only a philosophy of religion can discuss the most general issues that are the source of all the controversy and partisanship, issues like the relationship between reason and faith, God and the world, 355 to 356. In making his case for the philosophy of religion, Meyer is eager to combat two old but persistent prejudices about religious belief. One is the old view that there should be a divide, a clear wall of separation, between the religious ideas of the intellectuals and the faith of the people, because what the intellectuals think could be dangerous for the faith of the masses, who should be kept in social and political harness. This view, which appears in Reimarus, Lessing, and Kant, is no longer appropriate for our more educated and enlightened age, Meyer argues, because now everyone has an opinion and everyone wants to think for himself. As he roundly puts it, we have given up dividing participation in the investigation of truth according to classes and professions, 361. The other prejudice is the claim that religion is a private matter, a purely personal issue of no concern to the public at large. Meyer finds this problematic, because religion is not simply a matter of feeling but also of thinking, it involves claims to truth, and the only means of determining their validity is through open discussion with others, 363. To Meyer, something like Kierkegaardian inwardness and subjectivity would have seemed like an evasion. Given that religion is now a concern for the general public, and given that it is not simply a private matter, there is all the more reason to have public discourse about it. Meyer thinks that it is chiefly the role of philosophers to create this discourse and to clarify the basic issues about it. Adapting some famous lines from Plato, he writes that there will be improvement in the religious affairs of the nation only if religious teachers become philosophers or philosophers become religious teachers, 365. Seldom has so much confidence been placed in the role of philosophers in the discussion of religious belief. True to the critical standpoint he developed in the 1850s, Meyer continues to hold that philosophy has no objective criterion to determine the truth or falsity of religious faith, 398. Still, philosophy has a valuable role to perform in clarifying the controversies between the religious parties, in assessing the truth or falsity of their arguments on specific issues, and in showing the exact limits of knowledge, 356. Apart from this purely critical role, Meyer assigns another task to the philosophy of religion: it must show in a systematic manner how religion arises from human nature, 369, 371. Against the materialists, who think that religion is an irreducible superstition, a religious anthropology will demonstrate how religion is a constant element of all human culture, and that it is so because it arises from basic human needs. Since we cannot eradicate these needs, as the materialist wants, we have to learn to understand and accept them. The common element behind all religion, Meyer maintains, is the feeling of dependence on higher powers in the universe and the need to honor them, 376. Meyer's religious anthropology was a frankly apologetic one. Its task was, as he puts it, to say the right word on behalf of faith, 276. It was by showing how religion is based on essential human needs that we could find some justification for it. Although reason cannot provide an objective demonstration of religious beliefs, viz., the existence of God, providence, and immortality, we can still determine from our experience which religion best suits our needs as human beings, 398. This would provide a kind of Frisian transcendental deduction of religion. It is not by dogmatic proof or syllogistic reasoning but by tracing beliefs back to their origins in human nature that we provide a justification for them. 48. Since we cannot get beyond our own nature, the deeper questions about the objective truth of religion will be unanswerable for us, but It is that very human nature that also provides the ultimate test of the worth of any religion. Not content merely to state a general program, Meyer proceeds to sketch the desiderata or foundation for a religious anthropology. Like Zeller, he stresses how a religion arises from all sides of human nature, from our three fundamental drives: thinking, willing and feeling. Religion involves thinking since it strives to comprehend the universe as a whole, to grasp everything finite as one part of the infinite. It concerns willing since it lays down moral precepts and prescribes actions, and it consists in feeling, the sense for, or intuition of, the infinite present in the finite. Meyer is critical of his great predecessors Kant, Hegel, Schleiermacher, and Fries because they all have an overly one-sided conception of religion which reduces it down to one of these factors alone. Kant went too far in reducing religion down to moral duty, because that made its concern with the universe as a whole superfluous. Schleiermacher and Fries were right to stress the importance of feeling and aesthetic experience, but they failed to see how feeling is dependent upon thinking, how the feeling for the infinite in the finite arises from the effort of thinking to get beyond the sensible world. Hegel was right to correct Schleiermacher for his one-sided emphasis on feeling, but he went too far in the opposite direction, overstating the role of thinking. A proper religious anthropology will justify religion by showing how it addresses all these sides of our human nature. It is especially in his chapter on religion in Zeitfragen that one witnesses Meyer's project for the restoration of the Enlightenment. Time and again he pleads for the rehabilitation of the ideal of natural religion, which had been a mainstay of Enlightenmentism. Although he had no intention of reviving the old proofs for the existence of God and immorality, the idea behind his religious anthropology is still to show how religion is lodged in human nature. Even if we could not find religion in nature outside us, as the old deists wanted, Meyer was confident that we could find it within us. Religion would still have a universal sanction, standing above the vagaries of culture and custom. Sure enough, Meyer stresses that one of the values of his religious anthropology is that it will get beyond the sectarian strife of the age, locating the basic core beliefs held by Protestant, Catholic and Jew alike. A broad invisible church would also have the advantage of restoring tolerance, which is the first rule for all intellectual discussion and controversy. Such was the old latitudinarian credo of the early Enlightenment, which Meyer now endorses and recommends for his own age. In rejecting pantheism, in stressing the natural dimension of religion, and in preaching the need for tolerance, Meyer sounds like nothing more than an 18th-century deist. It was no accident that his great model in religious affairs was Voltaire. 49 He admired Voltaire for his deism, for his skepticism about religious controversy and revelation, for his insistence on the role of reason in religion, and above all for his advocacy of toleration in religious affairs. It is this Voltairean spirit that stands behind his attempt to rehabilitate the Enlightenment, which is the ultimate inspiration behind Zeitfragen. 7 First foray into history. It was one of the weaknesses of Neo-Kantianism in the 1860s that it had little to say about history. The Neo-Kantians had prided themselves on maintaining a close relationship with the empirical sciences, and they were very quick to censure the speculative idealists for ignoring them or treating them in a stepmotherly fashion. They had indeed made it the special business of philosophy to examine the logic of the empirical sciences, to investigate their methods, standards, and presuppositions. But, while they were active in discussing physics and physiology, they had virtually ignored history. This was a glaring omission. For history had been rapidly advancing in the early 19th century, and it had made bold claims to be a science in its own right. The new critical history of Ranke and Niebuhr, and the historical school of law of Savigny and Eckhorn, which had fully emerged by the 1830s, had claimed that history could be a science no less than physics and chemistry. While history could not employ the same methods of observation and experiment as physics and physiology, it still had methods and standards of its own, rigorous procedures for discovering sources, weighing testimony, and for drawing conclusions in proportion to the evidence. Surely, here was fertile ground for philosophical investigation. All kinds of questions arose. What, exactly, are the methods and standards of history. How do they differ from those of the natural sciences? What, indeed, do we mean by science, and how, if at all, does history conform to it? It was inevitable that, sooner or later, the Neo-Kantians would turn to these questions. They did so only later in the century, beginning with Dilthey's Einleitung in die Geisteswissenschaften and Windelband's Strasbourg Recht oral address. 50 By the turn of the century, the logic of history will become the chief interest of the Southwestern school. Given the Neo-Kantians turned so late to history, it is interesting to note that Meyer wrote a very substantial article on the philosophy of history already in 1871, his Neue Versuche einer Philosophie der Geschichte, which appeared in the Historische Zeitschrift in 1871-51. This was the first major writing by a Neo-Kantian on the logic of history. It was essentially a review article, a critique of the latest writings on the philosophy of history. Meyer passes in review recent efforts in the field by Lotze, Comte, Buckle, Mill and a host of others. 52 But the article is not just a pastiche of critical comments. Meyer formulates his own position on several important issues concerning the philosophy of history. He is concerned especially with two questions: is a philosophy of history possible? And what is the precise relationship between the philosophy of history and history proper? Regarding the first question, Meyer responds affirmatively. He maintains that a philosophy of history should be indeed possible, though he admits that none of the recent forays into the field have made concrete steps towards its realization. His chief criticism of the latest works is that they have stated their general programs for a philosophy of history, but then they have done nothing towards developing or executing them. Meyer gives a special meaning to the philosophy of history. It is a history that follows the naturalistic programs of Mill, Buckle, Comte and Lotze. According to their program, a philosophy of history determines the general scientific laws of history, where these are laws of human conduct, that is, laws determining cause-effect relationships between human beings and their natural environment. It does not attempt to determine, however, the purpose, end or design of history. While Meyer does not rule out the possibility of such a teleological history, he thinks that it should follow from a more empirical history, one that determines the laws of human conduct itself. It was a mistake of speculative idealism, he argues, that it proceeded in an a priori fashion, laying down what these general purposes should be and then attempting to find evidence for them in experience. 345, 362. It is only after we determine the general laws of human conduct, Meyer maintains, that we can determine whether they conform to broader ends or purposes. 374 to 375. Meyer's confidence in the possibility of a philosophy of history is based chiefly on his belief in the possibility of psychology itself. He maintains that history, as a science of human action, should be based on psychology, which offers the best explanation of human actions. So if psychology can be a science, so should be the history founded on it. For Meyer, the possibility of psychology as a science is unproblematic, because it can be based upon observation and experiment like all other empirical sciences. Kant's doubts about psychology as a science were misplaced, because they rested upon his deductive paradigm of science, which is inappropriate for and inapplicable to all empirical sciences. 53. Assuming that we can determine the general laws of human action, we can then apply them to particular cases, finding more specific laws for how people act in more specific circumstances. These more specific laws will be the laws of history itself. 382. What Meyer means by history here is close to anthropology, or what Mill calls ethology and Lazarus folk psychology, projects he explicitly endorses. 332, 335, 338. Meyer's model for the philosophy of history is taken less from Mill and Lazarus than a much more predictable source, Kant. He maintains that Kant's Essay Idee zu einer allgemeinen Geschichte in weltbürgerlicher Absicht should be the starting point for all new efforts in the philosophy of history. 342. Kant clearly affirmed the general idea of a scientific history when he claimed that, despite the chaos of individual choices, there is still a regular law-like development in history. He provided the guiding thread for any future philosophy of history that comes forth as a science in his maxims that all natural powers of an individual will develop, and that they will develop in the species as a whole. In seeing history as a story about the development of human powers, Kant also rightly grasped that history has its basis in psychology. Yet, for all his insistence on the importance of psychology, Meyer knew that history is more complicated than his psychological program made it appear. The more interesting side of his article is when he takes to task the scientific program of Mill, Buckle and Lazarus, which he otherwise endorses. Thus Meyer argues against Mill that psychological laws alone do not make up all of history. 335. Nations and states are historical structures of their own whose changes cannot be explained by psychology alone. 335 to 336. Meyer implies that these nations and states have their own logic and development which transcends psychology, and that there can be a distinctive science about them provided that it sticks close to determining causal interactions in experience. 336. More significantly, he recognizes that the individual, which is the starting point of psychology, cannot be understood on its own but has to be placed in its wider social and historical context. 337. Psychological analysis alone cannot answer fundamental questions, namely, whether morality, aesthetics and logic are innate or acquired. To answer them, we have to look into history as a whole. But, having recognized the insufficiency of his psychological starting point, Meyer fails to ask the further question how history in the broader non-psychological sense is possible. Regarding the question about the relationship between the philosophy of history and history proper, Meyer notes the struggle of life and death between them. Each alone claims to be science. History questions the credentials of philosophy of history, which bases its generalizations on too few facts and ignores empirical evidence, and the philosophy of history scorns history, which deals only with particularities, and never ascends to the level of science, which requires universality and necessity. 321. Since it is the task of a critical philosopher to settle disputes between disciplines, Meyer steps in to reconcile the parties. Refusing to draw sharp boundaries between them, Meyer attempts to wed them by stressing their interdependence. 340 to 341. Like a good Kantian, he thinks that theory is empty without the particular facts of history. 339, and that historical narrative is blind without the guidance of causal analysis and diagnosis. 336. While Meyer defends the possibility of a general philosophy of history, he does not draw the conclusion that it alone enjoys scientific status. He is eager to defend the status of history as a science on its own, and counters the views of Mill, Lazarus, and Buckle that history can be a science only insofar as it becomes a general philosophy of history. These thinkers assume that the status of history as a science rests on it having the same kind of general laws as the natural sciences. A discipline is a science, they hold, only to the extent that it can have general laws, because universality and necessity is the condition of all knowledge in the proper sense. Without general laws, history consists in little more than narrative, a description of facts, which does not amount to science. Yet Meyer does not think that the philosophy of history has a monopoly on the title of science. History too is still a science, he argues, even if it investigates particular social and political structures in a particular time and place. 335 to 336. Though such an investigation has to be consistent with general laws about human nature, it also does not follow from them. The careful investigation of particular facts, and the analysis and explanation of them, is still scientific, Meyer insists, even if it does not consider their ultimate causes or the basic laws of human actions. Indeed, the closer one sticks to particular facts and experience the more certain the results. 336. It is misconceived to dismiss the scientific status of historical narrative, which is never completely separable from causal analysis and diagnosis, 336 to 337. Through a glass darkly, Meyer was anticipating a view of historical discourse that will later be thematized by the Southwestern school, that history is ideographic rather than nomothetic, a science of the particular rather than the universal. Though Meyer's article is crude and raises more questions than it answers, it still had the merit of inaugurating the Neo-Kantian investigation of history. Like so much of Meyer's writing, though, it too was forgotten. When the Southwesterners Windelband, Rickert, and Lask wrote about history in the 1890s, never would they mention their fellow Neo-Kantian who had preceded them. And so, undeservedly, Meyer faded away into the mists of the past. 9. Friedrich Albert Lang, poet, and materialist monk. 1. Lang's legacy. Now that we have examined Kuno Fischer, Eduard Zeller, Jürgen Bohne-Meyer and Otto Liebmann, we come to the last member of the Grand Quintumvirate that revived Neo-Kantianism in the 1860s, Friedrich Albert Lang, 1828 to 1875. If Lang comes last, he does not come least. His reputation overshadows that of his allies. His Geschichte Materialismus, which first appeared in 1866, was a landmark in the history of Neo-Kantianism. No other work did more to revive Kant's reputation, to place him at the center of German philosophy in the middle of the 19th century. Its influence overshadows Fischer's and Zeller's 1860 lectures and Liebmann's 1865 Kant und die Epigonen. Though Lang's importance and influence is clear and uncontroversial, the same cannot be said for his place in the history of Neo-Kantianism. Assessing this place is tricky, and it has been a matter of dispute. It is at least plain and uncontentious that Lang belongs to the physiological-psychological tradition of the interpretation of Kant. Like Fries, Benach, and Helmholtz, he saw that interpretation as the only means of ensuring Kant's relevance in the modern scientific age. The physiological-psychological interpretation was for him nothing less than improved and refined Kantianism. Yet it would be a mistake to stuff Lang completely in this pigeonhole, as if it exhausted his understanding of Kant. For Lang also transformed the Kantian dualism between the noumenal and phenomenal into a dualism between ideal and reality, norm and fact, value and existence. The distinction between entities became a distinction between logical types. We can already find in Lang the basis for the theory of value of the Southwestern school. 1. Lang has often been seen as the father of Marburg Neo-Kantianism. 2. He acquired this reputation partly because of his academic position, and partly because of his patronage of Hermann Cohen, the later leader of the Marburg school. Lang was an ordinary professor in Marburg from 1872 to 1875, the predecessor of Hermann Cohen and Paul Naderp. He was a strong supporter of Cohen, who became a Privatdozent largely thanks to his efforts. Forever grateful to Lang, Cohen tended to stress his debts to him and the affinities in their thought. But there are good reasons to doubt that Lang sired Marburgian Neo-Kantianism in any more than an external academic sense. There is only a superficial similarity between Lang's and Cohen's thought, and the more closely we consider them, the more they show themselves to be deeply at odds, both in their interpretation of Kant and in their conception of the method of philosophy. 3. Lang's nominalism and empiricism, his psychological interpretation of Kant, his reduction of religion down to aesthetic ideas, his critique of Platonism, all these offended Cohen's sensibilities and clashed with his basic beliefs. The philosophy of the young Cohen, as we shall later see, grew out of his reaction against Lang. If Lang is the father of Marburg Neo-Kantianism, then that tradition was based on patricide. Lang has also been cast in another dubious role, founder of Neo-Kantian socialism. 4. This common and venerable view has been recently advocated by Thomas Willy. His most important contribution to Neo-Kantianism was in his use of Kant to go beyond the boundaries of liberal social philosophy. 5. Although some of Lang's political views, namely, the value of cooperatives and the critique of historical inevitability, might have had some influence on later Neo-Kantians, there is still a problem in crowning him the founder of Neo-Kantian socialism. This interpretation joins together, plausibly enough, two basic facts, that Lang was a neo-Kantian and a founder of the social democratic movement. However, there is a third stubborn fact that keeps these two apart: Lang himself never really connected his neo-Kantianism with his socialism. 6. Never did Lang, in his defense of social democracy, appeal to Kantian moral principles, and never did he give a Kantian moral foundation to social democratic ideals. It is indeed striking that in his two major works on politics, Die Arbeiterfrage and Mills Ansichten über die Soziale Frage 7, Lang not only casts his argument in eudaimonistic or perfectionalist terms, 8, but he also rejects Kant's moral philosophy as a guide in questions of political economy. In Die Arbeiterfrage, Lang criticizes Kant severely for attempting to provide an a priori deduction of the institution of private ownership, and for excluding the possibility of communal ownership of the land. 9. Although Kant tries to justify that institution on eternal rational grounds, it is plain to Lang that it arose from all too natural and all too historical facts: conquest, power, and exploitation. In this respect, Lang charges Kant with a vulgar servility toward the powers that be and a hypocritical apology for injustice and exploitation. On the whole, Lang is skeptical of Kant's method in ethics on the grounds that it cannot justify specific precepts from very general principles. In Mills Ansichten, Lang refers approvingly to Kant's categorical imperative, though only to declare that he prefers Smith's principle of sympathy over Kant. 10. Given Lang's empiricism and naturalism, his preference for Smith is perfectly understandable, but it has gone unnoticed by Lang commentators, who cling to their faith that there must be some connection between Lang's neo-Kantianism and his socialism. 11. Given the absence of Kantianism in Lang's socialism, and given the importance of his Geschichte Materialismus, we will focus in this chapter on Lang's book rather than his social and political philosophy. This is contrary to the practice of most neo-Kantian historians, who dwell fondly and at length on Lang's social and political views, even though, properly seen, they fall outside the history of neo-Kantianism. It is in his Geschichte Materialismus that Lang's significance lies for neo-Kantianism. This work presents a challenging legacy. It is long, complex, rich, and subtle, and the source of some controversy. Before we examine its contents, though, we must place its author in context and trace his early philosophical development. 2 early years and wild philosophy. Friedrich Albert Lang was born September 28, 1828, in Wald-bei-Solingen. 12. Since his grandfather was a drayman, a wagon driver who hauled beer for local breweries, Lang had working-class roots, a fact which must have played a role in forming his later political convictions. His father, Johann Peter Lang, worked his way up in the world, first becoming a pastor and eventually a professor of theology. The family residence was in Duisburg, where Friedrich Albert attended the local school until he was 12. In 1841, the family moved to Switzerland after Lang's father received a call to be professor at the university in Zurich. A man of Orthodox faith, Johann Peter Lang was the right man to replace his notorious predecessor, David Friedrich Strauss, who was forced to resign because of the scandal aroused by his Das Leben Jesu. Lang attended gymnasium in Zurich, where he first acquired his taste for philosophy. One day a teacher gave a talk on Hegel's Phenomenologie des Geistes, which was his first exposure to philosophy. Lang was later proud to say that he was one of the few among his classmates to have understood that talk. In April 1847, Lang matriculated at the university in Zurich, where he studied theology and philology. There he also attended the lectures of Eduard Bobrich, who was a Herbartian. From these lectures Lang developed an interest in Herbart's psychology, which would preoccupy him for many years. Lang was first a Herbartian, then a Kantian. It was his disillusionment with Herbart that eventually drove him to Kant. 13. After attending the university at Zurich for 1 year, Lang moved to Bonn, where he was a student at the university there from 1848 to 1851. He studied philology under Friedrich Ritschl, 1806 to 1876, and art history under Friedrich Welcker, 1784 to 1868, who both imparted to him a historicist methodology. Rather than going to more lectures, Lang spent most of his time on his own, studying mathematics, physics and classical history. He also enjoyed English, and even learned how to speak it from English students at the university. 14 This facility gave him access to English philosophy, history, and literature, which were important in shaping his later outlook on moral, social, and economic questions. While at Bonn, Lang did not study philosophy much, because it took away the time and energy he needed to prepare for examinations in philology. Philology was for Lang a Brotstudium, a means to help him qualify as a schoolteacher. After his father advised him not to neglect philosophy, he attended 2 courses on the history of classical philosophy by Christian August Brandis, 1790–1867, who had been a student of Schleiermacher and Trendelenburg. In a meeting with Brandis, Lang explained that, though he could not attend more lectures on philosophy, he had not been neglecting the subject and that he had his own wild philosophy, which he wanted to grow a little before applying a strict method to it. 15 From his correspondence with friends, we know a little about Lang's wild philosophy during his student days. The most revealing letter he wrote sometime in 1851 to Conrad Comboli, 1829–1914, 16 an old schoolmate and pastor in Switzerland. Responding to Comboli's inquiries about his religious and philosophical views, Lang wrote that his philosophy was still crude and inchoate, a work in progress, and that he proceeded slowly and carefully because, before he adopted any philosophical position, he needed to make a thorough study of its history, this the legacy of Ritschl and Welcker. After these caveats, Lang sketched some of his still developing views, which were indeed radical and crude. He comes close to espousing a complete relativism, declaring that there is no absolute content to conscience, and that there is no objective reality outside the mind for goodness, beauty, or the God of the ism. All that we know is relative to human beings, the product of their psychology and physiology. The only objective truths are the laws of nature, which show us how the ideas of goodness, beauty, and God arise of necessity from human nature. This belief in natural necessity, the inevitable working of natural laws, makes Lang doubt the reality of freedom, a belief which he regards as antiquated by natural science. All actions are necessary, and we call them free only where my decision follows my own nature. All of the radical views suggested in this letter, its historicism, relativism, and naturalism, will emerge untamed in Lang's later philosophy. Lang's student days came to a close in March 1851, when he took his qualifying exams, which he passed with the highest possible grade, examen cum laude. For his doctorate he wrote a dissertation on Latin verse, Quaestiones Metricae. In June he passed the state examinations to be a schoolteacher, where he was certified to teach classical languages, history, mathematics, and psychology. After a brief year in military service, Lang worked at a gymnasium in Cologne from 1852 to 1855. Frustrated by working for 3 years only as an assistant, Lang left the gymnasium and decided to try an academic career. In June 1855 he habilitated at the University of Bonn with a dissertation on Herbart's psychology. 17 From 1855 to 1858 he worked as a Privatdozent in Bonn, holding lectures there on psychology, moral statistics, logic, and pedagogics. It was during his Bonn dozen tenure that Lang began his first intensive study of philosophy. In June 1855, Lang wrote a letter to the university registrar in Bonn about his desire to habilitate in philosophy. He explained that all his beliefs had been thrown into doubt, and that he needed to get back to fundamentals. 18 His chief concern had been pedagogical theory, but the basis of modern pedagogy, Herbart's psychology, had proven bankrupt. It was necessary to fashion a new psychology, and that would require intensive work in philosophy. It was also during these years that Lang began his first study of Kant. It was his need to write a new psychology that seems to have moved him towards the critical philosophy. He had plans to write a critique of psychology, in which he would follow Kant's critic der reinen Vernunft. We get some insight into his reasons for turning to Kant, and his general philosophical views around this time, from his September 27, 1858, letter to Kamboli. As far as my direction or confession is concerned, I have to tell you that you judge me quite falsely as a teacher of philosophy when you speak about deepening oneself in speculation. That is from times past. And hopefully for all Germany. I regard the Hegelian system as a relapse into scholasticism, from which we are already freed. Herbart, whom I followed in the beginning, is only a bridge for me to Kant, to whom so many solid scholars now return, and who do that to complete what Kant did only halfway, destroy metaphysics. I regard every metaphysics as a kind of delusion, Wahnsinn, which has only an aesthetic or subjective justification. My logic is probability calculus, my ethics is moral statistics, my psychology rests entirely on physiology. In a word, I try to move only in the circles of the exact sciences. 19. This letter reveals Lang's positivist attitude, which will emerge as a central force in his mature philosophy. This positivist temper is indeed the chief reason for Lang's later sympathy with materialism. It would be a mistake, however, to regard positivism as the complete or whole spirit of Lang's early philosophy. For there was another side to Lang, one that led him away from the exact sciences and that balanced out his positivist views. This was his poetic side, his knack for writing verse, which he would indulge constantly and on every occasion. Writing poetry was his most passionate preoccupation, and he would have made a career out of it if poetry earned any money. 20. This poetic trait was the force behind the other side of Lang's philosophy, what he would later call the standpoint of the ideal. Lang thinks that there are two sides to humanity, the rational mentality apparent in the exact sciences, and our poetic nature, which expresses itself in creative activity, in giving voice to the deepest aspirations of humanity through religion and art. We shall later see how Lang's mature philosophy attempts to balance and do justice to these two sides of human nature. Other passages from Lang's long September 27 letter to Kamboli reveal more about his early attitude towards Kant. 21. Lang finds Kant's greatness chiefly in his theoretical philosophy, in his critique of metaphysics. He took to heart Kant's critical teaching that philosophy should remain within the limits of possible experience, because that seemed to bring philosophy in accord with the methods and standards of the exact sciences. Like all the neo-Kantians before him, Lang saw Kant's critical medicine as the proper antidote to the scholasticism of Hegelianism and the Begriffsromantik of German idealism. The practical side of Kant's system, however, was something entirely different for Lang. He saw its chief achievement as Kant's proof of the unprovability of the ideas of God, freedom, and immortality, but he had little sympathy for Kant's positive constructions, that is, his particular practical demonstrations of the beliefs in God, providence, and immortality. That effort seemed to him a timid bow to religious orthodoxy. Since Lang also disputes Kant's method in ethics, as we have seen, it seems as if he entirely rejects Kant's practical philosophy. Yet it is important to note that he does accept one crucial aspect of Kant's practical philosophy, namely, its starting point, the attempt to provide a justification for moral and religious ideas through practical reason. Though Lang rejected Kant's demonstrations of the standard Christian beliefs, he still approved of the general strategy of using practical reason to defend morality and religion. 22. This point, already present in the letter to Kamboli, will play a crucial role in Lang's later philosophy. For it will be practical reason that provides the foundation for the standpoint of the ideal. In 1855, in his first semester teaching at Bonn, Lang wrote drafts for lectures on logic, 23, which he later gave at Marburg in 1873-74. These lectures were later revised by Lang himself, and then published posthumously by Hermann Cohen in 1877 as Logische Studien. 24. Though little read, this work is very revealing about Lang's views on Kant and the foundations of logic. Lang's chief concern in these lectures was the possibility of a formal logic, that is, whether there could be a formal logic having apodictic certainty like mathematics, and separate from all the intractable questions of epistemology, Erkenntnis theory. The formal logic Lang has in mind here is nothing like the later Phrygian discipline, still decades away from conception. It is rather Aristotle's syllogistic logic separated from questions of grammar and metaphysics. Whether there could be such a formal logic was a controversial issue in the 1850s, because the Trendelenburgian school had stressed the connection of Aristotle's logic with his metaphysics and grammar. 25 Against them, Lang affirms the possibility of a purely formal logic. It is possible to have a formal logic independent of all grammar and metaphysics, he argues, because the validity of Aristotle's syllogisms are not affected by his particular views on grammar and metaphysics. No matter how one theorizes about the syllogisms, and whether one accepts Aristotle's views or not, their sheer formal validity still shines through. What gives them that validity, Lang theorizes, is their intuitability, the immediate perception of their truth, which cuts through all grammar and metaphysics. The more speculative and controversial aspect of Lang's theory concerns this intuitability, Ontolokeit. The basis for it Lang finds in a priori spatial intuition. The main premise behind this at first blush very odd thesis seems to be this, that when we reason syllogistically, we place terms into classes, and this relation of inclusion or subsumption is perceived in spatial terms, by the placing of parts within wholes. 26 Lang then goes on to give an account of the fundamental role of a priori spatial intuition in our mental economy. It is the basis of part/whole relationships, all quantitative relationships, of even number itself, and it is the source of time, which we conceive as a point moving along a line, 139, 141, 147. Much of Lang's theory is inspired by Kant, to whom he refers constantly in these lectures. But he is forced to take issue with Kant in two important respects. First, he cannot accept Kant's thesis that logical truth is based on the principle of contradiction while the truths of mathematics are synthetic a priori. 9. He insists that all necessary propositions are synthetic, and that what connects their distinct terms is a priori intuition. There is no difference between logical and mathematical truth in that both require an intuition where some particular sign or figure represents something universal. 23. Second, Lang thinks that Kant commits a fundamental error in separating so sharply understanding and sensibility. 9. All intuition requires thought, all thought requires intuition. The presence of intuition in thought is especially apparent, Lang contends, not only in geometrical constructions but in logical truth itself where spatial intuition is behind all reasoning. The other important work of the dozen tenure was Lang's Geschichte Materialismus, which was already in gestation in these early years. But its genesis and intentions is a much longer story, which we must now tell. 3 Origins and Aims of a Classic Lang's Geschichte Materialismus was one of the great works of philosophy of the second half of the 19th century, the peer of Lotze's Mikrokosmos and Trendelenburg's Logisk Untersuchungen. The title of the book is somewhat misleading. It is not only a history of materialism from classical to modern times, but, like its peers, the statement of an entire worldview. Lang chose the theme of materialism because he saw it as key to the cultural crisis of his age, and because the conflict between materialism and idealism is central to philosophy itself. The work is as much philosophy as history, it engages in philosophy to make sense of history, and history to give concrete shape to philosophy. Lang's work appeared to great critical acclaim, somewhat to the surprise of its author. Because of its elegance and topical theme, the work was widely read. It was praised for its clarity, for its scholarship, and for the author's wide knowledge of the latest scientific research. The main message of the work that materialism is a valuable research program though an untenable metaphysics appealed to both left and right, scientists and theologians. Such was the success of the book that it appeared in 10 editions, the last in 1974. 27 2 editions appeared in Lang's lifetime, the first in 1866, the second from 1873 to 1875. 28 Geschichte Materialismus is almost 2 books rather than 1. The second edition was so enlarged and revised that it is virtually a new book. The first edition was a single volume of 557 pages, but the second edition came in 2 volumes, the first consisting in 428 pages and the second in 569 pages. Thus the book had almost doubled in size. For the second edition, Lang took into account not only new developments in the sciences but also the latest contributions to the materialism controversy. But the second edition did not simply enlarge on the first, much of the material from the first edition was dropped or rewritten. There are important changes in opinion and outlook in the second edition, especially with regard to Lang's interpretation of Kant. 29 But there is also a significant shift in Lang's whole conception of the work. In the preface to the first edition he said that he wrote for the enlightenment of his contemporaries, and that he did not want to write an academic monograph, he therefore left aside the scholarly apparatus of footnotes. But the second edition eventually became that monograph. It contains extensive notes after each main chapter. Writing the first edition of the Geschichte took some 9 years. 30 The original idea for a book on this theme came almost by accident and not from Lang himself. In 1857 Lang's students at the University of Bonn sent him a note requesting that he lecture on the history of materialism for the summer semester of 1857. 31 Though himself preoccupied with pedagogical projects, Lang complied with their request. His lectures were the rough draft for part of the book. Ellison, Lang's first biographer, reports that there was a large manuscript of material for these lectures which corresponds with much of the first part of the later published book. 32 Because of his successive jobs as a schoolteacher, a journalist, and a customs official, Lang could work on the book only intermittently and sporadically. Finally, in January 1864 he could inform his publisher that part of the manuscript was ready for printing. 33 Suffering from stomach cancer and realizing that his health might not last, he concentrated all his energy on finishing the second edition in the autumn of 1874. 34 In the preface to the second volume of the second edition he regretted that his health had not permitted him to consider all the latest publications relevant to his theme. Still, he managed to muster enough energy to see the second edition through the press. Lang died November 21, 1875, only 47 years old, slightly more than 1 year after the appearance of the second edition. Why did Lang write his Geschichte? What were his aims or motives? In the preface to the first edition he tells us that he began the book in the hope of providing a solution to some issues raised by the materialism controversy. 3. He does not specify which issues, but we know from the content of the book that chief among them is the conflict between science and faith posed by the materialism controversy. It is also clear from this preface that Kant will play the decisive role in Lang's resolution of this conflict. Thus, immediately after declaring his intention to contribute to the controversy, Lang introduces Kant. It is as if it were self-evident that he would have to discuss the venerable sage of Königsberg. We soon see why. In recent days Kant has achieved great renown, especially among natural scientists, and the enduring elements in his system are increasingly the common property of leading minds, even outside the narrow circles of academic philosophy. 4. But if Kant is a decisive figure, Lang warns us not to take him uncritically, as if he were an absolute authority. It is necessary, however, to crush the false absolutism of his system. The false appearance of a rigorous deduction has to be laid aside, so that the simple truth can come forward in an unmistakable manner. 4. What is this simple truth? Although Lang does not spell it out for us, the context reveals his meaning. The simple truth consists in Kant's strategy for resolving the conflict between reason and faith. In his preface Lang at first explains this strategy in very narrow terms. It is the via media between the orthodox and positivist Kantians. The orthodox Kantians, who are dogmatic theologians, underrate Kant's affinity with materialism and overrate his doctrine of practical faith. The positivist Kantians do just the opposite, they overrate his affinity with materialism and underrate his defense of moral and religious ideas. 4. V. The real Kant, Lang implies, is neither positivist nor orthodox, because he champions in equal measure both natural science and religious idealism. But much more was at stake than a quarrel between Kantian schools. Lang also sees Kant's strategy in much broader terms. It is the middle path between the two clashing ideologies of his age, materialism and speculative idealism. If materialism stands for the triumph of a complete mechanism and naturalism, which undermines moral and religious ideals, speculative idealism represents a revival of metaphysical rationalism, which save these ideals but only by going beyond the limits of reason. Kant's philosophy offers a middle path between these extremes, because it saves the autonomy of our moral and religious ideals without metaphysics, and because it upholds the principles of mechanism and naturalism without jeopardizing morality and religion. Explaining just how Kant could accomplish this feat would be one of the central tasks of Lang's book. Lang's central theme that Kant could resolve the conflict between science and faith, speculative idealism and materialism was not the least reason for the remarkable success of his book. His message was embraced by a younger generation. We know from the correspondence and reminiscences of Friedrich Paulsen, Hans Wehinger, Benno Erdmann, Paul Naderp, and Hermann Cohen that Lang's book made a great impact upon them. 35 to them, Lang had shown where the great value and power lay behind Kant's philosophy, in endorsing modern science without having to accept materialism, in preserving moral and religious belief without having to engage in metaphysics or to indulge in mysticism. Essentially, Lang's book did for the 1860s and 1870s what K.L. Reinhold's Brief über die Kantische Philosophie did for the 1790s. Just as Reinhold had popularized Kantian teaching by showing how it could resolve the conflict between reason and faith in the pantheism controversy, so Lang did the same by explaining how it could resolve that conflict in the materialism controversy. Lang was thus the Reinhold of the 19th century. Lang was well aware of, and very pleased by, the effects of his work in promoting the Kant revival. Hence, in the beginning of the second volume of the second edition of his Geschichte, he noted with some satisfaction that it was no longer necessary to justify the importance he had given to Kant in the first edition, 1-2. Since the publication of that edition some 8 years ago, he wrote, there had been a great revival of interest in Kant among a younger generation. In a footnote Lang mentioned the work of Otto Liebmann, Jürgen Bonemeyer, Emil Arnold, and Hermann Cohen, 115, and point 1. There was now a new Kant philology, he observed, that could compete with classical philology in its devotion to detail and accuracy in the interpretation of texts. Responding to the materialism controversy was a central motive for writing the Geschichte des Materialismus. This could not be, however, a complete account of its author's intentions. For Lang often describes his aims in more ambitious and broader terms, as if he has not only philosophical but also social and political goals. Thus he writes in the preface to the first edition that his aims are entirely practical, that he wants to contribute to the great struggles of his age, that he hopes to promote the spiritual survival of his nation. 36 Picking up on these lines, some scholars see Lang's goals as primarily social and political, though they have conflicting interpretations of them. Helmut Holte sees Lang's aim as the promotion of forthcoming social and political revolution, 37 whereas Hans Martin Sass thinks that Lang's intent was to warn the public about that revolution and to provide an antidote to it with his standpoint of the ideal. 38 Which of these interpretations are true? Lang cannot be both promoting revolution and warning against it. Before we sort out this issue, we do well to note that there are problems with both interpretations. First, Lang developed his socialist agenda only by 1863, when large parts of the Geschichte were already written. 39 Though Lang continued writing the book after formulating his socialist views, and though they were indeed worked into the second edition of the book, they alone cannot explain why he undertook a study of materialism in the first place. His reasons are just those he sets forth in his preface, and which we can take at face value, taking a stand on the issues raised by the materialism controversy. Second, it is hard to see how writing a book on the history of materialism could have a vital effect on the fundamental social-political problem of his age, which was what Lang called the social question, that is, the fact that the great mass of people lived in poverty. If it were Lang's aim to contribute to its solution, he had chosen a very indirect and inefficient means of doing so in writing his Geschichte. These were reasons for writing his Die Arbeiterfrage and Mills Ansichten über die Sozialfrage, to be sure, but they were not reasons for writing a whole history of materialism. That seemed like a long way around the barn. In any case, neither Holte nor Sass provide a clear account of how the philosophical theses of Lang's book are relevant to his politics, still less how his politics shape these theses. These problems with the social, political interpretation do not mean, however, that Lang's book has no social, political dimension at all. There is indeed an important connection between Lang's philosophy and politics after all. The connection becomes clear when we note the social and political valence of materialism and idealism around the time of the 1848 revolution. The materialists, viz. Jacob Molschott, Karl Voigt and Ludwig Buchner, had stood on the left during the great struggles of the March Revolution. They had advocated a broad franchise, greater social and economic equality, the separation of church and state, and limiting royal prerogative. However, the idealists, who were Hegel, Trendelenburg and the Romantics, at least according to Lang's interpretation, 40 stood on the right and had supported the Restoration. For political reasons, Lang could accept neither extreme. Though he endorsed the progressive causes of materialism, he feared that it was leading towards a completely egoistic conception of society where everyone competed with everyone else. 41 While he despised the Restoration, he still believed that the Romantic and idealist traditions had stood for an important side to human beings, their sacrifice and love for the ideal. Despite their metaphysics, and despite their scholastic and bankrupt methodology, the idealists were right to stand for the integrity and autonomy of the ideal. The task of Lang's book was therefore to develop a philosophical position that could preserve the good sides, and cancel the bad ones, in each philosophy. His aim was to defend the progressive causes of the materialists, without the egoism, while still upholding the moral idealism of the Romantics and idealists, without the reactionary politics. And what about the forthcoming revolution? Was it Lang's aim to promote or to forestall it? There can be no question that Lang was a champion of fundamental social, political and economic change sufficient to resolve the social question. It was the task of philosophy to carry forward the torch of criticism, to collect the rays of knowledge into one, and to promote and palliate the revolutions of history. 42 Though Lang, unlike Marx, was no believer in the inevitability of revolution, he made plain his solidarity with it should one occur. Resistance against it deserved all the curses radicals hurled against reactionaries. 43 He was indeed opposed to attempts to tinker with the capitalist system that would only continue its survival without addressing the deeper needs of the masses. Poor laws, charity, increases in wages, emigration were not solutions to injustice and poverty. Lang was a sharp critic of the Selbsthilfe or cooperative movement of Hermann Schultz-Delitzsch, as well as the Staatshilfe or parliamentarian movement of Ferdinand Lassalle, on the grounds that they would not really emancipate workers but would simply mollify them. 44 Still, Lang's advocacy of fundamental social, political and economic change was never a call for violent agitation or revolution. He always stood for cautious and gradual reform. He maintained that Marx's belief in the necessity of revolution was an obsolete standpoint because of growing organization and education among the workers, and because of new laws and reforms on the part of the government. 45 So it is indeed correct to say that Lang wrote from fear of revolution, given that he was very much concerned about the consequences of a violent social and political upheaval. It was his firm conviction that the cruelty and chaos of the French Revolution should never be repeated, and that it serves as a lesson about the dangers of all revolutions. 46 There is no guarantee, he argued, that the social question will be resolved on the day after a political revolution, because the ultimate success of any broad program of social and political change depends on the spiritual constitution of a generation and the reform of all its views and principles. 47 Lang's attitude towards revolution was very much that of the humanists of the Goethezeit Schiller, Herder, Humboldt, who insisted that the success of social and political reform depends on the education of the people, on their acquiring political virtues so that they learn to put the needs of their nation over their own self-interest. What Lang feared most of all in a revolution was that it would unleash egoistic impulses, the drive to satisfy material needs alone, with no striving for the higher moral and intellectual ideals upon which culture is based. The purpose of Lang's standpoint of the ideal was to represent the fundamental moral, aesthetic and cultural ideals for the education of the people. These ideals were very much those of the German humanists, whose standpoint Lang explicitly endorses. 48. For a secret materialist, Lang's Geschichte Materialismus presents itself as a critique of materialism. Its very subtitle, Kritik seiner Bedeutung in der Gegenwart, announces its critical intentions. The book was celebrated chiefly because of its penetrating criticisms of the materialists, namely, Buchner, Cholby, Moleschott, Voigt and Feuerbach. Yet Lang's book was also in an important sense a defense of materialism. Lang not only believed that materialism had been misunderstood and underappreciated by its critics, both ancient and modern, but he also nurtured a fondness for some of its main doctrines. He admired the basic ideal of materialism, a complete scientific explanation of the world, and he embraced some of its fundamental tenets, empiricism, nominalism, and mechanism. Much of the Geschichte is a defense of these doctrines, which Lang saw as essential to natural science. Not the least reason for Lang's attraction to materialism was its ethical agenda, emancipation, the liberation of the individual from arbitrary authority and religious superstition. Behind the materialist critique of religion, Lang rightly saw, lay its ideal of human autonomy, the right and power of the individual to lead his life according to his own laws and aspirations. 49 The great danger to this autonomy came with religion, the materialist taught, because it introduced the fear of the gods, who would punish those who did not obey their laws. Such fear grew out of superstition, that is, the belief that natural events had spiritual or supernatural causes. The materialist's antidote to such superstition was natural science, which would show that the true causes of things lay in nature rather than supernatural spirits. Lang embraced this critique, not because it would undermine religion as such, but because it could destroy superstition, which was the basis for what he saw as the greatest source of human oppression, namely, dogmatic theology and ecclesiastical authority. 50 The greatest curse upon modern nations, Lang believed, came from the power of the Church over the very soul of a human being, its right to bind and loosen, that is, to open and shut the door to eternal salvation, I. 489. By destroying superstition, the materialist critique would remove that curse and clear the path for human autonomy. The model for Lang's Geschichte, though never made explicit, was Gottfried Arnold's Unparteiische Kirchen und Ketzerhistorie, 51, a classic of the radical Protestant tradition, a work much admired by Lessing and Herder. Lang also revered Arnold's work, and it is probably not accidental that he praises it in the Geschichte Materialismus. 52 Writing in the early 18th century, Arnold contended that the true Christians were the heretics, those persecuted by the established churches, which persistently oppressed genuine faith through dogmas and rituals. Just as Arnold's history was a plea for liberty of conscience, a defense of heretics against persecution, so Lang's history was an appeal for liberty of press, a defense of materialists against prosecution. Persecution and prosecution, Lang noted, had been the perennial fate of materialism. Ancient materialists had been persecuted by the state, and now the same was happening to their modern counterparts. The first book of the Geschichte Materialismus, the entire first volume of the second edition, is a history of materialism from Democritus in the 5th century BC to La Mettrie and Holbach in the 18th century. It is a narrative about how natural science originated in materialism, and how its advance was hindered, in late antiquity and the Middle Ages, by the hegemony of the Church and the Platonic Aristotelian philosophy. The birth of the natural sciences in the early modern era, Lang argues, was due in great measure to the rediscovery of materialism, to the reaffirmation of its central doctrines by Bacon, Hobbes, Gassendi, and Descartes. Enlightenment and materialism are for Lang almost one and the same. The more enlightened the philosophy, the closer it stands to materialism. Why write a whole history of materialism if one's goal is a critique of materialism, especially a critique of its contemporary relevance? This too seems like a long way around the barn. For Lang, however, critique is first and foremost historical critique, 53 involving an account of the origins and development of the philosophy, religion, or art under investigation. Such a critique is especially important in the case of the materialism controversy, he believes, because both materialists and their critics show a complete lack of historical sense. 54 The materialists think that their materialism is the result of modern science alone, completely unaware how their main ideas, goals, and problems go back to 5th century Athens. They need to realize that what they think and teach did not grow out of the head of some contemporary Medusa, but that it is the result of a long history, that they are the descendants of Democritus, Epicurus, and Empedocles. Becoming aware of their own history, Lang believed, would have a great moral and political value for the materialists. They would gain strength and motivation in their struggle against the reactionary forces if they see that they are part of a long glorious tradition, the materialist centuries-long battle on behalf of enlightenment and progress. 171. But the critics of materialism were also in desperate need of a historical education. For they like to dismiss materialism as if it were the latest intellectual fad, as if it were not worthy of discussion even as a form of philosophy. But if one could show that materialism had its sources in antiquity, that philosophers of no less stature than Plato and Aristotle took materialism seriously, then one would show that materialism is indeed a form of philosophy after all. Knowing that might have the valuable effect of producing a discussion or dialogue between idealists and materialists. Lang's historical education begins with the very first sentence of the Geschichte Materialismus, which is laden with significance. Materialism is as old as philosophy, but not older. 55 The first phrase of the sentence is directed against modern materialists and their critics. The modern materialists had insisted that their doctrine is science, not philosophy. Their critics had claimed that materialism is not even philosophy. The first phrase tells us both are wrong, that materialism is indeed philosophy. This means that the critics of materialism should take it seriously because it is philosophy after all, and that modern materialists should stop claiming their doctrines are purely scientific, as if they did not emerge from philosophy. The second phrase of the sentence is no less significant. To say that materialism is not older than philosophy means that it did not originate in myth, the first form of human awareness about the world. Myths are forms of belief and art, but they are not theories, attempts to explain the world. Materialism arose with philosophy itself, Lang explains, because it was the first attempt to provide a consistent and general theory of nature. 8-9. Its goal was to explain all phenomena according to a single principle, and on a naturalistic basis, so that nature is understood through nature, that is, the supernatural is banished and everything in nature is understood according to its own general laws. 4-8. Modern materialism shares the same ideal. Materialism, Lang informs us, can take many forms. It can be vitalistic, pantheistic or hylozoistic. The purest and most consistent form, however, is atomism, because it assumes that the basic entities of nature are bodies, to which it attributes no spiritual or mystical qualities but only physical ones, that is, those that are observable and in space and time. 123 NN1, 8. The chief advocate of atomism was Democritus, for whom Lang's admiration could hardly have been higher. Among the greatest thinkers of antiquity, Democritus may in fact be counted the greatest. 11. Lang tells us how Democritus went to visit Athens but quickly left the city because he could not abide the sophists, still less Plato, whose entire philosophy was only dialectical wordplay. 11. In the second edition, 56 Lang gives a concise summary of Democritus' philosophy, I. 12-19. He lists 6 chief principles: 1. From nothing comes nothing, and what exists cannot be destroyed. All change is unification and separation of parts. 2. Nothing happens by chance but only for a reason, and from necessity. 3. Nothing exists except atoms and the void. 4. The atoms are infinite in number and form. 5. The differences between things comes from differences in the number, size, and shape of the atoms. 6. The soul consists of fine, smooth, and round atoms, like those of fire. 57. 56 The first edition gives a very different summary, pages 7-8. 1. The principles of all things are atoms and empty space, all else is opinion. 2. There are infinite worlds in number and extension, which are constantly coming into and going out of being. 3. From nothing nothing comes, and something can never be destroyed. 4. The atoms are in constant rotary motion, and all coming into and out of being is due to their unification and separation. 5. The differences in things comes from the differences in number and shape of atoms, and originally there are no qualitative differences between atoms. 6. Everything happens of necessity, final causes are to be rejected. There is no specific chapter or section of the first book of the Geschichte Materialismus devoted to a defense of materialism. Lang's sympathy for it is often implicit and disparate, scattered in various places in the text. It first appears from his comments on the materialist's chief principles. Regarding the second principle, Lang remarks that it was intended as a maxim of mechanical explanation, according to which every event is explained by prior events acting upon it, I. 13. This principle is meant to exclude teleology, the explanation of events by final causes or purposes. Lang makes it perfectly clear that he endorses such mechanism. For him final causes are a refuge of ignorance, a partial negation of science, an arbitrary cordon around a field that has still not been investigated. 14-15. All teleological explanation is for Lang anthropomorphic, because it explains events by analogy with human intentions. Such explanations violate the chief principle of naturalism, according to which everything in nature should be explained in natural terms. 47-48. 63. Lang's sympathy with materialism is no less apparent from his attitude towards Democritus' chief critics, who were Socrates and Plato. The reaction against Democritus began with Socrates and came to a climax in Plato, Lang tells us, I. 44. Socrates attempted to revive the older teleological way of seeing things, which was explicitly and intentionally anthropomorphic. He conceived the architect of the world as a person, and the reason by which it creates the world as akin to human reason. 47-48. Rather than explaining man from his place in nature, Socrates wanted to explain nature according to man. 47. Because he aimed to revive teleology, Lang regards Socrates' reaction against materialism as a great step backwards. 29. Attempting to revive teleology, it turns out, was not Socrates' only retrograde step. There was another of no less significance, the belief in the existence of universals. The Socrates-Platonic tradition gave a mystical significance to words, whose meanings were placed in a special intelligible realm. Lang traces this doctrine back to 2 sources, Socrates' theory of definition, according to which there is a natural relationship between words and their designata, I. 39-51, and his method of dialectic, which supports an hypothesis by ascending to a higher level of abstraction and universality. 39. These Socratic doctrines eventually reached their climax in Plato's theory of ideas, according to which ideas alone have reality. 58. Lang thinks that the belief in the existence of ideas is entirely illusory, because it arises from the hypostasis of meanings, which exist only in the mind. 41-162. He even recommends that the theory of ideas be banished from the sciences, because it turns away from the particular things of nature and towards the hypostasis of mere words. 60. Nominalism, we shall soon see, is one of Lang's fundamental doctrines, the critique of hypostasis, one of the main underlying themes of the Geschichte Materialismus. It was one of the great misfortunes of the history of philosophy, Lang laments, that Plato's doctrine of ideas and final causes was continued by Aristotle. Although Aristotle attempted to correct Plato's theory that universals exist in some special realm of being, he still assumed that universals exist in things and that they are not simply creatures of the mind. His logic and theory of categories is a deficient organon of science, Lang argues, because it confuses kinds of assertion with kinds of being. The hypostasis of forms of speech, as if properties of language were somehow forms of being, is indeed the essential characteristic of Aristotelian thinking, I. 159. Unfortunately, Aristotle's philosophy dominated the Middle Ages. It was entirely due to its hegemony, Lang maintains, that the Middle Ages proved to be so barren for the development of natural science. Thanks to Aristotle, the Middle Ages was an era dominated by words, by hypostasis, by complete unclarity about the meaning of phenomena given to the senses. 162. Lang ascribes the rebirth of natural science in the early modern era mainly to two thinkers, Bacon and Descartes. Their thought marks a return to the materialism of the ancient world, insofar as they advocate atomism, nominalism, and mechanism. Although Bacon and Descartes explicitly disavowed materialism, they were still able to revive natural science in virtue of the materialist tendencies of their thought. Bacon, Lang believes, should be even called the father of modern materialism. 195. Although Lang's narrative about the history of materialism seems to make it alone responsible for the birth and advance of the sciences, he realizes that such a story is much too simplistic. He admits that the Platonic tradition has been the motivation for some of the most important scientific discoveries in the ancient world. I. 92, 174, 178 to 179. The love of order and harmony, so characteristic of this tradition, was a spur to scientific discovery, enabling it to go much further and faster towards its goal than the grind of ordinary induction. The chief value of materialism towards the advance of science, Lang explains, was its development of a sober and solid methodological way of thinking that demanded considering the phenomena of nature for their own sake, independent of their utility and religious meaning. I. 95. As much as Lang champions ancient materialism, he still does not hesitate to criticize it. Throughout the first book of his Geschichte Materialismus he emphasizes that there has been one perennial unsolved problem of materialism, the explanation of consciousness and thinking according to the laws of nature. I. 15-16, 18, 110-111, 232, 390. Lang understands this problem in more specific terms, how to explain the qualitative dimension of sensation. The difficulty for the materialist was to account for how sense qualities arise from the motions of material particles. 390. There seems to be the greatest heterogeneity between sounds or colors and their causes in the material world, namely, light rays and sound waves, which are measurable and quantifiable. It was a fundamental principle of materialism to explain all differences in things from the differences in number, size, motion, and the shape of the atoms. 18. But this principle ran into difficulty with the difference in kind between sense qualities and the physical characteristics supposed to give rise to them. 15-16, 18. This problem thwarted materialism from achieving its grand goal of explaining all of nature according to a single principle. Lang thinks that this objection is convincing, doubting that there will ever be a bridge to close the gap between consciousness and matter. While Lang stresses the explanation of sensation as the fundamental problem of materialism, he also suggests another criticism of no less importance. Towards the end of the first book Lang remarks that materialism has been much too dismissive in its attitude towards morality, religion, and metaphysics. While the ideas of purposiveness and intelligence in nature are indeed anthropomorphic, lacking all objective validity, they still have an aesthetic justification all their own. I. 374. What Lang means by this aesthetic justification is not entirely clear, and it seems to amount to nothing more than giving them poetic value. Whatever that means, it soon emerges that these ideas are poetic in the sense that they are created by us, and that they should be appraised according to their own sui generis standards. 376. Lang suggests that we evaluate moral and aesthetic ideas according to very different standards from those of objective truth or cognitive worth, and that the materialist has missed their point in dismissing them for not matching such theoretical standards. When we say that a painting is ugly, that a person is evil, that a fallacy has been committed, we are not saying that they are false but that they do not conform to ideals or norms. We shall soon see how this criticism of materialism, only suggested in the first book, eventually becomes a major theme of Lang's general philosophy. 5. A Kantian critique of materialism. In the history of materialism, Lang gave great importance to Kant. The second book of the Geschichte Materialismus, the second volume of the second edition, begins with his section on Kant, the longest and densest in the entire book. 58. Lang saw Kant's philosophy as a caesura in the history of materialism, as a crisis in the long tradition that had begun in the 5th century BC. Having exposed its major weaknesses, Kant's philosophy was the beginning of the end, the catastrophe of the tragedy. 59. Though new forms of materialism would arise after Kant, they proved weak and unstable, just because they could not overcome the problems that Kant had posed for them. The only reason materialism returned after Kant, Lang claimed, is that speculative idealism had swept away the constraints of the critical philosophy. 2. 67-68. It was Lang's chief goal, therefore, to reimpose those constraints, to teach the materialists some basic critical lessons. What problems had Kant exposed in materialism? It is striking that Lang does not think it consists in showing the inexplicability of sensation, the classical difficulty that had been the chief stumbling block of ancient materialism. It is also notable that Lang, contrary to the orthodox Kantians, gives no weight to Kant's doctrine of practical faith. In the second edition he bluntly declared Kant's practical philosophy, and here he meant specifically his doctrine of practical faith, to be the weakest side of his system. 2. The real significance of Kant's philosophy, he declared, lay entirely with his critique of theoretical reason. 60. According to Lang, Kant's philosophy posed two fundamental challenges to materialism. First, it exposed the naive realism of materialism, that is, its belief that material things are the immediate objects of perception. The materialist assumed that sense perception gives us the objective truth about the world, that what we see through our senses continues to exist just as we perceive it. Though he would concede that some perceived qualities depend on our perception of them, namely, the so-called secondary qualities, such as colors, smells and sounds, he insisted that others really do inhere in the object itself, existing in it independent of our perception, namely, the so-called primary qualities, such as size, shape, and weight. It was just this realism, Lang argues, that was destroyed by Kant's Copernican revolution. 5:38. Kant had shown that all sense qualities depend upon our perceptive and cognitive organization, so that our entire world would appear differently had we a different perceptive and cognitive constitution. 5. This is true not only for the secondary qualities but also for the primary ones, because Kant had demonstrated that even the perception of space itself depends on a priori forms of sense perception. Though classical materialism had always been vulnerable to the skepticism of Protagoras, who had taught that man is the measure of all things, Kant marked a more potent threat to materialism, Lang argued, because he had provided a more systematic and scientific justification for Protagoras' teaching. 4-5. While the materialists had dismissed Berkeley's arguments against realism as so many sophistical paradoxes, they could not do the same to Kant, because his case was supported by a new sphere of scientific research, namely, the physiology of sense organs. 4-5. Here Lang, a student of Helmholtz, was alluding to the experiments of Johannes Müller, which seemed to establish the active role of our physiology in forming the qualities of experience. 61. These experiments seem to show that what we perceive, the content of our experience, depends on our nervous constitution. If this were so, then the materialists would be beaten at their own game. They had insisted that science is on their side, and that only superstition opposed them. But now Lang was pointing out that science really undermines a fundamental dogma of the materialists, their belief in the existence of an objective world. The second basic challenge Kant posed for materialism involves its belief in causal necessity. It was a fundamental principle of materialism that everything happens of necessity, that all events conform to regular laws. But this assumption too proved to be naive, especially in the face of Hume's skepticism. Hume had shown that there is no rationale for the belief in causal necessity, that there are no grounds to assume, from either logic or experience, that there is a necessary connection between cause and effect. There is no reason in logic, because there is no contradiction if we affirm a cause and deny an effect, and there is no reason from experience, because our senses give no evidence for a necessary connection. Kant had appropriated this Humean theme, which he used to demonstrate that universal and necessary order derives not from things in themselves but from our cognitive constitution. 2, 7, 12. All the order we find in the world is order that we create, and it is not given to us with things in themselves. Both these problems of classical materialism are instances of what Kant called dogmatism. That term means at least two things: first, accepting beliefs without subjecting them to critical scrutiny, holding them without considering whether they are based on solid reasons, and, second, being unaware or unreflective about the subjective sources of one's beliefs, hypostasizing or refeeing them, as if they refer to things in the world when they really arise subconsciously from our mental activities. Hypostasis, Kant teaches, is the characteristic fallacy of dogmatism, the common source of its many fallacies, namely, the paralogisms, amphiboles and antinomies. In assuming that our representations refer to actual things in the world, and that the connections we posit between events are really in the events themselves, the materialist shows himself to be guilty of dogmatism in both senses. Criticism stands on a higher level of reflection than dogmatism, Lang implies, precisely because it makes us aware of the subjective sources of our ways of thinking about the world. Thus both dogmatic strands of materialism mean that it is epistemologically naive. This is an especially embarrassing lesson for materialism, which attempts to expose the naivete of religion by revealing its hypostasis and anthropomorphic sources. Now Lang had turned those criticisms against materialism itself. The same charges of anthropomorphism and hypostasis applied to the materialists' belief in material objects and causal necessity. Now that materialism had shown itself to be as dogmatic as religion, there seemed no turning back to the naive pre-critical era. Hence Lang's belief that Kant's philosophy represented an irreversible turning point in the history of materialism. The catastrophe was total, putting it beyond redemption or resurrection. Besides his belief in the existence of matter and causal relations, Lang thinks that the materialist is guilty of yet another hypostasis, belief in the existence of atoms. 62. Buchner thought that it was one of the great merits of modern chemistry that, whereas the ancient materialists had to resort to speculation, it had actually proved the existence of atoms. 63. Lang, however, believed that in saying this Buchner had only revealed, once again, the naivete and dogmatism of modern materialism. He could see no justification whatsoever for the existence of atoms, which were for him only a construction to explain the data. While Lang praised the modern atomists, namely, Dalton and Guy Lussac, for developing a concept of the ultimate constitution of matter that is very intuitive and intuitable, 187, 211, viz., atoms are like little balls swirling around in a space having a precise size, shape, and place. He warned that the intuitability of a theory does not prove its actuality, 190. In any case, recent research in physics and chemistry had made the atom something far less intuitable, into something even supersensible, because it has turned the atom into a center of forces, an unextended point that is the locus of attraction and repulsion. 192, 204, 212. More generally, the progress of science consists, Lang declared, in replacing the concept of a thing with that of relations. 207, so that the concept of force now replaces the atom. 204. After its analysis into forces, the concept of matter amounts to little more than that of a substrate, the subject in which the forces somehow inhere. 205. It thus serves the same role as the old concept of substance, and it is no less a hypostasis, the reification of a grammatical subject. But Lang took his critique of hypostasis a step further, applying it to the concept of force itself. Force, he argued, is really only a personification of the mathematical formulae that physicists use to describe and predict phenomena. 205. We do not develop the formulae to describe the force, which somehow actually exists in nature, but we develop the idea of force to describe the formulae. 205, 206. Force is a personification of what formulae describe, the projection of feelings of pushes, pulls, and pressures onto things. 204. In his chapter on Kant in the Geschichte Materialismus, Lang had focused chiefly on the conflict between the critical philosophy and materialism, portraying them as antithetical worldviews. Indeed, he sagely remarked at one point, one can regard Kant's entire system as a splendid attempt to destroy materialism once and for all without falling into scepticism. 265. Yet it is noteworthy this is only one side of the story that Lang told about the relationship between Kant and materialism. There is another side, because Lang also stresses the great affinity between them. Thus he remarks that Kant was not implacably opposed to materialism, that he was much closer to materialism than its other opponents, and that he praised Epicurus for wisely keeping his philosophy within the bounds of experience. 5. Lang even claims that Kant saw materialism, along with scepticism, as the two preliminary stages of the critical philosophy. 9. The nemesis of the critical philosophy, Lang suggested, is not materialism but Platonic idealism, which transcends the limits of experience and claims insight into things in themselves. 9-10. It was just this Platonic idealism, we have seen, that had been the great enemy of materialism. So given that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, it seemed that the critical philosophy could now embrace materialism as a comrade in the struggle against Platonic idealism. Prima facie Lang champions Kant because he defeats materialism. But this too is only one side of the story. Lang embraces Kant not only because he destroys materialism, in some respects, but also because he saves it, in other respects, even incorporating it into his own philosophy. Lang knew all too well that the affinity between Kant and materialism goes much further than the empiricism he mentions in his chapter on Kant. He was fully aware that Kant also supports, even if more implicitly, the nominalist and mechanistic strands of materialism. 64. Furthermore, both philosophies are champions of the new natural sciences and the mathematical theory of nature. As Lang saw it, then, the critical philosophy has all the strengths and none of the weaknesses of materialism, all the strengths, because it too is empiricist, mechanist and nominalist, and none of the weaknesses because it, unlike materialism, is not dogmatic. In a later chapter of his Geschichte Materialismus, Lang is perfectly explicit about the deep and broad affinity between Kant and materialism. The whole worldview of materialism is, as it were, incorporated into the Kantian system without altering its basic idealistic character. 147. For Lang, then, Kant's theoretical philosophy is to be recommended not as the antithesis of materialism but simply as a critical or phenomenalistic materialism. 6. Lang and the thing in itself, stressing such a close affinity between Kant's philosophy and materialism, breaks down, however, at one vulnerable point, the thing in itself. The whole point of that concept is to set limits to naturalistic explanation, the very kind of explanation championed by materialism. This raises the important question, What was Lang's stance towards the thing in itself? As it had for his contemporaries, this concept created many difficulties for Lang, who never really resolved them. He vacillates about the status of this concept and fails to develop a fully consistent position. In the first edition of the Geschichte Materialismus, Lang had tried to defend the existence of things in themselves. 65 After taking note of Ubierweg's objection that the idea of the thing in itself as the cause of experience involves a transcendent application of the category of causality, Lang replies that if we can apply that category to everything within experience, it should also determine its limits, at least in the sense that we know there are limits and that there is something beyond them. The fish in the pond can only swim in the water and not on the earth, or he can still bump his head against the ground and walls. In the same manner we can use the concept of causality to measure the whole realm of experience and find that beyond it there is something other than it, an inaccessible domain for our organs. 267, however, he immediately poses a problem for such reasoning, that if the categories have meaning only with reference to appearances, then the thing in itself, which is postulated by the category of causality, should also be only an appearance. In other words, the entire distinction between appearance and thing in itself should fall within the realm of appearances. 267 to 268. Undaunted, Lang persists in maintaining the reality of the thing in itself. A consideration of our faculty of knowledge shows us, he argues, that what appears is relative to it, that what we know is determined by our specific physiological constitution. This means that the world will appear differently to creatures having different faculties. There must be something that appears so differently to all these creatures, a common unknown source, and that something will be the thing in itself. 268. In the second edition of his Geschichte Materialismus, however, Lang attempts to eliminate the very thing in itself whose existence he defended in the first edition. He now argues expressly that the limitations Kant had placed on knowledge do not allow him to assume the existence of the thing in itself. If all knowledge is limited to possible experience, as Kant had preached in the first critic, then he cannot claim that the thing in itself exists, given that the thing in itself transcends all possible experience. And so Lang writes, that there are things in themselves that have a spaceless and timeless existence Kant could not prove from his own principles, for that would be a transcendent, even if negative, knowledge of the properties of things in themselves, and such knowledge is completely impossible according to Kant's own theory. 36. While in the first edition of his Geschichte Materialismus Lang had expressly defended the existence of the thing in itself, in the second edition he came to the conclusion that Kant himself had seen the inconsistency in such an assumption and intended to remove the thing in itself. 48 to 49. 66.